Welcome to PGL Cluj-Napoca, probably one of the biggest events we get to see at the start of the season here for Counter-Strike, and I am so excited. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company, and a big happy Valentine's Day. It is the day of love. I can't think of a better way to start this day by watching the game that you love here. I saw a post from everyone's favorite train wreck, Kassad, where he asked about the fact that how would you feel if your players didn't want to practice on Valentine's Day? And I was like, I mean, I would completely understand. They're going to be wanting to watch Cluj. And they're going to want to watch Maui and Dust on the desk who are here bright and early. Hello, gents. How's your time been so far on today, the 14th of February?
Fantastic. It's only going to get better from here on out. Obviously, we have the tournament starting for Valentine's. You know, I've got a couple's massage coming up later, so
you and Dust are going to love that, Maui. It's going to be so much fun.
Indeed, it's going to be a fantastic time. I can't think of a better way to bond with my co-analyst than by being feet away as we're being rubbed in oil. Just seems like a good time.
Oh, you booked the oil one?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Why wouldn't
Gotcha.
you?
And just like that, there are visuals in my head I will never be able to burn.
You open
out.
Pandora's box on that one.
Okay, well, I mean, seeing as we're playing into this a little bit, who is your Valentine? When you take a look at the list of teams that are going to be here at Cluj, and we've got all the big guys playing, who is your Valentine?
My Valentine is Rebecca, the love of my life. But if you want me to really pick a team, Sam, I feel like there's a lot of them that I kind of have a cautious optimism for. I actually really like what we saw from FURIA at Krakow in what was a previous season that was marred by their quarterfinal exit there at Budapest. I feel like they have had a great bounce back already in the season, showing that they could go toe-to-toe with the world's best in Vitality.
My true Valentine's also here. Tracy, my fiance for many years, actually watching. So listen, if he gets to announce his, I got to announce mine too, okay? But look, if I'm going to pick a team, this is going to be polarizing. I can already see people about to light up their keyboards when I say this one. But everyone deserves love, right? I think we can all agree. Maybe there's some exceptions, but for the most part, yeah, I mean, but for the most part though, right? So sure. Falcons need some love right now. They need some love right now because things are not going according to plan. They've loaded up with a bunch of superstar talent. They do have some really great players and great people on that team, and they have shown that they are capable of going toe-to-toe at some of the best and having deep runs and being a top 5 ranked team, but they cannot put trophies in the cabinet since Bucharest last year when Dexter was still on the team. And it would just be nice to see them finally break through, because the scene only gets more interesting the more title contenders you have available to you.
I'm just going to live with the fact that I've always been attracted to red flags. My Valentine is FaZe. I believe this is finally their time to shine. I believe that Cluj is an opportunity for FaZe to prove to us that we've all been incredibly wrong about Brokey, that Jacob really can be in the top 20, just like Harrigan said. That's where I'm sitting. Delusions. That's
a bold stance.
Wow.
You know, I will give you that one. Maybe you could be a co-host on a certain show that you're a part of where they give certain types of takes.
I think that's a hot take.
If FaZe get even into the 2-2 game, I'm going to be a little bit surprised. I went through the bracket, and I'm not really liking their chances to make the playoffs or even really have a good event here whatsoever. But, I mean, you can still love them. There's a lot to love. They're exciting.
Yes.
Okay? When it comes to entertainment, there's very few teams that are better than FaZe. I'll give them that.
They are content. But the vibes are not great right now. The vibes are not great.
For being so sweet, I would have just laughed hysterically at me when I said that and told me to shut up. You're just the host. You should definitely not have an opinion, and now you've just proven it. But you guys were nice about it, so we'll go with it. Obviously, the big thing here is the winnings. This is what it's all to play for, and that's why all the teams have descended here into Romania, because damn, that is a sexy amount of money to put in your back pocket. And of course, winnings also play into VRS, something I still don't understand. I've been trying, Dust. I can't figure it out. But I know that this tournament has a big play in the VRS rankings as well. So it's a really important one for all of these teams we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest non-major for PGL. You know, in the last couple of years, almost all the top teams are here. The only one missing is Spirit. And as you said, they're battling for a huge chunk of change, which is not only great for their wallets, but as you kind of indicated, it's great for your VRS ranking. You know, it helps you with your seeding. It helps you skip a stage potentially, depending on where you're at in the ranking, especially some of these, you know, lower end teams that are at this tournament. A big result here could help propel them to skip stage 1 of the major or something along those lines, right? So definitely, you know, being in a very important part of the calendar. It's the second really true big elite event of the year. And yeah, a lot up for grabs.
And a really cool format, Maui, which we're about to see on our screen as well, that Swiss bracket. I'm a fan of how this plays out. And of course, going into the playoffs as well, the third place decider. There's just a lot of good Counter-Strike that you get to see.
Personally, I just love when teams have an opportunity to really show what they're made of against teams that are supposed to be at their level of opposition. The fact that you're going to give teams 3 lives in this Swiss stage format, and so really you can definitely tell by the end of it all who was the worst team here, who were the bums, and who were the teams that actually just breezed on through. Of course, I also love the fact that the playoffs go into an 8-team single elimination bracket. I feel like that is the pinnacle of how you should really be running tournaments. In my opinion, always skipping stages to the semifinals or being put into the quarterfinals is a little bit wonky, and I hate the idea that one team gets a day warm-up in the arena over another, so I always really love the PGL 8-team quarterfinal format.
Let's just call it what it is. It's the goated format. It is the best format in Counter-Strike. It's better than the majors. There's no best of ones involved. So, Val, step it up.
There we go. That said everything that needs to be said. It's a best of 5 grand final as well, and that's what you get to look forward to for the next few days. This is where you need to be locked in. I know the boys were talking about the loves of their lives, and that's really exciting for me. What you need to do this morning is roll over or call your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, and let them know that you're busy for the next 2 weeks and Valentine's Day has been postponed. You've got to watch all the Counter-Strike that's coming up. And let's take a look at what's coming up today. If you don't have any romantic interests, don't worry, we got you covered. Falcons, MongolZ. This is all happening over on the B stream. You can watch that. We do have 2 streams running concurrently. And then, of course, what you're watching right now, what you get to check out is the matches for today. And we got all the big teams playing. Like I said at the beginning, you get to see Vitality, you get to see FURIA, and this is what's going to be on your screens. MOUZ as well. They're all in the mix.
Where do you even start? Where do you stop? I mean, if you're not actually just keeping this on your TV or your monitor all day, in fact, for the Southeast Asian fans, on your mobile phone, okay? Everybody is going to have a device out to watch all of this tournament all the way through. And if you don't, then you don't know Counter-Strike.
Fair enough. Maui said, where do you start? I'll tell you where we start. Na'Vi versus Astralis. What a fun little game to get us kick-started, Dust. And both of these teams, for me, in an interesting position. You've got one that I would argue looks like it's kind of starting to fall down, and the other one that looks like it's a little bit on the rise. What do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, I think you're nail on. I think you're referring to Na'Vi kind of in that first bit that you were talking about, where, this is a team that was interesting in the second season of last year. They won a smaller tournament. They had a second place finish in another pretty sizable tournament, a fantastic major run at Budapest, beating FURIA, who were, for many people, the favorites to win that major after they had just went off on a streak winning a bunch of titles. And so they really kind of punched above their weight, I think, for a lot of people. But I think Krakow is a bit of a reality check that, yes, this is still a team that, while they have a great system, they have a lot of the ability to maybe be, better than the sum of their parts, they are lacking in some areas, and they still aren't quite a true tournament contender at this level of tournament where you have all the big names available, but still always a fun team to watch. And you just kind of wonder, have they hit a ceiling, or can they still have some of these guys develop a little bit?
I have a pretty blind amount of faith when it comes to Na'Vi. I see an Alexi B and Blade-led project, and I just simply have to give it all of the time that it needs until they think that it's run its course. Even though Wonderful didn't have a great Krakow, which probably hamstrung the team in terms of putting together decent CT sides, I just feel like once the system is clicking, they really can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. And I feel like the Budapest quarterfinal is the greatest example of how it doesn't matter what your form is. It doesn't matter how good you've looked in the last 2-3 months. If there is a targeted game plan that Na'Vi can look at regarding how you want to run your defense, they can pick it apart. And so that always makes them an exciting team, and even in some ways more of a dark horse to go deep at a tournament like this.
Do you think that they lack consistent firepower to allow them to regularly go toe-to-toe with the best in the world?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the fact that Wonderful was really kind of ascending to the star level that Na'Vi need him to be is where they looked exciting at the end of last year, but then he regressed. And so the fact that you can't point at one guy and say, this guy is a guaranteed top 10 player for them this year, makes me look to the future. When I'm looking at this Na'Vi team, I feel like a lot of their ceiling is going to be held within what MongolZ is able to do in terms of elevating his individual play, because he was a little rough around the edges. Sometimes he would be a little bit too aggressive in situations when he first joined the roster, but I feel like he's tempered some of that aggression. Now he understands a bit more of when he needs to pick his spots, and so I'm not sure if I'm seeing it every game, map to map, popping off the page, like he's just found that consistency all the way through. But on average, I would say that I would guess that he's going to have a better game more times now than he did when he first joined the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at his overall numbers, there is, some desire for more, right? I mean, especially when some of the other quote-unquote rookies of last year kind of outshine him. I mean, you've put Maladoy aside, the rookie of the year, who was just a phenom, but, Kiyosuke or PR, like these guys were kind of, overshadowing MongolZ, who was in a similar position, just rising up to tier 1. And again, the overall output hasn't been there, but I will say he's at least gotten better in his main role, which is creating openings. I think last year the guy was really struggling to have any opening success on the T side, to get entries, to create space for his team. But at Krakow, he actually did step up finally and have those big openings. Again, his overall numbers won't leap off the page from Krakow, but the fact that he was able to have really good entry stats definitely did help the team at least have some opportunities to have success.
There's lots of question marks around this Na'Vi roster, and there's also lots of question marks around the next roster we're going to take a look at. Astralis going international. I'm going to say it when they announce this, I kind of like what we're seeing. I don't think that this was a bad move from them. I actually think it was probably the only move they could make.
Well, the negative aspect of this move is that they are disowning the full 5-man Danish lineup, which people regarded so highly in the country. But in reality, this is a better lineup. I would say that Ryu is a clear upgrade over Magisk. Fozy is a direct upgrade over Device, even though that might shock some people if they're just tuning in on an Astralis game for their first time in a while. This guy looks like he's really ready to go head-to-head with some of the best operas in the world and find openers that they so desperately needed last time. So there's a lot of reasons for me to be much more excited about this team than in the previous season, where it was just so obvious that a lot of them were on cruise control, not just talking Tom Cruise control, but I mean, they were just kind of going with the flow. You kind of expect them to be around the 10th best in the world and never really punching up into some deep placement at a tournament. Whereas this roster, on the other hand, you catch them in a good form streak and they really have an opportunity to make a playoff berth here.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Fuzi. I mean, this is a guy who I think was stuck in a really tough place on what has been one of the most dysfunctional organizations in CS, which is Wildcard. So to see him be able to escape that tragedy and actually be on a team that allows him to play at the tier 1 level consistently, to really show what type of player he actually is. And I think he's definitely one that's great. But the rifling core is also what's going to be most important. When we look at Yabby, fantastic Krakow performance, overall horrendous 2025. So we need to see which version of himself is going to go on throughout the course of this year. But then Ryu, Maui already kind of hit on him, but I want to hit on him more. This is a guy that showed a lot of promise when he was on Monty last year. Like when he was playing some of those smaller LAN events on that team, he looked sharp. He looked like a guy who deserved a chance like this one. And, Ryu certainly played very well at Krakow, in my opinion. More of like an anchor, more of like an extremity player. So he's not super flashy, but honestly, Maui, what I was most impressed by with him was even when he is in like those quote unquote like traditional lurker positions, the guy can create openings. Like he'll lead a B tunnels hit on Dust 2. He'll get in the mix on some of these other things, on Overpass, for example, and actually take some entries at times, and he looked really sharp at Krakow.
He's limit testing, and it actually is paying off for Astralis, because sometimes him on one side or Yabby on the other, I mean, they've got these guys who are willing to just find openings. If they feel like there's not enough utility being used in their faces, they'll take a 1v1 duel on a bomb site just because they think that there's an opportunity, and that kind of stuff is really exciting. I would liken Ryu right now probably to somebody like Heavy God, actually.
Yeah,
I feel like he's one of those underrated positions, what we used to see more as a support role, but he's just getting so much mileage out of it. He's getting so much more than you would expect. So I'm really excited about it. And I'll even say, I think Heavy God makes better decisions overall, but I feel like Ryu, mechanically, this dude is incredibly sharp. The aim and correction between targets is just so ridiculous. When he's defending a bomb site, even if there's all this utility flying around him, so frequently he gets the second kill just because he insta-bullets the second guy that he sees.
There is a bigger picture sort of conversation that has to happen around Astralis, and it is the legacy of what Astralis is, the legacy that this organization has. They are a organization and a name that you presume would be aspiring to lift trophies. Is this lineup the list of players that lifts trophies, or are we going to start seeing Astralis sitting more in the sort of Gamer Legion space of every so often you'll see them rise up, but they're never really going to be in playoff contention?
I think there is a realistic chance that Astralis will be a team that could at least get kind of towards the top 8 of the world rankings. As far as breaking into the top 5, I don't see it. Not yet, at least. Again, I think we saw some promising things out of Ryu and Fuzi at Krakow. I think that, HooXi still is a leader that has value. There are definitely some pieces there, but I just don't know if it's quite enough to contend for titles or be in that top 5 world ranking status.
Just being realistic about it, the thing that is, to me, capping Astralis, unfortunately, is probably the guy that we were singing the most praises about in the last year and a half with the team. I look at a guy like Stare, where every single season, he has practically the same rating. If you look at his first 6 months with Astralis, he had something around a 1.07. You look at his next 6 months after he changed some spots, practically the same rating. But now he has all of the star positions, and he still has that same rating. And that's not really what you're looking for a guy that gets to be in the head-to-head versus the best riflers in the world. When Donk's charging at you, do I really want Stare to be that first line of defense? Not exactly. So he needs to find a way to jump up in form and maybe even be a little bit more selfish, because I can still recognize in the mid-rounds, he's being a great team player. He's being this guy that'll know how he needs to entry first so that his teammates can trade off of him. But in some ways, I actually wish he was a little bit more selfish, because it doesn't always feel like he's demanding the resources that his position should be commanding.
I agree 100%. And I think the biggest thing for me is the T-sides aren't there for me. He plays those aggressive rifling positions where you either want him to be able to create an entry or trade off the back of HooXi or something along those lines. But they're kind of relying more on Yabby and Ryu to find openings for them lately. Like, I don't think Stare's had that entry success that other star entries have had. And so I think you're spot on that call.
Let's take a look at what the map Veto is going to be. Obviously, a little bit difficult for us. We know a lot of what we can expect from Na'Vi, but this Astralis lineup still kind of new. We don't really know what their map pool looks like.
I will say the one thing that really hurts them in this Veto right away is they've looked so damn good on Overpass that it's been clearly their pocket pick map throughout Krakow, and they are not going to get to play it in this. It is a permaban for Na'Vi. So the fact that, like you said, you're limited on what knowledge is out there, but you do know that you have this one thing that you can rely upon, and to not be able to utilize it in the series is definitely going to force Astralis to kind of show us more elsewhere in the pool.
I feel like they go with Nuke. It's the other thing that I've been seeing them go for on picks, and so they do bust that one out. On the other hand, for Na'Vi, I mean, it's just been the story of them for the last 2 years. They go with Mirage practically every single time that they see it in the pool. I feel like Ancient could be the decider for this series, and so I would expect that the Vetoes go to play that one out as the third map here. But I feel like Dust already kind of talked about the main issue with going into this series when you're Astralis. You lose your favorite map. Nuke, Na'Vi, there are no slouches on that one in general, and it does look like the decider will, in fact, be Ancient,
The one thing I'm worried about with Nuke, though, as that is going to be the first map we're going to be heading into, is that Na'Vi have lost their last 8 out of 11 games on Nuke. They have not looked good results-wise on Nuke. I think they have in the past been able to show some good signs on it, but that was some time ago. If you're looking at more recent, you look at kind of the last 3 months of last year coming into this year, it hasn't been there for them in the same way. And it's definitely something that, I think Astralis were smart to pick into this as a potential punish. I think that maybe they could see something there, some weakness in Na'Vi's Nuke lately.
The two IGLs, when you put them head to head, I mean, I suppose, Maui, you've already said it. You're an Alexi B believer, but how does HooXi call in comparison?
I still feel like HooXi is actually a really solid IGL, but it's just that I'm not sure if the brain trust, if I go Blade and Alexi versus Rugga and HooXi, I'm going to be ever siding with HooXi and Rugga, even though we've already pinned them as being a team that could probably reach, say, the playoffs of this event. Na'Vi team is kind of one that is looking to play spoiler once you reach those playoffs. So a lot of that's off of the back of Alexi being able to, in the middle of a half, change up if an offense isn't working. Whereas HooXi, on the other hand, sometimes it feels like they get a little bit tunnel visioned on a certain idea or way they want to play. But I've seen good T-sides from HooXi. I'm not actually even trying to downplay what he's provided for this team on Overpass, on Nuke lately. There have been a lot of great stretches where he's able to come up with solutions on the fly. But sometimes I feel like it's also to the extremity players. Sometimes the lurkers just find answers, but he knows at least how to mid-round off of those kinds of picks, even if it ends in a 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, I think another key matchup you always have to watch out for on Nuke is going to be the guys we were kind of already talking about a little bit. That is Stare, and that is going to be MongolZ on the other side. These are your guys that are your front runners in a very important position on the map in the yard. And they're going to be clashing time and time again throughout this game. And I think what value comes out of that duel is probably going to determine a lot of how this game shapes, as well as, this is another big test for Fuzi. He passed a lot of tests for me in Krakow with the AWP against some elite level teams, but this is another squad where you're up against a guy on Wonderful who's a veteran. He's a guy that obviously had a fantastic Budapest major, obviously inverse at Krakow, but you feel like he's going to eventually average somewhere in the middle. and it's still a worthy adversary for FUZI to test his limits against as well. But this matchup right here on your screen, I think is going to dictate the pace of this game.
Is it can you say that it's quite an evenly paired matchup here, or is Na'Vi far superior?
Well, it feels like we're getting Astralis on the rise right now, whereas Na'Vi aren't able to build off of the momentum they were carrying into the winter break. So this might be the perfect time for a team like Astralis to catch a big win here, to take down a Na'Vi team that seems to be reeling off of being unable to find the form that gave them the success they had at the tail end of last year. So I think we're meeting right in the middle here. And so this game is a bit more of a coin flip than I would have said 2 months ago.
I mean, I think Na'Vi are a little bit more battle-tested, obviously. Yeah, MongolZ still has a lot of, question marks around him because he really didn't have any LAN experience at a top level until he played Cologne when he stepped onto this Na'Vi team in the second season of last year. Whereas with Ryu and FUZI, they are still very young in their careers, much more so removed from being at this level. So, yes, you like Na'Vi as the favorite just due to the veteranship that's on that team, the fact that they have more reps together as a full five, and the fact that Astralis, when you're cycling in 2 brand new players and really your only, I guess data you have is like what you had in practice in the offseason and what you saw at Krakow. It's a little bit harder to know how it's going to go, but I am excited for their new players to prove themselves at this event.
This is going to be a really exciting matchup, and it's a great way to start PGL Cluj. For me, if we take a look at the tournament overall, though, it must be going through the back of Na'Vi's mind, Astralis' mind. This is the first hurdle, but holy hell, you've got Vitality, you've got FURIA, you've got all of these big teams that you're going to have to get through if you want to find yourself in playoffs. It really is a true test for any team here as to where they currently stand in the world rankings.
It's also a thing with Na'Vi is they elected not to make a change there in this offseason. And I think you could have easily had the debate that they should have. They should have maybe considered making a change.
Who would you have changed?
That's the interesting question. I think having a more powerful entry force could have been huge for them. And I don't know if that is, replacing MongolZ, replacing EMA. I think you could go a couple of different, options.
You can't replace EMA when you're going to Romania, though.
Yeah, of course.
You got to let him play this one in Cluj with him.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
They weren't even here last time.
I'm just thinking long term. To me, Na'Vi just feels like an upgraded version of 3D Max, where it's like they are constantly a team that can, be just outside the playoffs, maybe make a playoffs appearance here and there. And they do have the tactics and the strategic structure to be a very fundamentally sound team, but they just don't have enough overall firepower to go toe-to-toe with the likes of the Vitality, with the likes of, Falcons, or, some of these other MOUZ sports who are fantastic in those regards by having a lot of widely distributed talent. They just don't have that same level. And I think that is going to create a ceiling. No matter how well you approach the game, you do still have to shoot people in the head enough times to get victories.
Simply put, the elite teams right now all have their Zywoo, Moldoy, Monacy, Donk, what have you. Whereas you point at Na'Vi and you know that it has to be this team effort. Like back when they were the team of the year in 2024, there was really no superstar on the team. I mean, JL was their highest ranked player on HLTV, but nobody's looking to him to just hard carry them through series. It was because they were outbraining their opponents, and that's what can get them so far. But now that some of those elite teams have caught up to CS2 mechanics and the meta, teams like Vitality and Fury, who are really on the ball when it comes to tactics, you need somebody to step up. And that's why I would pin Wonderful towards the tail end of last year. I thought he was going to make the leap. And so if he's able to do that at Cluj, then you finally have a serious win condition. Because reminder, when they played Vitality at Budapest, Wonderful was the best player in that series. So he has shown the potential before, but it's just not day to day. You're not getting that every single series that he loads up into.
Consistency is lacking in Na'Vi. Astralis is on the rise. We'll find out how this matchup goes down. We are kickstarting PGL Cluj. Scorny and Launders are ready to take you into game.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent little pregame there. Good back and forth, Mo, and I think this one's got upset written all over it. I think that the desk put it very aptly. This is kind of the rise of Astralis at the moment, and you're looking at a Na'Vi that they've got a solid head-to-head over top of, and the chance to just kind of shine out of the gate here in Cluj.
Yeah, that's one thing I think was missed a little bit. It's 3 wins for Astralis, not the same Astralis, but as Maui pointed out, it's probably a better Astralis. I think that we look at Astralis' last attempt to try to fill this roster full Danish, having Magisk, having Device on the roster, and going away from that because they just feel like there are no more options. Well, they come in with FUZI, they come in with Ryu, and at Krakow, they really impressed.
So can they do it again with the Nuke pick and kicking off on the T side? Hooksy drop it over top. A lot of rumblings here, and Emo was ready to just sit inside of the smoke and wait this out. Pressure inside of the A play, no other defenders really to stop it. Sure, bit of presence over towards Heaven, but because of that Molotov node peek into the bomb site, and we've got an Astralis bomb down 4v4.
Very fast.
We've got this big group up as well inside of Heaven already, so clear idea for the retake, but the shots aren't going to get hit from the retake itself. It's a good hold immediately, and then Bit starts storming the lobby. Door swing makes this one a little bit awkward, and Wonderful's going to pick up a kill in the meantime, but Ryu's got it. A little tap out of the bomb to try to add some late pressure for the clutch. Ooh, squeaky swing just a half second after Wonderful was ready, and that bomb plant's gonna net Astralis a pistol round win.
You really love to see a quick bomb plant. You love to see the door games there by Stair. Everything's pretty perfect in terms of how fast they went and how coordinated they looked all the way to the end. So it's a lot of pressure back here on Na'Vi, who are looking for a fast start. Nuke is also, it kind of has the makings of what could be the worst map of the day, Connor, because this is not a good map for Na'Vi right now. It's a terrible map for Astralis right now. And at Krakow, it was the maps famously Astralis got the 0T round, so they're already past that.
And we call that progress around here.
Yeah. Basically, they're the team right now that are like, if we don't win a T-pistol, we're not beating our own Nuke stats. So they've already at least done that. It just helps out so much for them in this first half.
Ryu waiting for the peek over top. And Emet. Again, that smoke up close. Worried that there's players behind it. Not the case. We're going to get this active Na'Vi move into the trophy room, but just as active on the other end of all this. Ryu taking a look in through Heaven. So the lobby push moves forward from the A side as well. Na'Vi taking space as they know that backline's under threat. A lot of posturing going on, but no triggers just yet as we hit 45 seconds.
So a few very small timings here for Jabby from above. Obviously Wonderful sitting here. Oh,
there
what a shot.
Deagle kicks it off. Fuzi finds the return. Wonderful through the smoke spam. Drops Hooksy. Oh,
he's not done
again.
yet.
What? That's just 2 kills straight up through smoke. Wonderful with perfect timing. 4 players survive, and Na'Vi take this one right back.
We're looking at Wonderful in the lobby, staring up to the T roof, and clearly he was waiting for any small peek. Taking out Jabby there, 1 peek, dead.
I didn't hear frag grenades, I heard nothing.
That's nasty.
Just spamming away on smoke. Well then.
Happy.
Now Astralis, with this economy, sweating bullets, have to buy in, scouting deagles across the board. Ooh, you said 1 round was better than what they were able to pull off back at Krakow, but
that one I feel bad about because that was still recoverable if not for the smoke shots.
Sure.
But now that it doesn't matter. Oh.
Okay, all right. This is what we're doing. This is how we're starting. This is how it's going to go. We got Deegs on both sides, folks. Buckle in.
That was something brought up on the desk as well, that Ryu can come through and go for it and get entry sometimes. So this is just a great move here for Na'Vi, for Ima to come and re-clear outside as soon as he feels like it's a bluff, that there's not actually pressure. It's it's kind of the winning move, you would think, for Na'Vi in this spot. They're going to go ahead and reinforce the ramp. They are adequately stacked upstairs. The only one thing is that they're down to 4. So no matter how you flip it, they're always going to be a little bit more insecure. The T's have the advantage of being able to go for a pack play and get a lucky couple of entries back to back. Na'Vi have to think about that. And an interesting call to actually expand back outside. I mean, this might be a good read on what Na'Vi would normally do. It's kind of lovely to see. It's actually just in time. It's like just in time for this to still make sense.
Gun to pick up in the process. Smoke grenade.
A Galil, let's see what it can do.
Gonna get left behind for only that extra second. Wonderful. Finding another clean kill. Questions about the individual level of Na'Vi coming into this game on the desk, but Wonderful's picking up easy shots from the Desert Eagle to the hold from Heaven to now converting that force buy for the 2-1 lead.
Mentally, if you're Astralis, you just have to look at your pistol as just like a round on the board, not a pistol with a following loss, because I think they might not expect to get, you know, a huge T side in general, but a round is a round essentially. So, and as for Navi, well, they've got to be feeling great, and it's always funny with him because last year, you know, we saw him, you know, get ingratiated by the crowd, and we saw how much he was loved here. And I think Navi weren't playing, and they skipped the event, but he still came, which was great.
Yeah.
But now there's a chance for him on stage.
Back's turned, made easy for MongolZ. 3 kills all he's going to find with the Glock entry from HooXi, but again, that Glock entry is all that Astralis get to play from. So from the pistol victory, the high to kick this off, to what feels like a real low now. They've got no footing in the door over the course of the last 2 rounds. No bomb plant over the last 3. It is 4 survivors in every single CT round as well. And so this bodes well for the kickoff for the defense.
Yeah, that intangible of momentum. Navi have a grasp of that right now, so let's see here what the call's going to be. Utility's a little lower than they like, so Navi should expect them to move a bit more quickly.
They want to take that test towards ramp, but met by frags, that's fine.
Oh, that's interesting. They got bit down really quickly before his connection could come into Turnpike.
Flash out, and Rio's taking this pretty quick space.
Yeah, you see the call out, right? Doesn't even clear Rops.
Yeah.
He just knows they're open, that they've just immediately having to fall back. There's a lot of space that's been taken. That's actually pretty impressive here for Astralis.
Sometimes you're like a second or 2 just a bit further behind those utilities, but not this time. Although with the timing, it's the headshot. See you later, wonderful. Whew. Not the easiest kill there for Bit off the MP9, but he gets his instant recovery.
Big info, though.
Ooh, that's awkward. HooXi finds Emet up in the corner and he's allowed to dislodge himself back into the bomb site, so he'll escape HooXi's wrath for the time being. HooXi brings teammates back over. They group up slightly outside of this A site, trying to tether off of Stair. He takes a look up towards heaven, doesn't see it. Emet, eyes on this main play as utilities keep trickling into the right position. MongolZ finds Fuzi in the process, and then Javi's going to strike one down from HUT. Alexi's done a good job of trying to dodge this threat, but eventually gets found out on the pinch. 1v3 here for Bit, and he spots out all the bodies, but the cover's great from Stair. And that squeeze that Astralis have been trying to play with round after round comes to fruition in the 5th.
That's pretty lovely, man. I mean, I like the complexion of the call because they have low utility. They get all the map control they can for the least amount of grenades. They throw the early molly down the ramp, get Bit to rotate, and then call it out by sneaking into ramp. Navi don't expect them to even try this. They come in to try to re-clear it, but they don't think that Astralis have actually pushed because they didn't throw any lurk smoke. They didn't double flash it. They just kind of made it feel like they got the rotation out and they're going to reset. But Astralis had plans to move forward, and they did that really well.
Looking to maybe stifle the amount of space that the T's have been able to take, and that shot from Wonderful will do exactly what they needed. HooXi tries to spam back over, now looking to scramble over towards the secret spacing, but, God, uncertainty here.
Wait, how did that miss? That looked so good, but that's a huge pickup for Ryu.
Dude, the back and forth between thinking about secret to then just diving back behind red. I thought for certain that Astralis were going to get caught in that moment, but a beautiful shot out of Ryu, and it's going to take it back. Under pressure with that wonderful op that somehow the bullet disappears. It's felt like a round where Astralis kind of caught off. But sometimes HooXi, in the mess of it all, comes out with the right variation. So now this move back into the lobby with numbers strong, and yeah, missed timing's gonna just give HooXi an easy run into the bomb site. MongolZ one and done. Alexi off of HUT, dealt back. And so we've got a clutch on our hands on 13 HP. This 1v2 damn near done. But Ryu's going to try to bait it out.
And Bit's not playing this one fast. He's assuming that Ryu knows exactly where he is. Ryu's trying to bait out some movement. Thinking about this. Wow, he pulled that off. He ran quickly towards HUT. Bit was confused exactly what he had tried to do. And that was excellent. I wonder what was going through Bit's mind there.
Right? Stomping like that. thinking what? He had sprinted into the commitment at the back of the site.
Yeah, he must have just kind of misread exactly which direction it was going, but Ryu baited that out perfectly.
Well then.
Damn. I mean, look at the HP. It had to be a headshot. It had to be a bait. And that is just, that's his court IQ on display. Like, you see moments from Ryu, and there's even small ones, like when he went to clear ramp last round, not assuming there was a guy in the corner, just going off of what he believed was the right information. And even though he's not an entry, this is something that's really important for entries, is that you don't pick and clear every single spot. Anyone can do that. You've got to pick like 2 or 3 positions you're pretty sure they're in, and then hope they're there, and you have lots of confidence in those clears. So, wow, lots of good moments for Ryu, man, at the beginning and ends of rounds.
Oh, test to Navi's defense now. Money all on the line. Again, trying to deal with that potential threat beyond these smokes. Variation in the smokes played here by the attackers. Astralis go for just the simple straight wall. We see MongolZ moving around on the other side of it. One down into secret. That looming threat's going to pull Ema downstairs.
They're really punishing Navi for not protecting outside a little bit more.
He's going to try to test main.
Oh, this is already over. He's got to have Alexi stop this now. He's down to no
burning.
HP.
Woo! Look at the sea of flames that Alexi has to play behind. Single point of health, all he had to hold with. That's never going to happen. And so the 5 versus 3 pieced together meticulously off that timing in through main. Stairs ready to even further punish.
It's a round-winning entry out of HooXi, and one stat coming into the game we got out of production was that HooXi's KD for the last 3 months on this map is like 0.55.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So that also contributes to the problems of Astralis, even though they keep wanting to play Nuke, how much they're struggling on it. It's a tale as old as time with HooXi, where, you know, we even look at this game and you see excellent calls. You see great organization on T side. You see that he's activating another Opper who you know, would have not really heard about otherwise. And, but yet there's still, you know, his individual heaviness, if I could put it like that, that sort of can sometimes hold the team back. But if that's something that's different in this game, well, then they have everything else.
The timing of all this also just felt pristine out of Astralis.
His individual weight, is that the PC way to say it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
He's got some heft.
Well, quick back to it again. Just making the most of this outer play. Once again, multiple bodies. You know, they kind of felt like, remember that one round they tried to cross over and then scrambled back? That uncertainty that's been kind of in their minds about taking it to secret. Well, with, again, this continuation of their success, this time they actually do decide to test downstairs. But curiously, this is when we've got an M4 thrown over towards the staircase in Ima's hands, coupled with MongolZ's smoke primed to be thrown in front of it. But it's good procedures. Again, the utility here well placed out of Astralis, and then they will call it quits once more.
And they could have a double spot downstairs and not see anything, and because they can stay here jumping, but it doesn't benefit Navi to have 2 down here unless this ends up being a lower play. They're not going to be easy rotations upstairs, and so they've got to make moves. Nice shot from Bit.
Finds the response back at least, but that's a wonderful dead, right? So one of the guns on the ground for the time being.
Another tag here from Bit.
MongolZ is going to get cleared out, but we are just still with eyes on Ema. Rifle in hand, trying to turn this back around. Bit finds a Desert Keel from the back of sight, and then some body damage on it. Bit is 3 kills into this round, and he's not going to get the help he needs yet. Further damage on for the ace, and as HooXi is able to wrap back around sight, that is further damage done. Looking for his own 3K, And that looming threat of the IME rifle that was allowed to creep from downstairs now soon enough up into heaven.
And we'll see where the molly goes and if Hooksy's ever going to clear heaven, because he's been worried about everything
the vents, the timing of the walkout's perfection, and Bit's endeavors don't go down in vain. 4 kills inside of that A site, kicks it off with an outer frag, does it all on his own, and a putt in from IME to take this lead.
Yeah, it's another round to pair with Wonderfuls earlier on this game that Astralis have to stomach. This was supposed to be the freebie. They were actually still moving quite nicely. Again, this is not a round where they stacked. It's one where they had 2 downstairs, 3 upstairs, and it was just Bit to get 4.
Not letting Astralis run away with it, tied off. Lead in the air. And in this case, it's not, like that. It's not those 3 instant headshot Deagle kills out of Bit either. It's a bit of a labored effort, and what do you chalk that up to? A few unideal shots from Astralis, or Bit just really positioning correctly, getting away with the spam?
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Critical round for that to be pulled out by Na'Vi, considering that it was a couple saves. Desert Eagles for the rest. Smoke wall once more, but if you think you're going to get downstairs like you did last round with free space, you will meet that wonderful AWP. The other question is, where does FOZES go?
Looks like another strong call, man, because see how light ramp is right now with the secret play? This is what Na'Vi should be worried about, but Bit's got to stop this, and he's done an excellent job. That's 1 clean pickoff and a fallback.
Just chops Jabby off the play. Hooksy starts to stampede downstairs. Ooh. Remember, Wonderful Zop was ready, but Fuzi on the angle, ready to counterpick. Smoke onto the single door. Emet could challenge double, and there's no coverage. Bomb's gonna be dropped in the middle of the room. Emet comes back with another one, and still worried about Secret, but knowing there's a player inside of that site, they won't forget about Stairs' threat. Ryu goes down with nothing, and Emet able to make the most of it. They didn't anticipate the double doors, Mo.
That's the first time I think Astralis got really messy. Even though they've lost these 2 Deagle rounds, I feel like those were kind of taken from them. Great shots, minimizing presence, but this one, it's like they tried to go too speedily into lower after they got this first kill. And remember, it was only 1 back. Of course, Bit got the first frag, so it was still a position of power here for Na'Vi. Rotations were still on their side, and even though they weren't inside the site already, Wonderful going down, I think Astralis had to be a bit more afraid of an extra guy.
Suddenly,
it's like maybe don't plant open, and if you do, watch the thing it can be planted for. So,
And it's like, sure, the 2 players crossing over on the ledge were looking towards the door, but you've got a sitting duck planting right in front of it. So now they're going to try with the pistol pop beyond MongolZ's angle. Easy cleanup as far as he's concerned. Wonderful's on the scene, all's good, and we're back into that realm where Na'Vi are going to find themselves with a commendable half. That sick recovery off of the Bit 4K Desert Eagle is then worth this round, a potential follow-up after this one as well. The door is open for Na'Vi to still shut this down 8-4.
Yeah, Astralis just don't want to end on a bad note because the rounds they've got have actually been excellent. And Na'Vi have kind of stolen this half away from them, and Astralis know that. But none of that will matter because Astralis, they don't have a lot of confidence on Nuke at the moment, even though, again, they run into it very consistently. It's just not one they're winning on.
Finds Jabby, 5v4, sudden pop back out through the hut, and you've got a couple kills for Astralis to move in on. They stall for a second, Bit sliding into the corner as far as he can, goes for the punish smoke, and Fuzi's got the trade back. That's going to confirm another one out there. Wonderful actually commits down to the bomb site, slides off. Bomb possession belongs to the CTs for the time being, sitting in the open floor. Stairs able to get the most of that, and now Wonderful walking the offer. The collateral was there, but not needed. Deagle to close, and so slides into the open. High pressure moment, hits all the shots he has to.
Yeah, another highlight there for Wonderful, and that is brutal for Astralis. That feels like a guaranteed trade situation, but he basically couldn't have played it better. With how deep he went on the peak, second guy wasn't ready, thought it'd be some kind of heaven fight. No, he was ahead of the game. One more round, and this is actually just a total tragedy for Astralis. They start out with a pistol win. They win 3 other rounds that are super solid. They do good on map control. They've gotten ramp every single time they've tried to take it for free. They've gotten down to bomb plants. Their upper pops have actually looked solid up until a point. And so I think it's just it'd be a bitter end if they don't pick up this last round. But also just what you'd expect from Wonderful. I mean, his moments and since the major have just been lights out. So many good maps.
Pop on timing, Bit gets bested.
Yeah, they're doing great on ramp, and this is the first time Bit just goes down straight up.
It's been nice to be able to tap into Ryu's abilities to entry like this.
And now they're right, they can speed up for sure.
Stair catches a kill on MongolZ, 5 versus 3, looking like a comfortable place to close out this half if you are Astralis. Make it even more comfortable. Stair's just doing his own thing. Emad tries to go deal with him, but that Galil is thriving in this round. Just waiting until the final round of the T-side to sprinkle in his biggest multi-kill yet. A triple for Stair, working entirely alone throughout this round. We're all frazzled with the attack down into the lower bomb site, but it's actually Stair who winds up doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, no, Wonderful's just not even going to really try this. Just going to look for kills.
Last round of the half, so he better.
Yeah.
Get in there. And so it closes with a 5th. One for the road for Astralis to maybe feel a little bit better. You get the pistol, you get 3 rounds smack dab in the center of that T side, and then you end it with at least that 5th.
I do think mentally that does make up for some stuff that's happened. I think like I would just be pissed off. Sure. I would just be pissed off if I watched how those, you know, like a lot of times you might tune in and be like, oh, it's an 8-4 half for Na'Vi, they stomped them. But no, actually, it looked like Astralis actually, I think they just should have had a lead in this half straight up. Like they lost key rounds. They lost rounds where they were going to make lots of money. They lost rounds that they would have built momentum off of. And then who knows what happens from there. So I think you could see it on Hooksy's face last round, but they took it on the chin. They win an eco of their own. And now that just makes this game competitive. And it's actually 5 rounds T-side is fine. I think the pressure isn't necessarily back on Na'Vi. They got to be quite happy about their individual level. And I think one thing that's very cool for Na'Vi is that a guy like Wonderful, you know, this many years in is like apparently getting better. You know, sometimes you see a good peak from a player that ends up being a veteran. They're still young, but they don't actually improve.
Right.
Whereas it looks like there might be a new ceiling here for a guy like Wonderful, and that's awesome because I think the only thing that stopped him from having that ceiling is that he's always just been too scared to go for it. And I think he's maintained some of his same personality, but just gotten more output, at least in the last couple months. And maybe too scared isn't the right word, but he's always had to get set up to go for moves. Sure. He doesn't really do it himself. Yep. Like, you know, Fuzi might be a nice contrast to him in that regard, but
Kaze is going to start leading this climb up into heaven. Hooksy's going to have a challenge on his hands. No denying that. 2 players back on Garage. MongolZ brings Bit to the party with him.
Yeah, Hooksy's only like loosely worried about this.
Now that flashbang is going to give him something to be concerned about. CT's trying to make moves down beneath this, but just instantly deleted with the shoulder there from MongolZ. So see you later, Hooksy, calling from the sidelines. And you may have lobby if you are Astralis, but Na'Vi taking a chunk out of that A bomb site and still taking their sweet time to finish off this round.
Yeah, I mean, getting into lobby, you know, on a rifle, it's like worst case situation. You want to take it back over, maybe try to retake. But, you know, you're not getting around to heaven, not with 2 guys down here. Getting back in through Hut's going to be the spot they expect. So can be damned if you do. And Na'Vi will actually take it one step further. They're going towards lower.
You might find Stare, so they win the battle of the lurking as well. And they'll charge it down yonder Gonder. Jabby's going to try to make a move towards double. 15 on the clock. Ooh, tries to dive it. Not going to find anything whatsoever. If Astralis were feeling good about winning that last round of the first half, it's going to be a sinking feeling in their stomach unless they can do what was done to them, a force buy to come through in the next to try to upend this early Na'Vi T-side start. But a very clean pistol, and of course what you'd expect from Na'Vi. Very meticulous, clean approach, let MongolZ get his entry, and then even still don't rush the whole ordeal. Move it down to the opposite bomb site. I mean, talk about working the body in this pistol for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think some teams can definitely be too quick with it, and like Na'Vi are in a spot where, you know, the odds in my head are like, oh, they're like 55-45 in this position. Then they get the kill on Hooksy. Okay, they're like 65. They can go upper, but they see that no one's flanking them on ramp. So they know that Astralis are not game planning for it or going for that lobby wrap. Then they decide, let's make this into a 90-10. Let's take it down lower. And Na'Vi know how to be comfortable in those positions, and I think that's one of their main strengths.
But man, that round history right now on screen, that does just kind of paint a bleak picture of a game that's going to be like, damn, we could have had it, but it just escaped us every time if this pistol gets converted. And excuse me, it wasn't actually a force back for Astralis, so they're not going to try what Na'Vi did. They're willing to just try to get to the gun rounds. And I feel like that could just genuinely be a symptom of the way the game has gone so far. You know you've had your chances. You feel like you're playing well enough to win, but you just don't have all the tools for the job. So maybe don't rush the process. Don't bank on this forced victory to just let Na'Vi pull further ahead in case the Deagles don't come through. Very scholarly approach to round 14.
Hoping for that more drawn-out round that ends up being a wrap so they can catch someone off, but there will be no such play here. This could be a farm round for Wonderful to really cap off what was already a great half.
Oh, well, you're not supposed to be finding these frags, but why not? Ooh, chance for another as well. Galil's going to get a little wild in the hands of Wonderful. They don't decide to just sprint downstairs. They take a look at that gun, trying to make sure that nothing can be stolen by Astralis, and it seems like it's worked well. Unless Ryu could come through with another one. Hooksy gets found out on the flank. USP down here by the window. And it's been found out and dealt with. So still majority alive for Na'Vi. Solid conversion, but really, again, no threat with USPs in hand. And so we take a look at the next buy. Not even one player kind of breaking through that $5,000 point for Astralis. But they wanted this full purchase now. It's scary when you look at the scoreboard of Astralis. We haven't really brought it up, but 4-11 is Jabby, 4-12 is Hooksy. But that's about par for his course. It's really Fuzi who I think has kind of left some slack out there for his teammates to try to pick up. And we'll see if now CT side can be the birth of his comeback within this map. Fast pressure, though, out of the utility from Na'Vi, and willing to step up into that threat is Stare. He goes toe-to-toe with MongolZ, bests him, dies to Alexi, and we get a 4 versus 4 out of the gate on Astralis' terms.
Yeah, it's a real audacious play there, but well supported with the flash. And you know that Na'Vi are going to try to make him sweat a little bit. You see how low Astralis are on utility options. Gabby. No nades.
Ahead of that smoke.
Oh,
yeah.
That was smart.
Emes spacing's great. Jabby's position will catch them off, but he is locked in now and still able to get himself that second. Bad timing on the Molotov pull. Ryu tries to go out wide, and that's going to cost him. There is damage done, though, on both of these players. It's a queued up clutch for Fozy, and he's going to find Bit first, but caught by Wonderful. Perfect challenge on the side of that one to find him in the open.
Didn't he know? He knew that someone was squeaky side, right? And there's actually a couple of small moments communication-wise. Astralis on that lower round where Hooksy got shot in the back from Imma after they didn't defend the bomb plant. Couple of these moments, I do wonder sometimes if we would ask Astralis, so they say this is communication. This has been brought up And I don't think it's something to harp on strongly because Hooksy's called for international lineups before, but not everyone's played on international teams together. I think this would be, so I don't know, where that comes out. But
Where
it's
the
one or two
breakdown
small
happens,
words sometimes.
right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I think actually Hooksy said that it was Yabby sometimes. He doesn't realize he's speaking in Danish when he thinks he's saying a word in English. And just one small thing, and then maybe, from what you're used to, a really important gap gets missed. They said it was improving. I don't think this is one of the teams where it's going to be a massive issue.
Right.
But I see a couple of moments where I'm like, communication, is it perfect right now?
Yeah, it's clearly just caught by that. Shame, too, because that's the gun round that Astralis were banking on, making this game actually competitive. Now scout in hand. Ooh, chance at the top side, low frag, but drop down to 65 health. He'll try to keep that pressure on. And MongolZ is going to be a beast off a leash, I think, in this one. Just kind of sensing that the threat's over here, that these pistols are now pinned in behind minimal cover. He's looking to tear through what remains of Astralis.
Navi just look like they're in their comfort zone now. They've just got such a huge lead. They're establishing dominance here on this save. And FUZI will get maybe one more chance at a shot here with this scout.
Yeah, don't skip protocols. Keep it clean, and you'll find it out in the open. And so Ryu, stuck with just the pistol, somehow bounces back with a double. That's the bomb. And if he had gotten the third, it's bomb possession, a 1v5 attempt.
And the bomb would have just jumped right into the window.
Of course, it would have just trickled over. It would have been one of those moments where Navi then starts to beat them. It would have been a very Navi situation, would it not? But instead, it's an 11th round. It's a flawless T-side so far. It's another majority alive situation for Navi. 2 rounds away from handing Astralis their second nuke loss. That's all it's going to take.
And Navi right before Budapest were just not good. And then at Budapest, they showed us they're Navi. When push comes to shove, they know how to win. They know how to be good. You don't always get a strong game like this out of them right off the bat, but that might be a new trend. They 3-0'd their first stage of the major, right?
Navi?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were the team that all the other rosters were predicting to just kind of go through flawlessly.
Right.
It's like the whole community was kind of convinced that they would do it, and they did. And we are playing the upgraded major format.
Yeah.
So
all best of 3s.
I guess we just kind of start at stage 3 here at PGL events.
Yeah, so
but let's not talk about Astralis like they're dead. Guns back in hand, 5 versus 3. It's kind of been a tale of playing catch up to a Navi that's been in the lead. Astralis had it once, 4-3 on the T side, haven't seen it since.
And it's just look at the score lines in comparison. Everyone on Navi is putting in effort here.
And that's, on the desk, I think it was very well said that we look at Navi, you don't get that superstar. Maui Snake was, listing off all the stars that are on the top team. So if Navi want to be top 5, it's got to be everybody. And today we're getting that everybody situation. So it bodes well still for Navi's chances, as does this Alexi headshot with a bomb plant in tow. Stairs going to swing the doors open. That's not going to get Alexi off the plant. They know still that Navi have to scramble in this 2v3 post plant. It's low health as well for the Navi players. Oh, no. But Alexi finds another kill, and now it's been evened out. FUZI's going to find the kill back to Wonderful. Alexi, 3 kills to his name. Hooksy challenges and finds it just to keep giving Astralis a little more hope. The defuse comes through in a round that should have always been theirs for the taking. 3v5 for Navi, damn near to the limit.
When I looked at the KDs and my eyes naturally gravitated to Alexi because I'm like, if there's one person who's you're not going to get someone on the level of a Wonderful on bid on average, well, maybe it's him, and he's also doing great. That would have been an amazing moment for him. Not an amazing moment for Astralis in a game where, as you just mentioned, we don't want to talk about them like they're dead. But even that getting scary and getting expensive kind of sucks for Astralis. They're looking for some confidence here.
Fast challenge as well. Sensing blood in the water with a limited buy for Astralis. Jabby's MP9 is a one and done, and Hooksy's not able to hold on for his life. So we get Ryu back into the kill feed for Astralis. It's the only thing that seems to go too well off that first Jabby frag. And his flank has now been found out, and the alternative end of the hold has been dealt with, so the bomb will drop lower. They know that Ryu had that lobby flank inbound, and this is just a clear picture for Na'Vi as they'll gun for that 12th.
It's by far the most energizing way to win a round. An upper pop on Nuke, T-side. Brain off, entries,
Slam it.
fast. Yeah. And that goes swimmingly here for Na'Vi. To take 12 as well, right after we just saw Astralis almost blow a like 4v2 advantage. Money's in the dumps. The wins are Pyrrhic. And it could be another single-digit loss for Astralis on Nuke.
Never want to get too ahead of yourself off a single map, but it does feel like Na'Vi piecing it all together today does bode well, because it's 2026 that has started off with two incredibly flat events, right? Getting eliminated in their opening match of Bounty in the online portion.
Yeah.
And, online best of 3
Never
coming out of the
happened.
player break. It's very easy, even if you are Na'Vi, even if you were the commentators of that game, to just be like, well, it's Bounty, that's fine. We'll see you guys in Krakow, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But then we didn't get to see them in Krakow. I mean, we saw them, but they didn't give us much to watch. This is excellent. And maybe, yes, okay, again, you're capitalizing off of some missed opportunity by Astralis. The force buy in round 2 that comes through, the bit quad Desert Eagle that then stops Astralis' momentum. It's all there for them, but there's not one weak link of this Na'Vi at the moment. So I'm very curious as, Mirage is now queued up in this best of 3, a map that they should be very comfortable on. This is a statement opening to Cluj, a much
And this is
needed event for EMA.
Be real. It's just so it's so special for EMA and for the team thinking about it. Like, this is going to be more important for him than picking up a Krakow, right? This isn't. He got to visit this crowd last year. He didn't get to play in front of them.
Yeah. And unlike Torji in Budapest, I'm pretty confident this crowd will cheer for him.
Yeah. We'll see when they go up against FaZe, but somehow, I don't know, but they have to get there too.
Well, it's first chance to close this opening map of play. Opening map of the day, in fact. And we've got a limitation in the hands of both Hooksy and Jabby. Stare, ooh, I like the move. Kind of put in a tough spot, decides to make something happen on his terms. Not the first time either. We've seen him kind of challenge around this utility, right? The push through the smoke at the base of Silo in the first gun round. Now a challenge over top of the Flames here in round 19. Stare, called on by the desk to kind of get more done, has stepped up into these opening moments, and 5v4 from it. But 45 seconds on Na'Vi's timer. And a smoke grenade goes down towards Squeaky as they take their look towards ramp instead. Can Wonderful crack this open? Does Ryu overstep?
Yeah, well, no one's here for his first peek.
But he heard that, right? They dismantle.
Yeah.
You hear the drop off, you know it's going to be a couple players coming this way now, so that's why we get this reinforcement called over in Fuzi. Alexi B is going to find the headshot. Ryu gets traded out to the AWP, but that op now has to somehow couple with Bit at 15 seconds. Oh, he's got another one, and that's the bomb possession back. That's a main challenge coming through. Fuzi's feeder's going to be spotted.
Wait,
shortly.
why is he going?
What is happening
He
here?
went to Squeaky with no time.
Okay.
There was absolutely no way to win that way. Now, to be fair, from our perspective, like he was going to die from heaven probably, but you did have a player in Mini to try to get that kill.
I guess it's one of those ones where it's like, if there's somebody backside, you're not getting away with this. Little did they know that you've got a player walking out on the ledge that would have been killed by the main player had he hard committed to his swing.
Yeah. It didn't feel like they were planning to save right away. They just realized it.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to.
Still impressive for Wonderful to read exactly where he was, walking up on top of that ledge. A nice try, but a good save here for Astralis.
And at the same time, clearly not their one and only chance to finish off this map. The first of 6 map points goes the way of Astralis instead. And that's an Astralis that is now working with less utility. Imez already challenged down into the vent, and that's going to cost him half his health, but we do get this challenge, I think, into Squeaky coming through from Jabby. He's lost in the smoke grenades, and if he does go through, he'll find nothing. This is Na'Vi taking an early look towards Secret off of the Ime securing vents. Oof, there's still nothing downstairs whatsoever for Astralis. They're starting to take back ramp control, but it feels to me like Na'Vi are just ahead of this timing. Although, because they're walking,
they're getting the info, but are they in a place that they can punish? That's the question.
Ryu gets into the back of the bomb site. Bottom ramp held as well, so he's not even operating on his own.
This is as good as it gets now for Astralis. They've just got this one last ramp guy who can come and help.
Confirmation, though, as the fast steps start to come through. Ryu challenged on both sides, not sure which door to watch. Oh, man, and he gets cleared out with nothing to show for it. But Stare's going to find a double. He goes into the flames, and he'll bring one down, but burnt to a crisp. It's a clutch needed out of Stare. A 4K called on. And he's halfway there, hands busy on the plant. Ime turns back around, and now with Stare out here in the open. Oh, he gets it!
Stare at that.
Challenge out through the double doors. Ime giving that space over. For a second, Ime turns around and clears Secret, but it's a 2v1. And you're looking at Stare in the face. All of a sudden, Stare is given extra space, comes out from ramp already, and hits the shots he has to. That is 2 of 6. Now, the way back of Astralis.
I thought that round died with Fuzi running through the molly for his 1 kill. And instead, Stare saves the day. This is real nasty by him. I mean, could you have optimized that a little bit more on the peak? Sure. But still, it was a very good chance of just getting the last remaining points of HP off of him and winning that round. So Astralis, they endure. They continue. And they make it a 4-round game.
All right. On top of that, pistols in hand for Na'Vi, which could paint a bleak picture, except we've seen them win these sorts of rounds. There's been a lot of X factor in the hands of these pistols. They'll take their sweet time with it, try to chip away at an Astralis that has been on the brink, right? It's 2 players that survive off of the clock 2 rounds ago. Stare the sole survivor in that previous 1v2. Any kills would be very valuable here for Na'Vi, but so far down in the 4v5. Ooh. The ramp challenge not going to go their way either.
They've had a good track record in rounds like this, but it's about time Astralis just clean one up, no problem.
Seemingly exactly what we're going to get.
It's always when you say something,
I know, it's
right when you say it.
Every time.
I mean,
but that's all right. 1 death. Yes, 1 death on the side of Astralis. All we're going to get. This is a 3-round game, folks. 3 in a row for Astralis. 3 more to go.
Yeah, now nothing really matters. Nothing about how these past rounds have gone. Nothing about the first half in general is on your mind. You're just thinking about, we actually have a good chance at overtime if we play our cards right. Yes, we have to play better than we have been because some of these rounds have been way too close. But it's now Na'Vi who have to prove they can close.
Thing is, you're coming off of the final timeout from Blade. This one's burnt up. 3 red lights and you're done, Blade. But we know, we talk about it, notorious for round conversion off of timeouts are Na'Vi. So let's see if that's all it takes. A few words from the mastermind. I kind of threw FOZE under the bus at the start of this second half, right? Mentioning that his score was down there with Jabby and Hooksy, who aren't much improved. But FOZE has kind of collected himself and gotten up towards the top with Stare and Ryu. We've got that presence online for the CT side at least. That could be a driving factor. Oh, they go for it.
Nice move.
Decide to interrupt Na'Vi's plans with another challenge. And we've had those challenges by Stare in Outer. We haven't seen Ryu go that deep into the ramp play. So catching Na'Vi off guard and establishing man advantage out the gate.
Oh, it's crazy what that does to the map. To get a kill that early so cleanly, no trade chance, no
Look at this push too, right?
Yeah,
Fuzi comes in through main. You've got 2 players in lobby. This is going to be Alexi blindsided because you've got these players inside lobby being given space. Fuzi is through the smoke, challenging the deep angle. Even though Alexi comes out looking at it, it's one of those angles that you kind of half-ass clear.
This is why all the top teams are doing so well off of first kills. You see how much Na'Vi have to bluff about the map control they have and how much Astralis can make it worse for them with pushes like that. You can't watch everything when you're down to 4. Now they're going to need a miraculous series of entries. And truly, we know they're already considering just how do they save. They're lucky for the time being that Astralis aren't going to, I don't think, consider chasing, though. They're all really pressed up against the glass right now. They might be able to catch some exits. Oh, and there was the one moment. But does this lure the CTs into a push? Oh yeah, they're getting active. Big time.
Ooh, can you hang on?
How many died?
Yeah, Wonderful's done for a bit. You could save, bro. You could save. He could have fully saved that.
Yes, there was no one getting up the ladder right there. Oh.
It's one thing if you want to help out before your teammate dies by shooting them in the back unexpectedly. It's another when you take that challenge after Wonderful is already dead.
That was the guy inside of all of us just thinking, ace, 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 ace.
Clutch, clutch, clutch.
Kluj, Kluj, Kluj. All right.
Well, then.
That's incredibly expensive at a time like this.
Huh?
$300.
Alrighty. Wonderful decides to fully invest since you've already got one player down on $300. So we've got a ace up their sleeve.
That, like some people might think, well, he doesn't keep the money, but he doesn't keep his AK, he doesn't keep
his AK, doesn't keep his armor.
Yeah, doesn't keep his armor, has to wait for 2 rounds of loss.
And he doesn't keep our respect.
Yeah, and like, yeah. Let's see what you can do with this Glock. That's your punishment.
Boy, that makes up for all those force buy moments that Astralis lose in the first half. That is your golden ticket to get into overtime now.
Yeah, that's not a small mistake, especially if this goes to overtime. It's going to be largely because of Bit having absolutely no cap. Remember, he can't even buy himself armor for when someone can drop him.
I mean, it is full loss bonus for the side of Na'Vi going into round 24. But you have 2 players with less than $500 at this moment. But what you have right now is a lot of control lower. I mean, a lot.
No, there needs to be someone downstairs.
Well, there isn't.
Yeah, there's no one control side either. And you know why we call it control side? Because you need that.
Well, Jesus, take the wheel. We've got a retake queued up.
This might be Bit's lucky day.
Does he get away with it? And you know what's crazy too? It's one thing if this was just pistols, but you're retaking into a Kevlar AK-47 for Wonderful, and you find timing on the nade pull. Luckily, Stairs got it from the back line. There's so many players there ready for that kind of a push. Stairs multi-kill is big. The AK's not going to get picked back up. Can the Deagles do the job? Tech9 gets cover. Back of Stair pot, and now this pinch into Ema, but time is of the essence, and he gets Hooksy up close. He's going to slow burn this, and Na'Vi are going to win map 1 off of the back of Bit dying after time, an AK save not needed. It is a fumbled ball by Astralis here, folks. Nuke doesn't go their way. No overtime needed. Na'Vi queue up a finish for Mirage.
Am I the only one that gets excited when the player in his home country does something cool? So, like, it's the final round. Emma's like, don't worry, I'm just going to come in and do this. Then I just get super hyped because I'm like, yay, it's not even playoffs yet, but that makes me excited. Na'Vi got me excited there.
I mean, you have to be, right? Because Ema was actually at Cluj last year, but not competing. He was just here to be able to interact with, you know, the hometown crowd, so to speak. But now he has an opportunity, if Na'Vi continues this trend that we saw on that map, to have a chance to play in front of his crowd. We know how special that was for Maladoy last year in Astana. And while Ema's a little bit more of a veteran, it's not quite the same, you know, romantic story. It still is one, right? You know, to have him have a chance. Lonks has a chance over at FUT to do the same thing. And yeah, I'm with you on that one.
He was grabbing them by their hair and just dragging them. He was like, come on, we will win this. We will keep going. That last round, I mean, what could Astralis have done differently, Maui? Was there anything they could have done differently?
I feel like they could have known that it was lower perhaps a little bit earlier, so things weren't in much of a scramble. I also feel like throughout a lot of this game, I think it just comes down to Na'Vi in many of these situations kind of having a little bit more X factor. It was kind of something that we sort of talked about in the pregame, just the way that the individuals, they're good, but I almost feel like the way that Astralis started this one, we could have said the opposite was true. The way Ryu was taking names towards outside with his deagle, but it was oftentimes the pistols that got Na'Vi over the line in this one. A couple great CT rounds with them, and then of course the last one to finish off this map.
Which kind of felt like it shouldn't have gone that way. The casters were talking a lot about it, and yet Na'Vi was able to pull it out. Like you said, that little X factor, they are the favorites. They were the favorites coming into this. But I want to focus in on Astralis. We can do that first half, moving into a little bit of the comeback in the second. Dust, what did you like about what you saw?
Well, I mean, I like that, you know, despite having that fumble on the second round, losing to Wonderful's Deagle, they composed themselves and they put together a streak of about 3 rounds kind of in the middle of the half. And really what you saw a lot of it is, again, just the value that Ryu is bringing to this team as, you know, a rookie and a guy to keep an eye out for a Rookie of the Year story of this year if he's able to keep up this pace. And that is that, yeah, his primary role is not that of an opener, but he's a luxury to have because he does have that capacity, right? And it takes a little bit of weight off the shoulders of some of the others. I mean, there were multiple rounds kind of early in the first half where Ryu was helping them take upper and getting entries on people in the upper rafters. There was, I think it was the final round of the half. It was their 5th round that they won on the T side where he just bulldozes into ramp room and finds an opening pick. And it's little things like that that allow him to be a little bit of an X factor. But unfortunately, this wasn't enough to go up against a Na'Vi team who was firing on all cylinders for the majority of this map.
I love how Dust, I'm just going off topic really quickly, but I'm going to point this out because I feel like this is a moment that he's creating a moment. I want to create a moment too. I think before we've even got into the second map of the first game, you've dropped the Rookie of the Year comment for Ryu a few times, going contender. I'm just setting this up so that at the end of the year, if he is one of the contenders, you can be like, I called that at the beginning of the year.
The Rookie of the Year story starts at the beginning of the year, right? And it's something that we're going to track all year long.
Does it start at the beginning of the year? Because last year's Rookie of the Year only
That's kind of true.
That's very
true.
true.
The conversation starts on the first day, but
they can pivot, right? I mean, last year the conversation started with someone like PR. Right, that was kind of the guy that a lot of people had on. Jota was another one at the beginning of the year. But then you had Maladoy and Kiyosuke come into the fold midway through the year, and they really stole the story at that point. And so that obviously can happen again. But for now, it's just cool to see someone like Ryu who had, you know, some LAN experience with Monty, but not against top-level competition. He's being thrown into now the fold of having to play against Tier 1 teams at, you know, an elite prestige event at Krakow and now here at Cluj with a very stacked field. And he's putting up really good performances. I mean, it's something that Astralis needs to be excited about because they haven't had a whole lot to, you know, be thankful for here lately.
You heard it here first. If he wins Rookie of the Year, this clip will probably find its way onto the internet. I'm just warning you. You
got to sow some seeds, you know, throughout the year.
Sneaky analyst. I got the tricks. I know how it works. I want to talk about Wonderful because we brought him up in the pre-show. It was something that we said, like, we need Wonderful to activate. He looks really good on Nuke.
Wonderful was fantastic. I mean, the deagle that he had in round 2, even just the way that he was able to find great trade kills with the op, I feel like he's, in this map, doing everything that I wanted him to do from the beginning of this year. Obviously, Krakow did not go the way that he had wanted, so to see him bounce back in this fashion is a welcome sight. I feel like, really, if he can actually just consistently contend with the top 5 oppers in the world, it's a world of difference for what Na'Vi can be this season. Because if he just kind of falls out of that sort of conversation, if he's sort of just meddling around the 8th best, then you don't really have the same win conditions that Na'Vi did, because a lot of the rounds were off of the back of him having a multi-frag moment or just getting key kills that sometimes oppers miss.
Yeah, I mean, Wonderful is definitely, when you look to Na'Vi, we talk about how there is really no true star on this team, right? And MongolZ, it's a little too early to call. The others are people that we kind of know. We know Bit's capable of it, right? I mean, he was one of their best players in 2024 whenever they had that Team of the Year run that they had in kind of the first full year of CS2. But he hasn't been that same guy, right? I think Ema, to me, even though he's not the main entry of this team, he actually does a pretty good job when he still gets called upon to create openings. So he has that part of his game really fulfilled. But, you know, he's had to kind of really repivot how he approaches the game to make room for MongolZ. You know, MongolZ took a lot of his spots. Emo was having to move into some of JL's old roles or swap around with Bit or whatever. There's a lot of moving parts that took place with this one roster move. But yeah, like Wonderful is kind of that one guy. When you saw the performance like you saw at a major in Budapest, it's like, man, if we could get that more often, you know, that all of a sudden just makes the game a whole hell of a lot easier when you have an opera that can have that kind of impact.
We're heading to Mirage now, and I feel like maybe Astralis has made this a little bit difficult for themselves, losing their map pick, because we know that for Na'Vi, they know this map like the back of their hand. By rights, they should be closing this out 2-0.
I would think so. I feel like the win condition in the series was Astralis taking Nuke, that is. I feel like this can still be a very competitive map, because even though Na'Vi Mirage is their bread and butter, I have seen some weaknesses. I feel like a lot of people understand the constricting play that Na'Vi just like to run so badly. And so we've started to see teams actually play to counter it a little bit more, pushing into Bit, whether he's in Palace or Ramp. I feel like so frequently that's been outlined from teams that have taken on Na'Vi in recent history, that they just want to force the issue. They want to take some space away, because Navi's mid control just feels so airtight when Ima's coming from underpass and MongolZ and Alexi are working through mid also. It's hard to deal with that, but you can take extremities away from Na'Vi now. And so if Astralis have keyed into that detail, there's a way that they can upset the balance here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though. I mean, they've lost all 4 games they've played with this 5 this year. And so I think you're going to have to see them step up their T sides in particular. Like, they're going to be starting on the CT side. And again, Stair and Yabby are the ones to keep an eye on, because they play such important roles defensively on this team. Again, Yabby had a great crack call, but really struggled throughout, the entirety of last year. Stair, he's a guy that, we discussed in the pregame where, he's been called upon to play a lot of star roles where he's not always putting up star level numbers. He played fantastic there on Nuke. So if he can kind of carry that over, that's obviously going to be very important. But for me, again, it's going to come to, I think Astralis need to find a way to just get as much as they can out of the CT side, because their T sides have really not been there. Meanwhile, when you look at, Na'Vi, they lost both their games at Krakow, but one was an overtime loss to Spirit, and they were so hot at the end of last year and throughout the Budapest major, where they're just, you mentioned their mid control and their A pinches, but I think their playbook is just quite deep. Like, they can make pivots if they need to, if that's not working out. I think they're a pretty balanced team all in all. And again, just like we talked about in the last game, it's just going to be, MongolZ is kind of their front runner. It's going to be about how much impact he can have will really kind of determine how this thing plays out.
I think that's the biggest issue, right? We said it in the pre-show. We've seen it time and time again. Navi's consistency is where they lack. And how do you fix that? How do you activate these players? How do you make sure that they come in at a level consistently to be the wonderful that we saw at the major? I don't know what the answer to that is.
To me, that's more of an individual issue when it comes to wonderful. I feel like the praise has gone well to the support staff of Na'Vi. Ursula has seemingly done a really solid job in making sure that he is in the right mentality all the time, because even watching some of the Na'Vi vlogs, or even just things from what tournaments have released in the past, I feel like Wonderful, the consistency, or his own, it's almost like his own mentality was wavering. These are such kind of broad stroke concepts, but when he's just between maps vaping just constantly nervously, I'm not really sure if he's going to deliver on map 2, and then sometimes he doesn't. So I feel like he's really settled down into being a star and actually just realizing that he can take liberties in how they want to run plays. He doesn't have to just follow the Blade book to a T every single time, that he can break the mold. And when you see him do that, when you see him just decide to go for a peak that has no trade potential, but he thinks it's a good fight, then you start seeing the best version of Wonderful.
If you've just woken up, good morning, first and foremost. You've missed the first map, but it's okay. Na'Vi was able to take Astralis' pick, and we now move on to Mirage. That is Na'Vi's pick, and right now it looks like they may be able to close this series at 2-0. We'll find out if that is the case right after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you!
Yeah. Look, under my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Na'Vi are coming into Cluj-Napoca off the back of some pretty tough results to start off the year. So let me just ask you overall, how is it within the Na'Vi camp right now? How are things feeling?
We still have high expectations and overall excitement just to, play more tournaments since we practiced for a long time before going to Krakow.
Yeah.
But now obviously we want to show results, that's it.
When you're looking back at some of the mistakes that are happening, we've spoke about this before with Na'Vi, is that you fix some things, then some old mistakes come in, then there's new ones. Is it frustrating for you when you're maybe having to go over this again and say, like, guys, okay, we're going back into old habits? Like, how are you guys approaching all of this?
I'm trying to figure, if I can say anything brand new, but I wouldn't say so. I just think that it's the same process.
Yeah.
Trial and error. And at the same time, one bigger thing that happened during the boot camp and overall start of the season was obviously Train going out and Anubis coming back in. So also a lot of new repetitions on new maps and trying to understand our map pool since Train was, one of our better ones.
Yeah. Understanding your map pool right now, do you have confidence with like a home map right now? Do you feel like there is one map that Na'Vi is better than, say, even the elite teams on?
Yeah, I do think so, that we still have the maps that everyone feels confident on, and if we pick it or it's the decider or whatever, there is comfort on the map for sure, but we still need to improve on the others. So,
in terms of a lot to show of it, we're in Romania, which I'm sure is an important one for Imre in particular. Is this something he's mentioned to you guys? Because he got to see Cluj last time around, just as a viewer, He was here just enjoying the environment. But can you see that this is a tournament that might mean some more to him?
I think so. I think he's been waiting for us to play like a tournament in Romania for a while now with, potentially playing in front of the audience and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think it's important for him, even though he might not say it. Yeah. But I do think it's always exciting to, play in one of your teammates' country. I think that, the crowd usually cheers for you. And at the same time, I think it's nice to see the excitement on these players and what it would mean to me to play in front of a Finnish crowd as well.
Yeah. But is this also quite an important tournament for you guys to now show up and show yourselves? Do you feel like you're at that point where you must have a good performance here, especially even just look at VRS points, not tanking so much?
Yeah, all these points, everything, they're important. And at the same time, I do think that we all want to perform. It's not like we must, but it's the expectations of all of the players and all the hard work you put in this year. Playing a bad tournament would be disastrous. So,
what gives you that feeling of, okay, I've done what I need to do. I've put the team in the right position to have that success?
I think just having the communication, the excitement, and the trust from all of the players in moments where you need to make a fast decision or in moments where you need to outplay the opponents or whatever it might be. It's just I've played with this team for a long while now, so I understand when things are clicking and when things are not. So. I know how I'm gonna be satisfied.
All right, and to end this on a bit more of a lighter note, me and you have spoke before about teammates missing utility and things like that. Are we past that now? Are we in a good spot?
Hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah.
Well, Alexi, thank you for all your thoughts as always. Good luck going into the tournament, man.
Thank you.
Chance to see the bounce back. Astralis, they had an opportunity, it felt like, over on Nuke. Whether that opportunity was squandered or whether it was never really truly there for the taking, well, we'll leave that in the history books, Mohan, because now Mirage is where they've got to bounce back.
They have to. We typically see 3-map series from these teams. I think Astralis today were probably really looking forward to having a Nuke victory. I think that was probably on their mind. In terms of a win con for the series. yes, they do well versus Na'Vi, but they also know that that's just not going to simply keep up. You don't just pull up a streak like that unless you're one of the top 5 teams in the world. You're not going to consistently beat another one that easily. So it's kind of a matter of time before Na'Vi figured out this matchup. And even though this lineup's very new again, Astralis have sort of posed a new threat with this 5. So let's see how Mirage goes. I'm hopeful we get some good rounds, but we did see still some messiness from Astralis mixed in there. And I don't think they can afford that now.
Yep. Ooh, Beretta's in the corner hearing the footsteps come through, but no overcommitment out of Na'Vi. Bomb is there. Never gets spotted, I don't think. We didn't really see it from Ryu's POV, but...
Hadouken.
Fireball! Na'Vi are always meticulous.
What was that? Yoga Flame.
Na'Vi are always meticulous in these pistols, huh? You think back to the Nuke play, the scramble back down to lower after you already had a 5v3.
That was Ness.
And now they'll crawl this one up through connector, looking to time off Bit, who comes through with the instant shot.
Flying. Fall bang.
While falling down the ladder hole. Glock upside the head. And Emet gonna plant that bomb. Covered all around him. No chance for HooXi really to get anything going. And so Na'Vi looking to gun away a T-side pistol round. What a start this would be off of the momentum of the close of Nuke. Alexi into the cover. You have given a bit of space over to Astralis, but that's just gonna feed them out into the open, where surely Na'Vi are able to finish off these frags. Bomb beyond the halfway point. MongolZ's got HooXi. And it's all good. Still 4 players surviving for Na'Vi, and it's basically pistol to perfection.
There's just some positions that are so done. You know, you get the first kill that quickly, you get site control that fast, you have connector, you have default, you know no one's flanking a ramp because you were so fast. There's just some spots that are too tough to pull yourself out of. Astralis were in one of them right there. Brought to you by Bit. Blop. Oh, man. And maybe it's another game, another map here where everyone on Na'Vi's frying.
USP is trying to mow down somebody. Anybody willing to dance with a pack of USP players. P250 keeps it honest. That is gentlemanly by Wonderful to switch over to his own sidearm, but it is mincemeat made of Astralis. And you know what? I keep trying to go for mincemeat of the Danes. You know how burnt into my brain it is that Astralis can be referred to as the Danes?
Right.
And
yeah.
it's just, I'm just sorry to, pull it back, but
I don't think you have to apologize for that. If you I
can't get rid of it.
It was them and the Mongols, that just had every single player in their country on their team.
The Danes. Astralis, the Danes.
And maybe, JL actually joins the Mongols and just ruins every team. And not JL, but all the national teams. And who do we have left after that?
You've still got Aurora.
Aurora, yes.
MP7 at large for the open air, and Bit out of Palace has put an early mark on this round as well. They go smoke into the middle of the site, try to deny a little bit of control here, right? Fozu just looking to pop off his chest, be a looming threat. And he's actually going to take up that space behind it, so he's given himself this chance to kind of slow down the roll of Na'Vi through this A commitment. Astralis are all here, all in the scene, ready to look, but the thing is, without anybody elsewhere and this pause by Na'Vi, now they start to question themselves.
You see the difference between not showing a single person?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got HooXi rotating all the way back around.
Still looking to come clear this out, though. Jabby crossing over to the site.
Okay.
He's going to go a little wider, and he's going to confirm they're here. Oh, finishes the sandwich kill. Can't snap over to the Tetris climb up. And Alexi catching an upgrade. Got HooXi scrambling back in through jungle. As FOZE again tries to challenge this off of tickets. Stairs, headshot, connects, man advantage, collected. And Astralis going to keep that pressure up with HooXi going wider and wider. And soon enough, you'll find Alexi, who sure can give a headshot back. But Astralis do a good job of getting out of there to double check that there isn't something going down at B and still returning in time as well, right? They played with that window of opportunity in two directions, the departure and the return. And they returned before Na'Vi actually pulled the trigger on the full fallback. And so this one is Astralis's for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, well put. And I think this is one of Na'Vi's strongest spots, basically, is when they pause on A. And I think, you know, Astralis could have been worried about that, but they, like you said, handled it so well. Couldn't ask for better angle clears, better timings to come back to the site. They didn't overreact when they had Hooksy go over to check on B, just in case, to make sure there was no lurker that got ahead out onto the site while everyone started running back. And so a very solid early response here. And a very early timeout call for Na'Vi.
Good on Hooksy. Takes a bullet to the head, still follows through with the Alexi frag, and really puts that one on ice. And that man had been around the world and back in that round.
That is really his Johan Lieber moment.
Ooh. A few stray bullets go through that smoke, and suddenly Alexi B sitting on 30 health. Na'Vi don't seem too timid about it. They're still going to take that challenge up catwalk, but exposed to stare is going to cost them a couple bodies. Alexi still fast to the tempo, brings that bomb around the catwalk corner, but by the time it gets around the corner, everybody is dead. A rock solid hold out of Astralis from the stair popping of the connector smoke for 2 into that B defense holding its own as well. We've got a tied game 4 rounds in.
There's so many moments for Astralis. They're just like 10 out of 10 on the setup here. And even when Stair is the one getting 2 kills off of Cat, there's still 3 in B ready for the split to come through. Right after the blade pause, he comes in for the tack. Astralis have the exact right setup for the call. They read that thing beautifully. Not many counter blade.
Not many.
Just Hooksy's big fat brain.
And sometimes his fingertips too, man. 4 kills, 2 deaths. You got to enjoy a strong Hooksy start because they don't always follow through with the same gusto. You know what I mean? He's got his moments. Creepy, crawling underpass players. Look at a plaster stare on the side of connector.
You missed that. Oh, you missed that. That was
Yeah.
kind of unlucky. He was really actively spotting, but now Boozy's in trouble too.
He's got the utility to try to soften them up, but he still feels stranded, and that is why.
That was sick.
Eman comes through with the headshot, 2 Desert Eagle kills. They can't afford one like this, right? Shades of what went down back on Nuke with these kinds of moments. Ryu's able to catch one. Jabby's headshot to Wonderful's good, alleviating a bit of that pressure, but MongolZ hands on the M4 coming up through Khan. He will catch a second kill with that picked up gun. They sent him into window to grab the M4 off Fuzzy.
Wait.
And a third deke for the road. It is laughter in the Na'Vi camp because they pull off that round of all rounds.
That was definitely headed for a 1v1. Imma with the fake plant into the perfect shot. Had to be a headshot. An amazing clear. And right here, man, what a round from Imma.
Dude, 3 doozy Eagles.
Yeah, even the second frag, how wide he held inside of the window, exactly as Fuzi would fall back. It's just perfection in Cluj here for Imma.
Imma in Cluj.
Definitely glad to see like him on form for this event. That's what we're all looking for.
Gotta couple M4s out there on the field, but Stairs not hanging on to one of them, so he'll go down with ease. HooXi takes a bit of control up inside of the B apartments as Na'Vi continue to float out middle.
You can't spell motivation without Ema.
You've got a point, Wanders. You know, it's funny. Na'Vi, obviously, a team that many people cheer for. If it's the organization, they're absolutely immense history in Counter-Strike, right? Whether it's this roster specifically, whatever it is. Na'Vi not coming to compete in Cluj last year was one of the few times where I remember like there was like a heated backlash.
Yeah.
Where it was like, how could you do this to EMET?
Yeah.
You know, whenever a player is not even given, it's one thing when you don't make the playoffs at your hometown or your country's event. It's a whole other thing to just not even compete.
I know.
We had him on the co-stream, like some kind of washed up ex-pro.
Yeah.
This is EMET we're talking about. So, inside of the server, seizing the opportunity in that last round. FOZE, though, remember, M4 in hand, right? There was 2 of them on the field. He tried to make something happen here in the dying moments of this A commitment. And there's still this looming threat now that HooXi's found a gun and a frag out middle. But Ima's got the cover. It's all good. HooXi's challenge up through connector as nades come sailing into him. Does he have this? Is there actually a chance HooXi with 4 health goes 1v2 hero mode versus Bit and Alexi B?
He just needs the ultimate IGL HE grenade right now.
There it is, and it's on. But Bit's gonna jump on top of it. Confident to go into that challenge, and the low health makes it all the easier. Gets swallowed up by the aggressive Bit move off top stairs. That's Bit to 7-3 as he closes out the 4-2 Na'Vi T-side lead.
I was really feeling like in the first half of Nuke, Astralis were going to make the upset happen again on map 1. But now that we're into Mirage and that last map is behind them, and Na'Vi just looked like they were warming up the whole time, I'm definitely...
Yeah, and I think we can extend it like warming up throughout the first play of Nuke, warming up into 2026 as well. I think one of the reasons that we at the desk were kind of saying that there was upset potential really was because Astralis impressed in Krakow and Na'Vi's year so far. 2 events, as we mentioned, and Bounty and Krakow were just so flat. And you think, okay, great, you did what you always do. You know, you peak for the major. They were in all the playoffs of the big ones for 2025. But with Na'Vi, oddly, it's just never a guarantee. You never want to write them off.
You never know what you're gonna. You just never know what you're gonna get. Just they're a box of chocolates. And that's fun.
But sometimes you get marzipan. And I don't even know what that is, but I hate it.
Oh, you hate it. Okay. Yeah, well. You win some, you lose some. That's Na'Vi.
That's Na'Vi.
Sometimes you win big.
Sometimes you win majors. As the statistically least likely team to do it, too. Speaking of unlikely, Pistols here in this one, but you've been finagled by that apartment's presence, and now obviously you're looking for this AK, so more attention sent towards Catwalk as Bomb is just going to tiptoe its way into a vacant A-bomb site.
Perfect on the map control. They got the read, lay of the land.
Perfect.
They've got that, they do have that, they have that vision. Like there's a point in the round where Na'Vi know exactly what the setup is going to be.
Bomb has been planted.
And then they have no fear. Sometimes they take a long time to get there, but you know, I don't know what other teams would say, but when I'm casting Na'Vi, I always look at them as one of the hardest teams to read. They're funky.
Funky, that's a good word for it.
Yeah, they're funky.
Yeah.
All the off angles, all the weird timings. Is it going to be late round? Or is it going to be late round? You know, you don't know which one. Some people have said with Jame that with PARIVISION, you know what's going to happen, but you can't stop it. I want to believe that with Na'Vi, it's like that, except you less know what exactly they're going to do.
They ferment nicely, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They get the flavors out. They taste like citrus ants.
Citrus ants. Whoa. This guy's got a palate.
Banned now in Denmark.
Eating ants?
Yeah, they banned it.
Really?
Yeah. Those poor,
Why?
conscious beings.
There's a whole lot of ants.
They're people too.
Well, that's debatable.
Smarter even, in some ways.
They look pretty stupid from where I'm standing. Well, stupid's not the right word. Definitely up there in terms of satisfying squishing as far as bugs go.
Yeah.
Nice little,
That's
you know, just a little.
just openly discussing murder. That's fine.
Sometimes it's nice to feel like a god.
Oh.
Alexi was looking for that feeling, but instead gets brought back down to earth. Stare with the quick play. Man, he's had a lot of these today, hasn't he? These kind of opening duels in the first 10 seconds of rounds. We go back to the Nuke CT side, challenging Secret, challenging Silo, now off of the catwalk. Astralis kind of looking to stamp something on these early moments, but you get covered. Jabby is lucky that Ryu's there to save him.
I'm going to say I don't think he does that unless Ryu's there.
Okay.
So it had to be a bait. He just almost still died, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's like there's a bait when you reload in cover, and then there's the reload and you're actually in the open.
And then, wait, my teammate who was watching me, it's time to start shooting back. But they get it done.
A 5v3 is a 5v3.
Just don't miss the stop shot, and this round is easy.
Another slow start for FUZI today. And he had that recovery back on the CT side of Nuke. Last time I brought it up, he also had a recovery within it. So let's see what he can do in this one. It's easy pickings for the finish of round 8. Astralis looking for their third of the CT side, but to do it with 5 players alive, that is newfound success.
Yeah,
it's always come at a cost until this one.
Without overblowing it, I think what we can say that's nice about Astralis is they've got a lot of underrated things happening at the same time. Like FUZI jumping up his rating by like 0.07 over this last month, just on average, a really good month. You know, maybe Stare needs a little bit extra on average to be really impressive for the, you know, better roles that he's gotten since the beginning of this lineup. Ryu, like, so many smart moves out of Ryu. I'm seeing a long career out of Ryu. Just, you know, whatever happens, essentially, here. He just seems like he's actually extremely versatile. I'm always very partial to the Swiss Army knife players, and I see, you know, good as an anchor, good openings, good clutches, you know, smart moves here and there. But overall, it's not like they've just superstars with massive amounts of stats happening here on Astralis, which is throughout their history what they're used to.
Was he? No. We get that replay now, right? Ryu's stares, sure, but watching ramp when that walkout. And maybe that comes down to, you know, we had a quick conversation about like the communication breakdown sometimes at Astralis. This isn't a round where they lose because of it. The Ryu's not watching that connector smoke on the reload.
You see Jabby's like literally just using all his ammo.
Yeah.
So
and reloading loudly and standing in the open while he reloads.
Maybe he asked him in Danish.
Ah.
So.
How about a flugel? He was like,
all right, I'll watch the ramp.
No, flipper for our connector. Yeah, man, oh man. But I love Danes.
The few remaining.
I can make fun of them.
Yeah.
And they're back. Looming threat of the utility. Ooh. Little re-aggression top mid, huh? Astralis want control of something. Don't we all? Locked into the angle top mid. They will sit right there. Not greedy. Jabby gets added in.
Yeah, they have the better setup, I want to say. They're still ready for this. Yeah.
Freeze upstairs to also watch top mid. Oh, Emac comes through bottom mid. Double AK kill.
That had to be a spray transfer, right? Oh my goodness.
They're kind of on this wall right here, right? Small adjustment to the top mid for the second one. Ryu not able to get into the engagement, and he's going to lose control of the A site in the meantime, but the bomb's still towards that T-spawn. It's fine. Plenty of time. Molly doesn't spread.
He will get cleared, though. Yeah.
Bit's got it in the bag. Utility to try to block off jungle, but if he oversteps, FaZe's AWP could still catch somebody off, including the bomb crossing at this rate. Bottom mid challenge gets caught out. Still, though, that bomb's got to jump over, and FaZe goes for the play inside a connector instead. So that does give the space that Alexi needed to plant this bomb. He's going to have to reload this op off the next shot.
No incentive for Alexi to move.
He's out of here.
It's an op in jungle. Even though he's got 87 health, we're talking about a smoke, so much to save. No kit.
No kit. But still, he walks back.
And everyone's dead inside a middle, if there was one.
Gotta let it go.
Yeah. That was a nice sneak out from Bit. It's exactly what you want to do when you see a setup like that. There's only so many players on the map. If it's a 3-player mid setup, you know, at best, they've got like Fuzi and Ticket, but he was already spotted off of Cat. So Bit knew he could sneak out, maybe take a fight, maybe just walk out there. And then the molly to clear out connector was perfect too, because they knew that they had him wrapping around triple. So everything is just kind of perfection actually from Na'Vi. One moment where maybe Hoaxy takes the kill back in connector and it's still going, but it doesn't happen.
Just have off opening the EMET play out mid. Yeah, just line up.
Single point of failure. Yeah, if that duel is taken, right, of the guy waiting, then it's all good, that situation, but nope.
Like the Titan submarine, down in half a second.
Submersible.
Sure.
I still don't know. What
Death Trap is, I think. Rest in peace. And now it's Astralis who start to feel underwater.
A tough one around like that, because like the last off the blade tack, the previous round, they called it perfectly. They had 3 in B, they blew up the connector smoke, they punished them off Cat, everything. Here, the setup, it's meant to catch them going for mid control. It's again the perfect setup, but they don't follow through with the kills. Now their money's teetering. They have a decent buy here, but it's still sketchy.
Oh. Jabby on high alert. Good clear by Wonderful under pressure there up close with the op. Nade perfectly at his feet. So I think Astralis will be content with what they get out of that forward setup. Yeah. Although, did the nade hit? That's the question. If they knew that, maybe they'd feel a little better.
Yeah, and it is the opper, so we'll see if that really will matter. We're probably going to get Wonderful posted up in the B apps window to market with the exec coming out. And well, that is a new smoke. That's the cool thing about big tournaments like this. You always get new smokes.
Yes, of course. Who's just going to come through with the EMET kill out middle? Oh, a second. Oh, a third.
Okay.
Just guns them down from the catwalk, gets away from the mid play, peels one off the window, and the player in sight who is calling for cover gets what he asks for and then some.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, let's put that in the highlight reel, shall we?
Right after he said he had a slow start again. Here he is. Oh, that was brother.
All is good.
First shot was crazy.
Oh, a chance to tie this up if they can swing together the next two. This is 4 rounds, non-consecutive round wins, back and forth. Does that bode well for Astralis? You'd think so when you check out the buy here that Na'Vi bring to the table in round 11. We've got Galil's in play for the majority, a Tech 9 limitation for Alexi, but still Wonderful's op on the hunt for first contact, and he will indeed find his counterpart. That boost over top of the mid-smoke has got Fuzi down for the count.
It's nice to see Na'Vi pulling out the setup victories. That's an early pick.
And the walkout A, but the back turn. Oh, good headshots here from Ryu. There was nobody else to help him inside of this A site. Had to bring it back then and there on his own, and does so.
It's actually incredible. He's still got 100 health after those 2 kills.
They're so happy with the timing on
how's
finding the first kill.
Out? I think it's still fresh enough.
Skip the deep corner clear. That's what cost them. Connector and Stairs here for Na'Vi. Everybody so nearby. Ryu's down. 2 kills, all he's going to find from the beneath of the palace. But then Stair does a ton of damage. And that could damn well queue up Hooksie's 1v2.
Is Ima going to go palace?
Bomb planter found out.
Now he can't.
And now Hooksie's trying to figure out where the hell this last player's gotten off to.
Wait, he thinks it's ticket. The bomb is planted for ramp, and Ima didn't cross yet. He thinks it's just a 4-dimensional play.
Gonna try to stick this defuse.
Oh
my God, he's got it. All right, why not? Hooksie goes right for it. Bomb is planted for Ima. It is right there to stop.
Ima's so low. He's just thinking like, he knows where I am. I'm gonna get killed on this first shoulder peek. Oh my goodness.
It's so obviously planted for ramp. For sure, he's holding me.
Pros don't fake.
Well then.
So it's actually a 3v5 because of Ryu here. That second kill is tremendous. And it's like he's an anchor, but you see that level of aim, it's like, he really is. He's got 2 wolves in him.
Hey man, looking to try to make up for the round loss with an opening kill out middle. And he will do a good job of scaring everybody back. Bit comes through with his. Doesn't feel like Na'Vi will skip clearing corners. Here's Ryu into the play and dealt with by MongolZ. FuZe already on scene though. And with a smoke in front of him, there's a looming threat that somebody presses up against the bomb plant, but now it is down and Wonderful freed up to try to find a better gun. Deagle in hand. 2 teammates on half health. MP5 in the mix, but MongolZ goes big. Further damage done onto Jabby as well, so 9 health for him to have to somehow find impact. And Wonderful's got the headshot point blank on FuZe. Another 1v2 for Astralis to try to tie up the CT side. Bomb is planted for Connector. And Jabby trying to push the issue with the USP is going to be dealt with by Wonderful. There is Na'Vi, 1 more for the road, and what could have been an even 8-round T-side off of that Hooksie defuse the 1 round prior. Instead, 2-round lead going into the CT side.
Shades of Nuke. I think it's like both teams showed us some stuff here, definitely. It was interesting actually to see Astralis perform so well after the tack pauses. That was probably the most impressive part, but it's a volume problem right now. The volume of rounds is just not there to support the good rounds that we do see in some moments. They let go of some better situations, and that's where Na'Vi really have shown their fangs. I think it's when they're not expected to win, where they get the clutches. I think they're the ones who are coming up bigger in on that front. And even though, I'm crediting Ryu for his frags, his overall half is not that impressive in general. So, again, another volume issue. So we'll kick off this next half, and I don't know if Astralis have done enough, not without a pistol round.
Two Berettas, nades on 3. Na'Vi always have a plan, don't they?
I love this crossfire. Let's see if it works.
Got the makings of a Beretta's hold. Yeah, Wonderful. Okay, quad kill in the crossfire. Out from Sandwich. MOUZ down everybody, and Na'Vi secure another pistol round win.
You take out Berettas that cleanly, and you think you're out of the woods. And no, here's Wonderful. 4 frag highlight from Sandwich. Completely shut that off on the cross.
Yeah, made easy. Couple of backs turned. It's really what you're asking for with the Berettas. If the first 2 have their backs turned, you know you're shooting for eternity to try to get the next ones, and the headshot clean for the quad.
Yeah, once your finger gets warmed up and you're just shooting super quick.
I still think Zywoo has the best fire rate to accuracy on Berettas.
Yeah. He's top 2 and not 2.
Okay, HLTV. Easy pickups here for Ema. Ooh, back-to-back quad kills for Na'Vi. One in the pistol, one in the anti-eco.
And you see how quickly the game just gets away after
It's gone.
that. And it's like it didn't even really start yet in the second half. We haven't even seen what Astralis can do yet, but it might already be too late. That's how Nuke felt. That's how Mirage is feeling. And there was a world where we got to overtime back on Nuke, actually. Astralis, they lost to bid on $300 and a Glock on that final round. So, you know, we could see maybe a comeback, but we haven't seen enough good wins, enough strong rounds overall for Astralis to believe they can actually make it happen. They're losing to way too many force buys and ecos. I mean, straight up.
Oh, hey there. Stare completely caught off, and this is critical because it's gun round for Astralis, and one of the few that we may actually get to see. We were waiting for this T-side to get started, and it's already man down, but that's fine. HooXi's got the recovery with the timing out middle. Wonderful freed up with these angles from Ticket. Deals deadly amounts of damage, and Ema is hot to the trot yet again. HooXi's showing us something, though. Coming through with another headshot. He is 11-9. Top performer for Astralis, Launders. That's not always a good sign.
Yeah, it's almost always a bad sign. Absolutely. Definitely is today as well. No exception.
B-site wraparound, thinking he'll catch them off, but Wonderful is locked in, folks. And that is 3 rounds consecutive for the CT side of Na'Vi without even an Astralis bomb plant.
And I think we're overall just getting a poor performance out of Jabby today.
Yeah.
And I think that's somebody who...
Yep, true.
You know, somebody who I feel... We get a lot of conversations about who can pop off and stuff. And when Jabby played on Heroic, you know, he was incredible for a while. Like, truly incredible. He was the best player on the team for a while. That was a hard team to really top frag on because of the way they played CS as well. And I expect big things from Jabby, man.
Well, keep
Very
watching.
unique Danish player as well, an aggressive lurker.
Right.
That's not something you get a lot.
Whew. Got a Desert Eagle X-Factor moment coming through, but is it false confidence for Astralis? Trying to charge down this A bomb site. You've already got players in position to hold what's left of Astralis. And again, damage done despite the deaths. HooXi's turnaround. Tech9 goes dry. And we have Na'Vi laughing their way through these last couple of rounds. It is another no bomb plant situation. It is another round that just feels like we are being led to the inevitable Na'Vi 2-0 today.
It does feel like that. It's hard to envision a different ending. You know, I don't see this being No Country for Old Men right now.
Where is the curveball, Launders? Where is the plot twist? Who is the father?
Maybe we could get... This is Maury.
Never met this woman.
I would love to see Fuzi do the "You Are Not the Father" dance.
Okay. I don't know what he'll have to dance about, because this is probably a crushing feeling now for Astralis. You let kind of Nuke get away from you despite it feeling competitive in the first half. Na'Vi's ability to just kind of stamp out any embers has been excellent today. Game back in action. Guns back in hand for Astralis if they've got anything to show us further today. Time to impress. The missed opportunity by Wonderful to kick this off is still capitalized on a what looked like fully smoked out window spam from Ema.
Yeah, it might have been, I don't know exactly.
I didn't hear any nades.
Yeah. Sometimes it's tricky. Be quite a crazy spam there to nail it. But also it's Ema and Cluj. Anything's possible.
Yep. Ooh, see ya. Ryu gonna catch him. Get the 4v4 back. Bit trying to peel away from the ramp, and this is starting to go well for Astralis. Damage comes out onto Bit, and he's not able to hang on to the bomb site. It's Ryu who comes through with the multi-frag. All right, 4 kills for Ryu. Challenges into that A site set up by the mid presence in connector. He just looked to couple off of that, right? Be a part of the split. He ends up being the whole damn thing.
He's just really, really good. I mean, this is, again, not even a super solid map overall for him, but I just feel like it's so favorite. Whenever we watch him, he gets something good. Yeah, so he did blow it open.
Makes much more sense.
He was just in such a spot that would have been kind of crazy. Loving it, Ryu. Keep it up.
FUZI getting caught on the crossover.
Well-timed grenade.
Now Hooksy's going to try to chase this down. He heard that offshoot from bottom mid, though, right? He knows that Wonderful's down there, but Wonderful finding the smallest gap between the smokes and getting a shot on Hooksy before he could fade away. Lexi B head tucked into the B bomb site. All he's got right now is himself, waiting for that market player to slowly come over.
A genius peek here from Ryu.
Oof. And Lexi B's going to spot it. He's got now a set of helping hands, and Ime. Stair's going to try to come over, and Ime's got this coverage for his in-game leader to really slow it all down. Jabby scrambling top middle to get bomb possession back. Ryu just kind of has to do this on his own, and that seems fine. Ime, kind of a little lapsing cover there for Alexi.
This is a moment where you don't even necessarily go to him, even though it would be crazy to go A. It's just that he's so low on HP. He's attracted probably 2 CTs. And Wonderful coming around the corner, clears this out. It's a perfect move from Na'Vi. Top of connector, clears cat, clears connector itself. And now it will just be Ryu here, ready to die.
And ready to close this map with it. The map, the match, it's all queued up now. One-off round win for the T side of Astralis. They meet their makers in the follow-up. It's another majority alive. It's another no bomb plant situation. So the best thing that we've had through this T side so far for Astralis was this, Ryu 3K off top stairs. Whether or not you're starting this event doubting the likes of Astralis and whether they can challenge, what this confirms is that Na'Vi are looking to get 2026 started, right? A clean victory in 2 maps, despite there being legs to stand on back on Nuke in the first half. This bodes well for a team that we know in a, it's a funny thing to bring up, but specifically the Swiss groups, now all best of 3s.
Well, you definitely know. And that Na'Vi, their biggest issue is probably motivation. It shows when you get to the major every single time, right? That they could always play well if they really wanted to. But maybe Wonderful is really consistent overall. But in an event like this with Ima here, it will make a huge difference.
I mean, also just huge VRS implications for Cluj, just timing it in the year. $1.25 million prize pool. Na'Vi have got a lot to play for, and they're playing like they want it here and now, and they want it over quickly. But this 3v5 had something to say, and so taken back down to the even moment, it's going to be another one where Ryu could come in with impact, but the bomb plant, the last thing he's able to offer for Astralis. It is FUZI with the clutch attempt, and he's not able to go for that long jungle lurk, and already Alexi has gone through the bench smoke. It fades. The cover's here by Wonderful. He's locked in on the ticket challenge, and so he's waiting for FUZI to get in on this.
Alexi has a smoke as well.
Wonderful's going to go for the angle, but now a bit of coverage for FUZI to try to move this in, and he'll find Alexi. Goes for the spam. Missed off shot by Wonder. Oh, he got it. USP headshot for the close. He's got the kit he needs, and Na'Vi will kick off Cluj with a convincing 2-0 best of 3 and a star-studded Mirage here by Ime. 22 kills for his name, looking to take the highway to the hometown crowd.
I wish we had that. I think it's from Warcraft, the job's done.
Job's done.
Yeah, there we go. I need that sometimes for games, because I feel like that is the best way to wrap up what we just saw between Na'Vi and Astralis.
Convincing win for Na'Vi here on Mirage. Obviously, we already built it up that Astralis probably let the series slip when they were not able to make Astralis, or Nuke that is, as competitive as they would have wanted, because Na'Vi just looked completely comfortable on this one. T-side, even though they roughly split the half, most of the rounds in terms of the quality, I just feel like they constricted the bomb sites in the way that I would have expected. Even the way that they piece things up towards the mid-late round, where it's just in a 3-on-3, 2-on-3, any kind of those situations. I just feel like they're coming into this tournament looking a lot more in sync than I saw back at Krakow or the single series at the Bounty.
yeah, to stay within kind of the same genre of game. Astralis just need additional pylons. Like, they just didn't have enough in this game to really get much going. I mean, there was some bright moments here and there. Again, I think Ryu had a couple of good moments. I think Stair had his moments on Nuke and even in this map as well, but it just wasn't enough. I think Na'Vi were firing on all cylinders on Nuke. I mean, we were seeing everyone really have good performances there. And then when you flip over to Mirage, I mean, it was the EMA and Wonderful show. I mean, these two guys were just having so much impact. And again, you know, this is the value that EMA still brings to this team. Again, even if his overall numbers don't leap off the page for the entirety of an event, he can still have big series and big games, and his opening power is very consistent. You know, again, he's not the main entry of this team, but Na'Vi has always prided themselves as a team that runs a system where they kind of can get anybody to go for the opening for them, depending on what they're seeing within the round. And I think EMA is actually adjusting to that pretty well, you know, making room for MongolZ, but still having that, you know, identity of being the former entry fragger of this team. And when he's called upon to make those moments happen, he still can.
It was a rough start for Na'Vi at the beginning of the year. It didn't look, the start of Bounty didn't look good, Krakow didn't look good. I do think that the start of Cluj looks a little bit different here. It looks like a little bit more synergy is happening within the team. What do you think?
I feel like we saw some glimpses at Krakow of them being okay, but it's just that it didn't really manifest into a deep tournament run as they would have wanted. I mean, it's hard to draw too many conclusions from just a single series here, but I will say, I mean, the Mirage was about as clinical as I would have ever wanted. I mean, this is kind of the A-level game of a Na'Vi team. I think they still have maybe another gear to hit if everybody's joining the server and everybody's putting in all the work that they can, but I mean, they absolutely destroyed Astralis here. I mean, I don't think this map ever really looked all that competitive. Couple nice rounds and little moments for the players on Astralis, but they couldn't put together a semblance of a game plan that was going to go toe-to-toe with this Na'Vi today.
Was there anything Astralis could have done on Mirage to maybe flip the script a little bit and change the scoreline? Yeah,
actually, I feel like something we maybe kind of gloss over on these desks is kind of what makes Na'Vi so powerful on Mirage. And really, I mean, I feel like, once again, their bread and butter of taking mid control, where you've got a couple guys going top mid, they got EMA coming from the underpass, they're taking con from you, and you got to do something about it. If you look back at the Na'Vi games back at Krakow, there were people that were pushing, I think it was Spirit that was pushing into ramp. Like, they would flash Magix or Tanir into ramp. They would upset Bit, or Wonderful as they're trying to hold an angle. And there just weren't the disruptions. Astralis were kind of playing on their heels a little bit more. Like think of the moments that you got from Astralis that were nice on their CT side. You saw Ryu multi-fragging from the bomb site. Like, that's not a sustainable way to beat a Na'Vi team. You have to play on your own terms. You have to play forward into their faces. You have to try to upset them instead of just playing and letting them crunch your bomb site and hoping somebody multi-frags. That's just not going to be a recipe for success consistently enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, Na'Vi is a team that prides themselves on being one of the most tactically sound teams in the game, and they game plan very well, they anti-strat very well, and they come in with an idea of how they want to approach, and they're usually very good executing it. And so you're absolutely right. If you want to beat a team like that, you have to find a way to throw a wrench into that and force them to scramble, force them to try to come up with mid-round adaptations, or force them to take some timeouts and like try to, you know, figure out what's going wrong. But that pressure wasn't there consistently. Like, Stair had like maybe one round where he interrupted them and Akon got a couple of kills, and that was one of the rounds they were successful on. But you're right. It's like either you need to be taking extremities, fighting for mid in the mid round and being able to take it back, or, you know, I think the other big thing that really hurts here, and I hate to call him out, but, you know, FUZI, for such a great Krakow event, you know, this is a map where defensive dynamic opping is so important, and that wasn't really there for them either in the first half, which always makes Mirage a little bit harder to control when you don't have that, because it's an Opera's Paradise map in many ways. Some of the greatest Operas we know just make so much happen defensively on this map, and we just didn't see that here.
Obviously, Emma, on your screens right now, Romanian fans going wild, because he did have a really good start, and he was the standout on Mirage specifically. But if we had to take a look at the series as a whole, who was your standout player?
It was either him or Wonderful.
Sure.
Take your pick. They were both fantastic. I feel like EMA more so for me on this map. I know the stats might say a different picture. But I thought Wonderful was the man of the map on Nuke, and I thought EMA was the man of the map here on Mirage. I think by the end of it, you're splitting hairs because they were both excellent. I will say one funny aspect about Wonderful and what he was standing out for, though, in this series is that his pistols were just ridiculous. I mean, I feel like I'd be shocked if he had more rifle and maybe op kills than pistol kills, because I mean, like, I'm just thinking back. So many good Deagle rounds on Nuke. He had the dualies round here. Even the very final round of this game, he jumps up onto default box, misses the op shot, then whips out the USP to get the final kill of the series. So I thought that was cool. That was clicking. Maybe I'd want more from the op, but I can't complain when he's having that great of a series.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we talked about the idea that, you know, for Navi being a team that can be better than some of its parts, it's still nice if one of those parts could be a star level player, right? That makes the game a whole hell of a lot easier. And a wonderful show that he has that capacity multiple times throughout his career. Most recently, the Budapest Major. Krakow really fell off. If we could just have Wonderful find a way to idle somewhere in the middle of that, you know, that would also be like a nice, just consistent floor. And then to have ceiling games like this, I mean, it's always awesome to see that when he goes for the fast flicks, when he shows a well-balanced game. Like, yeah, it's always fun stuff to see him when he's in good form.
First game of the day is done. Navi clears it nicely, 2-0 up against Astralis. But we have 3 more happening here on the first stream. Also, the backup stream is going as well if you want to watch some of those games. We're going to take a very quick break. And when I say quick, you don't have time to go to the bathroom. So just sit right there. Wait. When we get back, MOUZ is up against PARIVISION.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
That Cluj intro is damn sexy. I told you it was a quick break. Here we are. We are back, and we're going to be talking about the second game that's coming your way. It is MOUZ up against PARIVISION. Dust, you mentioned it during the break. We'll mention it here as well. Our Cluj reigning champions. They're here to defend their trophy. And it is the only trophy we've seen MOUZ lift in the last year, despite them being a team consistently in the playoffs.
Yeah, you better covet that one, because it's the only one in the cabinet, right? There's a lot of dust kind of collected around that one trophy, so that is kind of the one precious that you'd like to hold on to. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a team that, you know, hit the ground running when Spinks joined the team for that debut of it in Cluj, where they beat Falcons in the best-of-5 grand finals 3-1, and, you know, got everyone really excited for them. But unfortunately, no more titles after that. But 12 top 4 finishes. So they've always consistently remained a top 5 force in the world, but they are just a team that has watched other teams pass them by and collect wins while they have not been able to do so.
All those finishes, all those playoff runs, we saw this at the major. MOUZ makes the playoff, hometown hero. The crowd still doesn't get behind them, Maui. What is it about this team that it's like the fans I don't want to say they don't exist. I'm sure there's a MOUZ fan somewhere, but it's almost like they're just forgotten about in the grander scheme of things.
It's tough. I feel like MOUZ are in a position where the chatter is that they don't have a lot of aura. I think that's kind of what captures what's going on with them. But I just feel like they almost need a brand restructuring again. I know they changed their logo recently, but I feel like it needs to just be highlighted that this is just a group. It's almost like a group of guys. Like people should be able to identify with somebody on MOUZ, but it doesn't feel like those personalities are always brought to light completely. The fact that this is just an average group of gamers who suddenly just kind of got good over the course of time, that they were brought up mostly through the academy system. There's little aspects to like about them, but without lifting trophies, it's hard to really get that story picture perfect where you want it with the fairy tale ending. So maybe they need to build off of the fact that, yeah, they had a lot of comfort when they played in Cluj last time around. But I need to see a little bit more. I need to see a little bit more fire, because other than Torzy, it's hard for me to say that anybody is extremely likable on the team.
I don't even know what to say, because I agree with you, but I feel dirty agreeing with you.
I would also say this. Just own up to any little aspect of personality that you have instead of trying to sweep it under the rug and say that Zipnix wrote on your Twitter account.
There we go. I mean, one of the stats here, days since roster change, I think the only other team to extend this is Vitality, which I wouldn't change anything on Vitality right now. I wouldn't change anything on MOUZ. They're making consistent playoff runs, Dust.
That's always the tough spot. I feel like MOUZ find themselves in that precarious position where what you have now is good enough to make you a top 5 team in the world. It's good enough to get you into playoffs. It's good enough to get you into semifinals, even a couple of finals appearances here and there. But it so far has not been enough to be able to hoist trophies over a team like Vitality, who's been so dominant. A FURIA, who came alive towards the end of the second season of last year. You know, they've watched teams pass them by, unfortunately. It's that tough spot where it's like, you could argue they need to make a change because they've hit their ceiling, but their ceiling is already in such a good spot. If you rattle it too much, maybe they slip down the pecking order instead of growing.
Here's another team that's lifted a trophy recently. Obviously, our Blast Bounty winners, PARIVISION. Tough run, went through some of the favorites. I'm still going to ask the question, was it a bit of a fluke? Were they just lucky that it was the start of the season?
I don't think that PARIVISION's going to be winning another tournament for the remainder of these 6 months, but they're a team that is put themselves into the conversation as being a dark horse. The bounty win came at the perfect time for them when you have an eccentric style, one that's somewhat harder to game plan against, one where James really just... I mean, he's just going to hammer any defensive weakness that he sees until you make an adaptation. And if you don't, then he's just going to keep going to it till you break. So I like that they have gotten a trophy in their back pocket, because it shows that this is a team that's not to be trifled with, but it's one where I think now that teams are game planning for them a little bit more, as we saw at Krakow, then the cracks start to show even for them.
It was a nice path to watch because, I mean, at the end of last year, they were doing all the right things. They were dominating online in ECL. They won a small regional LAN, and then they had a pretty good run through the first few stages of the Budapest Major. So they did all the right things to kind of give them some momentum. Then they seized the opportunity at Blast Bounty. They caught a Spirit team who's, you know, bringing Magix and Xontics back into the roster and you know, making Magix an IGL. It's a lot of variables in play there. They took advantage of that and won that playoff game. Then they beat FURIA, which was just legit, right? You can't even put an asterisk on that one. Like, that was FURIA in full force, and they were able to beat them. But then Falcons, that's them using a stand-in, Nucleons, for you know, that whole best-of-5 final, and the guy who had virtually no experience, right? So there's a lot of caveats with that win. And then Krakow was a complete blunder, going in dead last place. And I would agree with Maui. I don't think another trophy's in their future unless they win like a smaller event where the field's not stacked. But it's like, find somewhere in the middle to rest that. You know, at least seeing them be like a consistent playoff team would be nice.
They're just going to be annoying for some of the top teams. I think that's kind of James' thing, right? They'll come in here and they'll just shake things up a little bit time and time again. Do you think?
It's one where if you do not have a vitality level of airproof defense, then he's just going to hammer you. I mean, I feel like the way that he dispatched of some of those better teams, say the Spirits and the Furias, and even Falcons to an extent, is that he just hammered the bomb sites of the weakest player. So I think a lot of this series is going to come down when we go through these maps a little bit more closely, that look at who is the lowest rated player on CT side, and just watch out, because if James just targets you every single time, you better make an adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, kind of glossing over the veto because it's gone exactly how we thought it would. I mean, it's the permabans coming out. It's the favorite picks coming out. There's really been no surprises in this pick ban. But you're absolutely right. Like, the one thing that I like about PARIVISION is that James always been known as like a super passive force. You know, the CT sides where you gamble stack, you save if you're not in the right spot. It can be very annoying to follow, and the whole Jame time means. But here's the deal. Jame still gets a lot of value out of players that don't have big names, which is huge. He still gets his numbers. At least he's a stable opping force in a world where we have a lot of streaky oppers. And you know what? I actually like their T-sides. They're explosive. As you said, they will try to attack your weaknesses when they find them. And they will, hit you with these fast plays. And I think that Noda and Zelo in particular have looked like fun, aggressive rifling prospects to keep an eye on going forward. So they're a fun team, that's for sure, no matter where the results are going to fall down at.
I would have loved to have spoken about Dust 2 a little bit, but you know what? We're going to stop talking and start game the way it should be done.
Indeed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, analysts. And, oh, sorry, I walked away way too soon.
That wasn't me talking.
Wanders, take it away.
Just waiting for Hugo again. Yeah. Yeah, I think what's awesome about this matchup is just how high level this could be. PARIVISION and MOUZ, they potentially lose their last tournament because stage nerves, they don't play up to their potential or whatever. We know how good they're going to be in this stage of Cluj, how fired up they're going to be. There's a lot of talk about how the atmosphere feels like it's changing on MOUZ, and that, I think they're getting used to the fact, unfortunately, this sad reality that they're not one of the most popular teams when it comes to the stage portion, and they don't care about that. They're trying to detach themselves from having to worry about it. I feel like PARIVISION are a team that have just never cared about that at all. In general, just surprised that they have they go to Brazil, and for some reason, James is the most popular guy there. It's like, how does that even happen?
It makes no sense.
But for the group stages to get to the playoffs, for the quality of CS that MOUZ bring, they are going to be incredibly strong, I think, in this game. But I don't expect PARIVISION to just be easy to push over.
Blast Bounty champions versus what was a lower tunnel setup here between MOUZ. Spinks is actually the one racking up these headshots. Zershin's going to connect his, and PARIVISION's plans of taking over tunnels have gone horribly, Wonders. They are all dead inside of this. Jane will take over the A site. Bomb can maybe take a swing at the cross, but it's a long road for Zwei to have to even have a chance at making that cross happen. Luckily, he has the smoke for this. And if James' flashbang is coupled with that, then maybe they're able to get over, but it feels like MOUZ understand what's coming their way. 3 players at this A site. Will James' position in the corner go unnoticed?
That's incredible.
Of course it does.
How in the world?
Shoots one in the back. Brolin catching it on the crossover. James trying to reach for that gun. And if he can gun down Brolin now, that'd be one thing. But Brolin taking position in smoke gets away from James. He'll still find the frag, and the clutch is on. James, 1 frag left. 2K to each of these players already, and Spinks has gone silent in CT spawn.
And Spinks has been so good, equivalently here to Jame. He's got a lot of time to play with, and Jame with time, that's a dangerous prospect. Bomb will go down single, so he's splitting the difference. He's not sure if it's cat or long. I wonder if CT's on his radar at all right now. He's watching for it.
Spinks walking up, and he's doing it quietly, but Jame testing the limit of this ramp peak. Starts to have second thoughts, goes back. Spinks confirms it. He hits the gush. And now as James got this last player down to 3 health, his clutch from Goose comes together. And of course, PARIVISION win a round like that immediately in this game. Because when we talk about PARIVISION from top to bottom, the X Factor, these undying moments for Jame and PARIVISION as a team, it's just a classic PARIVISION moment out of the gate.
It really is. I do think, it's kind of the play is amazing. Having, playing from Goose in that way from Jame and how he squeezes that out till the end. The fact that Zwei gets that kill full blind, has to adjust his crosshair. The flash hits him. It's like 4 seconds full blind, and he still finds it. They kind of have both here. An amazing play, a stroke of luck, and it coalesces for the 2vx. And we'll have to have MOUZ try to answer back with a force up. Spinks on a FAMAS.
PARIVISION coming in today to put the squeeze on MOUZ. Reigning defending Cluj-Napoca champions, by the way. whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
They did win that one, guys. They did win it. I have seen MOUZ with my own eyes lift a trophy in this city. But now the problem for them is that the competition in Cluj has come to play in 2026. Jimmy's Deagle is going to find the first and the second. And so starting to put a test on PARIVISION within this bomb site. MP9 bullets come whizzing through. Torji's Scout ready for a target. But he misses his chance at striking down the ramp. And now that FAMAS flank found out. Man advantage, but a ton of damage. And that's fine by PARIVISION standards.
How's he dodging this ammo?
Always willing to take it down to the wire. PARIVISION wounded across the board. But Torji's Scout, I mean, this is where you want the SMG. Scout's got to find all three, and unfortunately for Torji, no contact in that round means it's going to be the conversion off of the pistol. 2-0 the start from PARIVISION, despite MOUZ's best efforts and all of that position on site. It's just not enough to push it over the line.
The smoke is kind of hilarious right there, to throw that right on him, but it's also the perfect play. PARIVISION skate by another. Somehow James gets 2 kills where I'm 100% sure he's about to get traded. And, yeah, like you said, reigning defending. And it's also MOUZ who there's no concerns about how good they can play CS. I mean, some of the setups, some of the protocols, some of the utility, some of the tactics they pull off, it's just the best of the best. You know, they really are. They're so strong. It's just that the field is also incredibly powerful. If you put MOUZ are one of the teams that if you scrolled back a few years, they would just have like a dominance period straight up. You know, they're definitely that good. But now we're in a world where PARIVISION, off the back of the major, gained enough DRS to be able to compete at an event like this. And now have even come into this year, grabbed that opportunity by the horns, won the bounty, and are actually a threat for a deep playoffs run. Similar sort of power level to what MOUZ showed us the last time they were here, except now you've got 9 of the top 10 teams here.
It's funny with PARIVISION still kind of being ranked as they are, being seeded as they are. It's like they're not, you know,
what?
No matter who it is, I feel like if you see the day that the opening games are announced and you see PARIVISION, you're like, damn it, we're going to have to work. You know, like you're going to have to work.
Dude,
hard.
I would never want to play them.
I know even with the head-to-head going in the favor of Astralis, like they saw that matchup and they're like, yeah, okay, we got this.
Yeah.
But if it's PARIVISION, you're like, oh, man, these rounds are going to get close. We're going to have to win all those clutches. You know you're inevitably in those moments.
It's like Hell Week at the Navy SEALs. They're waking you up at 3 a.m. every day.
And it's like, you know, if it was a 2-2 game, it doesn't matter who your opponent is. You're waking up and you're ready to go deep and get gritty for that fight because it's when everything matters. But in a Swiss groups with 3 best-of-3s before you're eliminated, you see PARIVISION, dude, every team wakes up. They want that opening game to go as quickly and smoothly as possible.
Yes.
And there's no world where MOUZ got out of bed today and thought, yeah, this will be a quick one.
Yeah, this will be quick. This will be smooth.
And it's not because James is, you know, playing old James Counter-Strike either.
Yeah.
It's just because these rounds where things are pushed to the limit, PARIVISION have this undying essence. You know, we had that kind of crazy stat back in Bounty where, like, even on their opponent's map picks, they lose more 4v5 or they win more 4v5s
than
anybody else.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something crazy.
And you just sit there scratching your head like, how? But how? And it's just this essence, this almost unquantifiable essence that PARIVISION have. If you could bottle it and sell it, well, James would be a very rich man.
Still is doing okay.
Sure. Yeah. Right now, rich as well. 5-0 kickoff as it's going to be another challenge into the A site. Plenty of bodies into the ramp. Plenty of pistols to try to throw something upend it, but nobody overstepping just yet. PARIVISION pause.
And is there absolutely any world in which this is quick and easy for PARIVISION?
Ooh, I like that. I hadn't even considered that option.
I didn't even think about that one.
I hadn't considered it because we know what MOUZ do.
Yeah. I don't see it, but
MOUZ make playoffs. I still don't think so. I don't know if PARIVISION have kind of found that ability just yet to stomp.
Never have that, really. I I mean, when they made their deal with the devil, I think it came with close games, guaranteed.
Yeah, when James made that blood pact.
I might throw you a major, I might throw you a tier 1 victory, but it's going to be close, James.
Yeah. That's fine. James happy to dance with the devil.
You know why? Because he's got that immortal technique.
Ooh. It's just so nice to have him back. Can't remember who it was. I think it was maybe Yanko. And to kind of discuss that after the major, I think it was a tweet I saw. It was just like, you know, how many people of James' age and people who have had the accolades like James did would be willing to go into essentially like a year-long boot camp, winning, like living with the team to try to make that run for Budapest. How many other guys would just think that they, you know, are kind of better than that at that moment?
James has a wife.
Yeah.
They all have stuff. Like Destant, how old is Destant? Like, he's a grown-ass man.
Sure. Yeah, he's got things to do, but, well.
Yeah, but they committed to it, not because they were just doing a job where they could collect a salary. They did it all in. He's actually only 32. I mean, he's coach, so some of the coaches get a bit up there. I just feel like he's also just been around forever.
Sure.
Nevertheless, grown-ass man.
Yeah, true. And, no spring chicken.
And they have all committed. And James, I think after the bounty, you know, I think he said thank you to my wife because I'm literally never home, even though I could be in the boot camp portions of the year, right in between. There's another interview he did in Swedish, but I was having a hard time translating it on Twitter. But I think he said something like, when do you ever rest? Another one of those cool James quotes. When is there ever time for rest? Something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
And if you are boot camping every time you're not at a tournament, that is not serviceable. That's not a serviceable life for most people.
Nope.
In the world.
You know.
But it's working.
James a polygamist because he's also married to the game. And I think he had to know that when she became his second wife. You had to know.
But this man ain't no cheater.
Yeah. He can make it work, I tell you. And we've got him back in 2026. Who knew that James was coming back with a vengeance?
You know who knew? Valve. Because even when he played on VP, they were just getting all the VRS points, and everyone was like, this can't be right. There's no way James' team is in the top 10 right now.
Sure.
They knew all along.
I think there was a period as well where, you know, James was, whether it was on PARIVISION or not, but like him and Dostan actually just, they weren't together as well. And I think that had to happen again for all of this to come back together, I believe.
True.
You know, they kind of, it's funny that they give each other so much credit, but they will also be the first to admit, like, no, we disagree. Like, we clash.
Yeah.
We're not always on the same, but you have something here that works, you know, and provably works in the past with Virtus Pro, now with PARIVISION. Like, you can't doubt the process when the results can speak for themselves.
And Destan has said that he even more and more sort of just lets James do what he thinks is right, essentially. Works more and more on the prep and supporting him. But like the longer the relationship goes on, it feels like it gets stronger. I mean, I think because you've got, I mean, James, I don't know how strong his personality is, but he's the IGL of this team. He's the heart of the team in terms of the way they play. And Destan is there, it feels like, to make sure all of James' teammates do what he needs.
100%.
That's what it feels like when you're at tournaments, you watch them play. It's
funny, you know, James, clear leader, obviously so important to it all. But I remember whenever you ask in interviews, it's always a dangerous game with a James interview. Because you ask, well, what did you say to them when you had, especially when teams have to dig deep and win these close rounds, and you can't lose focus and you can't have any self-doubt, because that's when you start to lose those incredibly tight rounds, those critical points where PARIVISION do pull through so consistently. You want to ask James, how do you do it? What is it you say to them for everybody to believe? And I remember multiple times James will just respond with, "Oh, I say nothing to them.
Yeah, right.
They've got to figure that out on their own."
Yeah.
And it's such a weird contrast when I feel like, funnily enough, a team like MOUZ, who Cyclone seems to be the kind of coach that's right there to build you up, not just as a player, but kind of as a person. You know,
Yeah.
he'll rub your shoulders. He'll be the first guy to whisper in your ear, "You got this, big guy. You're not defined by one lock." Whatever it is, you know, he really builds them up as people. And James not there to do that. Build yourself up. Are you eating well?
Well, more than
Are
that.
you sleeping well? I don't think James is keeping track of these things. He just needs you to perform in the server.
I think there might be a bit of conjecture on my part, but I also feel that that style means that the building up happens before the match is live, and that you're not trying to learn new things when it's live. If you're failing mentally, if you're failing whatever, you know, maybe I could say some words that'll like get you back in order. But for the most part, this game was over before it started. You're coming into the match prepared in our style of camp. You know, if it's going to be Deston with whatever he says to the players where he's way more vocal, or if it's going to be James in practice saying like, get your act together while we're playing. Yakinder, for example, once Yakinder sighed on the mic in a practice, and James almost kicked him off the team for it.
Really?
So the attitude does matter, but that wasn't a moment that happened in a live match. I'm pretty sure Yakinder mentioned that it was like, he gave me a warning. He said, you never let that happen again, and then whatever. But there's no like punishments, no scolding, no whatever while the match is live. All the prep happens before, and that's why I feel like they are so unflappable. You see them in these moments, they're the ones who get all the X Factor rounds. Why? Because they're not nervous. They lose because they're not as good as the other team, but they never lose because they get shaky.
Yep.
It just doesn't happen.
It's funny, you know, we always kind of put it in this like pedestal that a team that never gives up and has the ability to make comebacks is this like it's this gold standard. And funnily enough, PARIVISION, a team that does make incredible comebacks and doesn't go down. I remember back on Bounty when they played Anubis and they were getting stomped out of the server, and then a TeamSpeak clip came out. I think it was Bounty or maybe it was Krakow, but they're getting owned on Anubis, and James, of all people, is clip saying, "Guys, we didn't even practice this damn map. To hell with Anubis. Like, let's get it over with."
Right.
And you're not allowed to just give up, but essentially you do.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
And so this person who is so good at always making games tight and pulling off victories is also the same guy that will turn around and just be like, nah, this one's a wash.
He was energy maxing.
Yeah, like, let's just let it go. And so it's, you know, that's why I kind of say, like, it's this, like, unquantifiable essence, because everybody would want to be the team that can fight for every victory.
Yeah.
And you want to know how that works and how you're able to do it yourself. But how do you get a read on a guy like James when he's also just willing to give up
That's the
maps?
last thing you'd expect him to say.
Like,
Yeah.
It's so hard to put your finger on this guy.
One thing that does make sense in lining up with other things he said is that he also kind of stamina maxes. You know, like he talks about that. Like at Rio, he famously talked about how tired he was. Just very blatantly saying, I was exhausted mentally, physically. Same thing after Budapest.
Yes, sir.
Same thing even at the Bounty. It's just the amount of prep in between matches, and the way they do it takes up a lot of time. And so, I mean, hey, you get an extra 30 minutes by throwing a map. But you still know or think you're going to win the series is the most important part.
Yeah.
If Anubis was the third map in that series, he could never say something like that. But, yeah.
Just let it go and on to the next. It's funny, we've had like a few characters like this in Counter-Strike, but I mean, James one, Cadian's one. We've always kind of described them as like a cult leader.
Yeah.
You know, because you have to buy in.
Yeah.
And there's not one teammate that James has ever had that I feel like has gone on record to be like, nah, that guy's got no clue what he's saying.
No, I've only ever heard people call him a genius.
And when you look at people who are able to successfully escape cults, once they're out, they always say, like, I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah,
that was
they get in the
crazy of me.
documentary.
Like,
Yeah.
it's only when you're in it that you believe it, but afterwards you just kind of, you have to admit it's insanity.
I mean, that's...
And yet with James, once they're out, they're like, God, I wish I could go back.
True.
You know, like,
Actually, great point. Just the best cult.
You have to
The one that
believe
works.
to be in it, or else you're cut.
Yeah. Yeah, Cadian's cult, not so much. That got fiery afterwards.
That's true.
But when they were in it,
Yeah,
that was
it's
looking
true.
good.
That's true.
Peak Heroic 2022
Yeah.
was looking good.
That's true. Cadian really was the cult, I guess.
No. I think, you know, this is also a cult. It's just a good one.
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't want to give the cults a bad name as long as James around.
Yeah, the first cult that's actually right. We're going to look like fools.
The biggest sign of the cult was when Fame did the interview, and he said, people always ask me, what's it like playing with James' weird playstyle? And I always respond, I have no idea. This is just normal for me. I've never played with anyone else.
Yeah, right.
And that's why James always works so well with the guys that you haven't heard of yet.
Yes, yeah. You've got to build, yeah, he's got to be able to build them up from the get-go, almost.
There's only a few guys that could put Tom Cruise in a cult. For the most part, you've got to get random Joes.
Yep, 100%. And Virtus.pro aren't here, so we can talk about them openly. Fame and Flit, I wonder where they sit at the moment, thinking about this PARIVISION, watching PARIVISION now get into the top 10 rank. I mean, Virtus.pro are in an identity crisis at the moment.
Yeah.
Right? They're losing to teams they never should. You've kind of, you've shaken off the electronic problem.
Yeah.
And yet still now you're in this huge rebuilding phase. But the electronic problem is what cost you, James, to begin with. And now you're just where you are.
Yeah.
How do you get back? And you're watching the guy you probably always believed in. You know, it never felt to me like Fame and Flit were turning their backs on James. It felt like the organization made a move.
Yeah.
And what are they going to do? You know, they're going to try to follow through with it. Electronics accolades at the time still speak for themselves. But I always wonder when an ex-teammate of James sees him do this again, and you think, am I past my prime? Could I still get back into this? Can you be a Shello or a Belchanok now in 2026?
It's guaranteed they have those thoughts until they win. You know, until they win. That's the big thing. I mean, that's what Kinder talked about too, right? And can only imagine the thoughts that went through his head until they started winning with FURIA. Now it's just probably all gone.
Yeah, now it's all good.
Winning kind of fixes all of that for sure. Fortunately, it can be the only solution. And again, for MOUZ, all I can think is they were just born a little too late, it feels like, to have capitalized on their peak. Because, like, and that was the same for Falcons last year. They probably would have picked up extra victories if not for Vitality. MOUZ would have picked up extra victories for Vitality.
Yeah.
It was kind of only Spirit and FURIA that could weave in there and get some extra victories. But MOUZ just went head-to-head right when Vitality
in the Vitality
at their matches in the finals. And they pushed them, too. They did. They just didn't actually get the wins. And like, yeah, like everyone's going to have a peak and a trough and multiple within your team and your career. And that's why we always talk about peaking at the majors or trying to aim for it. Like Blade always, Masterplay does every season. Whether or not, but one thing's for sure is like your grand peak, your overall top consistency, that just will not last forever if you don't pick up wins.
Sure.
You are not going to keep your teammates. You are not going to be able to go through all the practices, all the losses. Eventually that will wear down on you. Eventually people will leave your roster. If MOUZ are in danger of that if something doesn't change.
100%. I mean, there were so many rumors swirling around them changing coming into 2026, but nothing did happen. And, well, nothing's happening right now. So we're going to throw you guys to a break. We're going to fix this here TeamSpeak issue, and we'll be back soon enough. 4-0 lead for PARIVISION out of the gate on Dust 2, opening day of PGL Cluj-Napoca. Welcome back, folks, to the MOUZ PARIVISION opening game of day one here at Cluj-Napoca. It's 3-0 for PARIVISION, leading on Dust 2 over top of MOUZ. We've sorted out the issues, Mo. We've stamped out all the fires. We put Maui Snake back in his cage, and it's time to get back into the game.
We're going to feed him a burger.
Of course. We keep him well fed. He likes it here. He's right in behind that door.
All right. Well, let's see if this changes anything. I feel like you can't really kill momentum versus this team, but it's momentum that it's MOUZ that need it.
Belchnok opens up here in round 4 with a kill towards long. Down goes Brolin, who wanted to get a little frisky there, huh? Taking an
early
opening
peek.
duel towards doors and gets blasted for it.
So maybe they're not playing a default right now. And an instant regret.
It's going to keep Spinks cut off. Door still smoked, though, by MOUZ's own doing. We're going to get this triple up inside of the tunnels, bomb included. But there's a minute here, so nobody's making moves just yet from PARIVISION.
So they've identified Jimpat as the weakest MOUZ player. Let's see if they regret that.
He drops some smoke in front of them. They're still going to pounce through that with utility. Jimmy off of the window. He's going to find Sway, but now it's over to the USP. Nota catching one. And Zielo's going down with nothing to show for it, so Spinks diving into the bomb site. That's great, but top middle gets caught.
Did James even tell his teammate about that?
Right? James is 8-0 for the record, and he is 1 kill into this 1 versus 3.
Will he fake plant to peek into CT?
He knows that both players were hard committed over towards that B site. Bomb down, they start to make their move. James is alive. Lucky to be alive at that rate. Still worried about long, but the threats, it's getting closer. And that should be 2. He knows that the first player to shoot at him could not have gotten that close already. Trajectory of the utility confirms it. They're going to go for the ramp control, already trying to breathe down James' neck. He's into the cover. Missed shot, and with it, missed opportunity. MOUZ on the board, 4 rounds into play.
There's some players I'm like, how do you get away with all? How did James survive? He just walked out into the middle of the open, walked back, and didn't die, and then jumped up, didn't die. Jimpat, also another guy, always gets his.
Sure.
He's there inside a B, flash, smoke's coming everywhere. They know exactly where he is in the window, still gets his spray blind. And because of PARIVISION's play style, as Maui brought up, they target your worst player. They kind of make you feel like, why wouldn't every team do this? They just pick the site where the worst player is and go there every round. But versus MOUZ, that's kind of hard to do.
Sure.
They're one of the most evenly stacked teams in top 10. Who's their worst player, Connor? Can you even say?
Roland. Next. He's got a hard job. He's got a hard job. Jokes aside.
Okay, well, let's see if they go long every round. Then.
He was the first death last round.
That's true. That is true. That is a very good point.
Torres is here to help him this time around, and unfortunately for PARIVISION, not a lot of tools for the job. That one flash goes out. They'll try to push numbers strong into elbow for the bomb plant. Just getting the bomb plant's great, but Torzi missed chance to getting the easy kill. Now you've got to get the retake going.
Oh, they jumped into CT.
But they haven't been able to grab any guns. They haven't gotten any kills so far. And odds are against them that they'll find anything at all. This retake well underway, swiftly slicing through PARIVISION in the post plant. But PARIVISION only came to the A site for one thing, and that's the bomb plant and the cash that comes with it. That much they secured. MOUZ cut that lead down to a single round.
It's great when both teams can win in their own ways here. So a little bit of success. They don't let that get out of hand despite one missed op shot. It's fine. I think MOUZ are just happy to have recovered after their TeamSpeak issues and then are playing well. They had a couple of awkward rounds to begin with.
Yep, cleaner shots out of the camp already. I think it's going to start to put a little pressure on PARIVISION individually to kind of step it up a bit. James gave them this grace period with the kickoff. I mean, it's been some time, so it's fair if you forgot. Oh, pistol round was also a huge recovery for PARIVISION, thanks to James. Oh. And, well,
a laser.
Your boost just got beamed. Cielo coming through with the headshot.
Man, no one in B. No plans to go there. I think this would be so impressive if they somehow trick PARIVISION and get away with this heavy of a stack, but it looks like they won't. I'm like, ooh. They've got absolutely no way to trick them. It's crazy how clear this is to PARIVISION. They know without a shadow of a doubt. This is the fastest they've ever moved. I actually missed it. When did that end up being a 4A stack? So Torzi died on the boost on Cat. Was there even anyone in B already?
Oh, there had to
have been. That's when the rotation happened, eh?
We're watching laser beams fly out of lower tunnels, and that kill's so quick.
The only reason I say that is because if someone had cheated over, surely PARIVISION could have.
Yeah, we had, so checking out the doors, smokes it, departs.
Okay, door smoked, yeah. I like it. Didn't work, but they saved 4.
Terrorists win.
I got you.
It's fine too, saving 4 in a round where you just won with 5 players alive as well.
Totally fine.
So there are 24 rounds in regulation after all. We move through another one.
Trick on playing a dangerous game. You can see Spinks working that door, trying to both get info, but also give some fake info. Jump back across. Where was the last time? Where's the lean? You can actually see that MOUZ, they're kind of just trying to do the same thing again, but they pulled guard on long. They're really just focusing in on mid. This could be a full-on retake once this flash comes out.
Ooh, perfectly timed as well.
Oh, but Noda gets the kill. Somehow.
Torzi looked like he ate the T-flash in the middle of all that. I don't know how Noda gets away with the frag, but here he is set on fire. 2 players coming down into him. Okay, he's fine by that. Torzi's sidearm's gonna finally put Nota down. Bomb currently cut off because Torzi holds this, but as he starts to stomp back on Cat, James, slow burn, comes through with the kill that opens up the site for the most part. Spinks is still here, but as he goes into that smoke grenade, that's the chance for James to now push that bomb outwards. James throwing flashbangs out. Spinks is looking to strike. 30 seconds. Spinks comes through, back turn to Belchanok. And that is going to be another one for PARIVISION queued up.
Dude, sometimes Noda's aim is just scary.
How's he get away with those?
I don't know. His HSP sometimes, it's actually, he's just like 9 kills in a row, all headshots.
I mean, he had to be full blind. He ate that flash, he jumped into the corner in an act of desperation to get away.
But when you need, when you have good crosshair placement, you don't need a monitor. That's what the peripheral guys, they don't want you to know.
Okay. It's one of your bolder claims. No monitor needed if you're good enough.
Because when we look at this, it's all just going to be his preset aim,
sure,
his muscle memory, and his positioning. Maybe he didn't even have to move his crosshair. We'll see what he did.
I'm like wondering if he had regained some vision, but I swear he ate that flash so fully. We'll check it out. Eats that. Okay, it's baloney.
No,
it's not.
Perfect crosshair
it's perfect
placement.
Crosshair placement, muscle memory, and some raw talent.
Yeah.
And hint? Like a lot in Counter-Strike, just the right amount of luck.
You know what? He wasn't even that blind.
Just the right amount of luck. That's actually a very important thing to bring up right here. The VRS forecast, PARIVISION getting to a top 3 ranking if they win.
Is that how that works?
Currently ranked 5th.
1 series?
Currently ranked 5th. 1 series over MOUZ.
Aren't they higher ranked than them now?
I think after Krakow, they went back down. Krakow brought them back down to Earth. Bounty sent them into the atmosphere.
They're 2 lower than MOUZ. But that would jump them that many spots? No, that's like 100-something points difference.
Into the B bomb site. They'll try to test Jimmy again. He'll go down with 1, but you've got Spinks locked into the car. And Spinks with full vision here to hit the headshots. Opper's going to come wide and die to Xerxin, who's last to the scene. And we got a Noto 1v3, 1 kill deep already. Takes that late play out through middle. Bomb possession for Xerxin over on site. What's Noto's move? Could have left through the tunnels, but Brolin tucked into CT spawn behind that smoke. With timing, Xerxin's going to have to start to consider tunnels. Smoke grenade going to alleviate that threat.
And you know what? I think Brolin's going to have field pressure to not move, actually.
Oh, he's in the right spot. Oh, he wants the CT right now. He knows.
Oh my God.
Xerxin's right there. 1v3 denied because Xerxin finds his 2nd of the round. An efficient trade train inside of the bomb site. Back and forth once Xerxin got there.
I thought Noto was forgetting something, but he actually shoved himself into the door so he couldn't be visible from either side. That was so smart. And then still got his kill facing into CT.
Oh,
nearly put that together.
Doston thinks of something a little late, wants a timeout. Beautiful attempt and a classic example of how PARIVISION will push the limits of all of these kinds of scenarios, right? The clutch factor, that's one of the things with the roster move coming into 2026. We thought to ourselves, removing AW, who back at the Budapest Major showed a lot of clutch factor. We're like, how can you take away this late round impact? This is going to cost you in the tight games. But it feels like it's across the board sometimes with PARIVISION. Jame is an obvious answer, but that clutch attempt right there, I mean, that's enough to keep MOUZ on their toes and your eyes at home glued to the screen. Every round with PARIVISION, you've got to keep your eyes peeled.
I'm really liking the test of MOUZ where, again, they're so even-handed. And typically PARIVISION are just going B versus almost everybody. But in this game, they're not going to be able to get away with the game plan like that. It's going to have to be a bit more fair, a bit more balanced.
Little cat presence feigned early on. Utility coming through and pressure back on Yellow. There's 3 players ready to attack this A site once they've got long to go with it.
They shoved Yellow out here to get in front of that molly so they don't have to re-clear cat. And that's now put immense pressure on this A site because they don't know about what's happening at long here. Brolin, I don't think he knows how to call around this exactly. They're actually splitting the difference. And PARIVISION have put themselves in a very, very scary position. They're faking the mid-B as well, and the other smoke comes out on cap, but this one's more of a bluff. They're just hoping no one comes through. My goodness.
Yeah,
they know how much map control they have.
Yeah.
This is all they want, though. Hold one guy in CT, and then go 5v2 on the site. And now they've got to move.
Down to the wire, but they know it. They've got a good idea. Oh, that flash bounce back. Jane missed utility. And now Torzy's going to pop back up, missing 2 shots on this approach, but the bomb is still just crawling its way forward. Long kills come through, 4 on the clock. Nobody starts to plant. I think they've missed this.
Yeah.
Oh, man, down to the wire there. And once Torzy dies, it felt like an open road to the bomb site.
It was, yeah. They just needed to go plant.
Yikes.
I think they maybe didn't know if there was one more guy for sure, and there was a guy on long that got traded. He just had to believe it was going to get traded.
Yeah, you've lost the luxury of...
I think Torzy's kind of wiping sweat off his forehead here because that was not a great round by him on the hold, and it was one where PARIVISION nearly they just lost to themselves.
And James, in his rushed state, missed the flashback.
Big time. And even held it for an extra second.
But he's ready.
He's right back to it.
Yeah. He's been pretty rambunctious just sitting down here in middle, just kind of jumping around in suicide, going out mid last round. Felt like he was kind of being a bit aggressive. James starting to make moves happen, ready for that duel from Torzy. Noda's going to find the headshot onto Spinks out mid, and PARIVISION looking to make up for the lost ground of the last round. Walk through the CT smoke, surely going to catch you off guard. But this is what, an evacuation towards a B bomb site?
Yeah,
A is prime for the taking yet again.
They're watching this actively. They're listening to it. They have long control.
Both players hear each other stomping. Oof, but Xerxin wins the duel on Zwei.
There was kind of no reason for Zwei to go fast there. I mean, they heard Xerxin running back as well. They're getting really messy now.
Yeah, things are falling off.
That was kind of free. It's really strange to see that because mid doors wasn't smoked, and they had just quickly ran 2 guys back as if PARIVISION were set up in upper tunnels. But they obviously weren't.
Careful. Yeah, timing's going to go the way of the Jimmy. MOUZ remain active in all of that, scrambling Xerxin over to the A site, picking up his 2 individual duels.
Yes.
0 trade potential.
It was just an emergency. And Xerxin just had to frag his way out, and PARIVISION made 2 massive mistakes thereafter. I think they were almost confused at how obvious this looked, if that makes sense. With James sitting on Xbox, on big box, there's 2 guys rotating by him to get to B. He's like, wait, are they going to save? Like you said, in the middle of the round, but it didn't really make sense at that moment. And Xerxin's like, no, I gotta run back.
I'm surprised there's not another timeout at a PARIVISION off moments like this. Feels like that's usually the kind of like sloppy situation that Doston's immediately on top of. But not needed. PARIVISION, what was once a 5-2 lead, is now a tied game for MOUZ's 3 rounds in a row here. One that comes through by a half second. Clock is not played to PARIVISION's favor. Now Torzy's going to pick up the freebie. There's been some scary whiffs for Torzy so far this game.
Get him out now. While we're on day 1.
Defending Cluj-Napoca champions.
Did anyone say MOUZ get the cheese when they win?
Well, we're the guys that talk when they win, so it wasn't either of us.
I didn't think of it last year.
No.
This year I'll be ready.
Okay. Please don't. Please don't say that.
It stinks like a win here. And it's Swiss.
Okay. Oh, he's cooking, folks.
It's getting better and better.
He's cooking, and he's still got another 12 days. James has been on one, dude. 14 and 5 so far this T side. We talk about the talent of the rifles on PARIVISION, how good they all are. It is James keeping this dream of a 6-6 half alive. And as he opens up again with a man advantage, it's Yellow 4 and 10 on the half. Gets killed in lower tunnels, and MOUZ have something to work with. Belchanok versus Brolin and Xerxin. Brolin's not coming at this duel alone, but neither is Belchanok. Awkward timing, though, as James gets caught fumbling around with utility. His down now to 26 health.
It was really strange fights, strange timings. The double push was the final thing to catch him off, but all right, PARIVISION will take a look inside of middle. As they do, no one's playing close up. Are they going to be ready for an upper tunnels push, though? I think they are.
I like the activity that MOUZ have been kind of throwing PARIVISION's way. Brolin pushing the CT smoke to bring back that Nota frag grenades, landing perfectly, double up inside of the car. Your next piece of support is limited, but that's fine because Jimmy gets 2 headshots. Spinks is going to catch Jame unprepared for a second player. And with that, there goes Xertion. Again, activity out of MOUZ. In the face of these moments, they get active. They remain on top of PARIVISION despite their attempts to move elsewhere on the map, and it nets MOUZ this clean 5-round streak for the 7-5 half.
Definitely look a little uncomfortable when it's like, now we just need to rush. And typically in a spot like that, you want to make the other team suffer a little bit more. You don't want to get hit by a fallback grenade, walk into a spam, no chance to trade. You want to really set up perfect spacing. You want to avoid all the counter util. Everyone was a little bit low, so that last situation's a little rushed. Conversely, though, for MOUZ, it's perfect. Jimmy gets a little bit of a fight in, but doesn't die. They fall back to perfect spots to defend for potentially mid and an upper split, and that's what you want to... and what we normally expect from MOUZ these days. Many layers in a round. Good protocols. Like, it's so calm here.
It's a full control situation out of MOUZ to close that half. PARIVISION's map pick of Dust 2. Second pistol, and it's 2 sets of utility coming out for MOUZ between Brolin and Jimmy. Xertion takes a quick look at long, spots multiple bodies. PARIVISION remain with no mid control here in this one. Another smoke through the doorway. It's Yellow's under pressure. Belchinok's got the first one into the tunnels. Ooh, and he comes back with those Berettas for second servings. Wants to get into the cover and is given that bit of a space. Torzi had the bomb there, so he can't really go for that wide swing. Can't stop Belchinok from getting into cover. Man advantage for the retake. Total mid control for PARIVISION. All MOUZ will have are boots on the bomb site. Brolin tucked into car up first.
It's the key fight right there.
That's if he pops up, of course.
Yeah, he has to pick his time.
Ooh, Jimmy gonna kill the tunnels player, so now they flood out through the windows. 3 players strong. PARIVISION getting slaughtered, but still down to the clutch. And Brolin stuck in this corner. They're gonna take the high road over top. Nota going over the box, finds Brolin, gets back onto the bomb with, I believe, just enough time. Woo. Cut it close. PARIVISION a 6th secured by way of window retake.
Yeah, very solidly done. I know Brolin was like in danger of dying. Obviously could have spared his head and tried to delay for a little longer. It's not the most fun way to try to go for it, obviously. But the retake happening this way is pretty impressive for PARIVISION. We see the spots that are getting played. The first kill coming down for the T side as well to make it a 3v3. But Nota has got it locked up.
Ooh, James gets tagged by the scout. That's 2 critical scout shots landed here for MOUZ. That changes this round, at least the complexion of it. PARIVISION have to be nervous about giving them more contact. And within that hesitation comes free space for MOUZ to take over. It's a dangerous game to play. 60 health on your own, trying to make something happen into the tunnels. Belchanok's going to eat that flashbang. That's fine. He gets into the cover, and from that cover, finds one. Yellow comes through with the Sphinx frag, multiple kills off of the MP9, but still this one goes down to a clutchable situation here for Torzi. AK in hand versus 2.
It's very live right now, and they've got him split up. Jame is super low. If Torzi takes this to the window, he could find a peek and make it a one-on-one and just wait for a moment where James scaling, but he's deciding to play it really safe, which means the CTs have a chance to scale on him. They either think he's sitting K-sharp, waiting, or that he's back here. I feel like his time is limited.
Stomping his way inwards. Whew, just keeps it clean. Goes straight for it.
Too safe.
Yeah.
Like usually, even if you're up in window and they're both retaking from mid, you have a chance to get a kill and fall back into the site. Like you can take a timing peek. Someone has a nade out, ideally not in a 2v1, but you could find a clip off, isolate a fight, and get away. But Torzi, I think he played that really well for a 1v1. Maybe one for a guaranteed late timing situation, but not one where it's like a standard
full
retake.
Bomb, yeah. He plays that like somebody who's missed a few critical op shots and is sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. You heard his, I don't know if you heard his frustrations as well after the clutch in the background.
No.
Some words of frustration with that one.
Okay.
I think in hindsight, he realizes that he played it like a chump.
Yeah.
There was no bravery in that attempt to close out the round.
And some days you feel like that.
Yeah, sometimes
you're
like,
making a safe move you should make maybe, and it's just need to get back online. But there's still time.
Not the kind of decision that screams confidence, and sometimes in a 1v2, confidence is what wins it.
I feel like in a 1v2, have some fun, because 1v1, everyone's expecting you to win.
And the odds are against you. I have a Jame observation. Jame is a player who I've always thought didn't have any of these kinds of ticks. He's never a butterfly knife spinner, etc., etc. But his new tick is switching hands, which obviously he just couldn't do as fluidly in CS:GO. But now in CS2, he's found his tick. Sign of the times.
Quality grenade. Quality. But it looks like a bomb tank could be possible here.
Bomb is now in position. They try to go through to cover it. Ooh, and they get away with that. AK picked up here for Jimmy too. Spinks in with the headshot. And now you've got a pinch onto the long players. Jimmy gets another. And a gun picked up by Spinks. He earned this with his deagle kill, but that bomb plant is on the other side, and there's no kit on the player, but that won't matter. Ziello is able to just commit to it all, and 2 players survive for PARIVISION as they will re-establish a lead.
That got way out of hand fast, especially with that spray being so close to even stopping the plant. But they did a great job, MOUZ, of throwing 2 bodies through that smoke as the plant was going down, just prioritizing the money. And that's just another moment where you see their teamwork shine through. So 3 kills, a plant, that's pretty damn successful.
It's 3 bomb plants in a row for MOUZ. It's 2 survivors at most for all 3 of these CT round wins for PARIVISION. There's certainly still things to praise here for MOUZ, but the numbers say PARIVISION winning does too. And a boost on Catwalk just missed timing, because Zershan's always a little faster, but I think you see the top of his head there. Yeah, James spots that, drops a nade on him, and gets a good amount of value.
Huge amount, yeah.
Zershan down to 62 at a minute 30. Oof, that's all right. But still technically a missed smoke.
No, it is. It is a missed smoke.
Put it on the tally.
Well, what are they up to? Because Jay missed a flash. It's day 1, though. You get mulligans.
Okay. Everybody gets 1.
That one's a pushed smoke. Noto will see nothing. MOUZ have been doing a whole lot of shadow boxing this round, trying to draw some confusion out of PARIVISION, but they've just come and checked in mid, didn't see anything. Had vision earlier on Cat, got some util damage off of it. Not sure if they're totally afraid right now. But actually, suddenly, it's looking pretty good. MOUZ coming late for the mid-B split. 2 guys here, full test.
Belchanok doesn't go in for the mid-fights. Yellow getting a one and done. Ooh, huge reposition here for Belchanok. Oh, this gives it more legs.
Incredible.
And a missed off shot from Torzi again. He's trying to chase down Belchanok and eventually gets it, but by the time he finally connects that shot, it's already the 1v4 and time has expired. Belchanok getting out of position.
I can't even believe that.
You painted the picture beautifully. It's a 5v2 on site. It feels like for sure it's going to crack under that immense MOUZ pressure. But he, at the perfect moment, gets away from the window setup, peels the door player off instantly, and still gets into a new spot that then actually serves up an issue for the tunnel push.
Yeah, you almost never see a move like that with that split coming in. He knew if he got the car, he'd be formidable versus tunnels. That'd be his best spot to get a 2K. But on the way, he knows he has to peek the door and take a fight versus mid. And he just does it so elegantly. It's just like 3 bullets, instant headshot, move on to the next position.
Yep. Barrel stuffs the door guy, ignores the second one. And Nuke doesn't stick around and try to shoot the guy in the background either. He knows priority is hold tunnels once Yellow dies with 1.
Exactly. And it's just, that's so well done. And creative moves like that under pressure, I think, is what will make you a great anchor in the long run. In some ways, it's just the hardest thing to do in Counter-Strike. Oh, they missed them all. They missed the K-Sharp
excuse me, it's actually Nota out of CT that kills the door player.
What?
Yeah. No, in that replay, Nota opens up the smoke, and Belchanok got damage on him. But it's Nota pinching the player on door.
Oh, okay. I thought there was 2.
There was 2 players out middle, but the guy who died in door was not just Belchanok changing position.
Okay.
So we'll chalk it up to a bit of teamwork there as well.
Damn, they got that too.
But I don't think it takes anything away from the praise for Belchanok and that he repositioned exactly when he had to.
Even thinking about going across the door was just absurd. But yeah, helps when you've got a team.
And it's nice to see them kind of tap back into that synergy because there was some scrambly miscommunication type looks for PARIVISION in the first half. The round that they lose to time, the moment that Sway and Belchanok run at Xertion on their own, no trade potential. It feels like those two have been kind of washed away with these last couple of victories. 4 in a row now for PARIVISION's defense.
But with that round being so close, it does feel like MOUZ just want to copy and paste.
Oh, Sway gets out long.
And that's the way to answer a copy and paste. You bring out a new bit of info. Don't commit to that.
Trying to get away from it.
You've already pushed long. Now they're freaking out. You don't really need to do much more than that.
Had the gun advantage over the Galil. Got in a little bit of damage. Yellow always good for at least the 1. And again has Belchanok hard committed over to the car. Slightly different plays here. Yellow just allowing them that space. And he'll get himself a second frag. Belchanok, again, always here to help out. And Torzi doesn't have bomb possession at 5 seconds, so this round expires, and it's PARIVISION to the double digits, while MOUZ are scrambling to find any T round wins.
I feel like when Zway was on Spirit, he would have just swung wide and died right there. So that was nice to see him like get into that duel, but then just leave it at pressure. It's a long rotation to go back to long, and it's still a 5v2 in the site for a second, but at least everyone's got an early warning sign.
Yeah.
You know what attack is coming, and you can get ready for it. The PARIVISION site defenses on B have been extraordinary so far. They made that look really easy. It still wasn't.
But they're about to get easier. Single op for Torzi. That is it. That is all. We haven't had to tap into that Jame performance on the second half thus far, but looks like with this cat crawl, he may be called on for a couple shots. You'd think Zway doesn't push this door 2 rounds in a row, but he still finds free space and places the AK up close. And they're hoping he does make that exact mistake, but leading with the op, the barrel's going to give it away. Shadows are going to give it away. We'll see what Zway can handle as they come through.
They just started blasting.
Oof, that's what you need right there. Jane peeks into the Torzi op. That one op they had to play with. If you can hold off Catwalk, attention turned towards Long in time. CT's putting a smoke down here. We're going to get this sprint from Belchanok to go attack the flank. Torzi and Brolin both trying to cross over, and they're going to be found out. Pinched by the final two. Notice spams through boxes. Belchanok not even called on for this one. It's 2 survivors as PARIVISION's CT side remains flawless.
Flawless. And yeah, close calls are just close calls, but the rounds keep going to the blue guys right now. So pretty impressive stuff here for PARIVISION after the start that we saw to this game as well. How unlikely that pistol round was. Some of the moments that they brought together, and now how good they look in both halves of the map. Cyclone's getting involved.
But a timeout called by Dastan.
Gotta be ready.
Hopefully for Torji's sake, connecting that long kill, getting the ball rolling in a round you're not supposed to win. You know, you got to still shake off the rust, whatever the hell's holding him back right now.
Yeah, there is.
Nice.
Oh, Galil's just slightly off.
Feels like that time Sway kind of misses his shot top middle. If Xerxan had an AK instead of the Galil, maybe that would have been a death. This one too.
Right, maybe.
It's damage, it flusters Jame, it pushes him back, but there's a lack of lethality from MOUZ across the board at the moment.
Oh, that's a good molly. Huge information.
You get utility out of them, they burn a smoke to escape, and with that, Belchanok's going to keep the pressure on.
Whoa.
Torji's op shot whizzes through, no connection on his behalf, no B defense at the moment, and no smoke even in the tunnels. So that's a scary one to kick it off.
Wow, Belchanok gets away with a lot here. Oh my goodness, jumping on and off the site.
Still hasn't put that smoke down. Now it comes through at a minute.
Yeah, he kind of has to now because Spink's done a good job working it. And he'll finish this off with a lurk smoke. So they're just kind of keeping this threat up. But as they walk away, MOUZ will look to make this an A-split. Thing is, PARIVISION would love an A-split right now.
Again, Torzi's going to win the head-to-head on Jame.
The sad part is if it's still an A-split, they're not any weaker, really.
Ziello with the headshots, multiple. And a bomb dropped in front of him for his efforts.
No way.
No Jame needed. Ziello all day from this long hold.
There's just not that many teams that have a player that can do that. Just straight up a 3K hold, all dead on the same spot.
Your B anchor, by the way, suddenly playing long A instead, and he comes through. Look at this smorgasbord of dead bodies.
Damn, AKs for all. The extremities have been absolutely locked down. And they've let MOUZ take middle and get out there pretty much whenever they want.
Seven CT rounds in a row.
That's kind of crazy. But also, I wouldn't know what to tell MOUZ right now. Some positions are just must trade, but I'm like, I feel bad for them because it's just that the crosshair placement is so good. The headshots are just instant here for PARIVISION. I don't know really, you know, what kind of advice can get you out of that?
Start of the CT side as well was on such a thin margin that maybe that extra bit of room could have helped, but you know, Pistol goes down to the clutch. 3 rounds in a row, all by way of defuse. That clock's been expiring against MOUZ. 3 of the last 4 rounds as well, so it's just kind of been this slowly but surely PARIVISION CT win. Round 20 is where it could all end, but Belchanok takes early damage once more. Jame will get the better of Brolin. There's been a lot of damage on the early cross. Torzi from the scout to now the op. But Sway better be careful. Gets a reload off, gets back into the corner, smoke about to fade. That's why you gotta be careful, but Torzi missing a shot. And we've said that one too many times today.
No, the pre-aim wasn't good there.
We can see it, he can feel it. Everybody knows it. There's been multiple moments where that MOUZ AWP could have found easy frags. Now blindsided down in tunnels. Yellow kind of skipping protocols, goes running into it. Does this scramble Paravision's idea of what's going on?
Well, they just need to get Cat, but then they can just instantly turn around as well.
There's smoke cross, flashbang interrupts it. They're gonna expose it.
They're gonna space their utility out, put lots of pressure on this cross.
Pauses things, no more frag grenades coming out from Paravision. They revert back to just spamming through blind. And a silent crossover for MOUZ has gone by without getting damaged. James off also misses as Xerxin comes up through that ramp.
But see how much utility they still have. They have another volley as well.
Keeping the pressure on. Sway starting to hit his headshot. Spinks will find another kill out through the tunnels. But it's 20 seconds left in this T side for MOUZ that is seemingly going to rely on a Torzi 1v3. It's been a tough go of it since the beginning of Dust 2. Time to clutch or onto Inferno. He'll hold off for the long play. Jame announcing it with the flashbang. Lands the shot. 2 more to go. Both approach from CT spawn, and Torzi unfortunately just doesn't have him in it today. 13-7 close on Dust 2. Paravision, both pistols, full conversions, and a flawless CT side.
Okay, so let's have a little bit of fun. Dust?
Yep.
How do you feel about MOUZ's T side on Dust 2 there?
Absolute trash. I mean, and look, here's the issue. I think if you were to, I mean, there's many things you could point out that has held MOUZ back from making more grand finals, winning more trophies. You know, individual performances being inconsistent, map pull issues, Brolin maybe struggling to fill the shoes of being an in-game leader. You could go a bunch of different ways. But the one thing that is a constant issue with MOUZ Sports is these T-sides. And again, I don't know if it's cause or effect, but Xerxin's entry success has gone down tremendously over the last 3 to 6 months, and it was very bad at Krakow. Struggled here again. But I also think it's just like when you watch them play, you see it so many times where their spacing and scaling is just not there. Like the trade potential is just not there because it's kind of just one by one. They're like they're trying to do like these crazy split pressure, keep all your options open moments where they're just getting picked off on the edges, and their T-sides are just so uninspiring.
I mean, look at this highlight from Yellow. Look at how long it takes for every member of MOUZ to peek after the other. Even the B take that they tried going for earlier too, where the anchors from Paravision there were able to very comfortably get one kill, reset their recoil, get the next kill, reset their recoil. That sort of stuff is just simply unacceptable if you're a team like MOUZ that wants to be contending for trophies. And unfortunately, in the big moments, that seems to harm them a lot more. I feel like in group stages, I haven't had to talk about MOUZ and their inability to trade almost ever. Even during some of their woes, I just don't feel like that's usually a talking point. But that was just, for me, what was the flaw of their T side in this one. Because they tried going short, they tried going B, they tried going out long, and every single time it just felt like they were very stringy with their approach, which is something that Paravision players are going to eat up because they actually are of a caliber that's good enough that they can multi-frag when presented those opportunities.
Do you think that MOUZ lost that in the end? I mean, they were obviously in the lead until halftime, or was it more of a J masterclass, as everyone likes to do with Paravision?
I mean, when you look at the first half, it certainly is true that Paravision had like a really hot start. I mean, they had the 3-0 start off for winning pistol. I thought they had some like nice ability to counter MOUZ's aggression. They caught a couple of guys getting aggressive at middle or off catwalk and were able to spiral that into round wins. They had a couple of nice like B pops and mid B splits that worked out well. But eventually MOUZ caught on. They were able to start defending some of those B hits, and just generally speaking, we're having a pretty good defensive game, which MOUZ never really had too much struggle with that, in my opinion. I feel like their CT sides are always usually pretty sound. But again, it's all about when you flip the script, you have to close out on the T side. MOUZ looks so rough, man. And again, it used to be early on, it was Xerxin had a lot of good success being an entry guy and creating space, and Spinks was just such a nice trade fragger, and then just like closer. And they're just not having any of that anymore. They just seem so disconnected, and I'm just not sure what it is or what it would take to fix. I'm sure if it was simple, they would have already done it. But something just doesn't smell right over there. Like, I don't know what to say.
Fair enough. Okay, let's talk about Jame because he's on our screen right now. I mean, do you think some of the top tier teams will be able to counter him pretty easily in this tournament if Paravision makes it through?
Yeah, that's kind of the big take I have about them, that even there on their T side, we could see as they were trying to hammer the B bomb side against Yimpat and Spinks that eventually they were able to just stand up to the test. And then we saw James trying to work through his plan B, trying to go for his own A hits there, and not really to the greatest effect. I mean, if they didn't get off to the good start, it would have been an even more bleak picture than what we already saw for their offensive side. But then again, I mean, you can't really count them out because they can put up great CT side holds. Obviously, when we then contend that with the elite opposition like the Furias and the Vitality, who I would assume have very little problem in spacing and making sure that they get the trade kills that they're supposed to, then you're going to see them put more to the test. But no, they're still looking like that team that's going to play upset to a handful of the big dogs here, and maybe the first scalp they'll find is in the opening game versus this MOUZ.
You say that. We're moving into the second map. It is, of course, MOUZ's map pick. Let's talk about how that plays out, because this was a conversation that we were having in the green room where we said, well, is this a 2-0? Does this go to a third map? Maui and I were on the side of we're definitely going to a third map with MOUZ. I mean, Dust, you felt that this could actually be closed out by PARIVISION. Why was that?
I mean, it could be. I mean, they've won all their Inferno games they've played so far since Waze joined the team. That includes wins over Furia and Falcons. And yeah, sure, you could make some points about Falcons having a stand-in and things of that nature, but the win against Furia was absolutely legit. So it's not like they have a crazy sample size of success, but they have shown it. And I think that it really comes down to the fact that they are so good at split pressure. Noda is a really sound, like B controller type figure. And then you have someone like Zelo who's also able to, you know, really take bracket control. And then when you pair them up together, when you're actually going for your play, you know, in the mid to late round, they're very good at trading and just, you know, brawling out. And I think these are the two riflers that have been so interesting to watch lately. And so they have some win conditions in that regard. But it is true that MOUZ, of all the maps in their map pool besides Ancient, I feel like their Inferno has really shined through. It's something that they actually haven't had as much struggles with. And but to me, it just comes down to, you know, how well Xerxin plays, because he's just so pivotal.
I do think that there's a lot more polish to MOUZ's game, which comes through on Inferno. The pairing of Brolin and Exertion on the banana control is probably going to be enough to dissuade PARIVISION from taking too much space on that side. I have in the past actually liked some of the PARIVISION T sides. In fact, it's notable here that they, despite it being MOUZ's pick, they're picking the T side here. So they do like to, like Duz said, put all the pressure on and even work through other aspects of the map that some people don't. I don't feel like I see Jame ever really get lazy with calling on this map. Like sometimes when I see newer IGLs on this map, you just see the porch hits a little too often. You just see them running up that short side, throw the moto smoke, and then they just hope that they're able to trade. But usually James trying to figure out are there any gaps in the defense? Can a player lurk through on the arch side to find a nice backstab? So that's going to be something that MOUZ have to reckon with, because I feel like the first line of defense at Banana, though, will probably be good enough for MOUZ to get this map over the line.
Very quickly, before we go to a break, what do you think about the pieces surrounding Jame right now, this young PARIVISION team?
Well, again, like I kind of mentioned it as we were talking through Inferno, I like that the fact, because Jame is IGLing from the opting slot, it allows him to add like another, I guess, like star rifler, so to speak, like in the main control group, right? Like you're not having to spend your IGL in one of those places. And so that allows Noda and Zelo to be that like nice little 1-2 punch, but it also allows you to split them up and then pressure multiple sides of the map at the same time, then kind of pick where you think is best to go. So I think that's really nice that those are two young guys. It's too soon to call how good they will be, but the eye test just looked so good for Zelo at the major last year, and Noda really stepped up for them in that bounty run that they had at that title there. So those are nice. And then I think when it comes this way, it's just like he was such a prospect on the Mega, but then obviously his time on Spirit, we all know how that went, right? And, you know, I think they made the right move. He clearly didn't fit there. And it's like now this is his second opportunity on a team like PARIVISION that has the VRS status to make it to some big events, to prove that, hey, yeah, Spirit didn't work out, but I'm still a valuable player that can bring, you know, something to a team. And so we're going to have to see how that plays out.
I'm still just kind of finding out for myself. I rate Zelo the highest of all of James' tools right now, because I just feel like the way he takes every fight looks so concentrated, whereas Nota, to me, probably him and Zwei have the best first bullet accuracy, but that doesn't always make you the best Counter-Strike player. So it's interesting to watch as I see the strengths and weaknesses for them as I just view them more. Because, for example, Zwei is really good on this PARIVISION team when he has a lot of space, when he can work around, say, Ancient He has so much room to just control the action, dictate what he wants to do next. But when he's kind of a soldier that just kind of has to run in first, which he does on Overpass more, then I feel like we see the floor of him. Like he gets really, really kind of muddied around then, and he kind of just doesn't really get any moments to shine. So I feel like right now, Yellow, to me, has the highest ceiling overall, but it's still, there's a lot of learning to do with how high this PARIVISION team can go, and even if they just make more playoffs this season.
I loved how you explained that James's tools and kind of referring to the rest of the team as the toolbox that he gets to dig into. He's going to be digging deep to see if he can close this series at 2-0. We're going to go for a quick break. Make sure you get refreshments because when we return, the Counter-Strike continues.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you!
Yeah. Look, all of my men going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
From the end of 2025, now coming into 2026, PARIVISION and Jame have had some impressive results, a big win at the Bounty as well. For you, Jame, you're back to being on top. How is this like in terms of a feeling for you and an achievement and looking at trying to get back to where you want to be as a player?
I think nothing special. I think it's because I'm tired. It's hard, you know, sport, cyber sport. You need to grind every time. Every teams wanna beat you, and I think I will feel something maybe summer on players break. Now nothing.
You're not celebrating anything. You're just grinding. You're working hard. But do you feel like you can still keep up with this? Like your body can handle this? You can deal with it all mentally?
I think yes. I'm trying not overthinking. I need to just do my job. After when I won major in Rio, we have a break and it's not good for us. It was not good for us. Next tournament we lost 0-2 and I don't want to make same mistakes. I just need grind and nothing happened for me and for my team.
Have you had time to work on some new structure, work on some new strategy, make sure that you're not predictable?
I think it's a lot of job, like remake all, like, you know, all playbook. On tier 1, you need to be like better player. You need to overplay your opponent. It's not about tactics, you know. I can't won't just go B, go fake B. It's not like this. You need to one clutch. You need to like good communication, and it's a slow process when players need to more experience, need to more confidence. Yes, of course we rewatch all our games like we do before but this is not main things when you go on tier 1, when you play versus best players in the world. Best players in the world, they don't give a fuck about your tactics. They're just shooting headshots.
Yeah, but you have a lot of young players who can deliver those headshots, who can play individually very well. Are you seeing good development in them? Like, are you seeing the improvements in these players event to event?
Yes, of course, they improved every day. They like grows up every day. They just kids, and it's their way to become like men, you know. And our like main superpower, it's individual. Like I am, and that's all we have right now. And our main focus on to be smart players and some players.
But let's look at Cluj-Napoca as an event for you guys. What are your expectations of the team? Like, how far should this team go?
I don't want to think about expectation. No, we have no pressure. To be honest, our organization don't do expectation from us. We just did good job before, but we're still young. We still, you know, less experience than MOUZ Sports, for example. We just need to play our game. We need to learn about all games, and I think we can beat everyone right now. But everything can happen in this map. Yeah.
James, thank you very much for all of your thoughts, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you guys. Enjoy this tournament.
It's not quite do or die here at day 1 of Cluj 2026, but it is a chance for MOUZ to get a rebuttal going. An absolutely flat T-side on Dust 2 cost them their opponent's map pick. Mohan, now we move this party over onto Inferno, where MOUZ are supposed to give us a slightly better look. And I feel like we're all kind of cheering for them, because even if you're not the biggest MOUZ fan, you don't want to see MOUZ totally flop. And unfortunately, that's what Dust 2 kind of ended up being.
I want to see a MOUZ that gives every team a run and, like, honestly beats teams like... I mean, if PARIVISION are a team with a tournament win, I feel like they still should be able to get skill checked by MOUZ, who
100%
are so consistent for so much longer and been together for so much longer. It should never go like what we just saw on Dust 2, especially with, like, Torzy just really having a really off day right now. I mean, you don't normally see it end up that badly. It's been pretty consistent overall, so...
It's the scary one where it's like there's off maps and then there's off days.
Right.
Was it a map, or is it just going to be a bad day 1? We'll find out here on Inferno. He's here inside of the pistol hold. Both pistols back on Dust 2 go the way of PARIVISION. Yeah, Torzy will get there with the assist out of Brolin, and it's 3 kills for MOUZ. Make it 5, why don't ya? Total stoppage of the apartments push. That's the kind of round MOUZ need to get the win back in their sails.
It was also massive op difference, because Jane was just having like a life game at the exact same time. Plus, I think in that head-to-head kill matrix, it was just Jane like actually out-opping Torzy in a lot of moments. Now, luckily, now that we're on Inferno, kind of takes the ops out of the equation as much. I feel like ops on Inferno, CT side, sure, but mostly good for, you know, getting the quad on B in a post plant, like certain key positions, but in general, relatively optional.
I would just like it to be known that in the warm-up for this game, Zway was using the T-side auto-sniper, no-scoping people in spawn. Depending on how his game goes, make of that what you will.
I just remember when James Banks interviewed him at the Bounty when he won, and his first thing he said was, "You again." And I just wondered what kind of thoughts go through his head normally.
Zwei, the kind of guy that always catches the hotel breakfast in the last 5 minutes. I see
You're
him there.
projecting right now.
No. Well, I mean, I guess I'm also there, so what does that say about me? But he always slips right in, you know? And I think that's maybe hanging out with James too long. You start playing with time down to the limit.
Right.
If it says 10:30 and it's 10:28.
It is nice to see, though, that he's having fun and being comfortable.
Oh, yes, 100%.
He got it bad in terms of, playing for Spirit and then not doing that well, and a lot of criticism playing on a team that big.
Big swing into middle, and the brackets hold goes exactly how you'd expect. There's a triple kill for Torzy. Get those numbers up, 6-0 start. Dust 2 will just be nothing but a forgotten nightmare.
And also, I'd just like to say for Zwei that even when he played on Spirit during his worst moments, like when he was just onboarding for months, they won Cologne. And even, you go back and look at the stats of that Cologne, he was heavy.
Sure.
He was really not playing that well. But if you actually watch the rounds, some of the kills he got were impactful. And I don't think you can actually pull off a win of that size, even with Donk, without having some impactful frags from the bottom. And so you could still see the semblance of a player that could, work out eventually. And when we got to the major, he got those back-to-back aces as an anchor.
Hell yeah.
Like, learned his role. And,
I mean, he
feel like
killed Falcons in Budapest. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that was all him.
Right.
Some of his best maps in a Spirit jersey.
And it feels like PARIVISION's the perfect, with Jamin Distan, like the perfect way to craft him to the next level. Oh, man, Noto, man.
Going to open up. PARIVISION successfully taking a look at this B bomb site. Roland's MP7 on the fallback, dies with nothing. And the moment PARIVISION have guns in hand here on Inferno, it is a B bomb site that belongs to them entirely. But you're dead on. I like it. Jamin Dastan are the kind of guys that'll look at Zwei and think, yeah, we can't attract him. For example, what was he was playing for Nameca before he went to Spirit? Who did he play for in Austin?
My God, yes.
I want to say it was Nameca. Point being, when he had such a great performance in Austin like that, you just know he's kind of destined for the top dogs of the region. And Spirit, if Spirit and PARIVISION go head-to-head trying to get a player, PARIVISION, Jamin Dastan, no, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll take him when you're done with him if it doesn't work out. And lo and behold, it didn't work out. They get their hands on him, and we get to see a better version. It's like one man's trash is another man's treasure, and I'm not trying to call Zwei trash. I think now he's looking more like a treasure.
Well, they got him at a low point, yeah. So that's kind of the analogy for sure. And like the only players that haven't worked was essentially when they tried a superstar that was still good, which was Electronic, and there was just too many. You know why it doesn't work? It's because there's too many strong ideas coming in from the guy who's on a successful team. Whereas, as we just ranted about with James, you have to buy in totally to his ideas, to Distan's ideas. So I think Zwei was ready for that.
No, I mean, you can speak ill of Electronic now if you want to, but when he entered, you still have to look at what he'd achieved. What's...
Yeah, you'd want to listen.
What's a guy like Nota going to say if James says, no, I know better? You might have the headshots of a god, my friend. But James got a major. So here we are with the flash into Banana. Xertion gonna dive into the cover. He's regained vision, and they hit him with the counter flashes.
Two.
James still gonna come through with another kill. Man advantage for MOUZ, but that gets taken away pretty damn quickly. James is here with a teammate right behind him. The bomb, though, is back on T-ramp, and that is a spanner in the works for PARIVISION.
Crazy that it's that far back when they have this many players up Banana. And James knows that this site is totally open. So the question is, are they going to run it back? I think they wait long enough, they go back to B, because now it's like a double fake. And MOUZ are just going to wonder why they're doing this.
Belchanok with another smoke to just guarantee the CT cross.
Yeah, he's making a lot of noise.
But Torzy's here, and they've got to be worried about something like this. So Belchanok holding for this swing.
The Molly's going to land behind. Oh, he's not going to throw it. Okay, there it is.
Oh, you catch him. Torzy in front of it. Belchanok now needs to get this trade frag. And Torzy's happy to give you the bomb site if it means playing the 2v1
the spam's
properly.
Now.
Misses, though, entirely.
Oh,
Now
if he gets
Torsi's on
off
a
to the
full
front
reload.
sight, that's kind of huge.
Oh, interesting. Smoke on Jimmy, who's rotating over. We'll see what he opts to block off.
Belchenok has to take an early peek here for the 2v1.
Yeah, we
because
criticize.
there's too many nades.
You know, Torsi hiding in the back of the Dust 2B bomb site in his 1v2. What's Belchenok's move? Smoke grenade comes through, blocks off Belchenok. Now he's going to have to try to bank on either a surprise timing or a spam. And he dives it. Jimmy catching it on the jump up. And then he gets onto the defuse. He's got the kit. He's got the round. MOUZ will find a third off that retake. The bomb on T-ramp for PARIVISION makes things weird, and Torsi strikes in the middle of it all.
And for a round that comes down to time, who knows? Absolutely. Nice kills from Torsi there back at Coffins to save it. And also, amazing counter utility here. Brolin's flashes, his first and second, are the only reason that this is saved at all, really. Would have been one dead on sandbags, no problem.
Belchenok still almost found a way with that, because if you kill Jimmy, the second player doesn't have a kit. It's got to kind of, you know, scramble and pick one up. Jimmy catches it while he fails the climb up. But a round win on the board nonetheless. MOUZ 3-1 lead. Still guns for PARIVISION. We saw them recover from some mistakes back on Dust 2 as well. And I think that's always going to be kind of the nature of PARIVISION for the time being. They're not a perfect team, but they are unrelenting. And so back into Banana, back to the flashes. Yes, sir. Ooh, and Brolin going to burn Zue off the assist of Zershin, who is given a chance to just dive back into the safety of this site.
Oh, that's brutal for PARIVISION to let that guy go. And Zershin, 18 HP, reroutes to Coffins. They're looking to just go through it anyways. They put immense pressure on Banana. There's no smoke coming through. Zershin doesn't have one in hand. None on the back of the site. And Spinks is going to be nervous to peek, though. He's probably going to have to take the first look.
Now, Zershin on low health, you'd think, but...
See if they forget about this or not. Is there any molly?
Smoke goes down. Spinks has one, but they don't. So that's fine. He'll hang on, and he'll get that walk up. Now Zershin off of Coffin, able to strike after Spinks serves up the distraction. No bomb plant for this attempt at a clutch at a Jame, and so the save instead offered over to him. And MOUZ go 4-1 up on this CT side.
Crosshair placement doesn't get much better than what we just saw out of
Yes,
Spinks.
sir.
That peak was amazing.
Just slices off the push into the back of the site.
So another round that MOUZ play active on car. Use their Coffin flashes. Time it to perfection. Stop anybody from dying. And then go back into the site and win the round again.
But I don't think so. Take care, the money is not the best, okay?
And Cyclone, once again, always ready to go on his opponent's tack pauses. And, you know, when they made this seamless transition from Shue to Brolin, they got the firepower upgrade, but you'd think there would at least be some issues with keeping everything together, even though they had most of a system already. But no, it was pretty much flawless. Like, since Brolin has joined the team, there's never been a moment where you're like, it's the calling that's the really big issue for MOUZ, and that's super impressive for him. But obviously, Cyclone being there is the red thread. It's the thing that makes it make the most sense.
Yikes. Oh my goodness. Noda is just in fire, but not taking damage, and Jame is down to 27 off that. And this is supposed to be the kind of hero op moment for him to thrive in. Now he's got to do it with a quarter HP. That was awkward. I felt like Noda called for the boost anyways, because he said, like, look, I found a safe spot on the flames, and then Jame kind of pays the cost for it.
James rich, so he can afford it.
Holds the line and lets these Tech-9s get in front of it. You know, there has been like this willingness from MOUZ to just fall back into the site. I think when Spinks gets that instant headshot, it's a good example of his ability, but also one where PARIVISION know there's space to be taken here. If you don't die to the Xertian hold in Banana, then you are given sight, and so they'll try to take that challenge, and it's Tech-9s to go roaring through. Great spam out of Brolin to contain it with a double kill. Spinks collecting one as they tried to push around the back of the church as well. And James Opp is still yet to fire, so sure enough, that's going to catch off Jimmy. And now dodging Brolin, spamming through the coffin side. Still low health, but he comes out with a second. And that's both of the CT players dead. It's over towards Coffin now. And they don't have utility to flush him out either, but he takes an overstep. Belchanok hands on an AK. And as Spinks and Brolin get this retake going, the lineups right there. Low health, sub 10 HP for Spinks. That's quad Tech-9s to damn near win this round.
Oh, and they probably should have too. You wouldn't normally see James make the first mistake. Belchanok has him covered on the cross from Coffins. He could have also peeked into CT. James could have taken the next fight. So a rare mistake out of James in a spot in a round where they maybe shouldn't have come close to winning, but could have. And man, yeah, PARIVISION have really got their they've got their Inferno together. Because when we were casting them at the major, they were struggling. They lost it 3 times in a row. They got trounced by 3D Max and Legacy, and then at the Bounty, they immediately pop up with 2 wins. But I remember a Legacy that was still having issues, doing things organized. They never turned down car control. That's something that they were doing before. And in that way, I feel like they can be obvious. They just don't turn down a big advantage, is the kind of way they look at it. They're like, even if the other team knows what we're going to do, it's a big advantage.
Yeah.
You have to over-rotate to stop it. You have to have extra nades. It's just that what we've seen in this spot, MOUZ will have perfect flash setups for car, have the extra player in place, know it's going to be beat. So they are getting prepared for this, and now you burn a lot of rounds going to the same side of the map, just as you normally do. You've failed to condition your opponent, so how do you mutate your game plan into something that's now going to sort of be not so obvious? Maybe you want to dress up another B attack, but do it a little bit differently. But how do you do any of that without being obvious?
Ooh. Xertian making it back into this corner. He's looking for those flashbangs, but this time, Smoke holds it off. And we'll see this scramble back out of PARIVISION. Guns all in hand, of course, in a minute. 3 strong inside of Banana, peeling away and finding the perfectly placed nade for Nota to have to stomach.
Like in this spot, if you were playing 3B on CT side, you normally fall back because you get worried that they're going to assume it's 3B and then you want to keep arch. But MOUZ are not scared of that at all because they've been just going here over and over again. They still don't believe it that it's going to come back to A. They have no brackets vision here, MOUZ. They just understand PARIVISION. See how big that gap is? They're not even worried about it.
Brolin coming through, low health. Insertion with Spinks in the back of the site. Numbers bode real well. PARIVISION thinking that was going to be easier than it was. Triple stack sights. Sure, a bit of damage for the road, but not what you're looking for with everybody that well equipped. You know, a Tech-9 round previously goes far better than this one. Guns in hand. You step forward towards that B bomb site, you get absolutely slammed out of the round.
It's also a map where they go through that smoke all the time.
This one's starting to feel real flat, huh?
Yeah. Some good rounds in there, but it's too plain Jane overall.
Plain Jane.
Boring Betty. You know what I mean?
I get you.
Sleepy Susan.
Lucky Larry.
Who, Xertion?
No. Lucky Larry's Lobster Mania, Launders. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Never forget. Vegas 2024.
It was 23, but no problem.
Oh, Jimmy's going head hunting, and nobody's here to stop him. This is a slaughter, folks. MOUZ are racking it up, looking like a completely different team than that back on Dust 2. The difference the confidence of Inferno can make. And honestly, there is also this kind of failure to launch on the PARIVISION side. You got 0 kills away. You got 1 frag on Nota. You got 2 kills on Belchanok.
And this is a problem. I would say this is a problem of leadership, actually, because if you're asking your team to like hammer one thing over and over again, everyone's results are just going to be bad, and they're going to stay bad.
Sure.
Essentially,
it's getting compounded.
Either everyone pops through a smoke, you get 2 entries, you win, the other team saves.
Yep.
Or you don't get those kills, everyone dies. Low money for the whole game. And also, again, like in terms of conditioning, nowhere to go from there.
Right.
You know, you don't want to see a half that mentally ends already. You want to see a half that had variety in it. So we don't even know what they're going to try to do next.
I think something that bodes real well for MOUZ as well is with this comfortable 7-1 lead. We see that Torzi mid-aggression this round doesn't miss. You know, lands his shot. 3 of his 9 kills were that kind of anti-eco farm in round 2. But still, up there at the top of the board, we said, was it a bad map or was it a bad day 1? And looks like he's rewriting the tale of this best of 3. Gonna try to walk this smoke, huh? Just go right on through and it's gonna work. They'll catch the player in the bomb site unprepared. Oh, Xertion actually gets one from beyond the grave.
Nice.
Chucks that nade out. You may have scared him, but he at least still hit you with the util. And so man advantage retake still queued up for MOUZ. PARIVISION trying to keep their opponents on their toes in a Jame and Belchanok 2v3 post plant.
Oh. One of my favorite spots to post plant, or ways to post plant here between pool and car.
There you go, though. Smoke to cut off Banana. That's going to be a problem. Oh, yep, you're right. Gap for Belchanok to walk this one up. It's kits on all 3. That bad smoke will effectively punish the CT retake. Jimmy's still concerned about this pit player, and with good reason. James going to strike him down, and so slightly off smoke grenade's going to give PARIVISION a second round win.
Jay knew there was an op holding him, so he didn't even try to cross. That is so extra.
Hey, man. It's just different.
I'm just going to say this right now. MOUZ, do not let this get out of hand. It's only 1 round. 1 extra.
Are you saying that to MOUZ to like rally them?
Yes.
Like MOUZ, don't do it, or is
MOUZ
it like a
crush?
Or is it like a okay? It's a confident statement.
Yes.
MOUZ will not let this get out of control.
Don't let this get to 7-5 because it was just 1 mistake.
Launders, Govinda Sami.
Yeah.
Signed and sealed.
Nice.
Brolin's got the frag grenade to prove it.
Gotta love the additional pressure and the call out as well.
Way ahead of the CT smoke, though. That's going to give him half-wall control. That's going to be the invite for everybody else to come join him. Also a Molotov that gets the smoke. Flashes to come over top, and Xertion feasts. Another 2 kills for him, and MOUZ do not let this get out of control.
You know, when you play like a pre-fire map over and over again, you don't get worse at it every time.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
It's a good point. When you know exactly how it's going to go, it gets easier, actually. So that's something you've got to contend with.
So they'll gun for the 8-4 best case scenario. PARIVISION just been slamming their heads against the wall to try to get this one going. Ooh, it's another rough looking buy. Tech-9s for majority, PARIVISION. All the grenades in the world, though.
I'm going to say something brave. I don't think the actual guns really matter here for the way that PARIVISION are playing.
Yeah, certainly.
And also with like a guy like Noda, it's a guy like Zello, guy like Belchinok. It's literally just like all these guys just get 2 entries by themselves sometimes. Doesn't matter what guns they have, honestly. If they have one power, you know, one specific thing that makes them stand out, it's probably going to be that.
As long as they've got Kevlar and something better than a Glock. Where there's a will, there's a way. But will they find the way into, again, a ready B bomb site? Brolin, Xerxin, fine by them. You want this bomb site, try to come and get it. Once upon a time, these Tech-9s broke down the door and almost walked away with the round win.
They want it so bad. They want this bomb site so bad.
Well, you can't have it.
More
as
than
far
a
as MOUZ are
PlayStation 3
concerned.
on release day, they want.
Whoa! Way to age yourself, Launders.
What are we at now?
The 5 is
10?
released, and I think the 6 is coming.
They're all stupid now.
But not before the
It wasn't
Steam
as
box.
exciting. Okay, yeah. The Steam frame?
Steam frame, yeah.
Yeah. Steam box is it's like the Chinese takeout.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's good tech too. Double A short walk up, Jimmy ready. Gun in hand for you to try to get this desperate attempt at the bomb plant. Spinks is going to let Jimmy take contact. There's a world where something goes wrong if they had killed Jimmy and gotten the opposite side of tall box, but you're not getting nothing. PARIVISION, empty-handed, not even a single kill. I mean, these guys have had 2 round wins and 2 bomb plants in any of the other rounds that they've lost.
So all this half, everyone's like, okay, please, James, like, let us go A.
Please,
let us go
God.
A. And then James goes, okay, fine. On this round, we'll go A. And then they go in, they have nothing to work with, they all die, and he goes, see? This is why I never take you guys A. Back to B.
I'll turn this car around. And they might. What do we do here, James? B site one more time, buddy? Once for the road before the CT side starts? Although a different look low. They come in with less grenades and more Galils. Torzi gonna catch the opening kill. Haven't had to say this entire half. Torzi misses the op shot. And that is a very stark difference to what down on Dust 2. But now that we've said it out loud, we'll see if he even gets another target to shoot at. They will limp away towards the bottom of middle, and this one will end B. Not just this round, but this half. As it has always seemingly been B. More frag grenades perfectly placed, more damage for PARIVISION to have to try to stomach on the approach. And Xerxin gets the gun back out. Frag grenade finishes off Belchinok. Nothing for PARIVISION to talk about throughout this T-side. A measly 2-round T-side in the face of a fired up and very much recovering MOUZ now.
Yeah, and MOUZ showed us tons of cool stuff. They were just as aggressive as they needed to be. They got their counter flashes all in on car. They got a couple of nades down banana. They never overstepped for bottom banana control because they knew PARIVISION were going to fight them on the half wall every single round. So basically, they tailored a game plan that was just enough pressure.
Yes, sir.
Just enough pressure. Because if they started back in the site knowing that PARIVISION were going to take car control every round, then they could actually lose from that front. But they made sure to get their kill first, to get some util damage to fall back after. If you're going to play Inferno well, it does come with CT aggression. Banana is where the game is won and lost most of the time, and that's why MOUZ dominated that half.
Utility deserved a lot of praise throughout that CT side as well for MOUZ. Whether the flashbangs for Xerxin, look how confident he was on so many of those moments that the right utility would bail him out at the right time.
Yeah, he was even getting naded down to red HP sometimes, and still getting out with a kill, getting away alive because of the flashes. It's not like it's a hard flash, just the flash timings were excellent.
Yeah. Brolin ends that half 340 utility damage. Xertion 284 utility damage.
And those are the stats that are always going to make you impressed by MOUZ, you know.
So a Glock attempt for MOUZ into the A-bomb site. Currently stacked up by PARIVISION. Eesh. A couple missed shots here by Ziello. And now that he sees other targets trickling down out through the Balk, we do get a bit of a rebuttal in a 2v4. They switch sides on the app smoke.
Yeah, Belchenok does have 2 kills, so they know he's up here.
Bomb has been planted. Now the retake on.
Oh, Jimmy just barely missed. You can take another peek.
Oh, Gush instantly.
7 HP.
Dota still gets the kill towards Pit. Oh!
Notice.
Okay.
Wow. How did he even do
Through
that?
the tall box.
I don't even know.
What the?
Well, that was impressive.
It sounded like a head scratcher. I heard somebody say, how did I? And that's a great question.
Same.
How to know to get those kills? How did we cross paths in the smoke? How did Belchenok get away with 2 kills and just disappear into the night? Oh, wow. See ya. Now making sure that MOUZ don't just finish this with a pistol and a putt.
Imagine bringing a gun to the golf course.
Only in America.
You'd win every round. By forfeit.
Good, good.
Bang, bang.
Zway's got the auto shotty. And that's up inside of the apartments. So good luck, Jimmy. Damn, is that an auto shotty with Cato Clan Mystiques? Mystic?
That's classy. Mystique.
Sorry, I'm French.
Don't have to apologize for being French.
Yes, you do, actually. I'll tell you I do. Oh, I'm tripping. Belchenok's got popped by Brolin, but there's more rifles where that came from. If you think you've really kind of punished this, surprise, surprise. James in the corner, waiting it all out. Money to be made here for the shotgun as they think they can go for the bomb plant. That is cash in Zway's back pocket. A Tech 9 upgrade for his efforts.
So can we get a price check, Connor? It's a Clan Mystic. Those are 2 hollows?
A Clan Mystique Katowice 2014.
On a Bruce Spruce?
On a
Noob Tube?
Yeah, baby. Somebody made a mistake back in 2014, I'll tell you.
I'm not sure if they did. The Lake Collection.
What? How do we pull that up in? Okay, we can
that.
do this nowadays. That's true. Look at this.
I'm loving it.
Throw in the
I won't
LGB.
lie, I'm loving it. Kind of looks like a, I don't even know what. Something beautiful. That's the best Bruce Spruce. Noob Tube I've seen.
Bruce Spruce is crazy, by the way.
Is that not what it's called?
Blue Spruce.
Oh, it's Blue Spruce.
Yeah, which is I'm pretty sure it's a type of tree.
Oh, okay. I think Bruce Spruce may be a kid show character.
No, that's Blue's Clues, dumbass.
Oh, Blue's Clues, the one with the dog. Okay.
Noda with the dog in him goes for the swing, and Ziello now finds himself all alone under pressure with the jumping MP9 headshot because it doesn't really matter now, does it? Tries to get another, but is stuffed up close. And we've got a 3v3 left over with the bomb crossing into the site.
And Zway's coming in with that auto shotty for a retake, so that'll be interesting. Bit of a gap here for Belchenok to walk up. They're also technically not watching him right now. If he looks up, oh, he doesn't see anything. No, he doesn't look.
Figures it all out as the walk comes through, and an 11th round for MOUZ, surely on the scoreboard in mere seconds. Utility here to really frazzle Zway in what can never be the auto shotty retake.
Yeah.
So they'll pull the plug on this one, allow MOUZ to get the 11th. Majority alive as well for MOUZ.
And you know, genuinely,
all too easy.
Having a gun like this, some people wonder, because like from up close, it's going to be better than some guns, right? But the other half of the game where you have to like retake and stuff, that's where it's like a massive liability. That's where it's like now your odds of winning or your thought of going for it just disappears. You're not, there's no point in even trying this. So there is a bit of a risk that comes with it, even if it could actually be on par with an M4 for a site hold in certain spots. But it persists.
And once you got the damn thing, it's hard to get rid of. You know, you already bought it.
It makes your money back fast.
It's true. I mean, he's got 2 kills with it already, so that almost covers the cost. Go 3 players inside of the B bomb site. PARIVISION predict that MOUZ are just going to try to slam into this to end the game. Oof, they wouldn't be too wrong about it, but you get 2 separate M4 angles here between Cielo and Nota, and a 5 versus 3 looking much better for PARIVISION here in round 16. Op shot towards Boiler Room doesn't get to come out just yet, but it's going to be MOUZ acting in a bit of desperation. 3v5, and 2 of the 3 already tagged to 60 or less health.
Yeah, no real leads here either. Everything just kind of falling into place. Molly won't do much, but James doesn't hit his shot. Now, what does Jimmy want to do with this? Go back to B. I mean, with the rotations here for PARIVISION, it is a great chance to hit B. Even though it's 3v5. If Zello's even a little bit sloppy, and I'm talking all he has to do is stay alive. He doesn't even have to get a kill. But Zello likes to fight.
Yeah, you said it. That right there was almost what cost him, because you know they would have jumped into the bomb site and there's nobody else there to stop it.
Oh, this is wild.
3-man mid push at 25 seconds. Utility trickles into the B bomb site. Yellow knows that he can't overstep.
Can you hear this? Oh, no, they stopped.
They stopped just in time. Torzy's still concerned about the cross. Yeah, this is cooked. Flank finds its timing, and even with a missed shot, bomb plant attempted. Nobody's going to die after time, but no extra money from the plant either. There's PARIVISION's 5th, and with the 5th round comes a chance at clawing back this score line, Launders.
Yelling. Anger. I love it.
Little fights, you know?
That really shows they're just thinking about winning.
I think it's because it's not an Anubis situation. You know, I brought up that Anubis moment where I'm like, James literally said, just give up. Inferno is not like that at all for PARIVISION.
Yeah, they just started improving it. They're on a three Inferno win streak.
Yeah, you're going to fight for this one, absolutely. And again, they do bring fight to the table. You got a CT side in your hands. You won the pistol, you got the second. Sure, the first gun round was a MOUZ round win, but now you've got one right back. This is a very real chance at the very least, getting a respectable score.
A 6-round lead in CSGO wasn't even really a lead if you were on the right side.
Okay.
In this game, ooh, it's the end of the world. Ooh. Give it up. Ooh. We might as well think about the next one. 6 rounds. Grow up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's 3 rifle rounds.
Yeah. Got somewhere to be? Huh?
Get it together.
Lock the hell in. And PARIVISION have seemingly locked into this A bomb site with 4 players strong. Pit contact. Ooh, missed Jame off shot. And now the pressure's on with the pistols. 2 kills come out. They kind of lose track of Jame in the corner. And they give him a chance to go for the back-to-back no scopes. He'll pull it off with 2 health the difference. And also the other player in sight there was like sub 20 HP. So that is a scary one for PARIVISION.
How do you explain him not getting cleared after he just took the shot from the literal last fallback position?
I think it's the number of players that were still all around that kind of gets MOUZ lost in the sauce.
But you're sitting on the back of default. On default, I should say. It's like the first thing you can see where everyone goes.
James just like that.
James just like that. Hiding in plain sight.
You know, that's why I'm so surprised to hear he's married. He's such a hard guy to pin down.
Yeah, it's a lucky woman for sure.
No, I'm not. I think it's skill.
That's a skilled woman.
Good for her.
That is a fierce competitor.
Yes.
She probably had 5 minutes out of the year to lock that down.
She found it.
Jealous.
James goes a little wider this time around. Still in anticipation of some kind of short A play. Nota, eesh, that's a tough nade to eat. Speaking of eating nades, Jimmy just stares into his teammate's flashbang. Luckily for them, there's no punish up through the apartments. James, though, starting to feel the pressure as there's a sudden pop out short side. That's fine by him. Not going to miss the first shot 2 rounds in a row.
And that was the harder of the two, for sure.
He's taking a look at even extending down into middle.
This is how they got their rotations down mid, and last time they called out the space that Jimmy tried to take on brackets. Some goes a touch slower.
That frag grenade that found Nota earlier in the round.
Ooh, that was a dangerous smoke. If James had actually peered in the middle, that would just call all the rotations. But now the CTs, you think they'd be slightly worried about it, but they're still cheating a third guy over. This is not what MOUZ want to see.
Belginok's got a flashbang here. Nota inside. Oh, okay. Finds 4 players ready to take this B bomb site. A fresh smoke goes down. Ziello inside of the fountain cover. It's not the best cover in the world, and he'll still be able to drop the orange player. Belginok from inside of the pit. There's the multi-frag moment, and there is now a fired up PARIVISION that is seemingly starting to believe in this.
And there were 2 good round wins, yeah, and it's actually MOUZ who looks sort of just confused as to what to do. It starts with James hitting actually a pretty tough shot because it's not on the most natural, easy angle. He's got to hit a bit of a flick here. Oh, and if he missed, he was 100% dead. That box is too spammable, so.
Back to the Tech 9s go, MOUZ. They're going to make quick work of this A wraparound. Ooh, they found it with lesser bodies. There's been a lot of moments here where a third CT is nearby. Not this time. Zwei head down in the little pit. Nice frag grenade out of Belginok to open up that possibility for Zwei. Oh my God. Jimmy's Tech 9 headshot means a second gun.
The bomb's got to cross back from pit.
A second gun picked up inside of the pit. There's that third Tech 9. Just offers up a distraction. Xerxin comes through with the wall bang. Zello gets traded. And Xerxin's pit play for 3 frags puts James into the clutch. Op in hand. Kit, incendiary, frag grenade, sure. But how do you flush out the pit player first?
Yeah, how do you do this in time is the question. He's still got his eyes on Mini.
No swing.
No
Xerxin's got the advantage with that AK versus the Tech 9. Tapping him down. Jimmy half health from backside ends it, and MOUZ will wrap their way into an A bomb site that they finally find understaffed. They come through with conviction, and the Jimmy Tech 9 headshot off of Balk. That's the one that clears it up so that 2 guns can be grabbed.
I'm not going to lie. I was waiting for that R-trap to come. I thought that they were going to try to use it on a rifle rounds, but they pull this off on the Eco. They just have everything in perfect position right there to cause the most havoc. So the little bit of momentum gain is immediately countered.
Looking to take another attempt at this A site, but this time PARIVISION are given that just bit of extra time to put a third player in. This is what MOUZ have found more often than not. Third defender ready. 30 seconds. And here comes the last volley of smoke grenades out of MOUZ. Smoked off arch side. James waiting for this wrap. Oh, missed chance. And now that's a compromised Belginok in a second. They're trying to cover it from pit. Sure enough, Brolin's going to strike. Sway, tough shots, and inside of the bomb site, Jame gets cleared. Missed op shot from Jame unravels all of that to MOUZ's favor. And now a perfect opportunity to just finish off this 4 versus 2. Torzy's going to react, and his op has come together as this game has gone on. Not needed all too often in a map where rifles thrive, but no missed shots throughout this second map, and an excellent recovery out of MOUZ after the rock-solid 10-2 CT side. They'll get this job done.
So the fans have spoken. It turns out they really enjoy Dust's analysis of MOUZ's T side. So we'll just keep that running.
Thank you, Reddit.
As we take the second look, take a look at the second map. Dust, I'll ask it again. What did you think of MOUZ's T side?
Improved. Looked a little better, that one.
Oh,
I mean, look, I'll say this. You know, Inferno has been one of the maps that they have actually shown some decent T-sides at times. You know, I think that, you know, this is a map where it's kind of just, you know, figuring out where you want to gather and go, where you want to bunch up and just try to, you know, do the trading game. And I will say this T-side was a bit labored at times, if we're honest. You know, they didn't necessarily close things out swiftly. And even the last couple rounds that they got, you know, one, they win like a 50-50 gamble, Tech 9 rush on A, where they just happen to catch 2 people isolated. And then even that last round, if Jane hits that op shot at our side, we don't know how that round plays out. So it's not like it was insane, but it was good enough to get the job done. And this is more of the mounts that we're used to seeing in group stages.
Dust, why so negative?
I'm not. I said it was
a CT side.
The CT side?
Good CT side, Dust.
Indeed it is. I've never had issues with their CT side.
Why not be happy for them?
I am.
For once.
I am.
For once, Dust.
Their CT side should be celebrated.
It definitely
great.
should be.
Absolutely.
Definitely you should. You go out there. You go out there.
No, don't do it again. I'm getting PTSD. Okay, let's focus in a little bit on what PARIVISION was able to do here. What do we think about their Inferno?
A little bit one note in terms of what they wanted to construct on their offense. They just went into the hammer every single time. Exertion and Brolin did a great job defending that banana space. I would even say that they defended the car space. It was pretty rare that you would see Jame and his bunch rounding the corner because so frequently there was a third guy on that B defense. Spinks was frequently there, tossing flashes in to just help set up Exertion and Brolin to get those kills before there was even really any threat of danger. So well done from MOUZ. They understood what the objective is, what the assignment was, and I'd say they passed with flying colors.
Yeah, again, I mean, I thought that their CT side was great. I think they, you know, they were a couple rounds away from kind of like getting into dangerous territory on that T side in the second half, but they never actually got there. They were able to dial up a couple of faster pace plays on the A side of the map to just kind of pull the thing across the line before things got too, you know, squirrely. So yeah, tip the hat to them being able to secure their map pick after a tough one on Dust 2. They shook that off very quickly. They didn't let that, you know, plague their minds, and they came out and played way better Counter-Strike.
Standout players for you?
I mean, really multiple. You know, I thought, you know, Xerxin obviously had a field day over on the B side of the map per usual. I think Spinks had a fantastic game defensively as he usually does. So I think they had multiple guys play pretty well, but I guess we had to pick one. This is not a bad one to shout.
I would want to know how many of those kills that he got were flash assisted because, yeah, like I was mentioning, I mean, I think it was usually Spinks setting him up. Probably Torrzy went over there at least once too, but a lot of those duels just weren't fair. I mean, he was killing a lot of players that were blinded. Highlight package is definitely going to point that out, that there's a few flash assists with these. A lot of guys with their arms right in front of their eyes because they can't see a thing. So why take a fair fight when you can take an easy fight? That's what Exertion said today, and that's what he did.
There we go. That's a quote for Exertion. Maui's put it out there. You can put it on social media. Let's talk about the decider now because we're going down to that third map. How does this play out for both these teams?
You like MOUZ's chances to close things out here because outside of Inferno, Overpass is probably their next best map. Very solid record overall, 7-3, and in those 3 losses, 2 of them are really, really close losses to Spirit and Furia. So they've really been on the ball on Inferno, or excuse me, on Overpass, in my opinion, with this squad over the last 6 months or so, including this year. So yeah, I mean, I think you have to say MOUZ is certainly the favorite once again, especially considering that we haven't seen too much success out of PARIVISION on this map, if we're honest. They've lost both their games since Way has joined the team, and even last year with their core 4, it was kind of a toss-up 50-50 map for them. So yeah, you certainly like MOUZ's chances here.
They did like picking it quite a bit at Budapest. Even this year, they've shown that they have an affinity for it also. I feel like the T side so frequently for PARIVISION, though, becomes extremely one note. I mean, you see Zway there typical B lurker, but in reality, he oftentimes serves more as the B entry because on a lot of their pop plays into that bomb site, it's really just him versus the world. If he doesn't get the entry, doesn't take the space that's necessary in order to break open the bomb site, they're just kind of left wondering what to do next. So I feel like in a sad way, a lot of this comes down to him because I've seen when they just end up in a 4v5 behind a good defensive smoke deployed by the CTs, and then they just look like they're left scratching their heads. And sometimes, and this is the map where I think more than any other do I notice the singular James vision, where he just wants to hammer over and over. I think this year and even at Budapest, there are legitimately T sides you can go back to where 9, maybe even 10 of the rounds, he's just trying to go B the entire time. So I think MOUZ have to be ready for that.
I think PARIVISION is definitely a team on Overpass that lacks diversity. I think they very much rely on just kind of loading up Zelo and Noto one direction, just kind of going for the pacey plays. And at times that can work whenever your trading efficiency is correct. But if you're a little bit off, there's no backup plan to be able to actually play like an organized default and be able to mid-round your way into success. Meanwhile, when you look at MOUZ, I mean, again, they're just such a stout defense. They're one of the teams similar to Vitality who sent a guy that you wouldn't necessarily think to be a very aggressive rifler into that main A rifling defensive position, and he just plays it so well. You know, Spinks is going to be a guy that you're going to see a lot that I think is going to be very tough to deal with. And again, this is a map where dynamic mobile opping is very important, and Torzi's definitely a guy who fits that billing pretty well.
Based off what both of you saying, you're feeling that MOUZ is going to close this one out?
I think so, yes. I really do. Again, I think defensively they should be able to put up a really good score line here. That's a side of the map they've always been very good on. I will say, and again, we've discussed this multiple times throughout today, their T sides do sometimes lack on this map. And yes, it is true that the T side of this map is quite difficult in comparison to some others in the pool, but I definitely have seen them have some issues, you know, dealing with the T side of this map. So that could be something that comes back to haunt them. But I think for me, I need to see Noda and Zelo prove to me that they can make use of these aggressive positions that they're being put in, because so far this series on average, they haven't been.
Let's do score lines, Dust.
Okay.
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take MOUZ 13-9.
That's actually a pretty solid. No, because you're guessing like what, like 9 CT rounds, 8 CT rounds,
something like that.
Yeah,
something like that. They'll break through. PARIVISION will break through on a couple of their B attacks just because they can be ferocious. The right flash connects with the first defender, and then Zwei does get the entry. So they'll get a few on that side, just enough of a buffer. And we know MOUZ is going to struggle once they swap to the offense.
I think that's a good point. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good score line.
You mentioned that you have some question marks around MOUZ's T side on Overpass. I mean, what do you think that they could do to improve that as the season progresses?
That's a tough one. I mean, sometimes last season, it felt like they would have difficulties adjusting without a timeout. And so Cyclone would have to come in and say, this is the backup plan. We're going to start going into this. And so Brolin, I also don't always think that there is the best mid-rounding. Sometimes they do praise him for it. Sometimes there's been games where they take it over a favorite, usually in a group stage, where I've heard Torzi hyping him up saying Brolin had all the good calls in this one. So usually it feels like in the high pressure moments, maybe he's not coming up with those as much. And I would say in this kind of group stage, he'll be fine. So it's maybe a worry for tomorrow.
Yeah, if I'm just like looking on average, I think, again, I don't know if this is the cause of the effect, but I feel like Xerxen's entry production has gone down, and that's relatively noticeable in the last 3 to 6 months. Again, I'm not sure if it's the system that's causing it to happen or if his lack of entering is like holding back the system. You go either way with that one. I think you're spot on with the pressure mid-rounding situation with Brolin. Sometimes I wonder if there's too many cooks in the kitchen too, because you know that some of these guys like Torzi, like Xerxen, have been known to be very vocal in their own right, and that can be very helpful if you have an inexperienced in-game leader to actually have other people that can help you, navigate through tough times, and have a coach like Cyclone who is definitely kind of known as the mind of this team, similar to how Hallie is kind of known as the mind of Spirit, so to speak. So I do wonder if maybe some of that comes into play, if it's certain pressure things. And yeah, I mean, I just think that they when they have an idea of exactly what they want to do, they can execute it well, and they have enough firepower to entry and trade their way into the correct positions. But I feel when the going gets tough and they have to make a key adjustment, they just sometimes lack, and they lose attention to detail in critical moments. Like even on that Inferno game, yes, they wound up winning, but there's one round where 3 people wrap arch and no one checks the corner. It's just little details like that, as well as on Dust 2, we talked about it. Sometimes their spacing and how they're scaling together is just not there. Sometimes Spinks isn't there to trade when you need him to be because he's on the other side of the map. Sometimes people are going one by one without having, the ability to have some trading efficiency. So there's a lot of variables in play, I feel like, when it comes to their T sides.
This sort of goes back to what we were talking about in the lead up to this game, right? About MOUZ always being, it's the most overused thing, but it fits so well here. The bridesmaid, never the bride. They're in all these playoffs, but they're never quite doing enough to lift the trophy. Do you think all these little sort of micro changes need to happen if they do want to be able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of FURIA, the likes of Vitality?
I feel like it's just hard to always go toe-to-toe with those teams when your best player is more of kind of a lurky asset, which Spinks is. When I pin, head-to-heads versus the Vitalities and Furias of the world, just feel like you get more in, and I think that there's a regression in Exertion's play in big moments too. Whereas, for example, Yekindar is a guy that levels up on bigger stages for whatever reason. So I think that, kind of to Dust's point about Exertion doing poorly on the entries, it feels like whatever is getting to him in terms of pressure is just, it's insurmountable for him. I haven't really seen progress on that front for now 3 years of watching this guy make it through playoffs. So I don't know when it's going to suddenly click for him, but he'll usually farm a group stage, so he's good for that.
It's tough because at first it just seemed like they couldn't get past Vitality. And Vitality were having the most dominant season of all time, the first half of 2025. And so it's like, you can't kind of be forgiven for that. It's almost like what Liquid was to Astralis during their big era period, right? But then it got to a point where it wasn't just Astralis anymore. Now all of a sudden they were losing games to Falcons. They were losing games to Spirit. They were losing some of the other top 5 squads. And they were just kind of slowly seeing their status move down as other people leapfrogged them. G2 went out and won a tournament, at London over Vitality in Best of 5. FURIA became a team that won 4 titles by the end of second season of last year. And so it's like you're seeing all these teams kind of race by you. And it gets to a point where you have to wonder, have you hit your ceiling? Is there more we can get out of this team? I mean, they've been together. We talked about it, 387 days. They won the last Cluj a year ago. No wins since then. Meanwhile, plenty of other teams have won titles since then, right? So you have to kind of wonder what to do, because it's almost similar to MOUZ in 2024. It was the same story where they would be able to get to a lot of semifinals, get to a lot of playoffs, but the only trophies they really won were kind of smaller tournaments in a lot of people's eyes, and a lot of them weren't on big stages at prestige events. And it's kind of the same story today with a similar group of players coming from that academy system still on this team.
Remember when we spoke about their nerves and we would say that they were chokers, and then we saw MOUZ HQ recreating the stage on social media, and that's kind of changed now. We've seen them win on the big stages, but still just not quite enough. I mean, is it going to be you have to lift a trophy, MOUZ, for us to change the way we're talking about them?
Probably, unless they do a player swap, because the fan perception and overall, the way we feel about MOUZ is that they are just going to be a consistent playoff berth, but not one that is truly vying for the trophy. There's even glimpses. I really thought that their Krakow run in terms of 2-0ing Falcons and all the previous teams after the Aurora loss, that to me, I thought the form they showed in those consecutive, I think it was 3 consecutive series, was razor sharp. And yet when they finally play Vitality, it's not even close to that. And that's partially due to Vitality being good enough disruptors, but I'm going to say outright that was not even 70% of the MOUZ we saw from the group stage. So to me, that's just a big mentality shift, which will usually either come with finally hoisting a trophy by maybe just dodging the right teams into playoffs, or swapping a guy out.
And remember, we are unforgiving. So like you said, if they hoist the trophy but they don't play the big teams, we'll complain. If the trophy is not a big enough event,
we always find a way.
It'll just never be good enough. I'm kidding. It'll be good enough if you win this series. It'll be good enough for PARIVISION as well. We'll find out who's going to do that right after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And so our series moves on to Overpass, the only recorded map between these two teams prior to today's best of 3 going live, Mohan. Back in Budapest, it was one of the opening best of 1s. MOUZ kind of pushed to the limits on a map like Overpass by James, who we know loves this place.
Yeah.
And now it's a matter of holding them at bay. So we've got a CT side coming through for MOUZ to kick this off. A challenge for PARIVISION, perhaps, as we saw what happened when the CT sides of MOUZ get going back on the likes of Inferno. Very stifling start to that second map of the series, but this is where the road ends. Although we are at the beginning of the event, it's a 0-0 game to kick off this Swiss groups.
And what looks like a fast play into B.
Immediately straight into Jimmy's hands. Capable hands, may I add. As he finds that instant headshot onto Nota, we get a barrels tuck in from Jimmy. He's got 3 other teammates to work with. MOUZ very much prepared for this B site commitment. It's no surprise that PARIVISION love a B bomb site. And now slaughtered as they tried to push the issue into the B site. The bomb's thrown out into the mud, and 4 survive for MOUZ, and they'll start this CT side with a pistol win, so this bodes well.
And I do like that we're getting PARIVISION's T side, because we saw the problems on Inferno being a little one note. We saw on Dust 2 it was a lot of the B plays. And actually, normally it's kind of them trying to bully the weaker site. But in both of those cases, I don't think that was necessarily the weaker site. They just didn't really seem to have options when it came to A. And if they do that again on Overpass, it's going to be a bit of like flirting versus harassment when we talk about like Aurora, who oftentimes spam one site. But when PARIVISION do it, we go, oh, that's funny, that's cute. But if it doesn't work enough times, it's actually going to be a real sore spot in their game plan overall.
Feels like to me, though, I mean, Overpass is one of these weird anomalies for PARIVISION where it's like, I don't even know if it ends up being the site with the weakest player or they just love this B site hit.
That's
right?
true, too.
Like,
everyone does. That's
so fair. Confident in the ability to just spam this half of the map. Will today be the day that James decides to change the game? Probably not. But hey, we can sit around and find out. And for now, we have to wait because pistols in hand, PARIVISION have slim odds of finding anything else in this one, but Spinks doesn't want to be the guy that dies to a Glock, now does he?
No, no one wants to be that guy.
James does find good timing though, right? With Spinks out long like that and him seeing the fallback, I mean, I wonder if there's a world where the plant comes through now.
Broen's got a good gun for this though. Just an MP7 back of the site. Oh, he's worried about Lurks.
Spinks will confirm it. The bomb will get dropped, and the answer to the question is no. Not a single bomb plant coming through so far in these first 2 rounds of play. Only 1 kill per round as well.
This will also be a nice round out for Torzy, where we saw a good Inferno. And he last couple shots were looking really good. Sharp had a warm-up map on Dust 2. Felt like the confidence was a little low. Well, now in Overpass, you have to be good. You have lots of ways to be good, and you're starting CT. And he goes right into that op.
Belchnok not seeming too concerned about the fire that sits in front of him, but yeah, smoke grenade behind, maybe everybody getting cut off,
It
something
actually
there
wasn't a
pulls
bad
the
time.
plug.
It wasn't a bad time to do it. You see there's 2 guys up in heaven, or at least one that was ready to flash, but they didn't actually throw one, and they could have got in front of that.
No, instead
that
we
might
get
be
this
a bit
short
of
control.
PTSD from when they got Inferno car control, and then all of a sudden a bunch of CTs are running at them.
But deep angle, but obviously Xerxin can't see anything.
This is pretty weird, actually. I mean, MOUZ can have short control, but if they don't see anybody, they just... And if they're not taking short, they're going to smoke it or molly it, right? Wait, they're leaving it open?
Wow. Waiting for somebody to make a move. Yeah, I mean, that feels like they have had a bad risk assessment on that one. Connector player goes down with nothing. Not even a bomb plant as the MP7 spam just clips through the edge of that wall. And so, 4v2 to have to deal with. And 2 players stacked up inside of the short side. They're very confident to take that position and angle over. MP7 gets found out. It's still 3 survivors. Not another kill comes through. Nobody barring the Torzy death. Racked up versus MOUZ. I mean, look at him laughing off the attack from PARIVISION. That's short control worth its weight in gold.
And it's, you know, they moved into it very quickly to give MOUZ some credit here, but it is just sort of a pretty weak attempt. If it's going to be a full B play, if it's going to be full through Monster, you've got a molly short. You know, you could smoke it, but even smoking it sometimes, it allows them to spam back through it, boost over top of it, but nothing at all. Leaving it open, and then also standing behind the pillar, no one's even holding it. That was a little bit sloppy from PARIVISION, a little too easy for MOUZ.
It's kind of a situation I just asked myself, like, what did they think was going on?
Yeah, they didn't see anybody.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Sure, okay, B might be open, but how many people do you think could have pushed Fountain?
I mean, normally there's 4 guys there. You don't see anybody.
You wind up having, again, a connector player, sure, but that connector player goes down with nothing, trying to find the timing on the squeaky peak. Three kills across 3 rounds of regulation. Or excuse me, it's not even, it's 2 kills. I think somebody crashed at the end of that. Yeah, I said no kill barring Torzy, but he may have just DC'd from the server in the middle of all that instead.
That's a worrying start for sure for PARIVISION.
Oh yeah, he did actually.
In the middle of the round?
No, actually, it happened so early. Neither of us caught that, Mo, but he died before the first kill happened. He DC'd from the server before the first kill happened. I wonder if that's why Belchnok pulled back from the monster play, if it was like a not live situation. Hence why we're in now this timeout. Or we're just fixing his PC. One of the two.
That's what the saying goes, the best time to kick a man is when he's down.
That's, you know what? That is exactly what I've been told. It is the best time to kick a man. Doing a quick pit stop for Torzy.
Can you do the pit stop noises?
And off you go. My God, it's a record-breaking pit stop here for MOUZ. 2.3 seconds and back down the lane. As James rounds near in the final turn, the curve and the apex upcoming.
I just love the word chicane. That's
Chicane.
the one that...
Yeah. Here under the bright lights of Las Vegas, we are underway. I think only British people should be allowed to commentate Formula One. I mean, British people kind of have like a domination in commentary in general.
Yeah. Canadians are up there, though.
I mean, they made the language, so I get it. I'll pay my respects. But, yeah, when it comes to F1, it should just be British people all the time. Because my favorite thing about British people is they're very nerdy people, you know, passionate about their hobbies, and they get excited over little details. You know, like you got to be a very detail-oriented person, I think, to appreciate Formula One when you're dealing with thousandths of a second, etc. And
sure, because otherwise, you're like, ooh, nice right turn.
Yeah. Hey, this ain't NASCAR, buddy. Wow, he's turned left 200 laps in a row. But yeah, British people, funny people.
Yeah, very funny.
Just the funny people. And orderly people as well, I've heard.
Very good at queuing.
They love queues. And always ready to...
Always got an umbrella handy.
Always, yeah. A very moist people.
My favorite was landing in London and a British pilot saying it's looking like a soggy one today.
Ooh.
That really put me in the mood.
That's how you know it was gonna be very rainy.
Yeah. Scared to ask what that was.
Valentine's Day. That's true. Love is in the air.
Yeah, friendly reminder to everyone watching.
Whoa! What the hell was that?
Valentine's Day.
We didn't need to see that.
Get your gifts.
I didn't buy my partner flowers this year.
Nope. You didn't?
Nope.
But you did get something.
Nope. I mean, we went out on a date before I left Canada.
Right. You did a pre. That's smart.
She bought me flowers.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I love flowers,
I'm trying to break down those boundaries,
flowers,
too.
man, you know? So,
one day I'll be able to.
Yeah. I said, good thing you bought me flowers. Wow. It was funny. It's like the one year I don't buy flowers, and yet I received them for the first time.
That's really,
I mean, how did we both mentally get this memo?
You must be doing something right.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
MOUZ should do a Valentine's. They're all red. They should do something.
I think they just want to win this game first. Then they'll, you know, objective one.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a sour note.
Yeah, sometimes when it's like a player's birthday, I'm just crossing my toes that they win the game.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
I don't even care what's at stake for the other team. I'm just like...
Yeah. Because winning an important game of Counter-Strike on your birthday feels like a gift, and it's great.
Yes.
I feel like if you lose the game on your birthday, you just instantly think, oh, God, I'm old. What's this? We've got something.
Oh, it's Jimmy. It's Jimmy.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, the double bird.
Wow.
Careful now. Never want to get Jimmy too riled up.
No. Saw what happened last Cluj. Blasted his way to the finals.
His words. Now he's yawning through the challenge of PARIVISION here on Overpass.
You're not allowed to talk during a tech pause, so they're coming up with Well, you're allowed to use sign language.
I want to see those double jointed fingers again from Xerxan. That was crazy.
I know what double jointed is, but what does that even really mean? Do they actually have an extra joint?
I don't know. When someone's like, "Oh, I'm so double jointed," I'm like, "You're actually just flexible."
Flexible,
but,
right?
Okay, but no, I'm double jointed. I'm like, no, you have 5 fingers and presumably 15 joints. 1, 2. Yeah, double checking.
Double jointed.
Double jointed. I gotta work.
Did you see that guy that snuck in and he was, he faked being good at sign language, and then he ended up doing sign language for, like, Obama. He just, like, got to stand behind him.
That's crazy, man. That's kind of messed up.
It's super messed up because the people that were relying on him, how did he get that job?
Because it's also messed up.
But no one else can tell.
Well, the people who can tell can't really tell us.
Yeah.
You know, they're yeah.
Yeah.
That's
they had to write about it.
Yeah.
That takes time.
That seems unfair.
That guy's going to hell.
And I might be going with him. All right, back into the action here. PARIVISION 3-0 down. We said love was in the air. It's been a lovely CT side so far. No real challenge as far as MOUZ are concerned. Not willing to go for any kind of forward expedition here in the 4th. This is MOUZ just...
This is a dangerous setup. I mean, MOUZ are smart, though. They're starting to push forward a little bit. Spinks usually doesn't mess these situations up. Yeah, he got the info and got the fall back.
Just looking to get out of here with the utility coverage. Prefers this angle for the fight. It's a one and done as far as his impact goes, and Torzy will not miss. That has been a big difference since map 1. Well, now he's got an AK breathing down his neck, and so he will be bested. A chance for the bomb plant. More kills in this one than you'd expect.
And a real crazy plant. Hits out in the open, just to the right of default.
Xerxan making the long flank happen. This timing could end up catching them unprepared. Yeah, back turned here from Belchanok. It's meant to get the retake going. Jane, though, in the meantime, has grabbed the op and won't miss his chance to use it.
Filthy.
PARIVISION from Tech9s through the bathrooms, even after we thought Spinks played it correctly.
Yeah,
at least the first part.
Yes, and they do get to the top of the inside of bathrooms, so the main reason it's dangerous is not because the positions are bad. It's just that you don't have enough time for the rotates if something goes wrong. And they do only go 2 for 2. What goes wrong is Torzy misses. If you're going to play a anti-eco setup, even though Torzy hits 1 good shot, you kind of need 3 kills between the 2 of you, right? It can't just be 2. So they did open the door for something to go badly there, because the B guys, they're going to need 6 seconds or so to get back up the stairs, get to fight from CT.
Well, that's going to give MOUZ something to think about.
So actually, Brolin was, when he played on NIP, was the one guy I didn't doubt when they would play the ultra passive setups, where he could just sit there on that signpost and get a 3K every round. He was so good at it.
Ooh.
No.
easy pickup for Torzy as that missed Molotov pops preemptively. And I prefer this look from MOUZ. You know, it was a real contrast last round compared to what was working. You think of them pushing 3 players into the short side of the B bomb site. You know, the activity for MOUZ is sometimes where I love to sing their praise. So to see them just shell up one round and absolutely lose it. Now back to what works better for them. We've got Spinks in with the kill towards Connector. Everything PARIVISION have to work with here in round 5 as they go for converted round wins is going to be from long. There's a world they can get dangerously close to the bomb site before anything can stop them. But we've already got a second set of hands added to this A defense in Brolin.
Yeah, and also Spinks is taking a peek from the top of the stairs. Oh, Brolin moves into position.
Clean Famas kill. He'll dive in behind the dice box, even pulling back to Optimus instead. And the dumpster smoke comes through, but they're going to have to deal with any potential bathroom threats. That's where that flash goes up into over 4. James not been able to get a target going, and so right back to the domination that MOUZ had in the 3 rounds prior. There's not a single death against MOUZ here in the 5th round.
That's pretty rough. I mean, great seamless tactics here for MOUZ, just a little bit more forward play, which is what you want to see. And this is Spinks taking advantage of a very minute shadow here from Nota.
Yeah, not one of the more obvious ones, but you still see the movement. Suddenly, PARIVISION going to feel queasy off this prospect. AK-4's yellow, and we've got Tech-9s around him.
And it's Spinks' job to give Torzy more chances to play forward, so he has more shots in the round. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, somebody should have that, right? Instead, Spinks now AK's at bat. Nota picks it up off Zello, gets the 2 kills with it. And of course, they're just going to stampede into this A bomb site.
That was a very late timing for Torzy to be sitting there. They walked the entire way up the blue.
AK grabbed for Sway, Belchanok dead, so at least that's 1 AK back on the ground.
It is recoverable. There's Zershin who's coming in slow, though.
Jameis even slower, up from the B bomb site, flanking these CTs on Dumpster. Yeah, James about to walk up these stairs, and he's going to find back's turn to him for sure.
They might run at him with knives out when they can't retake this.
Even as they've gotten closer to that bomb, James just waiting for the perfect moment to hit, and Sway's going to make it all the easier by straight up killing Jimmy. Put on ice. Free guns to be grabbed. MOUZ floating outside of the bathrooms 2 times now. This A setup has cost them.
That was strange because it was like of Torzy's own volition that he stood there. I mean, maybe he wanted Spinks to be
watching top connector.
Watching top connector. I can't imagine he'd be this wide if, you know, not for the thought that in the back of his head, Spinks has this covered. But Spinks was so far away from it, I wonder, you know, did he just think he had the right read, that they were going to try to walk out? No, I'm not sure.
I just don't know what else Spinks was doing, because he was on like the flower box, right?
Yeah,
and
he could have been watching it for
checking
sure.
long at all.
That's right.
He was facing forward, and he didn't throw any utility either. So it's kind of like, what is that gap?
Yeah, that's inexplicable.
Sometimes maybe just, you know, one step too far back, but I mean, you feels like had one job, and that would have been holding top connector.
But even if he was holding it from back there, he has to hit a rifle headshot, or Torzy's dead anyways. So
I mean, shout out Torzy for reacting to the first guy anyways, right? He bests the AK. It's just really a props to Nota for picking up that gun and then getting the 2 kills that needed to move PARIVISION forward. So moving forward through this half, PARIVISION only trailing by 2 on a T side of Overpass. You've had the money of MOUZ on the line all these rounds, and Nota will find another instant headshot out through top connector. This time Spinks the victim as Torzy leans back on the bomb site, but this is so much space yet again for PARIVISION to threaten the A site.
yeah, he's a demon. And now, I mean, Torzy tried to play a little aggressive last round. Support's coming in a little slower. PARIVISION actually have enough time to change up and go B if they wanted to get really crazy, but they don't have anyone over there. They're going to commit to this.
Torzy's got the trade, but it costs him another teammate. Back-to-back multi-frags here for Nota. And Torzy, hearing the commitment coming through from Bathroom, still has another teammate to play off of. Sershin in with a double kill of his own. And a much needed moment here for somebody to give Torzy a set of helping hands. Bomb hits the ground. PARIVISION felt like they had all they needed to get that bomb down to potentially walk away with another round. And it's an oddity to watch this, just because I've seen more A commitments from PARIVISION in this map of Overpass than multiple maps put together in the past.
So first, we'll just say, great round from Torzy. 2 good op shots in. For PARIVISION, this is a moment where you snapshot the map. There's about 40 seconds. They're doing so much pack play that they're always looking one-dimensional. Now it feels like no matter what site they go to on any map. Here they're going to commit A because they didn't have anybody lurking out of short, out of monster, anything like that. They could have. Oof. Last round they had Jame flank CT. They know MOUZ aren't going to be ready for that a ton of times. And it'd be nice to see PARIVISION in a spot where they get a kill somewhere. Maybe that means they could change up on sites. They never seem to be able to do that though. That's Jame down. That's a big win for Torzy.
Still this clumping of PARIVISION outside of the B bomb site, going back to the tried and tested. We've already got MOUZ just kind of crawling back into the site, trying to put themselves in position with this 3-player strong setup. Flashes find their marks to perfection, and Brolin hits 2 shots, allowing Jimmy to come through. Not a single casualty, by God, not a single point of damage.
So nice. Wow. I mean, it's the flashes again with these guys. They're so well placed. It's always when T's are out in the open, never when they reach their cover or right before they're about to peek. It's always right when they're the most vulnerable. You see MOUZ capitalize on that every map. And it's really, it looks so effortless. It's very nice to watch, and it's actually hard to replicate. So got to give them tons of credit for that. It would be startling to see PARIVISION end this half with more success towards A than their favorite site.
I almost want to say it would be like a PARIVISION first.
Always surprising us.
For better or for worst. Worst? Worse.
You wanted it to rhyme.
I did, yeah.
It would have been a slant rhyme. It would have been fine.
Part of my brain kicked in. Trying to keep eyes on what has been this constantly blown open squeaky door.
Yeah, and that's another way that if Torzy had kept that open angle that previous round, if they had this boost or the vision through short from B, or through blue from B, then they could have done that. It would have been fine. They would have kept an eye on that one sort of weak point. And that's a way that both sides can work together. Double nade here, no one on the wood wall.
Ew, push down instead. Ooh, that one gets away from them. And for a defense that just held solid without taking a single point of damage, this time Tech9's tear through. It's not the first time in this half either that the Tech9s get the better of it. So even with the nades not finding their mark, that player pushed into the monster smoke goes down with nothing. Kind of awkward as the players flood to his left and right.
Yeah, and he tried to play right in front of where they would flash, so he didn't get blinded. But I think they might have right-clicked the flash behind them as they entered. Either way, he was ate it totally.
So given a bit of space to get close to that B site, PARIVISION reverting back to what they know does work. And even after the round prior that did not go well at all, they still, with less, approach the same bomb site and pull it off.
Terrorists win.
Feels to me like PARIVISION are just going to go B for the rest of this half now.
So it's a very good start for MOUZ, but it's still, you know, only a 3-round lead here. There's still lots of time for PARIVISION to actually make this dangerous for MOUZ. They've got to keep their foot on the pedal. And a new look over towards A. Doubled up on long. That's about the 1 minute timing that you can actually wrap this if no one shows up. Oh, okay. There's no one here. No Torzy in balloons this time around. They've kind of got their guard down a little bit towards long, but they're not going to see anything here. So surely they got to watch this. I'm telling you, that push is about to come.
Starting to inch forward now. Spinks rounds the corner. Catches Jame unprepared, and he hits him with the instant headshot. Yellow's going to try to recover this, but he doesn't know that there's a second player tucked in close. And so as he's so fixated on the big... Oh!
Didn't even
Spinks
matter.
just does it on his own.
Come on.
Yikes. Beautiful shots out of Spinks, has to be said. 10-3 now off that multi-frag. Bomb's a little bit late to the party, but they're hoping to get the better of this Barrels player, and Belchanok will hunt down Jimmy sure enough, but that is all they're gonna find. Single kill on Jimmy, flank here for Zwei, does get denied. His single point of health though, not enough for a multi-frag, and it's a majority of live MOUZ that goes up 7-3.
Actually just getting a kill here and there. That's not enough, man. MOUZ looked too solid. And long going totally unchecked, and that timing getting left open.
Bad shot, wow.
Right, yeah.
Those are the kinds of shots that should pump you up individually.
Mm-hmm.
Spinks feeling like an animal.
And that's what Spinks does bring. Rock solid consistency, star consistency as well.
I think also feels great when you find that timing to that level of perfection. You know, you didn't round the corner and then hunt them down and find them walking towards bat. No, you struck Jame down with a grenade in his hand as he's trying to run back into the play. James slain. The 4-round lead versus now what is 2 Tech-9s on the side of PARIVISION. Rifles for the rest. Nice pop-up, Jame. Just walks underneath Torzy's angle.
Just to displace his aim a touch, just enough.
Goes 1 foot wide. Pops up into the held angle and nails it. Tech-9 limitation there is going to cost Belchanok. And although Xertion peeks down into the next one.
This is just doing so much for the A play, though.
Yeah, it's another player confirmed,
the bomb
locked
is
into the
slow.
monster wall.
Oh, this is dangerous. The bomb is really slow here, and there's still Spinks in top bathrooms. He's also got 2 angles he could watch from. We'll see how they ferry this bomb around, but if it goes long, he's going to run right into Spinks.
Whoa, it doubled
back.
back.
This is even worse. Spinks can hear him now.
Roland's going to kill Yellow over towards the A site. That even draws one of the bathrooms player even further forward. Zwei's shadow gives way to it. That's bomb confirmed here by Spinks, and no trade back from Nota. Oh, PARIVISION. Bomb getting stuck in T-spawn, and by the time it shows up, everything that it was coming to has died already.
If it was just on one of those 3 guys who are walking up, it would have been a totally different
Desperate
round.
scramble, though, still an option. Nota going to try to run this back down into the B site instead, and he will find an open space for this.
We'll get into heaven quite quickly. Bomb going to land right on him.
Ouch. Down to 56 versus 3. Jimmy first on the scene, Brolin right behind him. Another nade comes through. That one no damage, but it's fine. Jimmy ends up finishing it himself, and PARIVISION, waiting for that bomb to show up, just lets MOUZ go big enough to find yet another round, 8-3.
Turning into a bit of a masterclass here, if not for that one blemish on the B rush and the A rush. Like every other hard round, they've made look easy. Full rifles, no problem for MOUZ.
There's been a couple of lackluster rounds for PARIVISION, but like now we're getting into like mistake territory.
Yeah.
And again, not the first time in this series either that we've seen a glaringly obvious issue that they then kind of come back from. But you're running out of runway here. Map 3, round 12. A 3-side, T-side, not ideal. Insertion, able to peek into that, dodges the flashes. No double nade for the half wall this time around. No real short control for PARIVISION either. Bomb kind of stuffed on that half of it all. And so a deviation from the norm of PARIVISION's Overpass T-side. It's not as constant as a B-site threat. And it's one that opens the door maybe for some hiccups. Some small issues that compound and offer MOUZ a 9-round CT side. 5 versus 2 with pistols in hand of what's left of PARIVISION. They've got a minute to try to group up and then somehow punish Torzy, who's just going for the jump spots. And worst case, you give him a bomb plant, whatever. Last round of the half, play that 5 versus 2 retake. Nade nearly kills Jane. Smoke on the dumpster is going to make it interesting, but Spinks is happy to just still challenge through it. Why the hell not? You've got so many numbers strong. A late Zway to the party. Desert Eagle 1v5. I don't think so. 9 rounds for the MOUZ CT side. There was moments there where it looked like they were getting tested, but ultimately PARIVISION cracked first, and MOUZ make the most of it.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great series now at this point for PARIVISION. Yes, map 1 was exciting, lots of X Factor moments, and then like the streak at the end. But that was with Torzy looking very shaky on day 1, into them getting very warmed up, into now MOUZ looking like full strength. The tactics are amazing. None of the shots they're hitting have to be hard because their setups are so good. The flashes are so good. It's just nice and easy. Like it feels like PARIVISION have no idea what they can do right now except rush. Switching over will be, will feel great for PARIVISION for sure. But it's not like MOUZ are going to fall off significantly when we get to T side for them.
Just feels like Torji's ability here on Overpass as well is kind of putting to rest his struggles of map 1. Dust 2 was not his game. Even Inferno, we said like, oh, he played better, and he did have his moments, but still finishes that map lowest rated player for MOUZ. There was moments where it felt like even his deaths within this CT side were kind of not his fault. An odd setup, a missed timing. Maybe he is complicit in some of those issues, but 10-5 nonetheless. We get MOUZ gunning for long A into the commitment soon enough. James got a teammate to drop the smoke in front of him, so do they let this corner go unchecked? James is blind. Oh, and Brolin stuffs the Glock to the side of him. This could be the end of it, as now 3 players instantly dropped on MOUZ's arrival. Zway and Belchanok will find a kill apiece, but you've got this guarantee in Spinks. A slow burn moment here for Spinks, who's now also up towards the top of the board, and MOUZ gonna let him hear it.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ flashes are a brand. It's working. It's not just counter flashes. Now it's on the attack. James' blindness, he shoots 1 bullet, and then he realizes, like, I can't see a thing. Such an easy trade. 2 entries off of 1 flashbang from Torzy. There's not much more you can ask for on a pistol round. That's quickly to 10. Everyone on MOUZ with 10 or more kills.
Yeah. Needless to say, this map is starting to turn into domination for MOUZ, which I think is going to bode well for them moving forward in the Swiss groups. We've already gotten an unlikely candidate moving forward with opening game wins. I'm talking about FUT beating Aurora over on the B stream.
Oh, yeah? I did call that one.
Ooh.
FUT march on. I mean, we've seen what they can do, and they're the new threat.
It's funny because we thought it was really PARIVISION. Turns out there's more.
No, they're the old dogs now. They've already won an event. I mean,
hungry challengers all over the place right now. These hungry players, though, don't have much to work with. 5-7 and a few pieces of utility. Force buy situation for PARIVISION as they can feel this game slipping away, and unfortunately, you know, it's the do or die situation that Overpass can present. You have a bad first half as a team on T side, and their hands are just tied. They'll be lucky to walk away with this still 4-player situation, keeping the 5-7s for the next one, the Kevlar that comes with it. Maybe I'm writing it off too early because Spinks is on the hunt. Oh, that's Noda. He had 3 grenades as well.
Yeah, that's a grand.
Save that was set up is now starting to go up in smoke alongside it, as is your hope of making this series competitive. 11-3 guaranteed for MOUZ.
And it's just the sheer frags. That's just a huge issue.
Across the board, all the frags, the confidence that's coming with it. MOUZ starting to chirp over it. What, Xerxion's talking smack to Dostan off that last round win? What did he do?
I'd be scared to do that. You know, respect.
Next thing you know, we'll have MOUZ moving forward into the 1-0 pool to kick off Cluj. Reigning, defending Cluj-Napoca champions.
That's right.
You know, we want to
PARIVISION. We saw how hyped this event was last year.
Oh, yeah.
This crowd was phenomenal.
I think especially for expectations. You know, people were happy to come back to Cluj, but we weren't quite sure what kind of crowd would turn out, considering it was a non-major. Knocked our socks off.
Like 10 years, yeah. When we saw that mouse pad, that's when we knew.
Now PGL got themselves a flagship. This one's got all the bells and whistles. Most importantly, the best teams in the world here and competing out of the gate. MOUZ want to be one of those teams yet again, and seemingly will be. But Nota trying to extend play, heavy bodies inside of Connector. Looking for the gun, as we'll get MOUZ a chance to take map control in the meantime.
I mean, they're rerouting out of not even coming back up towards A, so they're going to take the long route while Xerxion just over top of them can walk up, take all this space. And as they fan out, it'll only be 2 players here. Look again at the guns. That's not going to be enough to stop this. They did put up good site defenses back on Dust too. It just feel like a different beast right now. And they're just not really ready for anything. I don't think they're mentally in this anymore.
Good flash, but so be it. You've got Brolin in the backdrop. You've got 3 players, even with 2 blind. Brolin's going to find the headshot that Galil wasn't able to do enough. And now this Famas tries to slide out through Optimus. That will catch them off. Zwei finding his 5th frag of the map. And Belchinok's going to find a back turn to him. Oh!
They're just careful. They've got everything. Every T crossed, every I dotted.
Oh, they knew.
Yeah.
They could sense something was up. They figure it out, and that's their 12th round secured. 9 map and match points here for MOUZ.
Like a hairdryer? Oh.
Man, there's no problems. There's nothing bad to say about MOUZ right now. It's just looking fantastic, which gets me excited about how much damage they can do now versus other top teams, but also a little bit worried. PARIVISION, they're kind of just at the start of their, comeuppance after a tournament when you expect a bit more than this now. And that's something Dastan was worried about. He didn't want to have expectations. He wanted to be an underdog He came into the green room and said, "Don't overhype us because we won." And I said, "Diston, that's the first thing we're going to do next turn."
Of course, that is what we do. We're snake oil salesmen. But it's not snake oil. PARIVISION were the real deal. But struggles in Krakow and a couple of very flat maps now versus MOUZ. And suddenly you start scratching your head and wondering, like, well, what is the issue? Where is the issue? Where is that? I mean, today on Overpass, I'm just thinking to myself, like, did PARIVISION get into their own heads and try to change up what has been a like a successful game plan with all the B commitments of the past?
Unfortunately, I think we're seeing a lot of similar stuff that used to work.
Right.
It just isn't anymore.
Well, right now we get this big group up of players inside of the B site. We're going to have a clash here, and it's either going to end with PARIVISION extending play on Overpass or MOUZ putting this one to bed. Swing into the dice, and that is going to be Yellow's first. But Xertion on the trade frag. Bomb is good for one. Nota makes it a double kill, and a late, long play cheats through the smoke. Ooh, that's Nota on a single point of health. Galil, easy, gonna clean it up. Oh, Jane goes wide right into that stream of bullets. Now the utility to just block off Belchanok. He's not able to stop the bomb plant. He will still find Torshi, but that's all he's gonna get. MOUZ making mincemeat of the PARIVISION Overpass challenge. I call it a challenge. It wasn't one of much. 13-3 to end this series, and your reigning, defending Cluj champions move on to the 1-0 pool.
I mean, just to reiterate what Scorny said there, it was mincemeat of PARIVISION. Such a convincing map win for MOUZ. That's the MOUZ that you expect. That's the MOUZ that makes playoffs. That's the MOUZ that lifted that Cluj trophy last year.
Absolutely. Such a great rebound after a very lackluster Dust 2, a very shocking loss there, to just come back and not let any of that plague them. Just goldfish memories, and then came out and did exactly what they needed to do on Inferno and Overpass to take care of this one rather easily overall.
Yeah, James, maybe he's paid by the round, but MOUZ, they just have a flat day rate. They just ended it really quickly, really neatly. Honestly, I felt like the CT side defense got way more out of it than I expected. I thought some of the poppy plays from PARIVISION were going to work out a little bit better, but MOUZ were really ready. The early defenses from them kind of just were, they had PARIVISION off kilter. They didn't always know where the first fight was going to come from. It wasn't just the standard defenders in the pre-fire angles on bomb sites. So good on MOUZ to understand that they needed to just shift things up just a little bit to make this uncomfortable.
I tell you what, Dust, I have a question for you. What did you think of MOUZ's T side here on Overpass?
Didn't have to play much of one, did they, Sam? I mean, after winning 9-3 in the first half and taking the pistol to kick off the second, there wasn't a whole lot required out of them. But yeah, I certainly thought that the second to last round their AXQ was pretty good. I'll give them that one. But no, I mean, I think that this is just a case of all the firepower showed up from MOUZ. This is what they're capable of when all the pieces are there, because we've always just talked about how, you know, MOUZ has a lot of widely distributed talent on the team, right? They might not have a crazy superstar like a Donk or a Ziwu or a Munisi or something along those lines, but what they do have is a bunch of players who are like really good, right? And when they're clicking, they definitely have enough firepower to go toe-to-toe with anyone. And in a game like this, all 5 of them can put up substantial numbers against a team that just won a tournament recently.
I just really like the way that they played some of the early rounds on their CT side. I mean, I feel like when PARIVISION were attempting to get into that B bomb site, so often they're just met with a guy maybe behind pillar, but in the barrels area. But frequently, MOUZ were just playing the short side. They were at the sandbags. They were in water itself. So they kind of either just clipped off one side of the pincer that would normally be going towards a B site attack, and they also just made it uncomfortable where PARIVISION would sometimes get onto the bomb site and then they'd still be in a 5-on-5, but now they're actually getting flanked from the position that usually the T's hold. So I just felt like the starters for MOUZ sort of read and understood how PARIVISION wanted to play, especially towards B attacks.
And also, look, I mean, you got this guy who's like your main rotator on the CT side getting a kill almost every round. There's only 3 rounds where he didn't get a frag, and so he's always kind of rotating and putting himself in the right position to be able to support his teammates or find frags, you know, to help stack sites whenever that he needs to be there. So just all in all, good reads from MOUZ, good playing off of each other. You know, we kind of praised him on Inferno for like nice flash assists to make sure that people are swinging into advantageous duels. You saw a lot of that throughout this CT side as well. And it's just them taking care of business. You know, this is the MOUZ that we wanted to see, that we didn't get in Dust 2, but we got it the rest of the series. And so, well done.
Okay, so now if you're on the side of ParaVision and you're James and you're Destin and you're going back to the locker room, if you like, or the practice room, what are you taking away from this? What are you looking at going, oof, probably have to change that for tomorrow?
I feel like this is kind of where the ParaVision strategy or style sort of hits a wall when it's against the more well-rounded teams. I mean, I was not shy about saying this during the Bounty event, that I felt like so many of their approaches on offenses were very one note, targeting a single bomb site because you know that there's weak defenders. But when you play the teams like, well, they beat FURIA to their credit, but when you play teams like MOUZ or Vitality that are just so well-rounded, it's very difficult to just say, yeah, we're going to target this bomb site over and over. Because even though Yimpat's in a little bit of a slump in form, he's still one of the better anchors that are in the world. So he's not an easy pickings target who you can just hammer over and over again. Maybe they got more mileage on Dust 2 than I would have expected by hitting Yimpat and Spinks, but I think there was a huge correction to form when MOUZ go onto their comfort pick and when they go onto more of a middle ground map.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for a team like ParaVision, I think you're right. I think they are a little bit reliant on either just trying to heavily counter-strat against a weakness they foresee in the other team, or going for just like really pacey plays. And when the going gets tough and they have to slow things down in mid-round a little bit more, I think the inexperience really kind of shines through on some of these players. And I think that you saw some of these younger guys get really hot with their rifles, you know, at the tail end of last year, you know, at Bounty, but we're not seeing that same form show up at Krakow and at this event thus far. And so that's going to be something that you have to kind of think about a little bit as well. And so I think that just comes with reps and experience. I think maybe expectations kind of got catapulted off of one really big tournament result when really, like, yes, that was a fantastic result, but we can't count on that to happen repeatedly. I think anybody who thought it was going to carry on like that was mistaken. You know, it's going to take time to build up to a level where you can do that more often.
It really felt like ParaVision and James kind of bootstrapped this team to be successful versus all of their successive opponents at the Bounty. And that's why Dostan and James deserve a lot of credit, because they made players who were fairly inexperienced look extremely sharp. They got the absolute most out of them, but this is what happens when you have to take your time. Around time kind of bleeds out, and you have to try to go through steps a little bit more carefully than just popping right into a play in the first 45 seconds. So I would say at the end of this, really a lot of credit goes to MOUZ, but again, limitations being shown here for ParaVision.
We're halfway through day number 1 here at PGL Cluj-Napoca, and the big boys are getting ready to come out to play. I also heard Pimp, Yanko, and Richard will be here as well in a little bit.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm still dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana
Vitality have been dominant once again when it comes to the prestigious events, and they're looking to do it here at Cluj-Napoca. I've got Apex with me from Vitality, and let's just look at this, right? You're starting off 2026 similar to 2025. Does that give you some vibes? Does it give you some feelings already? Is it too early to say, mate?
So yeah, I mean, it feels good, but no, it's not like going at the step of 2025. We're not even thinking about it. We just take event by event, gonna give our best at each event, and that's it.
And that's what you guys always do, and it's worked out pretty damn well. Now, you yourself, you said that ZywOo played the best event ever for himself, right? And we saw this. I think this was a standout performance. But did you notice something different in him, or was it just?
No, yeah.
Can you explain, shed some light? Because there's a lot of people who go, oh well, he always plays like this, but this was a different level.
People don't imagine that today. I mean, that day or that event, he played way differently.
Yeah.
He was more aggressive, first of all. Something that we liked a bit sometimes of him, like doing more openings, etc. And he wasn't missing. While with Hope, he used to miss a bit more, and he used the Hope more than usual.
Yes,
as well.
yeah.
And that felt good for our game because, I mean, of course, when your AVP has the Hope a lot of time and he doesn't miss, it's quite good for your team. So, and actually, I think that 2 of the 5 players didn't play the best at this event particularly. I think Robs and Mezzi were not in the best shape, to be, I'm honest. But we didn't see it too much because ZywOo was just too good. So imagine if ZywOo was playing like that and the 2 others at their level,
That's a problem. That might be game breaking.
I guess so.
And you're already close to doing that as well. You say it with a smile on your face. Is this something you're expecting to see as the change for him now? Like can you rely on it?
I mean, we can't rely on what he did because it's too high, to be honest.
Not what he did, but maybe the way he was playing, like in that style now.
I actually hope that he saw himself that he can be so much like even more useful, I would say, in our game.
Yeah.
Because he was like really, of course, I was always good, but people can see that it's a big difference from what he's done there than what he usually does. Mm-hmm. And he was like, yeah, it was actually really good to play with that, and it helped us so much overall to get a few entries, or it was communicated even more than before, etc. But it's normal when you feel it like that. Of course, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Cluj-Napoca. Bit of history for you here, mate.
11 years ago?
11 years ago. Some people watching might not have been watching Counter-Strike back then, right? But you did lift your first major trophy then. Now, does there come any feelings? Does there come anything into your mind? Do you reflect on a bit of nostalgia?
Of course. I mean, when I arrived and when I knew we would participate to this event, I was like, okay, that's where I won my first major back in 2015 when I was an entry fragger. That's a long time ago. 11 years in a career is a long time, mostly in CS. But yeah, I mean, it's a good vibe. A bit different moment of the year. I think I won in November. No, it's February, so it's a bit different. But actually, I think that the city itself improved. I think it's a lot better now. I went to work yesterday, and I remember a few things that were not the same. So it's actually good to be here at 11 years after, and hopefully make it happen again.
So it's like you've improved, the city's improved, it's all improving around you.
Yeah.
Ready to lift another trophy.
Let's see. That's the goal always. When Vitality participates in a tournament, it's here to win. But other team also wants to win. They also want to get their hands on trophy. Only us in PARIVISION for now get a trophy. So yeah, I think the big dogs are hungry.
Definitely so. You're going to keep trying to steal it away from them though. Now, I also want to look at, we've always spoken about how good you guys managed the schedule, especially last year, right? Obviously here you're doing beginning of the year, 3 events back to back. Still feel good? Still have that same kind of idea on the energy and feeling?
Well, you have to make choices between events. Yeah. And for us, we have to look at the rest, of course. We have to look at the VIA response. We have to look at how big the tournament is and how many teams are going there. We need now to look at the Grand Slam. Yeah. So we had a lot of stuff to look at, but for us, that was the best idea, was to do that. First of all, because a lot of teams came to Cluj and PGL got bigger and bigger last year. So that was also for us our first tournament with PGL, and every team are here except Spirit. So it's actually pretty good.
And lastly, I just want to finish up by asking, I know your goal is obviously to lift the trophy. That's all you guys ever do.
Yeah.
But what do you feel could be the biggest thing that could stop that from happening? Or which team could be the biggest threat to you guys here?
It's a classic answer, but first it's ourselves. We know that if we play our A game, it's tough for any team because we have the players, because we have the team play, because I think we have a bit more everything than others. But here, obviously, FURIA. I mean, we just beat them in the grand final of Krakow. They took time for them to come back at the 2025 end level, but they are here now.
Yeah.
Falcons are always a dangerous threat. They are amazing players. Unfortunately for them, they didn't go through the group stage in Krakow, but we always know that never count Falcons out of the tournament, that's for sure. MOUZ are always a tough prospect, even though we beat them the last few times, but you never know. We lost to them as well. It's possible. Spirits are not there. I think that's the three big dogs that can stop us. But once again, if we play our A game, it's gonna be tough for them.
Well, let's see how tough it will be for them. Thank you very much, Overpass, for your time, and good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone and welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're changing things up on the desk, so let me introduce who we've got for you. We have, of course, got Jacob, aka Pimp. He played for, I think, two of the organizations that are here, 3D Max and Heroic.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Long time ago, though.
Yeah, a very long time ago.
Yeah.
But, he knows what it's like to go deep and winning trophies. And similarly, although he might not have ever done it as a player, we have Yanko. And, of course, Yanko, former coach of FaZe, did win some trophies over there as well. So thanks for joining me on the desk. We've got a banger series to start out. We're going to be talking about Vitality versus G2. But just to start, why don't we take a look at the results that have been going on so far in the tournament before we came in?
Yeah, a few surprises, or at least one big surprise to me. Well, big, dare I say it, FUT beating Aurora. I'm not sure if that's a big surprise, but Aurora are really strong.
Someone said you were a FUT fetishist the other day. I didn't know what that meant.
No, neither did I, and I'm not quite sure it's certain and it's true either, but I'm a FUT fan after what I've seen so far. Beating Aurora is not necessarily the hardest task at the moment, but to do it in the opening game and to do it in the fashion they did, and to me, a bit surprising.
I'm more surprised FaZe 2-0'd someone, even though it's Heroic without an AWPer and with a stand-in still, but it's been a rough start of the year for them. And yeah, FUT, one of the teams on the rise, sort of a dark horse to make the playoffs in this event as well. Over on the A stream, mostly taking care of business, although Astralis did have a good track record against Navi the last couple of head-to-heads, but I think with these current iterations of the roster, just the matchup isn't good for Astralis map pool-wise, Mirage always being open for Navi, and then Astralis picked Nuke today, didn't go so great. Overpass that usually pick permaban of Navi, so...
It's more so it's not a good matchup whenever Astralis is facing a decent team. It doesn't really matter who they are at this point. So
well, someone's in a good mood today,
No, I mean, to be fair as well, we did have a brilliantly awkward interaction with Hooksy in the elevator at the hotel where we were just stuck in there with each other for a while. And,
it wasn't awkward for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely awkward for me. But anyway, no, it was good to talk to him a very little bit about the international lineup and stuff. And it's a different Astralis, a different era. They're trying something new, so we'll see if that translates here in Cluj. But for now, let's turn our attention to the big one, which is, of course, Vitality versus G2. These two teams obviously know each other intimately by this point. I feel like they've played a lot in 2025. It felt like they kept cropping up against each other. And G2 beat them in 2025.
The big one is the Blast one, right? In the grand final, first team to beat Vitality in a best of 5 out of left field. G2 had a great run there. In Chengdu, Hunter got sick, couldn't play that game the last time around. So, yeah, and I think for G2, obviously, what they did in Krakow is a must in this season. Like, they have to be making playoffs, right? Like, first season is always, there's a lot of changes, new players coming in. You want to see if you need to make more changes in terms of positions, roles, and whatnot. So they had a full season of that, but now it's time to, get some wins against some of these contender teams, to make playoffs, to keep improving and sort of show whether this roster can become a contender or do they need more?
Well, obviously they're going up against the monsters, Vitality. We're going to start by talking about G2 because obviously you don't get to talk about them a lot, not as much as Vitality at least. So how have they been doing? What's the temperature check? I'll start with you, Yanko. Obviously I know you know the guys, and obviously friends with Hunter long term. He's transitioned into IGL. What's your coach rating for him? How do you think he's done?
I think he's done very well, to be honest with you. And I judge that from some of the things that, some of the mid-round calls that we saw during that blast round, especially on a map like Inferno, right? Because when it comes to protocols and opening, a lot of that stuff can be set. A lot of that is also the coach's imprint on the game. But, once the round breaks down, that's where you show your chops really as an IGL, and I think he's done a good job at that. A bit of juggling between individual performance and leading the team. Has had some very good games, but some very bad ones as well, trying to figure all that out.
And on that note, one of the players he's had to try to activate is, of course, MOUZ. MOUZ finds himself in this position now where, is he meant to be the star? Is he not?
I feel like it goes a bit under the radar, how he's been conducting himself as of late. His 2025, as you can see, wasn't necessarily bad, wasn't necessarily great. Again, the conversation around him taking over Nico's roles and becoming the next big thing within G2, that was sort of what we expected. That was what he was brought in for as well when he was signed in the first place for G2. Haven't been able to deliver on that front. And the beginning to 2026 as well has been even worse off in terms of him not having any individual output. So I'm looking towards MOUZ right now, and I'm thinking I see certain moments, certain things in the game where, he still has that, razor sharp aim, but in terms of consistently showing up and actually helping out Hunter, making sure that this T2 roster is one to be reckoned with, I'm not seeing it right now.
I think the perception of MOUZ is maybe wrong in that regard. If you're looking at him and you're hoping to see the next Nico or whoever, a star player in that role, I think that's a mistake. I don't think he really is up to that, to be a player who controls a lot of his teammates and is talking a lot and instructing other people like to do. But if you look at him as a sort of a flamesy type of a player, I think he can be really, really good in that role. Play anchor roles on CT side, be the space taker on the T side, play in the pack, utilize his aim to the absolute most, because I think that's what he really excels at.
Tall order for him today, and indeed for all of G2, because they're taking on this team, Vitality, and we've got the Veto coming in. Where can you go? Where can you hide?
Well, you can't really. You either have an option to go for Anubis again, to try it as G2, they tried against Spirit, it didn't work out. Against Liquid, they had a close win. Mirage is the other option. It's the only map that Vitality has lost. They actually lost it 2 times that they played it this year, to Falcons with a stand-in and then also to FURIA in that grand final. So that makes sense also when you look at the fact that it's not as terrible to start on the T side on Mirage as it might be on some of the other maps. And without actually going for Inferno, it's interesting. I thought maybe Overpass would be really good for them here. They're undefeated on it this year.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? If you're G2, there's no way you win this Veto. Banning Dust 2 is interesting as well. That's more so saying Vitality, we know that they're arguably the best team in the world on the map, but they see T2 being a formidable force on that map as well, and then forcing in the Anubis as the decider.
This almost feels like, to me, Vitality really wanted Anubis to be there if it goes to the third, to sort of practice it a little bit. I don't know, because Dust 2, man, they've lost it maybe 5 or 6 times with this roster. Ever since it's been formed, right? Undefeated this year on that map as well. Sure, G2 also enjoys it, but for Vitality to ban Dust 2 against anyone, I find that odd. So maybe just wanting to get some more reps.
Yeah, we want more reps on the map. It probably, it shouldn't realistically go all the way to the third map. Vitality have just been in such red-hot form, and we wondered whether they'd be able to bounce back. That second half of the year when FURIA came really into sharp focus, and then obviously we have the major, and now starting the year with trophy wins, and to be honest, looks like they're going to get a cakewalk for the Grand Slam as well, for back-to-back Grand Slam.
It does look very good for Vitality, obviously, but I think if you hope for a competitive game here, one thing that could be said is that we have seen Vitality in certain group stage games experiment a little bit, maybe sometimes not showing up with the same laser focus that we see in the playoff games. So as much as they're winning right now, and as everyone agrees, the best team in the world, it's not like they're always dominating in the beginning of the tournament. So if you're G2, you got to hope that they're maybe a little bit under the weather right now, that they're willing to experiment a bit with the map pool as well. And then obviously for G2, this is a big test, to see how far away are they from the best team in the world.
I'll bring in our commentary pair. It is, of course, Sponge and Machine. Gentlemen, you must be sick of talking about Vitality.
It's hard to be sick of casting and discussing the very
It's
best
the legacy building. That's what I like, you know. We've lived through the Astralis era, now we're living through the Vitality one. So it's kind of fun to see how far they can push it, right?
And also having a big bad. I feel like that tends to, you know, bring the other teams rising up. They've all got the target on their back, and they're holding on to it, which is actually quite impressive.
Well, Chad, I'll ask you, because in many ways you're segueing into being the new esports historian, dare I say. Whoa. You've been around for so long, so ubiquitous across the broadcast. I mean, that's a compliment.
Where are we going? Talk about a backhanded
where are Vitality in relation to the great Astralis, the all-conquering ones?
They're right there, right? We don't know the end of the Vitality story just yet, right? But I think in terms of the elite, it's Vitality and it's Astralis. The two of them neck and neck in my mind right now. And if Vitality have a good year, it'll be all theirs.
Keep telling that story, guys. I'm going to let you do the cast. The game has started.
I'm disappointed that we didn't get out of them. It's Valentine's Day, and they didn't discuss at any point what Dust is going to do with his evening.
That's a great question. Also, with the historian thing, you actually just got back from Poland, so there's a diff there as well.
Okay, well, kick off this pistol round, Vitality. Block B. There was going to be an investigation. That wasn't going to be the finish. You can see this spread right now out of G2. One player waiting ramp, and it's Mr. Sampaius. Obviously, in Palace is Mattis. So the round still has a lot of legs to it. Hunter with a smoke and a flash, and starting to make their way down through Underpass. They'll be connecting with Heavy God. Top middle, I'm sure. Now, the CT setup was leaning for a B play. Mezzi playing Ticket. He'll be baiting in that of Apex. And this is what you need to keep in mind for G2 for the entire game. Always keep that loose piece. Is Rops under balcony? Where's Apex playing in these CT setups? Because variety, it's the spice of life.
Yeah, and Vitality are spicy. It's Rops that's going to have that first contact, likely here on the uncrouched spots. The bomb spots two pairs of legs heading towards that A site. Apex with a reaction tucking in. And the smoke providing necessary cover for them to get into the A site. Now Mezzi spotted out CT. Apex still overlooked. It's actually going to be MOUZ finding Rops as that first blood. Opportunity for that clawback bomb.
Tough
could
denial.
be denied. Wholesome Pius was not ready for Apex. Beautiful execution. Overlooked and double kill. Now an opportunity for them to close this out. Despite the number discrepancy, both jungle? How are you supposed to pull this off? Long-range USP headshot, connector occupied. That's a great one from Heavy God. Hang on. He levels the odds. Flamesy claws one back, and now Heavy God in the clutch. ZywOo's low. A single bullet onto that. If you can just get past Flamesy, he could run at ZywOo. Was knocked off the bomb. Oh, but the headshot's there in time.
This one's going to be down to the wire, isn't it? There's a few coming in, but should be all good in the hood.
I mean, truly had to hit that shot there, ZywOo. Heavy God was setting up G2 for a real rumble.
Okay, well, again, I want to address this Apex playing Joker. And that's something that we see a lot of teams doing, but it's something that Vitality do really well on their CT side. There'll be these moments where they're pulling Flamesy into the connector fights with Apex. There'll be rounds where they have Rops not playing short, playing in A on the other hand. And Apex does very well there to get the double.
Yeah, Sampaius is probably going to be the most frustrated about that one. Just caught backing away, looking the wrong way, and as a result of his negligence, Apex finding two. Very mid-centric, and rifles as well seem to be the priority. Three of them head towards middle and unload their mags.
Yeah, Heavy God's got this AK, no head armor to go with it. Hunter with the Galil. And a very similar opening, just different players in different positions. You've got the full spread, the full spectrum right now for G2 as they do feign this mid-control, be fake.
Mezzi's not really buying it. He'll be able to have the back turned. That's if Rops doesn't beat him to the punch. Pressure onto this A side though, and yeah, MOUZ's Deagle catches ZywOo off guard, and Flamesy's brought down as well. Impact from that MOUZ's Deagle. This one's getting competitive. Bomb's coming up that ramp side, and MOUZ is actually stepping into the line of fire. He's bringing the fight to Robs. Doesn't have the help for this. Surely Mr. Cool's dead. Yes, he is. A multi-kill from MOUZ through middle. His solo mid-take, and it's actually got G2 in it to win it. Mezzi messing with the MOUZ mind with the sound cue kit on site. You'd need to win this one cleanly. Yeah, MOUZ is having absolutely none of it. Massive round out of MOUZ. G2, second round converted in the absence of a pistol.
So that's just chaos, isn't it? So it's a pretty limp fake onto B. They don't get anything done, but they take the space off the back of it. Hunter taking Apex down, and then MOUZ being able to lurk through middle. And there's just chaos on all fronts they have to deal with. So this is MOUZ coming to the back lines, and then the second one's a fantastic trade. Extremely necessary. Rops is low on HP, holds him at the door. That was from the B fake, and then Mezzi walks in the same line of fire. It'll be the force buy back from Vitality.
I mean, also give Hunter extra credit, not only the kill onto Apex, but Flamesy is engaged with that fight on ramp with Hunter, enabling MOUZ to find that body shot finish. Well, okay. You were telling me just before we got started, Chad, you expect this one to be entertaining. Can you give me a reason as to why?
I like the counter-strike that G2 play, and I think that the pieces as well, other than some of these glaring moments from Sampaius. MOUZ is on a redemption arc at the moment.
Yeah.
With the stats that they brought up, not really highlighting how much better he looked in a couple of key matches in Krakow. He was not just hemorrhaging opening deaths, he was actually finding a lot of opening kills. So we know that G2 can throw hands. It's about the consistency of that. This is another event, the desk highlighting it, where they have to make playoffs. Otherwise, there'll be questions about how they move going forward. And they are moving into A with this execute.
Yeah, this is a nice Molotov on the stairs. And ZywOo, despite a great shot, is immediately traded. MOUZ, an important provision. Desert Eagles behind that jungle smoke. Actually looking like they're all going to head back for CT-centric retake. Apex scavenges away ZywOo's scout. Ooh, nearly put it to good use. MOUZ is on a mad one. Heavy God happy and welcome to take the duel. Oh, he's so precise with it. Takes down two of them, channeled into his M4's crosshair.
Hunter would have had that one if Rops managed to stay alive for a moment longer. They had that one completely covered off. It'll be the eco now. So an opportunity to get themselves up to a 3-1 lead on the G2 side of the server. Simultaneously with this one, we got 3D Max taking on Falcons. I'm going to go and check that out. I think it's MOUZ and Dinko bringing you that action.
I'm very interested to see how 3D Max fare this year. It hasn't necessarily started fantastically, but Cluj-Napoca perhaps a different story.
It's just the same conversation with them. We have a lot of teams where we are having the same conversations as we did for the calendar year of 2025. MOUZ being the biggest because they get so close but oh so far. FaZe, is it working, is it not? Well, it's not a major, but they did win their opener against Heroic. Then 3D Max, we know what the team can offer. There's moments where Body's the best player, Lucky's the best player, Mac is looking great on the AWP, Exercise is precise, Gravity had a great performance in Krakow, and then everyone goes, okay, well, they're an aggressive team, they just push. They make that flavor work, and they struggle against the bigger names.
In their year review, they gave an interview where they said, we're going to try and, not just be so one-dimensional. I haven't necessarily had the opportunity to see too much of their games firsthand. Apex is really... Okay, Hunter's going to work this out now.
Surely.
He's like, this is not the window I remember. I can't believe it. Apex has actually denied them access. Now with 3 kills in the feed, these USPs are getting headshots. Oh no, you've lost the bomb, boys. Heavy God here to save the day.
Well, they know where he likely was. This is the A-lurk.
Good grief.
So identifying this quickly, the eco is well out of control right now.
USP.
Bomb down in enemy territory.
You gotta kind of give him a bit of room, right? You want a sound cue. Ideally, if you're ZywOo, you're playing for some info, trying to catch him in that inaccurate moment as he leaps out the window, and he's about to give it to you. Okay, window. 28 seconds, pressure's on Heavy God. Retrieving the bomb is primary objective. He knows they're going to be close, and ZywOo tracks as he jumps. Wow, that's that ZywOo and Robs combo.
It just looked like it was about to be a funny clown fiesta moment there with the boost in window, and then you expect all the USPs to run out and just get farmed up. But the fact that Vitality snatched that one away, that guaranteed 3-1 lead, not a guarantee after all.
He didn't get any kills, but Apex did block the window move. I mean, he gets some credit. Here's that from Robs' POV.
From Robs there. In fact, they're able to snatch this one away. Okay, well, game back on, at least as far as the financial wars go. G2, they're now the ones who could be looking pretty shaken early.
Yeah, no. They've got to be careful, tread lightly, otherwise G2 looking for that payday loan.
These are one of those rounds I'm talking about as far as variety. Essentially looking at the radar, it's 5 players ready to fight middle. Right, check this, there's nobody borrowed in A, there's nobody worrying about apps with the jump spot. This is 5 players essentially, and well, it was, now that Apex is rotating back over to B, but they want a biff.
Okay, well, Hunter's going to get that biff he so desperately looks for. Nade, ooh, a solid connection. He stomachs 50 damage, and there's another where that came from. Hunter, he's just had the kitchen sink thrown at him.
They need to take the space on A right now.
And that's what they're doing, surging forward. Flames is trying to clear and call mid-clear. Good timing on the engagement. Supplies his back turned, and he will profit. Double kill just on that lurk mid. You've lost the sight, you've lost bodies. And as he eats the flash, MOUZ sets himself up for success.
Yeah, flowing nicely as MOUZ 9-2. So sure, you win the eco, but you are going to have to hold on to this one, Apex. Need to keep tabs of the financial situation. And next round, well, their loss bonus back bottom of the barrel. There's 4.5 and 4.3 on ZywOo due to those saves with the eco win. So if he holds on to this, can get another decent looking buy going forward. But this is one thing, I'm talking about the variety of the CT setups. If G2 are in a position where they're able to identify it like they did there, right? Hunter say there's multiple players from short throwing me nades, right? They're double nading me, they're mollying me. In this setup, it's likely they're doing this mid-fight setup. So the fact that they're able to take the space and spill over, they identify early. The next ones are going to be, okay, we're walking quietly onto a site and someone's ticket. Make sure we check balcony, make sure we flush out under balcony, make sure we clear sandwich. Those are going to be the positions where you see Rops as a joker.
Yeah.
That's where nameplate Counter-Strike comes into the mix as well.
And if you were to watch, you know, the Rops highlight reel of last year, how many times is it a multi-kill from sandwich? Is it a multi-kill from being overlooked on the AX egg?
So Vitality under a bit of pressure right now. One of the keys is keeping the intensity from Krakow into Cluj.
Yeah.
So I got to get a stern talking to if things don't go their way in map number 1. Inferno and then Anubis is the third and decider. It's pistols to complement what is 2 AWPs. So that extra cash being spent heavily from Rops and ZywOo. This might catch the likes of G2 off guard.
Yeah, what's your pathing like? Through mid, though. ZywOo. Oh, a quick adjustment onto Sunpius. They want to try and run at him. MOUZ considered it. Hunter partners up with him. It seems their attention is set towards a window boost. Molly is perfectly timed from Apex. Nice util set. He is trying to tend to the potential for that boost.
This is something you have to be very mindful of if you're Vitality going up against a Hunter's G2, right? We know even back in the day, this was a move that he got away with all the time. No one quite as masterful with the timings on the window boost as this man right here. But he has been flushed away. So with a man advantage early, we now have a minute on the clock, and there's a decent amount of util to finish. A couple of smokes, mollies, and Hunter, he's just going to strafe out top mid to the island box. So we'll be back to an A finish.
Okay, this is logically sound. Hunter's even got a Molotov to try and sell it further. Both smokes arrive in middle.
It's just a deagle on the site on Flames right now, so how much value can he get out of this?
Yeah, ZywOo close by. When will Flamesy call for aid? Connect alert, still a possibility. Here they come. Flames is in so much trouble. Spotted out, trying to delay, buy time. And oh, ZywOo's patience rewarded. Catches Hunter on the smoke walk. Now enables him to set his sights on this Palace fight. Turning that util, they surge forward, taking some space. Natus has made it on top of the stairs. Instantaneous trade. CT's a threat. Mezzi's Desert Eagle from the jungle side, but Rops is up now revealed. Nice shot. Natus removes the head. Just Natus though, and no time for this. He hasn't got time to find that last frag. Mezzi, virtue of just staying alive, gives Vitality a 3-all score.
But all he's carrying in is into a Deagle and Kevlar into the next round. Natus will snatch the orb, he'll give that to Sunpius, so sure, you win the round, but your finances are pretty bleak right now.
So you've won an eco and then lost the following gun round, and now you've won a round, but the only weapon you saved was a Desert Eagle and Kev. So as far as like kind of suffering from success, Vitality's wins have come at a cost.
They have been able to get another AWP out on ZywOo here. Oh, they got the orb. Okay, that's reports coming in. They picked it up.
Ooh, just in time.
All right, well, handy there. I guess it's over towards stairs where ZywOo's gone down. So we'll get that back, and it's good with the fine form that he's in. Still compromises, but on both sides now. Loss bonus continues to teeter as the last 4 rounds of trading blows. Vitality yet to post consecutive. This could be the moment to do it and take control of the financial game.
It's like an imminent test for Mazzy's B site. And you want to talk about jokers. Rops is burrowed at the bench, hoping to provide some support for the short side pincer.
Yeah, if it is the B execute, he can stay tucked in and activate late. Right? Nobody's over towards vent room. Smoke starts to trickle in now. That's when Hunter's cue to move. As he's their way out in case it doesn't work. It looks like it's going to be Natus and MOUZ ready to explode. Heavy God will join them. Sunpius has... Oh, he's given the bomb over. So there might be the commitment here as Hunter's taken some space.
Here comes the util. Mezzi, what's your reaction to this? Prepares himself, here's multiple boots, avoids the flash. Perfect headshot, MOUZ's Desert Eagle delivers, and Natus in combination. Hunter catches Apex, the job is done.
I think you're saving now. This rotation was so far away. They were fired on site, so it's very site-centric. Right? They're expecting an execute on either A or B, and well, The B bomb site not putting enough resistance on the board. Apex in that interview with James talking about that the players who needed to show up in Krakow, well, maybe not needed to, but the players that you'd expect alongside Azawi Rops didn't have the best tournament. The same for Mezzi. It's their bomb site that falls pretty easily as Flames will investigate, see if he can upgrade away from this. Zawi will maintain the AWP and will continue to trade blows.
I think Flames' position looks like it might net him a kill here. Natus, how diligent will you be? Very is the answer.
So
rather convincing.
Yeah, and right now you have this save Zawi AWP, but you only got the 1400. So this is still forced by territory. I wonder if Xtaz wants to take a timeout to have a conversation. Zawi can drop an M4. The rest can upgrade in 5.7s or pistols again, but you're going to be lacking util. And if you don't force buy behind the AWP, then you're going to lose it and you're not going to get it back for at least a couple of rounds' time. So they will be operating with that option. Rops will be the man who gets the upgrade. Everyone else in with the pistols. This time it will be 5.7s instead of Deagles. And right now, could be a pretty quick execute in towards A. Rops is here, the Joker. Does he go overlooked?
Apex playing with fire, gets across to the site before ramp arrives.
And Zawi takes the deep B line. So Mezzi's rotating as well.
Okay, they know what's up. They found a safe haven around the Flames. Flamesy ready. He wants to make a play up close. Perfect weapon for the job. There's Rob's first blood. Flamesy pushes through. He's done very well. Just some fires left cowering in the corner. 5.7 at that range, just shredding. In combination with Robs, who takes the first fight despite being the Joker, and it wins out nicely for Vitality.
So now this is 6 straight rounds, unless Sampais is going to win a 1v4 with a minute on the clock and AWP on his back, and at least he has the bomb. But this is the entertainment, maybe not in the way I expected, but these teams having some really quick and concise rounds.
That block smoke Tetris as well, was that thrown by the CTs?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that really...
You see that on the pistol rounds a lot when players have Julies under the balcony. There's ways to deal with it, but it is tough in the moment, right? You want to get in that smoke and then path out of it together, creating lots of different options.
Well,
but
we saw how effective it was for Flamesy and his reactions. As soon as he gets one, he can find an angle, he can push through, it's overlooked, back turned, and a double kill.
All right, state of the affairs right now, if Sampais holds on to this, he can drop an AK. Heavy got to be able to get a rifle of his own, and they should still have something decent to work with, because the force buy wars will not be over. At this point, we are waylaying either of these teams having proper full buys, and this is tougher for in-game leaders to work with, because you're not going into rounds with full weaponry and full utility. So your game plan, traditionally what you're practicing is those moments. And you might have some coaches or some teams who literally do practices where, hey, they might be winning every single round, but it's like, let's do these buys where we only have an AWP and an AK and a couple of pistols if you want to practice those scenarios, because these are the rounds that can change games. But now we've had 6 straight. No one has broken serve, at least not since the pistol and then the force buy back with the conversion. Felt like it was done, and then they lose to an eco. So this is why we find ourselves at the 4-4. That's 8 rounds scoreline.
I love the timeout music. Makes me think about like the dwarves, you know?
Okay, in a mine somewhere.
Yeah,
I see it.
The mines of Moria.
Well, Source taking these extra 30 seconds before their finances are bottomed out. That saved AWP, then the dropped AK. So Heavy God's got one, MOUZ has gifted the other. P250 for that of Madison Hunter onto the Tech 9, and just a smattering of U2 as smokes are being juggled right now. Might have to be direct. It's tough to play around like this late. So window blocked. Top Cat the same and ready to pounce up the ramp. Mattis the flash.
Ooh, head-on collision. Apex and Flamesy playing around this nade peak. They've been doing it time after time, and this time the AWP is ready. He got a lot of answers though, saw more than one towards the ramp side, block you till throw.
And now you can play out the mid-round, right? The fact you get that opening so early and nothing really lost. So sure, if you wanted to explode onto A, you've been stalled out for now, but there's still plenty of moves available. This is Vitality who have to be active. Apex was there to assist Flames. Now he's pressed up in middle, just guaranteeing some control. But does he play to contain, or do they push for information? Because right now, if it's an execute on either site, the CTs are not in the best position to defend.
They are going to kind of let them in, right? ZywOo's positioning not looking like he's going to be taking too active of a line on A. Apex is called mid-clear. Oh, looks like ZywOo is going to have a look. Flashed in the open, taking his peek and does strike onto Hunter. Pulls them back into the 4-on-4.
Eyes on the Apex flank. It'll be late, but it's coming.
It is on its way. Some fires, will he be ready for that? ZywOo spots a flash of flesh. Heavy God's gone. Important, impactful frags found by ZywOo, and now the flank can connect. He wants multiple. He's going to get the first. There's number 2. MOUZ unprepared, low HP, clean round from Vitality, the 2 Frenchmen with a lot of impact.
Okay, well, surely at this point, that's going to be the financial wars done and dusted. As with this defuse coming through, it's finally straight rounds for Vitality.
I was amazed that ZywOo didn't move when he got flashed. You know, he didn't panic and think he was just going to get bopped from Palace. He just stood there, realized they were likely going to be ramp-centric, and catches that perfect frag onto Hunter.
Keeping up the form from Krakow and on the AWP, so this is nice to see. He's had constant impact throughout this. Just a real nuisance. You have the number advantage, you piece together a round, but you're just getting picked apart one by one. Ooh. Some great shooting. Will be the eco now for G2. So an opportunity to take at least a 2-round lead. Last time we saw an eco, oh, there we go. MOUZ is dead already.
Well, that could be maximum damage, I think. Heavy God just headbutts that grenade.
Walk into the flames, you know you want to.
It's tempting, though. Ooh, that's another well-placed grenade as well. Narrowly misses out on Heavy God.
It's tough, just so late in the piece that now
yeah,
the game starts. Well, whatever game plan you had coming into this match in terms of what you wanted to pressure and the way you wanted to run your rounds, they went out the window due to just the patterns that this was won at. And Vitality have pulled off some nonsense already. See how clean they can keep this. Oh, Steps betting him in. Flamesy mop and bucket out as they will lock down middle. Surprise gets something, but now he's noted, and Apex will grab the final frag. So that'll be the 6-4, 2-round gap and 2 rounds left. We head to the halftime break.
Yeah, that's Vitality kind of, earning their reward from winning out what was a 8-round battle.
That's what G2 couldn't do, right? Because they got them down to the eco. It was just the USPs, and they're unable to scoop that up. So at this moment, they're feeling pretty hard done by, and they know that if they just won that, it would have been a whole lot easier sailing, at least in terms of the calling, connecting together, piecing these rounds together. When you're limited on util, weaponry, the way that you piece these rounds, it's tough. It's a whole lot harder, a lot more communication required, a lot more ideas.
Mezzi's got an idea that nade could be a little bit early. Throws out his HE, Mattis audible.
Rops is coming back to assist this. Another HE, so 2 players noted, or at least 2 nades on the site. Sentry lands, stalling them out further.
Cheeky boost. ZywOo, a stepping stool for Apex, deeper line in towards Underpass. No one's on their way. Hunter's considering it, just jiggling for any aggressions.
How long does this boost stay?
Hunter's surely not ready for that. Surely not. Okay, well, Hunter gets away with his life. Evades the nade. Oh, not the second one, though. Mezzi just the one. That's important. Bomb does get spotted on Heavy God's back.
Feigns the acceleration, hits the brakes.
Rops is ready, head on a swivel. But it does seem like the dogs have been called off.
I feel that you have to go into the B split right now. What have we got? 35 seconds left on the clock. If they want to go back to A, it's going to have to be noisy through spawn. Yeah, so this will just be a late play into B. And Apex will jump spot, trying to bait for Rops in this situation.
They spot him, he spots them. And then Rops farms him up, but no, Rops gets that first contact. Gets away from the Heavy God spray, then Apex chips in. Perfect tracking of the jumping Spaniard. Job done. 7 rounds now on the board for Vitality.
Okay.
Comfortable defensive B.
Yeah, that one came a little bit too easy, didn't it? So, one more round left. And again, because of the nature of these rounds, the loss bonus hasn't built out for G2. They're operating again with a bit of a hodgepodge buy. We've got a couple of Tech 9s, a Galil in the mix. It'll be limited U2 once more. An MP7 for Hunter. So you can just see how limited it is.
we got action for Apex. Multiple bodies at the top of mid. Be a good flash and push. Perfect timing. He eats a flash, though. You're not ready for a second. You're not expecting another man. You just walk straight past him, a tap to the back of the head. But Mattis keeps us level. Important from Mattis. Zorb sounds off in the window.
It takes a shot, expects the lurk to start to activate. HeavyGod. It's on the other side of the map right now as FlamesY chipped away. So in the 3v3, grouping up for what looks like a B finish, it's MeZ. He's playing quite passive. Grouping up with this cluster of players now over towards middle. They might want to clear this together, so at least there's some trade potential, but they'll be in the wrong place. B-bomb site is free. Sampaius even has nades to lob in, so as they contact, this becomes more difficult for Vitality on the retake. If they walk in, nobody spots them, they plant the bomb, and then the smoke and molly come into play. It'll buy them even more time. No, Jig's up now, rotation on the way. FlamesY in through underpass, late piece. They have to give him time, but if they're too quiet, they don't put up enough resistance, it'll be expected.
Oh, just timed perfectly. FlamesY's going to be able to get closer. Two from the short side. FlamesY just walks into the crosshairs. A perfect angle from Mattis. Looking to end this one with that fifth. Missed shot. Not going to work out for them. Sampaius removing the woo. And the job is done. Time too far gone. MeZ gives it the best he can, but there we have a 7-5 first half.
Yeah, and one that had a lot of twists and turns. Just to recap, obviously pissed around going in the favor of Vitality. It was Apex playing in A. They baited for him. He gets 2 nice kills on the way in. And then from that moment forward, you see this 4 spy. It was a B fake. MOUZ finds the timing on middle. Hunter finds a kill onto Apex, draws the attention of FlamesY, but MOUZ is the man who gets 4 kills and, well, sets them up for what should be a run of 3. They win against the initial 4 spy with the Scout and the Deagles, and then they go up against some USPs, and this is where things really started to go wrong. But I think if you're G2, you salvage 5 rounds of the half, you know you won a lighter buy or a couple of your own, you're all good with that. It's not the worst in the world. It just was probably a bit more of a tense back and forth than you would have been hoping for.
Well, I just really like the way that you framed the fact that because of the financial ramifications, these trading blows of rounds and lacking the consistency, your game plan, you know, you're not planning for a half like
No.
that. You haven't got a strat book that features, okay, and then we lose the eco, and then we have to win with this. And so the fact that both teams kind of had to throw that plan out of the window and just kind of freestyle, go with the flow, a competitive half. I do think G2 can kind of shake that off now.
I think some of the concerning moments, and this is obviously the dominance of the finances, but there was 4 straight rounds from Vitality there, and that's where they really just started to mop them up, right? They had some explosive individual moments, and they locked them down, only giving away 1 kill in each of those. Here we go, pistol round number 2. Map number 1, G2's choice. It's Inferno up next. Widow smoke spills in. Both teams potentially getting up to a bit of fakery here. MeZ over towards A with a bucket of util and lobs that out now. And that's going to open the door for Apex and FlamesY to walk through. This is where you hope your connector player, which is Mattis, looks away.
But instead, he's actually going to tuck in. Feels like he knows exactly what's coming. He gets that free frag and perfect trade from FlamesY. Puffs up his chest. Saiwu trying to work on short. HeavyGod versus Robs. Catches him. Oh, nice one from HeavyGod.
Could be a round winner right there.
I mean, I think that's a different round. He collapses. They take B. He was caught on the back foot. Robs timed him perfectly, but HeavyGod's aim bails him out. Now what? You're kind of in middle. A man down.
You know he's goosh, so do you want to try and press the site? Apparently not. In through connector, looking to take some fights.
Yeah, and MOUZ looks set for success. We know he's got that precision on the pistols.
Hunter's push has alleviated a lot of pressure for Ticket as well. But MOUZ is having to worry about window.
And Zai was making no secret of his presence. Gets spotted out by Market, and they have found the gap into A.
Can they plant safe side? That's the question.
Clear out CT.
You have to think he's power still around.
I mean, you're going to assume, yeah. It's not like he's not on the site somewhere. And MeZ punching in that code. Hunter has time to stalk his prey. MOUZ a quick tap, and the good flank. Ooh, Saiwu doesn't hit that first bullet. Had to be the first. Pistol goes G2's way, convincing.
Yeah, for me, it's all about that HeavyGod kill, right? And I think that's going to be a fun game to watch throughout these 2 teams locking horns, is HeavyGod versus Rops on some of these lurks. I think that HeavyGod is a very strong player in that position, and, well, Rops is Rops, right? I think people have made sure to pay attention to what this guy's output is. The Midas touch, every team he joins, able to pick up some very strong results. and Vitality, well, they're at the top of that conversation. So,
especially in that head-to-head between Heavy God and Robs, like hearing those steps is exactly what Robs is waiting for, right?
Exactly.
He gets him where he wants him, how he wants him, and still Heavy God wins the duel.
It's a great trade from Flamesy, but yeah, it's a lurk. And he's swinging out. I've gooshed him. He should be dead. One bullet, it's all over. But the bomb did go down, right? The space they gave them, they pipped that gap, they plant the bomb, and Vitality can get in with a threatening force spike. So are they able to do what G2 did in the first half?
And these, however, are rounds you practiced. How do we get it done with a bomb plant and a lost pistol?
This is quick. There's 3 towards B. They've got a lot of space early.
Oh, matters. You could get caught out. Trajectory, rather, of that smoke grenade tells him short is Occupado. Without the loss of mouths, important. Some pious burst of the MP9 at range. He nearly got another. Zaiwu, however, brings him down with his Tech 9, and that bomb does get planted. Okay, we take time. We've got a flank from Spawn. Hunter's jogging over there now.
I don't see a kit.
Oh, Apex is getting a bit too loud about this one. Just walks to his demise, or rather sprints. Zaiwu's next challenge. Ooh, and Hunter tracks. Not easy for Mezzy. Quiet start from him as well as far as franking's concerned. A clutch would be huge. And that time, as you highlighted, is going to be a problem. 1v3, though. Just needs some good cover and fire smoke on the bomb, and he hits that first, just gets off Mattis, and you've won the round if you could just find him in that smoke spam. Can't find him! No bullets, and no hope for Mezzy. A valid opportunity. Look at the time. Look how close this was. Not able to find him in the smoke.
Okay, so stressful round to survive. Bomb goes down again. Yeah, I think you have to relent right now if you're Vitality, and just, okay, I say that, and I immediately see Zaiwu buying with an AK.
He's not happy.
Apex straight in with a Galil. So I thought they were just going to take the partial, but they think they can still break the money right now. I'm curious to see if Xtaz wants to take a timeout off of this. A little bit sketchy there for a moment, but good damage to the smoke there from Heavy God. And yeah, Apex thinking too many steps ahead. Hunter was already cutting him off with the pass.
Is he running for the round the world?
Yes.
Because he's planted, yeah.
Damn. Yeah, trying to open it. 2 players, Tetris and Ramp, no good. Right? Especially with the low HP that those 2 players were on.
Oh, look at Hunter. He is already just charging.
If they're expecting an eco, that's not the case.
Yeah, and wasn't expecting a push. Mezzy does react in time, though, so First Blood kind of delivered. Exposed, nice smoke, break play, Mattis profits, but is he ready for 2 more of them? He's committed to this fight. Oh, covering fire was supposed to be there. Zaiwu removes it, and now Sampius versus Flamesy. Flamesy just about gets away.
Everyone's horny for Jules right now. Like, everyone's sticking around, getting in fights, getting very aggressive, maybe hanging around or swinging when they shouldn't. But right now, we find ourselves in a 3v2 for Vitality's favor.
All right.
Well, they know Rops on the extremities. Right now, he's with the pack. So as they group up and maneuver, the Utah to finish this smoke molly flash with a little bit of sprinklings from Mezzy and Flamesy on top. Searching RG2, getting information. All right, we've got window. We're clearing out middle. As they start to piece this together, do they stay connected or do they split and worry about the sites? Well, MOUZ, less smoked off, could do some real damage. And with Romps taking that smoke and bomb through Palace, MOUZ could be on for the multi. 12 bullets in the gun.
Yeah, that's my concern as well. He's going to have to be very efficient with his spray. Or burst, likely a burst. Peeks out, spotted. There's some efficiency. 12 bullets, 2 targets, job done.
And the bomb's loose.
Yeah, it's hard to retrieve for Flamesy as well.
Get up there, get the AK, get out, mate. You're saving that.
Best bet. Is he going for the plant? Yeah, he's prioritizing the plant. Fair play to Flamesy. They are going to crouch, walk up to him, though, ready for that trade potential. There should be no way in this world Flamesy gets anything here. Just a quick one from MOUZ to close it down. That's an impactful round. Damn, 3 kills from MOUZ. Solid work.
Okay, so a force buy again, and the bomb goes down.
Don't say it. They're not going to do it.
They could. They could do a pretty similar to buy as to what they just had. And maybe they are. So I was just equipped an AK again immediately. I'm questioning, when's Xtaz going to take the time out to call this off or at least give them an extra 30 seconds to have the conversation? But when the trades are flowing like this, both teams wanting to brawl, right? If you're G2, one of the conversations has to be before going into a match like this is we can't be scared of these players, right? We need to take it to them because we know the type of aim that these players put on display.
Right. I don't think that's ever really a conversation about G2 as like, oh, they just don't have the players. You know, they've got the muscle to keep up with Vitality.
Yeah, well, they've had Hunter alongside Assault for 6 months now. So you want to see the fruits of that labor. Obviously, it's some fresher faces at the top of Natus and Heavy God, but both have shown great potential.
Yeah, Mathis and Heavy God definitely shining brighter than the rest, but MOUZ is having a great game.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the desk were discussing as to, what is expected of him. I do think it's kind of unfair to say, be Nico. I don't think that's a fair thing to hand to anyone.
To anybody, yes. We've seen that go wrong in the past, but getting good output from him now. Some very impactful rounds throughout this one, and the fact the guns are back in again. Can they really hold on? Vitality know that the finances for G2, they're not there. They know if they win this, the loss bonus, they're able to get on top of them.
They've got someone close ramp, it's MOUZ, so all of this util, they'll be quite comfortable to say nothing's coming.
And B's open right now. Playing from short, so will they be able to deliver kills through the windows as they start to team out?
Heavy Guard, it's a good angle for this. Avoids the flashbangs, but does not avoid the headshot from Mezzi's AK. Breaks through into the site. Vitality have seized control.
Bomb's going to get past.
Yeah, it's Apex. I think that little missed shot from the burst should do enough to enable a plant. Covering fire. Trade available. Flamesy had to hit that. Now Mattis from that short side investigates, but is the conversation a save?
Yeah, well, right now, Sampais has got 3.4k. If they save, he can drop a gun and everyone's good.
Okay.
They shouldn't have too many issues going into the next, even though it is 1,400 loss.
Well, the stubborn nature of Vitality's buys seems to have paid off.
Yeah, but they're going to need to connect multiple rounds in a row if they want to break the finances and then start to skittle up a bit of a lead. So the tug of war continues in the second half of play. Wasn't far off from that multi, was Hunter. Flamesy brought down to just 14 points of health. So Sampais will hook up Heavy God with a rifle or Hunter, right? It depends on who they feel needs the bigger gun. With Heavy God doing the B anchor duties, maybe he's the one down with an SMG. Or Hunter, the in-game leader, takes the sacrifice. It's one of the two. It looks like it will be Heavy God just down to an MP9.
We've seen what he can do with that MP9, winning impossible 1v2s.
Yeah. All right, well, timeout. Another one called from G2. Got one left, as Vitality haven't called any.
Yeah, I guess Xtaz is just kind of content with what he's seeing. They are they're kind of happy to fight in the mud that G2 have pulled them into. Also, I suppose if G2 keep calling him for him, he's getting the opportunity to be on the mic regardless.
That is true. All right, well, Kid on MOUZ, only bringing one into the round. Just that MP9 on Heavy God is the biggest emission. Everyone else has what they're hoping for. So away we go. Can Vitality get on top of them? Does this continue? This is looking like a direct call. The bomb heading straight towards Palace. So feigning mid control, hoping that G2 want to fight and biff mid, and then you can find the timing. But flashing forward, MOUZ will be noted by Mezzi. So they know they've investigated early. It's a heavy lean towards A with this G2 setup.
Yeah, you got Mattis as well, kind of getting deeper into the site. Two players towards the connector side as well, and Hunter and Sampais. It's a lot of faith in that one MP9 on Heavy God, but it does seem to be the right call.
These are the Joker setups I was talking about from Vitality. Everybody does them. Vitality just get away with them a lot, so Mattis, the unknown piece, is able to stall this out. Second wave of util, a minute on the clock.
Sampais is going to just try and play it in front of it for one. MOUZ is bringing the fight to Ross. Oh, crosshair wasn't perfect, but Mattis has done great work. Bomb is lost. Awkward for Vitality to find a way back into this now. Hunter is fully focused, locked on his screen. Oh, but an angle over the top. That's cheeky from Flamesy, and he dips. Drops out before Hunter can find that trade. Slips into the connector, safe. Hunter in pursuit, can't find it. Heavy God, not the weapon you want for that kind of fight, not that kind of engagement. Zywoo gets across, slipping into the side. Still, Mattis has the bomb. And you've only got 20 seconds. It's a lot of responsibility for Mezzi.
Incendiary.
Oh, incendiary on top. 20 seconds. This is a high-pressure situation. You've got to try and get that bomb. 5 seconds or less. Now Hunter removes Flames. He gets even harder. Still Zywoo's there.
Got the bomb. Need to play.
Okay, going for the plant, but CT's coming. CT's coming. Palace isn't going to push, but now he's got a back turn. Cover from Zywoo, and Vitality steal it away. Oh, the double from Mattis. I thought it was enough.
You see the thought process there. MOUZ, the A defender, goes first. He goes down. Mattis gets the double. The bomb is in a tough position. They're worried more about the rotation. Vitality are holding them at bay, trying to get the kills. The cheeky one over the smoke there. That's huge. This one. So this is an incision. Now it causes chaos. Right? They're like, okay, we have the bomb, but we don't have the territory of the site. And then some great covering fire there from ZywOo.
Yeah, that was exciting. And the covering fire from ZywOo. I mean, in fact, you had to choose a player to cover you in those compromised places. That's where you want a player like ZywOo.
That is such a tough situation, because you know there's a player in Palace, and then the likelihood of CT is also an option, and you're just having to worry about absolutely everything right there.
Also embodies when you hear them talk about Mezzi and his selfless nature in interviews. You just see like, boys, I'll get the bomb. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll make it work.
Right now it is the eco out of G2. 2,400 lost into the next. We'll be able to get at the buy, but how much value can they get? Can they salvage an AK? Can they limit vitality as well? Because the financial battle, it's not over. Any more layers to this as the rotation? We'll be able to get over there in time, but entrenched in the site is Flamesy with this SMG. Do they alley-oop him with a flash into spawn?
I suspect Flamesy's going to have a lot of fun here. Let off the leash to farm up a couple of extra frags.
You want a deep flash if you're going to fight this.
Yeah, he's running into the pistols and confirms there's a lot of bodies there. That's the smoke. It's perfectly timed by MOUZ. Catches him pulling out the grenade. Forces them off of the bomb. Flash comes in. It does get a bit sketchy. Indeed. Rops has bailed them out. Massive 3K on the spray. Still a 2-on-2. Really high pressure scenario. Sampayas catches the push from Mezzi. It's not comfortable. You don't have the health for this. MOUZ gets caught out. What's going on? Caught them both. It's Rops with the ace. What a savior for vitality. That was supposed to be a disaster. Rops has bailed him out.
See, two timings right there. One, this is the castle, the sandcastle that can quickly be swept away. They're entrenched in the side, they have all the information, they're feeling very safe, bombs getting planted. Smoke goes down, base straight, Flamesy dies. At that moment, Apex is probably worried about something else, because you think that Flames has spawn completely covered. They swing. Now Apex is caught between CT as well as Connector. He's in a tough position. When the lurk doesn't pay off, Robs really needs to dig him out of that. The triple, yeah, that one was on a silver platter, but the two to finish it, that was tough.
I don't know, MOUZ swapping to his grenade there. They both immediately pulled out their grenades at the same time, and it gave Robs a window. Great opening kill provided, though. Sampayas catches one in middle. Sets his sights on the ramp side, and there are bodies there. So he goes searching, gets... Oh, perfect flash of the multi! Beautiful!
With that one, didn't
the
he?
Target selection. Sees ZywOo, takes Hunter first, and has the time to adjust for number two.
But this is where the financial game I'm talking about it not being over, that coming down to a 1v2 for Rops to have to win. They don't have a lot of money going into the next. They're meant to keep that type of round relatively clean. You hold on to the AWP, you keep 2 to 3 rifles alive. Right now, you probably just have Rops and Apex saving for the next minute on the clock. And that comes down to MOUZ, again, being proactive. 18 kills for him. Good to see Rops having a good game as well. 5 of those 20 kills did just come against an eco, but they were very necessary. They weren't eco bashers in the way that you'd expect, but it becomes a one-round game again. Do they hunt? That's another question. I think G2 need to start establishing their finances down the stretch as well.
Yeah, you don't want the half to end in the same way the first half of play did, where you're kind of just scrounging for pennies on the tail end.
So if they stay alive, Rops can drop an AK. Apex can drop a Galil. Flamesy, who currently has the most at 850, can have the 1400 on top, and maybe gets himself a Tech 9. Still have 10 seconds to wait, and they will investigate towards the ramp, but Palace is their abode for this one as round will conclude. And again, just a one-round gap as this one is delivering it all right now.
That it is.
We've got Inferno up next, and Anubis is the third, and interesting, Vitality. They removed us too, so either respecting G2s or wanting to prac their Anubis, knowing that would have been the overpass removal from G2 in the second phase.
I feel like that's a luxury afforded only to the top dog, isn't it? Just, oh, we're going to be playing officials on maps. We want to show that we can play.
I think I still am so surprised. Maybe the timeout button's not working for Xtaz, right? That would have been another really good moment to just take it, just to calm it down. But if you're happy with what Apex is calling, if the ideas are flowing, if no one's getting frustrated, hey, this is the world-class team. This is the world #1.
Yeah, you can't mess with it, can you? Does look like Hunter wants to, though. I mean, he's already calling top mid clear, so valuable intel.
Can be 3 towards B pretty quick because Sampayas, I was going to say he's on a close rotation.
A little bait and switch here. Mattis gets spotted, and you hope Heavy God gets overlooked. Hunter's kept pushing.
Rops will go down.
Yeah, it should be. He's got nades around. Oh, mama. Okay. Everything's fine.
Have to go B now.
Heavy God's going to get overlooked. He's got surely going to have multiple on his screen. He will just tap that backstab. Does let Natus go down. Has to justify with a multi. House 2. House chips in. AK upgrades galore. And a G2 round to tie us up.
Yeah, and Vitality on eco. So G2, I want to say, should take the lead, but we've been here before.
Oh, Mattis is another diagonal monitor sitter. There's Tesses. He does that too.
Yeah, they all learned from Bondic. So,
that's true. He was the OG.
Back in the day.
My theory is it's like you didn't have a square desk. You didn't have a rectangle. You had like those weird like corner desks. So you end up sitting at an angle.
Yeah.
That's my only theory.
Yeah, it drives me a bit wild, really.
The Cowsey sits at a funny angle too.
Some of the monitors so far away, it's tugging on the cables, right? The display ports. Well, yeah, this is all going to be good in the hood. And I think having the round time line, I just want to address that quite quickly. You saw in the first half how back and forth it was. Well, in the second half, Vitality really kept their foot on the gas to try and win out the financial wars, and they did. It's their own undoing of being a little bit sloppy, catching some bad timings. Now it's 3 straight back.
Xtaz heard you. Does call the first time out from Vitality.
And there can't be an AWP in the mix, so we'll see if G2 are aware of just the financial misery. And this is a map that has caused Vitality a couple of pressure points in recent time. Lost to Falcons with the standard that Yanko highlighted, and then in the final to FURIA, just in Krakow a couple of days ago. Almost a week at this point. But timeout, it's subsided. No longer in those financial struggles are G2. Only have a handful of rounds to be played, but don't worry about them going down to eco. It's the top count and window in play as the opener. Ready to spill out top middle with a rally of flashes, and Rob smokes top con from outside A.
Yeah, nothing for some players on that first window smoke break. Hunter's got that good angle for any progression of the catwalk.
He's ahead of the molly, has to fight.
Yeah, he is. He's going to be playing on the edge of this smoke here, and he's going to be ready for Apex just ahead of the flash. Brilliant team play from Vitality, but Hunter's still the spanner in the works. It's a bit greedy. He goes looking for trouble and he finds the whole team. Okay, 4-on-4 then. We talk about the nuance of Counter-Strike. I mean, what is that? Half a second on Apex's pathing, just a little early. And nice positioning from Hunter as well.
Oh, here's another one of those Joker plays. Heavy God, the B anchor, freed up by Sampaius' AWP on the other side of the map. Now you've got 2 rifles on A, and they're coming for a split. And you also have Mattis dealing with window. So the multi-kill potential right now is huge. You get caught off guard by one of these positions, G2 get 12.
And he hears them coming to the ramp side. Oh, what a shot from Flamesy, but MOUZ set up to succeed. Overlooked on the sandwich position. He's done so well. Impeccable aim. ZywOo does the same. Now a clutch. MOUZ versus ZywOo, and ZywOo does tame it. Pulls it across the line for Vitality at a crucial juncture.
Yeah, they were caught off guard, right? MOUZ, he's actually the A defender. Heavy God takes contact first. He goes down to Flamesy. MOUZ just unleashes the fury from Sandwich.
Oh,
but it's ZywOo's 3K that makes the difference.
Oh, that's a bit of a, heart-sinking moment. You've done so much work. You just couldn't get that last. ZywOo with the most impactful round we've seen from him yet on Mirage.
That is the third moment of 4 rounds won in this second half that there's just been one player staying alive for Vitality. So they're not out of the woods just yet. They will have emissions in there by Apex and Mezzi into the MAC 10s. On the other side, they can fall. It is going to change the call that you have to make. You cannot run a standard gun round, but it doesn't mean you have to go straight into an execute.
Wow, what a crazy turn of events this was. Lovely from MOUZ. Spins around, catches that stairs player with a controlled spray on the swing of Flamesy, but ZywOo so precise. Finds the headshot onto Mattis, and he just strafes on out. Nails it onto MOUZ.
Yeah, didn't want to play that one out, right? Wanted to just take that fight, and it does look like they're going straight in towards an A execute right now.
Ready.
Blocked. Does this change the timing, or do they breach through this? Big nade.
Looks like Flamesy wanted to go.
There's no follow-through with him right now. They're all lining up the util. Mid-information being vied for by Sampaius. He's currently got the AWP clearing out underpass. B's blocked, so A should be on high alert. What's the timing? Here they come.
Yeah, emerging out. MOUZ in a powerful position, should have an opportunity, but the flash from Apex. They got info on you. Yep, Sampaius was spotted. Flamesy double entry into the site. Even a MAC 10 chipping away through the smoke there from Apex. What a perfectly timed flash for the Panding of Flamesy. I mean, we've said this a couple of times about Vitality, but the flash work, impeccable.
Well, this is the thing, right? This might not be a team akin to Astralis in terms of creating the blueprint of modern Counter-Strike, but what Vitality do is refine those details, and they add the variety of all of it, right? It's not just, okay, the well-placed utility. It's not just defaults, right? They have really well-timed moves, very good understanding. It's the nuance of all of it that puts Vitality at the tippy-top of Counter-Strike at the moment. And that right there is a perfect display. That flash is coming in and bouncing and catching that key position. You also have to have faith in the util that's being thrown as an entry fragger. It's something that, you know, when pieces of util are missed and you see the entry fragger go in and die, it's like, oh, well, that seems silly. But when it works perfectly, this is the other side. You're being set up for that. And when you have an explosive player like Flamesy in the team who can deliver you a multi-kill, getting you the 12th round, there's just one left to snatch this away before we need overtime. Now there's no more MAC-10s. Now ZywOo gets the AWP. Okay, they're potentially running something very similar again. 3 through Palace this time, so a slight variation in terms of personnel.
But it is only going to be this two-man setup. MOUZ is going to have his work cut out for him. Has a smoke, could block the Palace play. But they've got a double HE designed for that fight beneath. Oh, Flamesy, through the flames he thrives. Hang on, Hunter's tucked on Sandwich. It's a powerful position if they do flood out. ZywOo's clearing. ZywOo clears him! Cheeky! Double from ZywOo, rotating in his heavy god, but you got to peek into an orb. And yeah, that is a death sentence when ZywOo's wielding it. That is beautiful. Vitality, a convincing close to Mirage. Natus only the one, and that is game. Mirage goes the way of Vitality. Every round of regulation required, but one hell of a show.
Yeah, only a short loss streak. 2 losses in a row, and now they snapped that. So let's hear what the desk has to say. Over to you, Richard and the boys.
Yeah, cheers, Chad. Look, it wasn't Vitality at their best, but you could see the moments there, and it's got to be said, what was probably most disappointing for G2, number of force buys that they lost and low buys that they lost, and definitely opportunities there for them.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest takeaway for me for G2, that they had plenty of opportunity in this game in order to snatch a win and make this best of 3 series competitive. First half, as you said, very messy, back and forth for both teams. You know, both teams were winning force buys, both teams were winning rounds where they weren't necessarily having the equipment to win. And then in the second half, we'll get back to it, but a couple of rounds where G2 were in winning position, where you feel like, okay, you should be winning this game. You should be taking away Mirage, and you're maybe even exploiting the fact that Vitality have lost it twice this year already, where they didn't look great. So if you're G2 right now, you gotta feel a little bit upset about that, because yes, you got close, but at the end of the day, you got nothing to show for.
A coach's nightmare, Young.
Yeah, I think it was a very scrappy game.
Yeah.
Really, not too much finesse about this one, just brute force. And that's the thing about Vitality. They can beat you in so many different ways. You know, we tend to say, I don't want to make the game super messy when you're playing a weaker team. I don't even consider G2 a much weaker team, but let's say you play a tier 3 team, right? Because now you're in their sort of playground. Doesn't matter for Vitality, right? Like they can beat you playing that style as well. And in the end, it was a game of just some details, and it felt like the individuals from Vitality in some of those post-plan / clutch moments were just better.
Yeah, and a couple of things you'll notice on the scoreboard worth talking about. We'll start with ZywOo's performance. I call him ZywOo for everyone at home. It's going to trigger everyone. I was told to call him that by French people, and I've stuck with it all my life. So to all the ZywOo heads, that's fine, but he's ZywOo for me. Anyway, so he obviously was the #1 player in the world on the HLTV rankings last year. I disagreed with that. I thought it should have been Donk, 26 out of 28, all of the memes. But I will... Yeah, true. But I'll say this. He started this year. I could be a believer of him being the #1 player in the world right now in this moment.
I mean, what he did at Krakow, is a pretty great example of what he can do. Arguably the best tournament he's ever had. Off to a good start here on Mirage. I guess the sample size is small for PGL. It's just been one map. But as you said, like it's just good to see him entering back. And I think if you want to tie that into a history, that's kind of what happened when Simple started to push back on him as well. I feel like they're pushing each other right now. You don't have Simple to to play around with anymore. Then Dunk came around, he took over, and now that's the sort of like fight he's having. So if that's a motivating factor for ZywOo to play just slightly better, which I think we've seen, then that's a good thing.
Maybe we could ask our generation's esports historian what he thinks about this, Richard. He does feel like Device Pro Max.
Yeah, right. Actually.
You know, in a way, just with a bit more aggression, a bit more flamboyant, you know, risk-taking, and just all around great player. Every facet of the game, there's nothing he can't do. And when you add on top of that his personality and the sort of a teammate he is, I think that's what makes him the best player in the world.
The key difference for Krakow for me was that he actually turned up in the finals. He turned up in the hard games. People say that's where he goes missing. This could be a huge year for him. I mean, because we've already talked about what Vitality are on course to achieve. With that in mind, we'll talk about the first map in this series and some key moments, because there were a couple of rounds that we felt were pivotal.
Yeah, I think round 9 is the first one you want to
Yeah, we were talking about ZywOo, right? So here, let's look at the start of the round. Great entry kill from Sampayas. Then, not the best mid round from G2. You can see that Vitality has full mid control in the 4v5. They go back to it. Look where ZywOo is. There's no smoke in apps. There's nothing in apps. And this might be because Heavy God, a couple of rounds prior, was punished by Robs playing on top of balcony, so he's taking his time. But really, the apps player has to be in a position to trade that kill. I mean, ZywOo is on the middle of the map, and he just kills your first guy coming out ramp, you know, and equalizes the scoreline. You saw the rest of the kills that mid control allowed Apex to be on a quick flank. And this was really a round that, you know, when you lose 13-11, every round that you have lost was a must-win round in a sense. But this one with the 5v4 advantage, I felt like on the macro level wasn't really the best played from the side of G2, and Vitality made them pay. They went on a bit of a run after this to win like 2 more.
You had a couple more rounds.
Yeah, I think we owe it to the viewer to show where it went wrong for G2 in the second half. I think round 17, round 18, 2 rounds again, that is a must-win scenario.
Oh yeah, this one.
We get into this one. You speak about, you know, aggressive play style right here. I love what Mattis is doing, you know, getting a multi-kill, and you feel like for Vitality, there's no way they should be winning this one. But then we speak about ZywOo, we speak about Messi as well, getting a multi-kill right here, keeping them alive. Fast forward the next round as well. Another force buy coming in for G2. They're making it very messy, and they leave Robs in a 1v2 scenario again with low HP, stuck in apartment, stuck in the worst position. And I don't know why they're so eager to throw smoke, throw grenades, fight one by one. If you're G2, you go back and you watch that demo, you watch those 2 rounds, that's where you lost grasp of the game.
I mean, that's absolutely where they lost the game, full stop, not even a grasp on it.
And we didn't even talk about the USP eco that they lost earlier, right? Because they won the force bind right after it. But it's just, looking back on this map, you know, in their prac room later tonight, G2, they're going to be like, this game was more difficult to lose than it was to win, and we managed to lose it.
Well, on that point, where did it go so horribly wrong? Other than the rounds that we've highlighted, because I feel we highlighted MOUZ and we said, he's got to step up. He did. This is the problem I have with G2 in general. It's like, when everything goes right for them, they still don't win.
I think you're right in saying MOUZ
against the better teams.
Yep, I think that's the point I want to make. You're playing Vitality. Essentially, you know, I know G2 picked Mirage. I know Vitality have looked kind of sloppy on the map as well. But to be completely honest, if you put the 2 teams up against each other, I think, you know, in terms of score-wise, in terms of making the game competitive, it's not even necessarily a bad performance from G2. You know, you're supposed to lose to Vitality, so at least you do it in a fashion where we can make the case and build the case. You probably should have won.
Yanko disagrees.
I'm sure G2 would disagree.
Yeah, of course.
This game sort of expecting to lose, right? Especially when you have a couple of extra days, knowing the matchup. That's when you feel like you can really zone in on your opponent. You know, Vitality obviously played all the way up until the grand final, probably took a couple of days off coming into this tournament. So you're definitely thinking you have chances. And that's the problem. You know, you don't know if it's miscommunication in some of those clutch moments. Maybe one player is communicating, the other isn't receiving the info, you know, isn't listening to his teammate. Like that happens sometimes where players just have tunnel vision on their crosshair. And whatever the reason may be, you know, it's just something where you have to do better. You only get so many opportunities against a team of Vitality's caliber, and you need to maximize.
Yeah, series isn't over. I mean, we are talking as if it's a funeral for G2. It isn't.
Kinda is, yeah.
They have got one more map to play. It's just, unfortunately, it's Vitality's pick, and it's Inferno, where they just seem to dominate.
I think G2, as you said, like they can make the game competitive still. It's not like they didn't put up a match here versus Vitality, but Inferno has been a stronghold for Vitality this season as well. They've started to pick it more and more. They started to stabilize on the map as well. And I feel like G2 missed the one opportunity they had of sort of like purchasing a ticket to get into this matchup. That was just by winning their own map pick of Mirage. To win 2 maps in a row, let alone Inferno, it's looking hard, especially with the way Vitality have been playing on the map.
And it is the map that really forced Vitality, or the matchup that forced Vitality to really hone in those B Molotovs for the executes, because I think it's definitely, if you ask Apex, he'll say we only lost that final because we missed the Molotov for triple 2 rounds in a row. But regardless, I was a bit surprised by G2's Inferno because it was very strong at the start. Then they shied away from it. They stopped picking it. They haven't played it as much. And the reason why I felt they were very strong is the mid rounds that we talked about. You know, on their T side, they did a very good job of moving their opponents around the map, creating good situations for their players, you know, when there was those 4v4s, 3v3s and whatnot. So that was surprising. And I think probably for G2, if they're going to get into that contender status, like Inferno has to be one of the strong points for them.
Can we just take a little bit of time to talk about some Pius? Do you want to do that? Because I
little time is enough, if you think.
Yeah, no, we got time. We got time. Look, I don't know about him, man. I haven't since the start of this lineup being assembled, and I know he's got a lot of fans and he's had a lot of people kind of sticking up for him. I feel that's all turned around now. I think people are doing a 180 on him. And it's just like on a map like Inferno as well. It's like you just need your AWP to hit shots, bro.
I think he's a genius. I think a lot of the, mediocre AWPers right now are geniuses. They found the perfect timing in Counter-Strike right now to not play well because there's no one to replace them. There's literally no AWP players out there.
True. Yeah, it's dead average. It's 1.
That's the thing. You look at him. You look at Ultimate. You look at Brokeen, FaZe. There's a lot of AWP players you'd like to replace right now, Richard. But with who?
With who? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is.
Listen, I will say that I like Sampaius. I like his style as a player. And also, if you look at him from a G2 standpoint, where he's the extended arm of Saw, I mean, he was with him on Heroic, he was with him on Ents. He's a veteran presence. When you have a lot of players who are still new to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, playoff Counter-Strike, Arena Counter-Strike, the likes of Heavy God, Malbs, Matush, not a ton of experience between them. You know, most of Malbs comes from that one season with G2 when Eco and Monacy were still on the lineup. So to have that, I think, was important for G2 for this early days of this particular roster, right? And he's had a good tournament in Krakow up until the quarterfinal game, you know, similar to Hunter and that last group stage game. So I think this will be the season that sort of determines his fate on the roster, right? Because at the end of the day, it is about output. Leadership and all of that stuff is important, but you need to be getting, I guess, a little bit more than bang on average from your opera if you're going to be a contender.
Agreed. Big performance against Vitality might buy him some time.
And he was very good against them back in the day. Remember, like in Ents, like he was putting Zywo in his pocket and all that. Like go back to the Rio game. I mean, at the major, right? Like it's some of those moments where you're like, really, damn, this Sampaius guy is, you know, big game player.
Long time ago. Anyway, it was great.
I did my best. G2, I'll send you the invoice information.
All right, well, it was great talking to you guys. We are going to go to a break now. When we come back, we're going to get into Inferno, Vitality versus G2.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Are you ready?
Welcome back to day one of PGL Cluj-Napoca. You are joining us for Vitality taking on G2, and Apex is in the building, part of the winning roster from we were back here in 2015.
Oh, you're rolling it all the way back.
So, yeah, this is the thing, right? It's been 11 long years. He's on a bit of a nostalgia trip right now. Had something to say similar when he was in Krakow because that was the PGL 2017 major.
That's right.
Then we had the DreamHack one back in 2015 at Cluj. And I was taking a look at some of the players who competed then. You had Blade on flip side. You had Pimp. He was playing. He's still here. So we had Nico, Fallen, Carrigan, and Apex of the envious winning roster who took down Na'Vi in that final. So we are back again. And this is a place with some passionate Counter-Strike fans. A bunch of them, I'm sure, people who are playing the pugs at home are running into them all the time. I was walking in the park today. They came up, saying hello, out for a jog. So I'm going to see plenty of fans in the building next weekend. But for right now...
Yeah, the Romanian fans, they definitely showed up last year, and I'm glad that we're going to be getting to see more of them return to Cluj-Napoca.
Apex just said in-game, my mouth too small.
Mouth too small.
I'm not sure in relation to what.
Also, you've got a pretty big mouth as like metaphorically.
Yes.
You definitely know how to talk the trash. But he talks the talk and walks the walk. That's the big difference.
So did Zywoo from that form that we saw in Krakow. He's kept it up, right? He had a fantastic map right there. Sure, Rops also with a 20 bomb in the mix, but I think his most influential moment was the Eco Ace clutch.
Yes, which is crazy because normally you're ace on the ecos. We're kind of just going,
he's eco bashed him. Yeah, the easiest kills in the game.
Really, really impressive. Like the 3, sure, but it was that 1v2 he pulled off that was, exceptional and a big contributing factor to the fact that Vitality did pick up map 1, Mirage, going all 24 rounds.
Yeah, what I'm liking is seeing Zywoo on the AWP a little bit more of a prevalent factor, right? Because seeing him shut down the final in Krakow with back-to-back 4K rounds, and now here on the AWP first half when he was able to bring it out, quite a force. So want to see more and more of that. No doubt Zywoo is one of the best to ever do it, but if he can find another gear, that would be hugely impressive. No donk for him here to go toe-to-toe, but plenty of other formidable foes. And the one on screen right now of G2, this is one last year who toppled them in a best-of-5 grand final. The first team to do it. So I am sure that every time they get into the server, they remember that from London, and they want to make sure that G2 pay. It's been back-to-back victories for Vitality since then. One at EPL Season 22 and one in Chengdu. Going to be 3 straight wins for the world number ones.
Yeah, I think Vitality are a kind of team that take a loss personal. They do form a grudge.
There's so few of them, right? It's like, well, you remember them. They're not every week.
Yeah, valid. And you can actually see the head-to-head here. So yeah, 2025 Blast Open London Finals 2-3. So a full 5 map affair. Obviously no train anymore, so G2 a bit sad about that one.
Yeah, MOUZ too, who we saw pick up a win against PARIVISION earlier today. But in case you're wondering what the context of this game is, it's a Swiss 16 teams. So we have 5 days.
Love that format.
And every game is a best-of-3. There's no best-of-1 nonsense around here. So for the first 3 days, we have 8 best-of-3s. So 4 on each stream. You can go and check out the B stream. Dinko and MOUZ covering off the action to close out your day of day number 1. Then you have 1 day of 6 best-of-3s. So that's 3 per stream. And then the final day of the groups will be just 1 day, 3 best-of-3s for the final 3 spots in the arena, which is where we find ourselves right now. The players are playing from the concourse. They'll just be shifting, I don't know, about 60 meters into the arena to play during the playoffs.
What I've really enjoyed is that, you know, from yesterday when we kind of showed up for rehearsals to today, every day we arrive, the arena is more put together. Like we're watching it be built, almost having a time lapse every morning, just seeing the progress that's being made. PGL move fast.
And then we've got the Friday, which will have the 4 quarterfinals. Makes sense.
That does make sense.
Actual quarterfinals.
Wait, you're telling me there's 4 in a quarter?
It's crazy.
That is bizarre.
It is a strange thing.
So what, there's 2 in the semi?
Yeah. And then there's only 1 grand final.
Oh.
But there is a 3rd place decider game.
That's my grand final.
Yeah. Last year it was the FaZe Astralis game?
That's the one. And that we had a crazy tech delay where we ended up...
device was unwell.
Getting PGL staff delivering us beers. That's where PGL are the go. Beer delivery mid-cast.
They did wait for the final day, though. It wasn't day 1 beers.
No.
It was a final day, final game beers.
Yeah, which is probably where it should be.
Yes.
I do have to admire Flamesy's, you know, he's not given up on the fringe management system.
I think he should go headband. Oh, actually, he might not be allowed headband.
Because it's around the head.
Yeah.
This is his loophole.
He's gone clip.
Clip. There's no ruling about clips.
That's true. And if there was, what's the clip doing?
Well, he could have a microchip in the clip.
Now
dear.
you've started it.
Oh, no. The
He
micro
might
clip.
need 2 clips soon.
Honestly, he has got another protrusion. Maybe the double clip strap might
Or he
have
needs
to be adopted.
grow it out a little bit longer.
Maybe that's what he's going for. But Flamesy's definitely a presence on the team. I can only imagine it's a positive thing. How have you ever seen Flamesy truly tilted? I don't think I've ever seen him slamming a desk or...
No, I wonder if he just saves it for when he's alone in his room or if he just doesn't have it in him. Because it's got to be one of the two.
It's one of the two, yeah.
But it could be the thing where when it does go bad, it's nuclear, right?
There's a possibility.
We all know somebody like that.
Absolutely.
Let me tune in with Twitch chat. Let's see what they got going on over there. We love to hear from the people.
Yeah, just a short delay for those of you that are hotly anticipating Map 2. I'm kind of hoping we get 3 just because I want to see Vitality's Anubis. I'll be intrigued to see, what that has in store for us.
Okay, I think Vitality are probably... They only lost 1 map in Krakow, so they're probably going to want to keep a relatively clean sheet here as well.
I mean, I understand the expectation here is they win their map and it's a 2-0 after taking G2's Mirage, but there is an Anubis. Technically, there's one that we could see. And as someone that hasn't really got to see too much of the new Anubis, a lot of teams are kind of, giving it a wide berth.
Yeah, it was only played 9 times in all of Krakow.
How have you just pulled it out of the top of your head?
Well, I was doing a pot,
You weirdo.
Doing a couple of potties, so doing all the
9
talking.
times, okay.
Yeah, it's only 9 times. It was the least played map. And wasn't played in the playoffs at all.
But does that track as far as, when a new map's introduced, it is going to be the least played map for a majority?
Similar scenes happened when Train came in at the start of last year too. Yeah. So
I thought you were about to say it was actually, only played 6 times in the first tournament. Like, you've got it there.
I'm pretty sure it was played only 6 or 7 times in the first tournament.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take some credit for that one. Thank you. Ooh, map performance. I like graphics.
You do? This is the one everyone's used to when they're playing Premiere.
Yeah.
And then you're like, green. Ban Inferno.
Please. Me window, me throw.
And you go to the bathroom and then you come back and it's the map you didn't want to play.
Yeah.
That's why you shouldn't use the veto time to go to the bathroom, guys. Make sure that you've got your drinks, you've gone to the bathroom, done everything you need to do. When you're playing, you're locked in. You're locked in for 45 minutes to an hour.
I think there was even like a warning that Counter-Strike gives you.
Yeah.
Like a competitive game can take up to 45 minutes.
You're here for all of this. Let's have a look here. We've got Teacups 2018. I assume that Teacups maybe made the account in 2018 because if they were born in 2018, I don't know if they should be on Twitch. I don't know if you can make an account. That might be against the TOS.
Yeah.
Sensitive terms of service. That's just like calcs. But he says that Apex tilts for 5 people.
Oh, I see. So he's doing the tilting for the whole squad.
Sure. So he kind of absorbs it for everybody.
And then I think Flamesy's kind of, he's cracking jokes for 5 people.
We have a farmer in here.
A farmer?
John Mongai says, I'm squeezing my hog. So he must be out right now on the farm.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And also, I'm a big fan of, sausages, Lincolnshire.
Oh, I wonder if they're for eating.
Oh, yeah. Well, what else are they before?
I don't know.
You don't like milk a pig, do you?
I haven't tried. What else do we got going on in here? Flamesy is in the best
Why are we not
team
drinking pig milk
of all time and earning millions. Of course he doesn't tilt. He's just happy to be a part of it. Well, that's a good outlook. I don't know if he's just happy. He is a large part of it.
Did someone try and drink pig milk and just kind of ruled it out? Or?
I don't know. We'll see what people have to say in chat. Has anyone
drunk pig milk?
Drunk pig milk. We'll see. Someone says NAF over Apex?
Oh, I'm glad that conversation's happening. That seems really important.
This is ban Mirage, please.
I also would like... I'd put a +1 on that.
But we already played Mirage.
Oi, 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 oi. I just think, unfortunately... Well, not unfortunately, but Valve are very they're numbers people.
They're numbers driven.
They do like numbers, and believe it or not, the majority of the player base play one map.
This is a fun one for everyone playing at home. I normally do this while the game is live, but we can do it right now. So there's the positions that they play on either side of the map. It's great. So you're going to have the combination of Zywoo, Mezzy, and Apex taking your banana control. You're going to have Flamesy and Rops comboed up for your Boiler and Halls control on the T side. You're going to have Heavy God as the A anchor, Hunter as the rotating rifler, Sampaius as the AWP. You see him start short with the AWP, but also will be assisting MOUZ and Mattis over towards B. So there you go. This is nice. I love this. It's like the closest thing we have to that configuration thing they do with the round ball sport. I think they call it soccer.
That's it, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That is the one. And look at this. We've got both. When we flick over... We should request this again during the minute break.
I do love it, yeah.
Hey, can we get that up again? We can remind the viewers.
I mean, yeah, this is actually such a lovely visualization of kind of how the CT sides do operate. Heavy God's going to be working for that apps control. So once again, like Mirage, we're going to have that Rob's Heavy God head-to-head.
It can be fun.
I always find that one interesting. I do never envy the player in MOUZ's position. You know, the man responsible for taking early banana on the T side.
It's tough on both ways, right? When you just see how good teams have gotten with combos of you two, and those are called, we'll say blindly out of spawn, but the rhythm of the game and your prep work plays into that, right? So are we going to be blocking deep? Are we fighting for logs? Yeah. Are we double nading broom? Right? Are we mulling half wall and then we stall them out behind and we double nade? Are we thinking they're taking banana control quick? Do we think that they're going to respect the smoke? So do we nade T stairs? There's so much that goes into that, and it's one of the key fights of all of Inferno. That's why we reference banana so much. But to be able to understand what a team is going to bring in when I couldn't imagine the level of configurations that they would have. Oh, they throw this util set, we respond with this util set, but you have multiple options available.
And I've actually been really impressed. Obviously, we'll talk about it more when we get into that second half. But Vitality's B-hold between Apex and Flamesy, and then you've got Zywoo rotating in. Like, it does just seem so very well driven and well-oiled machine.
It's just that more of that V word, right? In terms of the variety that this team offers up, and that's something that when we hear teams saying how hard it is to stay at the top, that's what tends to slow first, because you're in a position, everybody's looking at you, but if you don't continue to evolve, you will just be countered, especially in the modern game. With Skybox Edge that everyone's using, they're able just to scroll through matches and look at all the moves and tendencies. You can take the set pos positions, you can go and see exactly how they're throwing grenades. You're able to just dial into these things immediately, as opposed to having to go through a demo. And remember back in the day with a demo viewer where it would lag when you would go back with the ticks and stuff. And now you're getting VODs uploaded immediately, you're getting pugs uploaded, so nothing is sacred at the top end anymore. Everything is on display at all times.
I mean, you had a great conversation. You sat down with that podcast with a variety of teams, but a rather variety of players, but Apex was talking to that, wasn't he? Just saying, like, once you've done something once, it's kind of done.
Yes.
Which is mad.
Yeah, and you need to make sure that, you know, these rounds, that they're not too telegraphed and obvious with the util sets that you're throwing. So that's why back in the day you'd have a few defaults, but you needed to have like similar opening smokes, you know, similar breaking of windows, little details like that they'll dial into. But good news, everybody. We're about to get map 2 of this series underway. G2 are ready and raring to go. Vitality 2. And we will be getting into map number 2 with Apex's team, starting on the T side of this one. I feel like you're more than happy to start on the T side of Inferno. This is a map that I would say has a bit of a T bias, and that's just back to those banana fights and configurations of nades. But away we go. Dual Berettas to play in the hands of Heavy God. Got a smoke to block as well. A HE and a flash for good measure. It's going to be in the hands of Hunter as Sampaius jumps, plays for info, and spots one. So relays that, but how much really is it to base this round off of, as it's a slow spread from Vitality. Now they're grouping for banana. Just MOUZ here.
Yeah, he's going to be jiggling out. Is Apex going to throw that HE? Are they just going to go dry on these jiggles? Oh, boost. That's enough for MOUZ. He knows 2 minimum, and he's even got himself the dual Berettas for that multi-kill. Holding onto his block smoke. Rotation's on its way. Oh, quick reactions here. Hunter and Mattis going to scamper over. There's the block smoke, well timed. This game of chess now.
Hunter
Looks like they're
break the
committing.
smoke.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. They're acting like they're going to commit through.
Never mind.
And they will. Raptors turn. Pushing into the smoke is ZywOo. Gets away from the dual Berettas now. Natus with nothing. Absolutely nothing from the B defense. And a third found by ZywOo. Just wraps into Hunter.
Well, we split the pistols on map number 1. Vitality pick up the first here. Not a bad shot there from Heavy God, but I feel like you can't really give this one too much of a look in right now. Kevlar and Julie's would be pretty tasty morsel going into the next, but hanging around, him and Sampais are giving a go.
Oh, can react in time. Apex has removed that package of Kevlar and dual Berettas. Flamesy comes round the corner, unleashing hell. All right, Vitality take pistol.
It's just such an interesting move on that retake because they are going to force buy. So Heavy God, if he holds on to his Kev, I don't think he took any damage there until he went down, gets the cheaper upgrade into head armor, or could go the Famous route.
And he got that kill onto Rops, had an extra 300 bucks.
Yeah, so interesting to see them go for this and lose everything, knowing that you are likely to force buy into the next round of play. He does get himself an MP9 with Kev. Smattering of smokes to block. Stalling them at half wall appears to be the plan early. I don't think you can finish B if you're Vitality. Right? You don't have the util to clear out Sandbag or Car right now, so you are just going to have to pop into A. 3 through Carpet.
Oh, did Apex get his lineup in time? Looks like he did. There's the second flash. Apex! Yeesh! That was close. There's his second flash. That was all a bait and the switch. Works out wonderfully, breaking through the brackets.
All right, well, it'll be the save from G2. So Vitality 2-0 up, and then we'll have to deal with these again into the next round.
Haven't seen anyone use the new window. You know, like
I saw it maybe when it first got introduced, and I definitely saw some of these content creators showing lineups.
I've seen the lineups, I just haven't seen them utilized at the highest level.
Give it this. Oh, all right. Oh, you're not holding on to that, are you, Hunter? You would have loved to have at least carried 3 through, so a few more threats, but this is the B defenders, isolated on their side, and looking to be run down. This is a diligent hunt.
Oh, this is
clears.
No, he's going to take it all. Flames are just running at them.
Okay, the fact you can't even hold on to anything there, there's no respect being given right now by Vitality, so this will be easy.
Yeah, and the reason Apex is screaming as loud as he is because he wants G2 to hear it at the other end of the hall.
So you have to limit your investments now, G2. Smoking a P250.
Smoking a pancake.
Half-wall block smoke again. I think they're going to have to try and collapse middle. Yeah, congregating now. Long and short. Want to pinch into this on a timing. Might catch Flames, but he'll get all the info.
Yeah, I mean, he is kind of playing the scout role right now. With that Mac 10, extra nimble. They're not worried about giving it away to a CT if he does overextend. Oh, they might be timing this well. Flamesy just evacuated, got caught out, and a headshot hit by the USP. Goes down to Hunter. 1-2 punch. Rops, nice off angle, hoping to catch the retrieval mission. Hunter confirms his location, and now Sampais is going to try and run at this AK. They want to try and remove it. 3 different targets. Rops dancing with them.
He can just keep backing off, and they can pick up the bomb, and while they're trying to hunt Rops, they can get into the site and plant. So, job done from Rops.
Yeah, he's just going to hold here. Ready for that fight on their staircase. A little headshot angle, hoping they overextend it. And, ooh, another headshot's been hit. So they will win out. They'll get that AK as a minor consolation prize.
Well, ZywOo's the one that's hanging around, and that's the other AK.
Okay.
So, does he give this over, or does he wipe the board? Immediately closing the net is Apex, pushing into CT. So wanting to find a safe haven, and well, down Banana Lake, calling that clear will be Mezzy. So do they hunt again? And is it as aggressive?
Well, now you know That heavy god didn't have it. Oh, and you found Hunter. Looks like they might take it all away if Apex could hit just one bullet, and he surely will before time.
No, take it, guys. I don't want it.
I don't want it.
I'm sorry. You can have it back. Just let me live.
I'm sorry I stole your Charizard, okay?
Oh. All right, well, they do get the job done again. Now the guns come out for G2. So what's the stance? Who's going to be the third man helping set this up as the odds blown out in Vitality's favor? Who would have thunk it? Will it be Hunter to set up Natus and MOUZ, or will Sampayas take the AWP over there? No. Ooh. Okay, so Hunter's throwing the deep banana smoke, and they're just going to start 2B. So, oh, not live. Not live, not live. PC crash, all right. Mixed signals right now. Yeah, because Hunter says restore. There you go. All sorted.
One of the Counter-Strikes of all time.
Yeah, people remember it.
Yeah.
Maybe not fondly.
No, but I mean, it's good to be remembered.
Yeah. Did have some moments. Some very good Counter-Strike players came from Source.
Some of my favorite frag movies are from Source.
Yeah, they did a lot of editing in Source.
Yeah, but
some could say too much.
I'm a sucker for an over-edit. You sync it up with some screamy music, and I'm in.
If people think running and gunning is bad now, go give that game a try.
Yeah, you're already like killing the B players. Bunny hopped all the way down mid. 10 seconds into the round.
Okay, same opener. Nothing different. Problem sorted and away we go.
Ooh, opening kill. Blainesy's been brought down. An early banana control seized by Vitality, so they have some territory. Does that retake util? I think so, yeah. Molly and Smoke. What's your reaction to this? You can edge the smoke. Apex does so. Mezzy has a safe haven. Not flushed into the line of fire, but MOUZ wants to clear it. He's ready to swing on out. Perfect timing! Double kill! Beautiful from Natus and MOUZ. Mission accomplished. Vitality sent back to spawn. Just Rops, the last piece to be knocked over.
And he was trying to kick him a fast right. He was in the mouth of middle. He was throwing a grenade over towards long. He's attempting to keep the rotator in place so they can get a man advantage fight on B, but the fight came to them. And Sampayas, he's going to be copping a lot of heat. Some of these games, some of these shots that he misses, they feel inexcusable for an AWPer, but here he finds the opener, and they're able to get their first rifle round. So they'll take that. So we will just be on board with Romps for this 40-second save.
I think we can all learn a lesson from Natus as well, not only with the flash placement, perfect to set up MOUZ, but the fact that he's actually coming for the second fight. You know, he's there to back him up for the trade. Too often you see that person throw the flash and then what? Just hanging around in ruins. What are you doing? Give me a hand.
Yeah, they definitely cleaned house there, and I thought it was going to be a difficult task, but yeah, you soften up, you find that opener. There's on display, right? In that round, they are essentially giving Vitality banana control. They're stalling out half wall, so they can't just be completely bludgeoned to death with pace. Vitality, they throw mouth and sandbag. Those are your two biggest threats. They respond with half wall util, make it jarring for you, and then they've got you boxed in, and they're good enough to hit the shots. So thought process from both teams on display in that one, but because of how well Vitality operated in the first 3 rounds of play, they have no issue with another buy. So everybody strapped again, and not even going to bring out an AWP to try and contain some of these cheeky peeks of Sampayas. Where does he move this time? Good spawn for B. Do they extinguish the car molly so Sampayas can go for a fight, or... No, never mind. He's out of there.
I think he's just going to drop his whole nade belt as he goes forward. Hoping to catch another opening. Simultaneously just fighting for space. Sampayas tries to stick around. The flash and the nade a little too much to handle. MOUZ, though, he wants the duel. He welcomes it, and he just swings off the flashback. Another opportunity for 2. Zoe's done very well. Denies that. A good flashbang and a good timing on his swing.
So you've essentially won out banana control as well as bracket. You had information, you knew that the CTs didn't have it, and what is the timer? Do they sweep back in to take this back? The rotation point of Sampayas now over towards long, could group up, and they can clear top mid. That That smoke has faded. He's going to go on his own.
Valuable intel. 45-second mark for the Vitality finish. 20. Yeah, going to fall foul. Nice find. Sampaius gives him the advantage.
Wrap smokes are up, but it's tough getting past this orb.
Yeah, you're going to double swing? Zai was going to have to hit the shot. Sampaius pulls the trigger first. Beautiful. He knows where two of them are. Saw them retreating into the site, and a third now reveals himself. Heavy got in the pit side. There's nothing for Vitality here, and Rops realizes that. Just going to have Reside himself to a quick save.
Okay, well, that again from Rops is back rounds now for G2. They are breaking into this, and another good round from Sampaius.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, I think it's tough when you're Sampaius in that situation, because if there is any pressure towards B and you're posted up on mid, you don't want to be the guy rotating, but you're the closest guy to rotate. So it's fortunate the fights came his way. Now the money does become a bit more of a question. So Rops holds on to that. Zawi's been able to buy in again. Apex down to a Tech 9. Flames, he could go Galil. Bring out some nades into this one.
Oof, it's a bit light on, isn't it?
Has gone the Galil. Okay, so this means they're either just going to sit back and wait out all of the opening util, or you see them react a little bit quicker to what comes their way. Can be start again.
Goes Iowa, look at him go! Runs up into MOUZ.
Screaming for the trade.
Yeah, nothing there immediately, but Mezzi does manage to claw one back. Rounds the half wall, finds lethality, so does the nade.
And Apex is low.
Yeah, he is ringing at 13 HP. Oh, Sampaius in transition. Yeah, not ready for that is Rops. Another impactful one.
If you're Rops, you feel like you have to do something in this round. You just saved the last two.
Yeah.
And felt like you had absolutely nothing you could contribute. And this one, you try and make a move and you get caught. Another tough round for Vitality. So very well handled again. Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
Brilliant.
The nade on
Same
display.
Position. Yeah, 2 nade kills.
All right, well, Mezzi, is it your turn to hold on to the AK? Go on mid, you got Heavy God in the window. You go B, you've got 3 lying in wait. That looks like they'll hold on to one again. Okay. At least it's not Rops this time.
Yeah, someone else could have 0 bugs.
Oh, maybe not. Now that he's been identified, they want to try and hunt this down. 27 seconds left. Starting to move down. Banana is Mattis now. We'll be hearing this. Should just tuck in and close it down as... I think you're trying to posture a bit if you're Mezzi in this situation to make sure they aren't too close, but he's going to run you down. Worst case, after time for Mezzi, and Heavy God will make sure that's not the case. So, nothing saved. 3 straight rounds, and all very comfortable. Just 1 casualty in each of these 3 that have been posted. So Shu on the other foot with the financial department. A good amount of cash right now for G2 flowing forward, and it will have to be Vitality humbled down to just a light buy. So committed to that one with ASN just between the legs. Between all the flames, has to stay and fight. Speaking of flames, comps that one and then MOUZ throwing one late. It's that one right there, right? If Rops is able to work, he can get a bit of a gap. A conversation could be had, but no. Right, flash pop middle.
Oh, there's 3 to do it. Just takes the fight, takes 3. Hunter, that is a beautiful. The only player not equipped with an AK goes Aggie. And that's not including the AWP, of course. Sampaius ready for that. Sweet Jesus, Rops has nailed the Deagle headshot, but 2 sitting ducks, and Mattis in a position to plug.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, they can't apps pop if you take the fight to them, can you? So some heads-up play there from Hunter.
Yeah, he didn't expect anyone to be holding from the mid side, so exploits that. And furrowed brow from Apex, as it does look like Xtaz is going to call that timeout.
I feel that if within this timeout, I would say let's try and exploit the AWP on A. Let's put a lot of pressure on Sampaius.
Right.
And let's not tussle with Banana first. Let's just keep them busy. Maybe throw out the car molly if they're not doing the half-wall smoke. Now, at some point, you will have to pressure for Banana, but we also haven't seen Mattis and MOUZ just go all in. So right now, you could get a change from both teams. And having a look at the spawns, well, Hunter's got the best Banana spawn right now. I don't know if it'll make too much of a difference if they do want to get stuck in. And they don't have an AWP on the T side again. So Sampaius can be a nuisance. Well, we saw him relatively aggressive for that first opening pick, but ever since it's been a bit more standard. And if you can take full banana control...
Yeah, I'm curious if Hunter's going to be using his early spawn, quick extinguish for the half-wall swing. They're going to fight for this, yeah. Swinging on in. And a beautiful find. ZywOo's gone. Now Sampaius can tuck in. You've got yourself an opening kill. Early advantage.
It's coming too easy to G2 right now, isn't it? Right, these exchanges, that just looks beautiful. You can see how premeditated it was. They used their timeout against them. So whatever you had in mind no longer is Natus.
Oh, lovely angle. You can see how easy that worked out for them. It's not quite tucked into the corner. Catches them preparing to clear. There is a bit of a standoff between Robs and Heavy God pit side, but MOUZ is going to have a 1v1 hit that he has had no issues. Hitting the headshot. Beautiful work on the AK-47.
Yeah, looking crispy.
Yeah, very good.
I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit that they didn't snatch away Mirage with how close that was. But this one is a little bit more standard, right? You're seeing teams with full buys. It's not just the back and forth forced by wars throughout, and now it's just Robs. Again, this is another round where the opening pick comes in so early, then a few more bodies fall when he's meant to be on the other side of the map, keeping players busy, but everyone else is dead. How are you meant to connect with them?
That's a beautiful first and a little composed tap. Puts Hunter low. Bleeding out. Smoke going to be trying to isolate this duel as he can walk up on Hunter. Hoping he oversteps, looking to find that just deep enough angle on the jiggle. Doesn't react in time. Masks his reposition. That's nice from Robs. He's making this look a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, 15 seconds, bombs down T-stairs. There's absolutely no way in the world.
I still like watching him play. That was enjoyable. But he is once again, at least it's a bit more active for him. You know, he has probably had very little action throughout
not just
this.
sitting back with the save, he's actually trying to do a bit of damage. But again, you're going to have to break through at least 2 more consecutive buys out of G2. So 5-3, CT side lead. This is looking good.
It is.
You said you wanted to see Anubis.
G2 do too.
So max loss bonus. Robs with those kills, you could just take a partial behind the AK. Robs doesn't have to invest, and then next round with the 3,400 coming in again, he could get a full buy. Vextowns took the timeout, and immediately they lose the opening kill of ZywOo.
Yeah, Hunter taking his spawn and putting it to great use. Wow, MOUZ is very confident, isn't he, today? It's what you want to be seeing if you're a G2 fan.
This is probably more of the pace that you're hoping for Vitality to ice them out. And I think your biggest issue right now is because G2 are feeling it, they're flowing with the game, they're going to make a couple more of these audacious moves. But if you just let them simmer, let them use their block utility, their mollies, their HEs, their smokes, find no avail, don't get a kill, don't get any damage, you might be able to find the timing where you can capitalize on top of this. So what was a very clean start for Vitality? They were hungry in the hunts, they were wiping the boards, taking everything away to remove the threats. It's been 5 straight from G2, and it's been a dominant 5. Is that late play? Much too late.
Oh yeah, MOUZ has revealed himself and now tucked on the sandbags. Tech9's up close. Too much to handle. Natus just needs to find himself that multi-kill spray down. Very little in the way of support. Catches the first. Mezzi removed. Now the trade attempt. There's Natus. Doesn't matter if he's blind. Sampaius is perfect. Flash denies. A bit late on the incendiary, so bomb does get planted and a well-placed Molotov buys a little bit of time.
Apex has another smoke. Does he drop that CT?
No, Ruins. Tries to get it deep enough he can play around it with just a P250. That was their plan, and now they're going to have to find a different, channeled in through CT. Robs with the AK primed and ready. Little crossfire with the dark player. Oh, not expecting the nade break. They start to accelerate. Need a one tap. Nails it. Good precision from Robs. Hard to find. Still not dead. Somehow Robs is alive, and the time it's got too thin. They get the kills. They get the defuse just in time. Mathis pulls it off. G2. I mean, that is an impressive retake. Mathis with a quad kill in the round.
A little bit cumbersome. There was a team flash that came into the play while they were trying to scale up there, but I think with how this started, the timing, see the first flash, it catches MOUZ. The second one is too deep. So Mathis wasn't ready, and he makes up for it in a big way. And it's clear right here, Apex is going to be kicking himself. And very well handled. Just stay cool, calm, and collected in that one to make it 6 straight. And that's felt like the most threatening in this last patch.
Yeah, there's the round recap just to testify to what you're saying about this run from G2. 6 on the trot.
It's unusual to see Vitality not getting anything in these gun rounds, right? This is just a nest egg of pistol win, dealing with the force, and then a full eco. Look at this.
Getting really cheeky with it. Nice angle from Robs. He even dips away. Hasn't confirmed that Natus is walked. Oh, and it's a wide swing. Beautiful. Robs, in combination now with Flames, have finally managed to give Vitality a leg up in the gun round.
All right, nameplate Counter-Strike. You know that MOUZ is the B holder. You know Sampais is still in the mix with the AWP. Right now you have this 5v2. You group up. You look for the finish. And I don't think MOUZ is going to be able to hold on to all that, unfortunately. He will be using it to block the door.
He's probably feeling pretty comfortable on B, isn't he, with all these nades? Molly number 2, please.
Surely Vitality. This is not the type of round you would see Vitality overcook.
Why does it feel like it might?
Well, clock at 34. More Yuto where that came from.
Swings behind the Flames. Ooh, Mezzi caught out. Should be seeing that committed to the AWP, and now you know where he is. You're jumping on out, making it hard for him. Oh, a shot flips Flamesy, but that's the A site open for Vitality. And that is a break to the G2 run. Took their 7th time of asking, but Vitality getting another round on the board.
And so I always picked up the AWP. Let's see if he carries it through into the next. It's not going to be any difficulties getting that out for G2. Sampais has 13k right now, and he's about to get the 1400 of the loss bonus variety. I'm still going to hold on to that AK. Apex is giving it a little bit of a look.
Zywoo T-side Inferno AWP. I'm immediately wondering if he gets the best
Is
spawn.
it Summit style running up Banana? I think you want to try and contain some of these aggressive moves. The audacity there of them to go for that push, and Rops punishes massively, but you can see G2, knowing that they have this buffer of rounds to work with, are really keeping up the ideas.
Yeah.
Now you wonder, is that the thread that gets pulled where it starts to unravel and we find ourselves at a 6-6 half?
I mean, it worked out for Hunter against the Tech-9s, and this time it was a full team effort. But Rob's perfect position for that aggression. And that second one, like, oh, just textbook.
You wonder if he's going wide for somebody on the angle or if he thinks that Natus has slipped past. Either way, hard to track. It looks beautiful. So fight came to them.
And it's going to come to them again, it looks like. The double nades, in fact, put Zywoo down early. Incredibly deep.
Okay. That one has not landed as expected. I don't think you're going to sweep through.
Pressure applied to the B side. And now pressure applied towards apartments.
Well, this is one of the more default rounds for G2. Can Sampais find this opener? Not anymore. Rushed away by the molly. Gets control. Will be theirs in a moment of time.
Oh, he committed to that. Nearly loses his head. A dink connects to the helmet of Robs, evades the nade. Low HP. Maybe he's going to make a play. A little less risk averse. Pull the heavy god crosshair away. And it does look like it's going well for Hunter. Dips on in, finds Flamesy.
35 seconds. They essentially have to go A now.
And they will. Molly from Apex into sight. Could make things awkward if he gets it right. Not going to spread. Hunter's got vision. Heavy god's got the angle. It looks so good for G2. They're pathing, ready for the fight. Traded out. Important. And same from Sampais. Look at the health of these two. Ooh, nasty miss. Access to the site. Still, weird one for Hunter. He couldn't find him. He went under his crosshair. Had no idea. What is this? How is they not connected? The low HP. Somehow, some way, they're still alive. 4 HP on Robs. A single bullet. He's still spamming smokes. Lining up some util. It's not going to affect him. They double up on the short side. Time is ticking, boys. Not nailing the incendiary either. This would be a bit of a cheeky one from Vitality. And now ZywOo catches him in transition. No time, no hope. Unbelievable conversion of that round. Slipping under Hunter. A difference maker from Robs.
Yeah, the boys who lived right there. The fact that they've been able to snatch that one away with 24 points of health combined is insane. He takes that dink so early in the round, trying to spam from apartments into sight. ZywOo got brought down low earlier in the piece as well, and they're able to snatch that one away. That one is really going to leave a mark in the mental of G2 because this could have been a pretty juicy-looking CT half.
I don't know. MOUZ just got robbed. I don't know. The tracking on the spray, how did not one bullet find him? That's just... Yeah, just be like that sometimes.
Well, they saved one gun, and it's the AK. Able to get the buys thanks to the spree of rounds, but it's looking like Vitality want to bookmark this with 3 on either side. Catch that.
Making a proper half out of this. Whoa, MOUZ, dangerous game being played. He's got just a scrap of health, but he makes it work. Nearly 2, gets the 3 of them. Sprays them on down, braves the flames, takes almost his entire damage from the flame, and still sprays down the entirety of Vitality. What a great series MOUZ is having. He's playing without fear. Sampaio's removing Robs and puts it all onto just flames. What is this? All right, MOUZ, he's having a fantastic day in the office.
Yeah, I think right there, you salvaging what was already a very good half there and just keeping the confidence flowing because G2 in the gun rounds, they were looking great, forcing Vitality round after round after round to try and bring these saves in. They could never really get going other than the pistol with those conversions. It's too late in the piece, and one of them had to be a bit of a miracle round out of Robs and ZywOo low on HP. But we asked for this earlier in the piece, and we'll bring it back up because it will be the change of sides. You will see Vitality now on the defense. It's going to be this Apex Flamesy combo to try and do what MOUZ and Mattis did.
And they did it well. And Mezzi and Robs, the 2 rocks of Vitality, responsible for the A site.
Again, I want to just draw attention to, during Krakow, the likes of Mezzi and Robs not having the best tournaments. And well, Robs having a big moment right there. He got himself up to 9 kills within that half. He had 20 on map number 1. But for me, map number 1 was all about ZywOo and MOUZ, right? Those 2 names on either side of the server. And MOUZ keeping it up here into map number 2. And here it is, the replay of that final round. So stubborn, right? Not backing down from the banana fight. There's Molly's behind him, nades are coming in. He knows that he's completely isolated. Look at the radar during all this moment, right? His support network back in the site, throwing that util to set him up. But here we go. We split the pistols again.
Okay, logs for MOUZ. Nade's not going his way. Does connect onto Hunter. Head-to-head with MOUZ for ZywOo. Who's going to win this one? Hunter in combination. Just that double goose through the wooden board, and that's the end of ZywOo.
You can just saunter into a BXQ right now. Smoke with CT, with coffins. Flash for good measure. Flamesy searching.
Ooh, okay. Anti-flash, too many bodies, way too much for them to handle. Surely overwhelmed now. It doesn't have their health. Already a bullet found its way onto Apex's face. Access to the site, spreading their wings. I nearly did a Chad
You're
Burchill.
to me, yeah. It's stretching their legs.
Stretching their legs. Yeah. Or spreading their wings.
That's it. It can't be
There's no other
an
way.
amalgamation of the both.
No, you shouldn't do that.
You can stretch your wings.
You could.
You're allowed to stretch your wings. We see birds do it all the time.
That's true.
But the other one,
birds do that too.
We'll leave that up to the hog handler.
So cool to see such a, diverse
I don't know. It's
group
so
of people.
strange that we have farmers watching. Look,
I know,
at
right?
It's
middle of the day. I guess you can kind of, just have it
on the side,
have it on the side in your combine harvester.
Yeah. Why not? Well, these 2 will be holding on to the Kevlar. That isn't what we saw out of, I think it was Heavy God and Sampaio on the first pistol. So you know Vitality will be fighting back in with the force. But G2, right, gun rounds, first half, they look great. I love the ideas, some really good individual moments, everything flowing. And G2 is a team that, since they put this roster together, have always had a style of Counter-Strike I've held in high regard. I think Soar's done a good job with this project. It's just we haven't seen them consistently making playoffs, and that's what needs to change. So after the first 6 months, you've been able to bet in the team. Now it's about finding the same heights as Krakow. Look at that. Mezzy and Robs both have Famises. I'm sure Heavy God and Sapires can learn a thing or two from that. Let's see how this one goes. Can they find good output?
The power of saving Kevlar. Narrow miss. Scout noted.
Yeah, concern is B.
Massive concern when you look at how it's being defended currently. A jiggle smoke defense from one man. Give him a couple more chances, he will hit one of those.
Heavy God's waiting for this on the timing.
Oh, the MP7 instantaneous deletion, just shredding heads.
Okay, forget about those Famises. They did absolutely nothing.
Deadly squat.
5v3 should be able to pop this one in now. Still split on the defense, but yeah, now I think this confirms that Flamesy giving out the B site. We'll gamble over towards A. Oh,
oops.
Well, no harm, no foul, we say in the business. It's going to be all good in the hood. G2 set for 9.
Okay, maybe we do get to see Anubis after all.
I think the 7-5 CT half is great. So it will be a lot of heavy lifting for Vitality to get back into this. Just glancing over, taking a look at the Falcons versus 3D match result. You guys can go and check that out yourself if you'd like. Their second map right now. And then to round out the day, there's FURIA versus Bay and the MongolZ versus Pain. The latter being on the secondary stream, FURIA Bait with us, and there'll be Sizzy, another new 16-year-old Ukrainian AWPer, on debut for Bait. Let's see if it makes a difference as opposed to Segikawa.
Yeah, and new Pain as well. I say new Pain, I mean, I haven't necessarily the chance to see them with VSM and Paria Jr. Paria Jr.
Yeah, full Brazilian now. All right, well, good round, well handled. Deal with the aggression. Get themselves up to 9. Heavy God must dislike the Famis that much because he kept the MP7. So all the power to him.
He's an SMG believer.
Yeah, and it's fair enough. I get it. His MP7's been buffed. I was watching a lot of these VODs of even Donks using it a heap in the pub. So I say a heap.
I mean, I saw an experiment. Someone was showing the range for the double headshot kill in comparison with the MP9. And the MP7 is just like does it in 2 bullets. MP9 in 3.
Vitality had a Firestarter of a USP Eco on Mirage. Can get one going right now with these saves. Zywin knows he needs to find some tags.
That's a well-placed nade. MOUZ takes the brunt of the damage. And Zywin will not connect. I think he's just overcorrected there on the flick.
Letting him in.
Yeah, you're hoping that you can catch him in some chaos here. Oh, Flamesy bangs the smoke off of some biases, Kevlar. It's not going to land what you want. Now weird fights around the smokes. Oh, nice spam from Apex. Yeah, he does catch Hunter.
Surely that forces your hand into A right now.
It looks like they are
pivoting. There's 2 more
pivoting.
players on the site at a minimum.
Yeah, Zywa will be over there.
What are they calling the bluff? Rotation away from Apex, so just Flames on the site. He's coming back over. It's good util for the finish, but we don't know. G2 still have 50 seconds to make up their mind. And they're just parking the bus. They're not moving a muscle. Util being lobbed out to B. Zywa with that flash at the ready. It's just going to be Robs tucked in back of the A site.
That feels like it's asking an awful lot of an unarmored Desert Eagle. No help.
Yeah, and rotations have just been cut off.
All right, Robs. You've done the impossible before. However, I do think that a leaping heavy god MP7, he has to hit like a tracker jumping SMG. Oh, hits the first, but there's the trades. Job's done. Site's theirs.
Sampire should be able to mob this one up now. Just Flames in Apex up middle. Bomb has been planted. You catch him on a timing, or can they slip up short? There you go. Sampire's in the back of Flames, and now it's just Apex trying to track this one down, but great from Sampire. 4 within the round, and it is 10-5, 5-round gap that Vitality have to close. It's one of the hardest things, I think, for Vitality from last season was going from winning Austin, going into the tournament break, and then coming out with the target on your back and everybody else hungry, and you not hitting 100%, right? And not delivering, and you have a patch of tournaments and you're not getting the same results. Those frustrations start to breed. But I think that was a good learning experience. I'm interested to see how they're able to manage that. You win Krakow, now you come to Cluj. You want to continue to lift those trophies.
Yeah, and when asked in the interview about who the greatest enemy is, the one to fear for Vitality, Apex gave us a classic. And it's themselves.
Yeah, because you need to bring this level of intensity, right, to these matches. And a couple of gimmicks or a couple of big individual rounds from G2. Vitality are in hot water. We're seeing that right now.
Oh, it's on a silver platter for G2. Powerful position for a sniper. Trying to sell a fake with a full strafe out. Heavy God. He's going to be fed to the ZywOo AWP. Oh, Messi caught off. Does well to adjust.
Trying to do a B split?
I think that it was their intention. You can see the two players with the bomb moving towards B. Flamesy's actually worried about that slip.
These block smokes work perfectly. They're boosted up. This is actually stalling out time. So they will be clearing CT, but Flamesy still not on the site. Does he hedge back over? So when Flamesy connecting right now to make sure nobody's entrenched. Now that's called clear. He's got this incendiary to work with. 30 seconds. Does Mattis play first?
It appears he will. Oh, caught on the uncrouch. Robs bursts down the threat.
Flamesy play to deny. That's the next question.
Looks like he will. Knows times against the T side here. Will Sampayas make a sound cue ahead of this? Ball starts to sweep through and perfect shot. No need for the double zoom with precision like ZywOo.
Okay, can't even get the bomb down in time. Can MOUZ to make it a conversation. So there you go, on the board, CT side. And a whole lot more where that came from. It's really threatening when you have a player do that circle jump that Heavy God just did, because if they're throwing that spillover smoke on the balcony and you're circle jumping out short with util, your A players think it's A. Right, that they were just doing that to find a little bit of space right there, and they drew it. It's just the AWP, bang, takes down Heavy, got removed. Messi gets one, and then they're stalled out. Mattis is disconnected from this. He plays first, but still, now the only safe play at their first oranges, but Sampayas going for something a little bit more standard as...
Ooh, taking a quick AWP line down middle. And a deeper block smoke. See how the battle for Banana goes. MOUZ kind of had Vitality's number in that defensive half. And he's the one tasked with taking that space. Mattis, talk about taking space. They got full brackets. Up short already, poking their nose into ZywOo's AWP.
This is clearly a gap they think they can pressure early within these rounds. It's another 3-second mid start out the gate.
Oh dear, Flamesy punished. A tendency exploited. A perfect opening kill provided by MOUZ. We were asking if how he was going to go. Big opening. Ooh, that Rops has managed to stabilize for Vitality. Messi with a crossfire. Perfect. Wraps the corner. Rops with a double kill. Missed shot on the sniper. Rops could go hunting, but so can Hunter. True to his nature, true to his name. Comes on out and apps and finds ZywOo. Ooh, and MOUZ is tapping heads. Very, very sharp today.
Messi played through this.
Hunter on the other side.
And Apex pushing down Banana.
Ooh, audible.
MOUZ has heard all that.
Feels like he's destined for a third, isn't he? Just as easy as that.
Do you rotate back to B now? You're so committed. I think you just finish A and fight him.
Oh, not if he's hitting shots like that. Messi with a perfect start to the 1 versus 3 clutch. 20 seconds, a time-sensitive mission, but bomb across. It should be mission accomplished now. MOUZ has the elevation. Messi would have to hit another one of those. Oh, gets the info, knows what they both. Oh, that's a lovely round from MOUZ.
Confident shooting again, right? This guy, he's really delivering right now in the aim department. Just deleting players on the screen. He's not backing down from the duels. That's what you need to see from a player who takes MOUZ's roles and responsibilities, right? This is somebody who needs to be setting the tempo. You're a tone setter for your team. When you find this, just bopping over the wall, Flamesy looks silly. Nice move from Hunter once they establish that it is this mid regroup for the fight, and then MOUZ just putting them in.
That's a really clean round. Add that one to the montage.
Oh, this has gotten away from them now. Vitality, money in the mud.
Yeah, it's never good when you see yourself force buying in with a Mag 7. Those initial smokes have now faded. Who makes that first move? MOUZ on logs.
This could be a big win for G2 on Inferno. They lost their last 3 in a row. One to FURIA, one to Falcons. That was back at the major. And then even in the start of 2026, losing it to Liquid.
Actually connected a little bit there on the jumping shotgun.
Yeah, need one of these miracle vitality moments right now. Someone has to do something nuts.
They're really testing MOUZ on these jump shots. Even if he did just hit it in the previous round. They're just hoping for a little overstep. Saiwu mismanages his position. Heavy God's ready to punish. Okay, that's the last of the smoke from Robs.
They're grouped up now in the mouth of mid for the finish.
Here it comes. Robs ready for a battle, loses out immediately, loses his head to Hunter. Great timing on the engagement, nearly had 3 on his screen.
Mezzi segregated again, didn't play ahead of the smokes. One will go down, 3v3.
Just respecting Sampai's Moto smoke. Replenished now by Heavy God. Maybe they find something over the top of it as it oscillates, but not looking too likely. Apex forced into a Abs flank with a shotgun. One hell of a shot. Heavy God catches the head of Mezzi, boosted up. They know there was someone else there.
Okay, well,
looking
right
good.
Now it is feeling like a die away back up this hill for Vitality. Anubis smelling like a certainty at this moment.
Our second glimpse at Vitality's Anubis. A Hail Mary from Apex out the window.
Just on that, it'll be their first Anubis on the new update. They haven't played it yet. They played it at Bounty, but that was still the old iteration against the Eyeballers and Falcons.
Right, I just saw on the graphic that one, and I guess that makes sense. That was last 3 months. So yeah, haven't seen Anubis from Vitality. Still don't really know how I feel about the whole. We'll get there. We'll talk about it.
Everyone's learning. Okay, well, Heavy God, he's bringing an SMG into what could be the final round right now. Is this going to be a pace change, knockout blow? It's on his own, his second middle. This is going to be straight up the gut. This is quick. Yeah, this is going to be fast.
All right. Yeah, just going. Knife out. Mantis fancies his chances. Saiwu playing around the smoke, hoping to be overlooked, trying to find a gap. Ooh, and there's a smoke break for the entry. Sampai's quick eye to the scope gets the entry perfect. Now Robs has got too much to handle. Bodies all over the site. Lots of opportunities for more. Looks good though. Flank is perfect. Distracted by the push of the smoke, and they'll at least claw one back.
Yeah, couldn't have lined up any better for Apex right there for the finish. Look, I like the audacity to call that type of a round. You know that they have a really poor buy on the other side. You're trying to catch them off with a set piece. That's a way where you can take the guessing out of it. It's like, okay, we're right here. We're on the door of closing this, and in quite a dominant fashion. The last time that Vitality lost Inferno this badly was back at Rivals last year against FURIA. So you're thinking, okay, let's just get it done. And you squander that opportunity, but I still like the call.
Yeah, just because the round wasn't won doesn't mean it's a bad round or a bad call, rather.
It does incite a bit more chaos into the mix, which is what those lighter guns were able to capitalize on top of. But Kamal's get away with it again.
Oh,
yes!
He is so good today. So comfortable in these engagements. First blood drawn with the only AK in play for G2. Making moves.
Yeah, and quickly.
Yeah. Apex hearing the commitment. Saiwu going to be smoked off. Oh, good timing on that one from Apex. Just a burst from his M4. Slaughters them all. Despite MOUZ's heroics in the opening.
All right, Heavy God. 1v4 situation, but this one is done and dusted. I think on that Dust 2 you referenced, was it that game versus Spirit as well, where he also won the 1v3 out mid to B? Is that a different team? Could have been against MOUZ.
It could have been that same game.
It was either against Spirit or MOUZ. I know he had a couple of big clutches in those series we were casting, but done like a dog's dinner in this one as 8th. You can see there the poise of Apex. He knows how good that flash was. 2 players in pool, takes his time. Not getting too stressed about it. So there you have it. ZywOo confirms it. And it's just a 4-round gap. But it will be the Guns now.
Yeah, I mean,
Will it
G2
hold up?
won 6 in a row on their defensive side. It's kind of a similar bar set for Vitality.
I think the fortunate factor is the loss bonus is going to build up. So you're going to have a couple more gun rounds in this before we're done from G2's standpoint. I wonder if anyone's going to drop an AK for MOUZ or if he will have to operate with this Galil. Because there was a couple of players hovering around like 3.6 to 3.9. So it won't be the perfect buy. Sampayas is even going in with the Galil as well. And then there's an AK for Hunter. There it is. That flash is too good. You can see them doing the dance. Apex makes sure that doesn't get out of control. But he's not getting the output he desires from some of these pieces. Flamesy, great final just a week ago. There's a bit of an off tournament. Rops has been having some impactful moments in this one. ZywOo's still delivering, but here we go. Can they really go 4 more to take us to OT?
Really risking this? He is. Wow. Trusts that smoke with his life and manages to get a very early forward position. Abs control, flashed in is Mattis. Nothing to report, Boiler.
Yeah, they accelerate this, right? If we're not taking Banana early, we're going to make sure we get Boiler and Halls. A lot of pressure on the 2-man A defense, which is 3 right now.
Tries to draw attention, and it might lead to MOUZ's death. What a clear!
Doesn't matter what he has.
Yeah, makes it work with the Galil.
Another
he had half health, a lesser weapon, and Apex doesn't even do anything.
He didn't even have a chance to react.
Beautiful consistency out of MOUZ in these last 2 maps. Top of the tables in that the full 24-round game on Mirage. He's trying to stop this from going the distance here.
Needs to really get the timing on this break, Flamesy. Has supported Mezzy, but these two bottom of the scoreboard, and it's come early. They can just waltz in.
Waltz they shall. Mezzy, what's your play here? You're going to once again be staring at smoke. Yeah, forced to unload. They know where 2 of them were. Different guns, audible.
Bob's going to get across.
Yep, Sampayas found Mezzy as well. The smoke span is just going so well. Sampayas was completely betrayed.
They can hold the line. The bomb didn't get across.
Oh no, weird one now.
Time.
Scuttling the smoke, committing to B. This could be one hell of a break. Does catch the back of Mattis. Now the bomb's loose. Now you've got 9 seconds. You've got to get a move on. It's getting hectic in the comms. MOUZ does start to punch in the code. Pushing for the denial. Can't catch him. Good cover. G2 provide the necessary frags. It's just Robs arriving. MOUZ does go down. Pays a heavy price though. Just 30 points of health. No one dark. Nades for naught. Informs him as to the potential setup, knows they're on site somewhere. And it's the swing from Heavy God secures it. We go 3. G2 tenacious, taking the map pick of Vitality away from him.
All right. A bit of class from MOUZ again. We got the panel with Richard standing by to break that one down.
Yeah, we'll start there, right? What a great place to start. You highlighted the importance of MOUZ, whether he could occupy the space. Said he hadn't had a great start to the year, but he's really dragging his team through this series and made it competitive. And as we'll talk about in a bit, going to Anubis, this could be a coin toss.
Yeah, that's the best version of MOUZ we've seen in G2 in a long time. I know it's just 2 maps, but as Janko said, like, what better game to do it against like Vitality? You're going up against the best team in the world. You are much needed if you want to make the surprise that is winning against Vitality. And so far, over the course of both maps, he's been firing on all cylinders. Even in the last round, we just saw right here, him hardcore clearing Apex despite getting baited for by Flamesy, both with grenades, but also the spam from the M4. That's sort of like the MOUZ that I was envisioning, you know, when he got more responsibility within G2 when Nico and MongolZ left back in the day. So to see him thrive, that's good, and he's been a massive win condition so far for G2.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's important also. I hope he has, and I think he has worked on his mental too. Like, he was putting so much pressure on himself last year at the start, right? Because Nico's left, and now he's playing those positions. It's like, bro, no one expects you to be Nico. It took Nico years to be able to do the things that he does now,
I think some people in the community did expect him to be Nico.
Yeah,
and best will in the world, when you're a young player, Yanko, you listen to that type of nonsense, you know?
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, obviously he's been having a great game here so far, especially in that first half. You know, Vitality couldn't just establish any banana control whatsoever, and they were very adamant about it. They kept trying, and the big reason for that was MOUZ.
At the other end, and it won't sync up because we'll probably take a look at some other bits and pieces from MOUZ in a moment, but just Mezzy, we spent most of 2025, I feel like, talking about what made Vitality kind of be that, you know, all-conquering force. Was Mezzy got the buff, stepped up. You know, you go all the way back to like 23, 24, people question marking whether or not you can be on the team. And, you know, look, started a little bit slow again at this kind of starts, you know.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great game for Messi. There's no beating around that. But again, he was also going up against MOUZ a lot of the times on Banana. Didn't really have an easy time in that regard. I'm not worried for Messi. As you said, like, this was not a great game, no doubt about it, you know. But overall, he's a player that usually steps up a bit more, I guess, when we get deeper into the tournament, when there's more significance in the game as well. We've been talking about his grand final performances and how he usually does well in playoffs as well. So, yes, an isolation right here on Inferno. There's no way I'm going to spin this into, you know, that was a great game by Messi, but I'm not worried on behalf of him, nor Vitality for that matter.
It's just it would be very interesting to chat with Vitality after the game about the veto, right? Because if you wanted to play to your own strength, you picked us too. If you wanted to punish, you pick Overpass, right? And Inferno being there is, you know, it's hard to say Vitality has weaknesses when it's Vitality. I mean, this is only the 4th map loss for them this year, right? 1 in the grand final to FURIA and Krakow, 2 to Falcons and at Blast. So they've been just so extremely dominant, but it just doesn't make too much sense from the outside.
Try and make sense of it for me.
I think it's either, if it's not like them wanting to get more reps on some of these maps, perhaps it's just in the prep, you know, watching how G2 approaches Inferno, maybe thinking, oh, we have the answer for this. Like, we think we actually match up really well against this. I don't have an answer for you outside of that. Because statistically, right, I mean, and knowing how comfortable Vitality is on Dust 2.
Strange one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't pull the stat as well, but like, obviously them losing Inferno is an anomaly just in and of itself, right? I mean, kind of crazy. It's been a map that's so good for them.
Yeah, it is an anomaly, but it's also what I spoke about coming into the game. I do feel we've seen this from Vitality before in group stage games, especially beginning of tournaments. Whether that is the majors, you know, the best of one scenarios, you can excuse that was the best of one, so sometimes they lose games there. But overall, I feel like they have a habit of starting off, I wouldn't say slow, but not as well playing as we then see them do in the playoffs. So I'm not surprised that we see them struggle a little bit here, that we don't see their best version. There's also been a lot of games in this period where they've been, you know, winning tournaments where a lot of them have been a question mark, where they could have lost, where it was close, where they allowed their opponents to be competitive. So it's not like we see Vitality dominate every single game, and I think you said it pretty well. For G2, it's a team that's been showing they can play Counter-Strike at a high level. So a Vitality playing at 80%, 90%, that's not good enough if you want to, you know, dominate a team like G2 who is on the uprise.
And we've seen them basically just clean up their act after Mirage, right? We were saying, I mean, it was more G2 losing that map than it was Vitality winning it, and here they played a cleaner game, definitely. Also in the second half, once they switched over on the T side, maybe weren't as stubborn as Vitality was, you know, going towards that A-bombs. And I think it's important, another player we touched on, Sampaias, he had maybe not statistically wise, but I feel like he had a great game because early on the CT side, he was very mobile with the op, able to find openings, maybe not the first kill for G2, but really to secure the rounds, you know, from that point on, with some of his kills that really made it difficult for Vitality to get into rounds.
And this was the wingman, obviously, for MOUZ. We had Mattis, you know, all great riflers. You do need a duo.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up, right? Because I feel like we still haven't seen the best of G2 in that guy, right? We speak about Heavy Guard as being maybe the most stable player within the lineup, the guy you can always rely on. Mattis as well has this explosivity to him, you know, he has certain games, he has certain tournaments that I even said where he's the one stepping up. So far it's been the standout player in MOUZ, no doubt about it. We haven't seen much from Heavy Guard. We haven't seen, you know, that much from Mattis. He had a great first half here on Inferno, but then faded out a little bit. So I feel like G2 right now, as Janko said, like they cleaned up the act, they play good Counter-Strike. They were very adamant about hitting the A bomb site in a fast pace every single round on the T side, and I don't feel we've seen, the full force of G2 coming out right here, and they still managed to win quite convincingly on Inferno. Probably could have won on Mirage as well. So in terms of where does the potential lie and how well can G2 actually play, not only in this game but for the future of the tournament as well, you're looking towards Matis, you're looking towards Heavy Guard, and you're still saying there's even more potential.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, actually, given how close Mirage was. We could have been looking at a 2-0 against Vitality to start the tournament off. But let's talk about this Anubis pick in a bit more detail now, because as we said, I'd love to get Xtaz here to explain it, because obviously there is something in this that you're not the best team in the world and just randomly picking maps.
Not just the pick of Inferno, but also the ban of Overpass in the second phase, right? Like it's going to be a no-brainer for G2 to actually the ban of Dust 2 from Vitality in the second phase, and then no-brainer from G2 to get rid of Overpass. So you knew if that was going to be your ban, that Overpass Anubis was going to be the third map. Wow, a lot of mispronunciations of maps. But I'm very interested to see this one, because a lot of teams have been talking about creativity on Anubis and not having enough time because of when the map changes to Anubis happened during Bounty, and then people played on the old version. Then you're going into Krakow with not much practice, really. So a lot of people were banning it every chance they could get. And now it's about how will teams utilize this new opening and approach the CT side. And I think G2 will definitely be one of those teams that we will see some things that other teams will probably copy, right? And try to find some advantages in how to exploit some of those changes.
Yeah, Jacob, the return of Anubis has definitely helped some teams.
Yeah.
G2 and Vitality among them.
Not sure if it helped them. Vitality also played Train, at a very high level. So in that regard, I think you switch out a map that they were comfortable with, a map that they could play, at an incredible high level. So Anubis is a bit of a wild card. I don't think it made Vitality look any weaker. I think it's still, as Janko said, it's been such an early day for Anubis with the update to the map, but also the reintegration. It takes a bit of time and a bit of practice before you figure out whether or not it's going to be a stronghold for you, or whether or not it's going to be one of those maps that is in the middle of the pack. So I think it's too early to determine whether or not it's been a strength for Vitality. For G2, I think when you're a team who's trying to punch upwards, and when you're trying to try to, I guess, change the landscape of where you're at, adding a new map like that is always going to be a good thing. You can come in and as Janko said, maybe try out some new stuff and be a bit innovative with it, especially with Hunter as an in-game leader as well. Great experiences from back in the day with G2 when Monacy and Nico was on the lineup and they played Anubis at an incredible high level. So I think if you're G2, you're happy about it. And if you're Vitality, maybe it's a fresh breath of air. Maybe it's another, challenge for them to overcome. But I don't think it made them any stronger nor weaker by now.
I think also G2, when they picked against Spirit in Krakow, and didn't go their way, but they were good when they were able to establish map control, establish mid control, and sort of go for those splits towards bomb sites in slower rounds. They tried to change the pace a couple of times. It didn't necessarily work all too well for them. But what we see from G2 in general is they still there's a lot of their game that's set, the calls are set from freeze time, or there's maybe a couple of variations in the mid round that they could go and call for. There's not a ton of default where, players are getting put into positions, and then based off of that, you're making mid round calls, or those players are telling the rest of the team what to do based off where they are, right? And perhaps that's how it has to be, with Hunter still early in the IGL days, and maybe some of the players that they have are not super vocal. They need to be given instructions on what to do in the mid round, and that can be fine for now. For the long term, I think that will have to change, because it is a bit reminiscent of Ents and how they were as a team, and also one of the reasons why they couldn't really ever break through as the #1 team.
I mean, I think that Anubis, it always felt to me, the strength in it is if you have really good, solid bulldozer T-sides, you're just going to blow the CTs out the water and you're going to close out the map. And that was why Aurora were able to do so well on it for so long, because I think it was just, look, if you can aim and trade, you don't have to think too much about anything else, really. And it can be a simple map on a T side like that.
It can be a map where you on the T side at least gets to control the pace, and you sort of flush out the CT players as well, especially given it's so compact on some of the bomb sites with the utility. I always described it as when you're on the CT side, you're like a fish in a barrel. Like there's only so much movement you can do, and at the end of the day, if you are a fish in a small barrel, you will eventually end up being shot at, at some point. And I think that changed a bit with the new layout of the map.
That's his new hobby for everyone at home.
Fishing in a barrel, yeah.
Put cycling away for a while, and then we're doing barrel fishing with.
I
There's
hated
only
that.
so much time in the day.
Yeah,
Richard.
I used to hate that game when I was a kid anyway, but I do think that's changed a bit with the new layout. So again, for me, I don't want to make any rash conclusions on the map. You know, it's still new. We saw it being played out a bit in Krakow, but I think the next couple of months we're going to figure out where that is going to be at.
Final thought from you, Janko?
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what both of these teams have on Anubis. Again, Vitality played the entirety of Krakow, not too much time. I'm not sure how much work they were able to put in, but this will definitely be something that people will test them on moving forward.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. So we go to a break. A wild card pick from Vitality has let Anubis out there for the deciding map. Can G2 upset the favorites on the first day? We're going to find out soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Day one of PGL Cluj-Napoca. Oh, did I sound funny to you? Am I going up and down like a crazy person?
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Maybe
That's all right.
Maybe
you
I did
worry about
something.
that. Not. It's happening to me as
you're
well.
doing it too. Whoa.
We're on a roller coaster. I hope you at home are on the roller coaster with us as well, because this one has gone 3 maps.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
day 1 of the Swiss. Now, loser of this, they'll just drop down to the 0-1 bucket. It isn't going to cost you anything too crazy, but for Vitality, who are doing some legacy building right now, I'm sure they would love to keep the sheet relatively clean.
Yeah, what's exciting for me, though, is not only do we get to go to a 3rd map, we get to see more about Anubis. And there's not a whole lot of changes. You see what I did there?
Hey, significant. He definitely changed this dynamic. We saw G2 playing this in Krakow, and a key feature of their T-side was instant smokes for Deep Con. We can talk more about that, but this is our first look at Vitality on this very map. Mattis, he's going to play forward for info.
Yeah, he's already peaked 3, like ahead of the flashbang, and he just gets the head-to-head. Jewel, quick taps. 2 of the 3 outside of B, and it's just one man on a mission. Mezzi's got a Jewel, he's got to win, despite the output from Mattis. He's done so much work, but still that bomb could go down if they can find him. Apex breaks the fight, Mattis, a stunning sequence! He takes it all! A hot hand for Mattis. Beautiful from the lefty, but he's doing everything right.
Oh, mate, looking like a left-handed lunatic right there, ahead of the flames, taking the fight. Putting a real tough look on the face of Mezzi. Has been having a strugglesome series. That 3rd frag, isolated Jewel, and he able to win that one out. Beautiful way to kick off the account here on Anubis. We'll catch that again. So gets the timing. Oh, the second is beautiful, isn't it?
So cool with it.
Will be the force for Vitality, but now the bomb going down. This one is going to be pretty meek.
Oh, I love this from Hunter. We immediately get to see what this opens up. It's these early fights. Robs from Ruggs is going to be pre-aiming this angle. Yeah, it confirms that they have pushed out.
Well, contained for now. How much damage can they do? You don't have to be in a rush if you have Vitality. We've already seen teams with good flashes to deal out over the boat pocket. There's also a molly that we've seen teams flirting with. So in the early stages of new Anubis and its development, a lot of it is about T-side making sure that they're mollying and nading the hole, stall out the CT aggression. It's not something you can do on a force-buy situation like this. So E-Box smoke lands, Hunter staying to harass. There's so many angles that are tough to deal with as flash the window catches nothing on that first glance.
Okay, so they're starting to try and close that gap with Apex and E-Box. They'll push out B main for info. And held by Mezzi, but again, Mattis, this time only the 1. Does well onto Mezzi, but Flamesy, a very important trade. And you can see MOUZ is hanging on by a thread as well.
Apex is right behind him.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, just Hunter here. The rotation's on its way from A, and Apex just wins it out.
Oh, they might be playing a save. They might be walking into the save.
Yeah,
boys, get out there.
Boys.
The sight's all out. You heard some steps of Heavy God, but he hit the brakes hard.
Woof. You know Apex was looking at the minimap screaming.
Boys, get over here.
Where's that bomb going, gentlemen?
The fake was too good. We actually have the sight, and we hear nothing. So there you go.
Crazy. Second round goes their way. All right.
So Natus cooled immediately off of that.
You are going to free Rops up to do a little looking towards A, right? Or does he just chill to contain?
I think...
It's early doors. It was a second round.
Yeah, he could go and have a look. If he could set him up with a flash, right? Do it at least considered. And they're still hanging around on B. You look at the radar, they're worried of a late retake. They're worried that G2 are fishing on the B site, thinking that, okay, if you overstep the mark, we'll get the punish. We can potentially snatch your way in. So, and we know Rops, he's always going to take his time with these things.
Yeah, he is a risk-averse player.
You saw what the thought process was from Vitality there, right? The Kong smoke comes in, they get the double molly. So there's one that lands E-Box side, and then there's one that lands on the front side of the pillar. That's what flushed MOUZ into his demise right there.
Apex got a lovely double entry. The second, a whole lot more impressive. The util, really, the highlight of the first.
Yeah, and this is interesting, right? The desk obviously discussing the fact they've let this go through. Yanko even talking about the map pick, why they're not trying to punish on Overpass. I think that when you look at the format and you go, okay, well, it's forgiving because it's Swiss, but this is still Vitality. You don't want to give anybody confidence against you, first and foremost. Second of all, you know what happened last season when a couple of losses started to stack up. And you have a long season ahead of you. This is your third event. There's plenty more to come. You want to make sure that you're limiting how much you actually have to put in there, right? I'm sure Matt and Xtaz are thinking, boys, we have to play an extra best of 3. That's more prep. Give us a couple days off, a couple days to focus for those playoffs.
Apex daring anyone to
They
try
always
something.
add drops to things, don't they, Valve? Cobble,
They
drop.
do love a
Like,
drop.
they love a drop. They love a drop. Boys, what can we do? Make it so it's a decision they have to make. It's all in. Okay.
Like Vertigo back in the day.
Well, a slow round with this one. And Vitality, before this left the map pool, they're on a bit of a streak. I think they had 5 consecutive wins on Anubis with the old version. So they're not slouches on this. It was seen as a bit of a weakness for a point, but it's something that they put an awful lot of time into. And by not playing it early, you get to watch all the other teams with all of their concepts and ideas, and you can go, we like that, we'll take that, and we'll build that into our philosophy of how to approach this.
Whoa, that's a scary feeling for any Bianca. Just MOUZ on an island with an entire squad coming his way. Oh, a messy connection. Doesn't quite find lethality onto Apex, and so the site has fallen under Vitality's control. Have another go next round.
Yeah, I wonder now if you want to have a little bit more of a look, maybe with that FAMAS and that MP9, just see if you can snatch something away. Or you know it's going to be more of the same into the next, and you can just go for the same type of play. So Vitality 2-1 up, and not looking to hunt right now, looking to retain. This is a Vitality where Zywo, guys, kid's got 29 MVPs. You've got the 10 trophies in 18 events.
That's 29 MVPs and 10 trophies more than everyone in Twitch chat.
We love them though, don't we?
Yes, absolutely.
Having a look at some other, you know, I guess they're stat lines, but they're more like accolades. So it's 17 consecutive top 4 finishes.
Whoa.
But they're 2 off of the great Astralis, who had 19. But then Astralis also had 11 consecutive and then 10 consecutive in different streaks.
Okay.
So Vitality are the second of all time, but Astralis are 1, 3, and 4. And then I think it's MOUZ. Actually, MOUZ could be in there somewhere a bit more. But anyway.
Second of all time just doesn't.
No, it doesn't sound as good, does it?
To it,
no.
Does it?
But these early stages of 2026 is like compound learnings, right? When these events, especially with how stacked Cluj is. Spirit aren't here. That's a mistake. I think they've said as much. They know that they should have been in attendance here, but either way, everyone else will feast on their mission.
It's a really nice HE that he's got the lineup for their Apex. It's such a common position to be kind of jiggling from with a smoke in your hand, and so he can punish someone doing that. Forces him back with the flames afterwards.
How long can you stay on that boost? Yeah, dismantling now. It felt like they were already maybe at that pressure point.
It's kind of reminiscent, the same idea where they want to apply pressure from main, take that E-box space, and the bomb goes a main. Heavy God is in a real committed position. That's a hell of a shot. Mezzi, and Heavy God returns the favor. Bomb.
Yeah.
Flames, he's committed. Holds on to it.
Yeah, they can back off. Defensive smoke, and he can be away. And Heavy God track him through the smoke.
Oh, Hunter was heard, no? Didn't hear him. Does adjust quickly, though. And Zyro hanging around to punish Heavy God.
Okay, so we haven't seen anything just yet from Vitality. Well, I understand, right? They win the Force, and then they deal with the Force buys back. But anything where they're playing around the new changes, right? As far as middle, that's where the early concern is going to be. So otherwise, it's been standard. They've considered the potential for it, but let's see, do they try and play around it? And this is something that with G2, they had a long game against Liquid.
Crazy, he's pre-aiming the boost. Respect to Mezzi for that one.
This is looking very direct. Everybody heading over towards the A side of the map right now.
They think they've done enough to condition them to stay light on A. That's a well-placed incendiary. It's actually going to force out an extinguish.
Just a key right now. Natus has already pushed all the way out B main.
Yeah.
They know it's not B main.
Okay, this is actually huge. Very early info. You've heard an extinguish outside of A. Heavy God's reaction is a jiggle smoke.
Hey, he might even get flames at the feet, so that block coming out early. Are they really just going to posture in water and execute A behind this? Sampais is close by. Hunter playing from camera.
I think what happened is that because of the extinguish, they couldn't line up their nades. Sampais there to support. Now they go straight into the spray from Sampais, traded out by Flamesy. It's Heavy God. Strong on his site, getting run at. It's just one from Robs. Hunter's very low, but the HE's not going to find him. The new bigger box. Oh, he's still alive. He's going to use that smoke to his own success. He's going to try and slink through in the blind spot. Robs is not looking, not ready. They're side by side. Taking their time, waiting for that smoke to fade. Robs and Mattis going to have a head-to-head. Ooh, and it's a Mattis onto Apex. Rob's getting cheeky with it. He's in the blind spot. Yeah. Oh, Hunter adjusts.
The mystery of that smoke right there.
Got exciting for a minute for the Rob's multi.
Yeah, Sampaio's putting his life on the line to draw the fire there, and then Heavy God gets to activate as the anchor with the multi-kill.
Yeah, we love a selfless teammate. Makes it a whole lot more viable for the multi for Heavy God by taking the early engagement.
So that's a solid rifle round to pick up. Yeah, this is too easy, right? They're behind the flames. Just knocked over an important one there from Mattis to alleviate the pressure, and then Robs doesn't even see Hunter. He's able to buy in again. AWP for Zywoo, AKs for the rest, and look how quick this is.
This is an AWP.
Look how quick this is!
Oh my God, Zywoo!
He's got somewhere to be!
Yeah, he's in a rush. Holy, Heavy God's probably never died that quick to an
Just
AWP.
beelined into A main with the AWP.
On Anubis, I can't.
Just launching it.
Wow, that's cool. Really love that.
Well, it feels like both these rifle rounds in a row, it's clear that they want to keep Heavy God in the mud, who's been having a tough series. Searching now. No reaggress. It's on the site as Zywoo lobs it out. Blocked by a smoke. Down above T stairs, and this is a gamble. So hoping picked correctly. The decoy thrown out deep mid. MOUZ is going to have to go huge. Smoke drops at 40 seconds. That's a bit of a buffer, but they can blow this open. So HG on Apex.
Yeah, and he's going to try and use that smoke, and it's going to force him to be exposed. MOUZ trying to play ahead, block the util, make it weird. Could have an angle now. He's manufactured one around the jail side. Is the flashbang ready? Poised, and just the one.
Round. Even with the rally of G2 coming in, nobody moved a muscle on the A site. G2 just staying planted with their gamble stack.
MOUZ is definitely feeling a bit sold at the moment, isn't he?
Okay, guys, if I kill them all, we can win the round. If not, I guess you guys hold on to your guns. But loss bonus 1,900 going into the next.
Poor sod.
Heavy God will be able to buy. Curious to see what they do about the MOUZ scenario. Maybe Heavy God has to operate with something less. MOUZ gets the rifle. They want to take the save with the 3 guns and then go for a team buy into the following. All those questions and many more coming into the next.
Terrorists win.
To think how that round started with Zywoo just running into main with the AWP. And then they walk into a site with just one man defending. The power of that opening kill and the power of the CTs having a gamble.
Yeah, that's a baller move from Zywoo.
Timeout taken. Saw on the mic. So MOUZ is in with a FAMAS. Heavy got the same. It's going to at least give them more utility. Okay, Heavy got sold back into an MP9. So different orders being issued. Just going through the spawns. Heavy God doesn't have one of the best spawns to be using the timing to try and push out the hole.
Timeout has elapsed back in round 7 of our 3rd map, deciding how and who will be going into that 1 win, 0 losses column here in Swiss.
Yeah, today's biggest upset, well, I don't even know if it's the biggest upset. I think FUT, if people are paying attention, they know they're good, but they took down Aurora. FaZe picked up a win. It's nice to see after their miserable performance. Oh,
Very difficult to get a sightline around the molly smoke, and he has dropped in. Love this from Hunter. Throws some aggression, supportive flashes from A, and caught mantling. A rare misplay from Robs.
They're in.
Hunter punishes, and they have taken the B side just like that.
They're in.
Yep, no on Temple. Sampaio was playing a passive game. MOUZ, both of them, congregated in towards the E-box fight.
How long does it take Vitality to start setting up this post plan? That becomes the biggest question right now. You're going to have a lot of players coming in through E-box, but B-main's also going to be a problem.
I don't know, they can keep it smoked. You're right, B-main is the main conversation, but look,
Apex is here.
Apex has got such a perfect position. They're not even considering this. 2 easy frags. There's the first. Heavy God likely to swing. And Apex does control the spray for the headshot. Now sticking around. Only for a moment before ZywOo gets to him.
That's tough. It's just grouped up Counter-Strike. There's really no nuance to that. It's like, okay, you guys want to take water, which means you're going to have somebody coming out the hole. There'll be a supportive element, and you're going to have players playing through E-Box, right? Hunter isn't just going to do this on his own, so we'll just walk in through B main. Right, that's the biggest gap that's available in that situation. And now you're stuck in some really tough choke points.
Yeah, just a sinking feeling from Sampayas as you see 3 players swinging out B main. You know the site is lost at that point. Absolutely cutthroat from Vitality.
And it even starts with his opener, right? Robs is able to convey that with his death. And then Apex, just a real nuisance with it.
Stylish from ZywOo.
This is looking... I understand the map still, at least in my opinion, has a T-side bias. And I think before we were talking like 8-4-9-3. Hunter's playing Aggie again.
Ooh, missed shot from the sniper. Could be caught out by this forward position. He's so quick. The lovely flash. 2 of them there. Flamesy trades. Keeps us in a 4-on-4. He knows Sampayas was there.
Drop the smoke to block. Apex goes down for free. This one gets tricky.
And she takes the fight instead of trying the nade ahead of it now. Oh, yep. Goes down, gets tricky. Is he going to try and amplify some pressure here? Definitely happy to see Natus, if you're MOUZ, a little bit of a helping hand in defending of this B side this time.
Might be able to find the gun in the smoke here, MOUZ.
He's looking for it, and he has found it. A-Bane push is massive from Sampayas. He's already sneaking out. Robs is going to be caught off guard by this, potentially.
He's got a buffer while that smoke's up, but when it fades,
yeah,
surely he's made it into this now.
You'd think so. I mean, Robs is always diligent. Not going to clear it. Not going to clear it. Sampayas, take the shot, man. Take it, take it, take it. It's right there for the taking. Dink from number 2. Flamesy brought low, but he is still alive, hoping for an overextension.
30 seconds. Need to pick a site right now.
It looks like it's going to be B with the position of Mezzy. And they're going to lose the bomb here. Flamesy caught looking the wrong way. Perfect. Double swing. Communication flowing for G2.
Yeah, Mezzy needs to start moving if he wants to win this.
Yeah, the bomb's all the way deep into the water. Bobbing around.
Yeah, no way. Natus also has a molly, right? Even if MOUZ goes down, you just drop that. That'll be round done.
Have bombs always floated? That's blowing my mind
in
right
CS2,
now.
yeah. Because you think about you drop in Ancient, right? In T-spawn, it'll float into different positions.
Whoa. I only just noticed that. Bombs float.
Yeah, well, yeah. How many times are you dropping the bomb in water other than Ancient T-spawn? And then at that, you're probably not dropping it on the floor. You drop it on a teammate.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, well, that's a really nice round to win. You can't argue with that one. And that mid-aggression from Hunter, you think, okay, well, they can't get that rifle back. This is going to be tough. But then Apex goes looking on his own. He goes down. It's a good trade. You can see how blind Flamesy is just adjusting into that. But this one, right? Apex on his lonesome. There's no trade potential. They can't really capitalize off the top of that. So not one of the deaths you're hoping to give away as an in-game leader.
Again, this smoke they're throwing to find this vision. Hunter has managed to seize it this time with a little bit more to work with. And once again, straight out the window. Apex, the flash comes over from Heavy God. They've got a really nice little playbook here for the CT aggressions. Is Rob going to be found again? He is.
It's not an easy fight for an AK down like that.
Yeah, punishes him. Rob's having a tough time on this T side, contained by these G2 aggressions.
And how about the second timing, right? Hunter posts up, waits for his comm players. The flashes come. They try and catch you in the open. It works again.
I wouldn't be surprised if, as this year progresses, we hear teams calling for a G2 on CT side. That's probably going to be copy and pasted by a few squads. Oh my God, there's everyone here. It's a party. It's a big party. And oh dear, G2 weren't invited. Natus and Heavy God were. Double response. And now a smoke push. Natus, are you crazy? Oh, Mezzy's going to be mad.
It's going from bad to worse for Mr. Merriman.
Yeah,
ZywOo in the clutch.
Brutal. All right, we love a ZywOo clutch. Been a while. Fake and quick one onto Heavy God. Goes for a second fake, trying to catch MOUZ on the walk up. Here's the scope and clears him out, but MOUZ stands his ground.
Yeah, read the situation, didn't he, ZywOo? Just quicker to it was MOUZ. All right, 1 round game now. Timeout taken. We've got 3.8 on Apex and 3.4 on ROP. So that's the low end right now. Everybody else can get what they desire for this buy. But think about the rounds that they won where it's a bit more direct, right? We saw the AXQ where they were slightly stalled out. You get yourself into... Well, they actually ended up losing that round, didn't they, with the heavy got double. But then you get the ROP's death to Hunter where they pathed straight in through B main. This time round, not in a position to be able to respond as quickly and as a unit. So this is getting tough. Just 3 rounds left in this half. Lost bonus, bottom of the barrel for G2. 2,400 into the next for Vitality. So not be enough to buy if they do end up losing a 3rd consecutive. It's assuming no saves.
Straight through the smoke. That's the angle. Oh, Apex ready for some bias. Couldn't quite get vision in time. MOUZ is fancying his chances, but he would be swinging into ZywOo, so smoke deployed. It's going to buy some time. Apex doesn't want to be caught out by this angle. Oh, he's nailed it. Takes down Hunter for number 2.
Looking comfy, 11 and 5 Apex. Sure, I was critical of the Deagle death earlier, but he had the Tech 9 double. Wants to get the account flowing. Now another one to stunt G2's progressions on this CT side.
He's feeling himself today, and here's a wide open A-bomb site as it currently stands.
ZywOo's currently trained as well on this position. So if MOUZ does want to give it a look for info.
Oh, ZywOo not going to pull away too early. Anticipated the potential for that. And is Mezzi going to consider another body in E-box? Oh, quick adjustment.
Well, you know it's the A defender last alive. You don't know that he's not on A.
And look at this from ZywOo. Oh, that is a well put together round.
All right.
Double from Apex and ZywOo. Pep talk from Apex.
2 more rounds available, and
I mean, a 6-6 sounds amazing. Not looking particularly realistic given the finances, but
no, and that was the thing, right? But these rounds that they've been slogging for, it definitely helped out with that lighter buy, but still, it's been tough on this CT side. They haven't been clean rounds keeping everybody alive. So they are playing for 5, essentially.
Yeah.
They take just a partial right now. They'll full buy into round number 12 coming up next. Aim, push.
Yeah, okay. Robs has been having a real tough time. Can't seem to catch a break. Now he gets to stretch his legs. Now he gets to run into a 5-7. The flashes are good, and the frags are too. Hunter gets them both down.
Apex thinking he has to do it all.
Yeah, he really does.
Picking up the bomb, looking to reroute quite quickly. Grouped up, staying in the pack. They haven't been able to get these hands on these guns, so power in numbers as Hunter transitioning across to join this B defense of Natus, who just has a USP, and he's actually backing off as well.
Wow, so just calling the gamble.
I think at least this way they can push through and get the guns.
Sure.
So if they are A, okay, we've got the numbers, maybe we can trade out. If they're not, we can get these weapons and we can give this retake a go, or do we want to hold on to them?
An AWP and an AK-47 going to be a pretty nice surprise. 3, wait, what am I saying? 2, yeah, two deaths. There they are. Yoink. And he's found it.
Okay, you know, guns don't float, bombs do. It's a bit of a difference. Apex, can you rip this away? They are close. So close.
Oh, actual opportunity here. Didn't go round the corner.
Back turned as well.
Oh, a warning shot. What a gift. Hello. And goodbye. Sampires hits down Mezzi. There goes the AWP. One more to go. One more where that came from. Hunter going to punish Apex. Just staring at corpses. Well, they've made an awful lot of good work here. They almost take all 5. Denied any saves. The partial investment, though, of course, 4 kills, that's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I think you're looking for the AWP there, right? Because Flamesy also, with the litter of corpses, was having a tough time grabbing that, but does get it, does give it to ZywOo, and Sampires has one as well. So final round first half, map number 3. It's had some moments. G2 have worked hard, right? You think if they get the pistol, they get the conversions there, and then they get a couple of spotty rounds on top. That's not bad. This is going to be maybe par for the course. We're still seeing how Anubis is trending at the top end of Counter-Strike. Second tactical timeout called by Saw.
Well recovered though regarding the, in spite of the loss of Robson Zaiwu, they quickly pivot into a completely wide open bomb site.
Yeah, the gamble again, just for G2. Wrong place, wrong time. And then they end up losing everything at the end of it. So it feels like the high was just the kickoff.
I mean, it does feel like almost all of the rounds on this T side from Vitality have come into, walking into a rather unguarded bomb site. A couple, just MOUZ sitting there, etc.
Yeah, rounds where they're out of position, fighting for water control, and you're able to find that gap. But Apex having a great map. 14 kills, and important ones at that.
Oh yeah, he's keeping Vitality's lead almost single-handedly. Okay, Robs accepts his fate and takes a heavy brunt of damage from the HE grenade.
Yeah, he's been quiet, hasn't he? 1 and 7, pushed a lot, especially up towards Rugs, and this is a slower roll.
I'd actually be really interested to see Robs' time flashed. And how long has the screen been white throughout this first half? So Apex applies the pressure rebox. That's going to keep Sumpires posted.
Yeah, the fact that there's no smoke, right? You're hoping you draw out a couple of these smokes from the B defenders, but MOUZ and Matters hold on because Sumpires' AWP is there. So is that info in itself?
And is mid the path of least resistance? We are going to see some B main action. Mezzy readies himself. He's actually going to have some support as well. The bomb on Apex, and Mezzy's ready. Ooh, perfect for Natus. Nice output from Apex. It's that burst. Keeps things level. Okay, you've only got 35 seconds and a smoke has just been thrown to block.
Yeah, those footsteps running away from B, maybe they identified that as Apex. He's coming back now.
Robs would love to get a second kill here. Heavy God spots him out.
He's going to get clamped in. He's going to get clamped in.
Yeah, he's going to be in trouble. Boxed in. Oh, they're hearing that. That's so much intel from Matters.
They're all coming to search for Robs.
They want Robs. They really want him. It's pulled them out of A main. That's a lot of info. It labels them to just run into the site. So the bomb will get planted. Good flash. Good frag. Hunter catches one from the heavens. Oh, Zaiwu brought down. A double from Hunter, and he's so disconnected.
He's going to run. It's back inside plant. They can just sit it.
Yeah, not planted for you, they say. Just accept your fate. There's nothing you can do here. Rob's getting his second frag, but it means absolutely nothing. Solid output from Hunter. Crazy couple of rounds.
Yeah, you think in that moment, with everybody chasing Robs to make sure that lurk can't come into play, round's going to be done. But they're having a laugh about that. He's so disconnected. We flushed him all the way back. We win the round by virtue of him just running away. So that is a nice one to snatch away. They get the first and the last rounds of that first half, and it kicked off with a Matters ace on the pistol. We only got 5 other kills since then. And the team couldn't even make good on the impact of his pistol ace. So that does feel a bit rough, but with the scoreline where it's at, this is still obtainable right now for G2. Can they kick off their Cluj campaign with an upset against the number ones? G2 had a tough time once they made it into the arena in Krakow, blown out pretty uninspiring fashion. For them, it's going to be just getting to the playoffs again, getting their feet wet. Vitality, the question is, how hard will this journey be? We're bringing it up before, the likes of Na'Vi, FUT, MOUZ, FaZe, Falcons, they've all won their opening gambits. Vitality joined that. MongolZ versus Pain live, one of those will be in the mix, and then FURIA versus Bait. GHFHF from Flamesy, so not GLHF. Maybe it's good half friends, have fun.
I think you might be right.
It's a new one.
Everyone's saying it.
It'll catch on.
He's a trendsetter.
It's really going to catch on.
Everyone's going to start getting hair clips and saying GHHF.
It's looking destined to be an A play there, but dropping out of Rugs, taking the fight towards E-Box. And they're heading back. 3-man setup.
What's the plan here? So Robs plays like he's alone.
That's an extinguish that's ready, but there's no molly. Could quickly become a block smoke. So Robs, I feel like he has to commit once contact's taken, and then Apex hopefully profits.
Yeah, hopes he gets a couple of backs turned.
It's under smoke.
Robs gets down, Apex swings. He's got nothing. The setup broken through.
Sketchy.
G2 running into the stats side. He only had a bullet left. Nails one. Still not enough. Insufficient. Mezzy in the clutch. Could get caught with his back turned if he's not careful. It's caught a little bit of a blind spot. Now they know.
Double swing.
Double swing. Sunpius ready for this one. Mattis to provide some support. Fires off a shot, baits the swing. They're taking their time. Gave him a couple of chances, but a relieved Heavy God after that pistol.
That's both pistols.
Yeah.
Surely this is the recipe right now to take down Vitality to kick off the campaign.
Big smile on the coach.
They're going to be a force. I don't know what Vitality are going to do here.
They did it once.
Yeah, but the CT side of this map, it's going to be tough. And this is where we get to see, do Vitality have any gimmicks that they're cooking?
You can see the logic in the CT setup, but G2 just shooting really hard.
There's always a surprise with the Vitality pistol, right? You go back to Mirage, we kicked off. Apex was tucked in towards A, doing a similar thing there, CT side pistol.
Well, this is a very important second round of investment from Vitality if they want to stay within reach. Will G2 get a bit of room to breathe on this T-side start?
Playing behind the fade, risky from Apex, but nothing given. Looking on the map, control baskets with the support of Sunpius. Apex has another smoke. We're sub 1 minute now.
Is he going to immediately deploy or is he going to try and draw it out?
Well, they still have one on A and B. And this is pretty good with 50 seconds left. So time is going to become a bit of an issue. G2 can avoid going through grey screens. But it's going to come down to the final 20 seconds.
Oh, Matt is starting to apply some pressure. Hunter as well. Oh, beautiful. A little laser beam to the face of Apex.
Bomb going A.
Bomb is going A. And it's wide open. Flamesy jumps out the window, nearly had a second there. MOUZ has just gotten away with
Robs will be here in time. This is going to be tough.
Deagle, though, it's just not the weapon. It's not the weapon. Doesn't even get to pull the trigger.
The MP7 at range.
Yeah, it cuts him down quick.
Dink and dead.
I mean, couple of ways they could have kicked up a stink.
They've done this a few times, G2. They really don't want Vitality to feel comfortable in their stacks of their positions, right? They've done, you go back again, Mirage, a few fakes that they threw into the mix there, and they're doing it again right now. So keeping Vitality guessing. Zywo will take down Matter, so that's a Galil brought into the next. That's if it's allowed. You can see starting to spring to action already was Heavy got on the MP7 and darting over towards CT Spawn as the other two of them.
I mean, it's such a gift as well when you've got someone like Mattis who can just be lurking B and get you one.
It is such a fragile approach, though, because if the fake gets nothing, and then Vitality is still in that 2-1-2, and they're not moving, it's like, yeah, we killed him. You're ready, at least with a couple of numbers. Sure, you don't have the weapons required, but again, a little fakey move there from G2. Keeping Vitality's comms flowing, keeping them guessing. Is that going to be the way in?
It's certainly going to be one hell of a feather to Hunter's cap if he can convert here. Being the guy that can call his team to beating the world #1. Done it once in London.
Yeah, best of 5 final. First team to do it last year.
Well, now it's a new year. Could it be the same story?
This one might be more direct now, less fakey. Still some threats to deal with. Upgraded pistols across the board. And that Galil in the mix of Zywo, can he find himself in the right place?
It certainly does seem a bit more cut and dry, doesn't it?
Yeah, B execute.
Okay. Need the smoke, as he's going to be flashed off. Apex, spammed and rather forced forward by the flame. Sunpius perfect on the pre-fire. Zywo does stay active, stays nimble around the site. Might swing off his flashbang. Flames still chipping in. Real opportunity. Heavy damage inflicted. MOUZ on the retreat, on the back foot. Zywo wants to get ahead of the play.
Look where this position right now, there is no way back.
Oh, you're right. You
there
can't
is
even go mid.
No way back. After they lost the initial exchange right there, they hung around for way too long. They get the Apex kill. Hunter goes down coming connector.
Yeah.
At that point, they didn't call it off. So now they're essentially stuck with this B finish.
It doesn't feel good, does it, for G2? Just a couple of pistol upgrades and a save Galil.
Well, Zywo's joined Robs to deal with the escape route, but he's out of position now.
Okay, Mezzi's got to try and get one here. With MOUZ on low HP, it would be crazy if he doesn't kill him. Mezzi needs this. Oh, MOUZ still does well. Come on, boys! Do it just in time. Flamesy will finish off the job. You can see how excited Apex is to see that one converted.
Fucking good, Natus.
Wow. I mean, that is a bit of a dialogue shifter.
I think that also shows you that this isn't just a game where they're coming in thinking, it's fine, it's Swiss, 3 in your throw. If we lose one, there's plenty more opportunities. You want to keep it clean, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to give anybody confidence against you for the season. You don't want to show any forms of weakness.
Oh, no, you want 3 days play and take a day off.
Yeah, too late to call the cancel in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, catching Rob's position did seal the deal. Mid-test.
He's ready for the boost.
He is pre-aiming it.
Fall off the bench. Look at the B push.
Is already all the way. He's going to have all of the squad on his screen. Well, that's a lot of answers. They want to fight him through this. Perfect flash. Apex somehow alive for a second longer. Important flash from Natus. Enables some pious. And now look at this gap. I know I was going to be there tending to the possibility. Just as he looks away. We're happy to have that AK in his hands. Enables him to do his best work here on the CT side.
Exchange of smokes there in middle. So right now, it's going to be this M4, the AK, and the Deagle for the finish into a B split. So on the site. Mizzy alongside and Flames rotating over. They're ahead of this.
They've got all the right bodies in all the right places.
Well, this one bottoms out the bank balance against G2.
An attempt at doing something from Sampias, and Natus just brought down comfortably.
All right, well, not only have you got Apex firing, some great impact in that first half, you're getting Zywoo and Flamesy joining now.
I think that's why you saw Apex kind of G'ing up the boys, especially those names. He name drops, says thank you for joining me at the top of the tables. Can't do it on his own, despite doing so in that first half. I mean, what an audacious push. He's got there so quickly. He must have immediately just started investigating B main.
It's one of these things, right, where people assume the audacity on the B main push, right? Teams nade it, they molly it. Seems very unlikely that someone's just going to waltz on through, but we saw Mattis do it in the first half, and Flash and B-pop right here with the ease. Apex here to mop it up alongside of Mezzy.
Who's going to get that third? It's Apex.
All right.
Makes sense. Getting close to that 20 frag haul.
We'll see now with the AK in hand if MOUZ is able to keep up that form we saw from maps 1 and 2. Here's the round timeline to show you how it's all gone down.
Oh, the bookies have really lost faith in G2 here.
Yeah, you think with both pistols, and you've lost 2 low-buy rounds with those pistols. One, sure, you lose against the 4 second round first half, but this one, you let him take an AK, a Galil into the next on Zywoo.
You don't think it's going to have that much of a ramification. But, our first look at Vitality's Anubis since the changes.
This is something else that's quite key. There are only a handful of events remaining before we get the cutoff April 6th, and that's going to be determining who's going to be playing the major and where, right? You want to be in stage 3 if you're some of these bigger names, but you might have to settle for stage 2 or stage 1. Now, I think we know Vitality are going to be locked and loaded, but after this, you've got EPL and then you got Rotterdam. Now, Vitality, they will not be at EPL. And I don't think G2 made the cutoff for Rotterdam either. So some important results. And this would have been a big scalp to take if you were G2 as far as VRS is concerned. Right now you have a rifle round without all the bells and whistles and a big nade on the head. Sampias brought right down.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Double HE though, so numbers on A counted.
It's just Mezzy on B, 1 mid, 3A. Mezzy trying to look as big as possible.
They're going through this? No, just playing the fade. Flamesy and Robs fancy their chances in his head-to-head. God's on the angle. Oh, just looks away. Just fallback straight to finish the job. The nades from Robs had started. But a flash looks good. Robs, ooh, he turns it! Beautiful. Quick to it. Now caught. Yep, run down by Hunter. An important clawback trade. Did he spot him? Did he catch a whiff of Apex? He's misthrowing the flashbang. Apex ready to stand and deliver. Zywoo heard by MOUZ. Ooh, still has the better reactions there.
All right, they're quickly back through Canal. Oh, they were thinking about it over to B, but it's a fake.
The MOUZ death has really made that pivot feel impossible.
Well, Apex doesn't have to play for info. He can just play for plant denial. So he could just, tuck Heaven right now, allow them into the site, and then he can deny one or maybe even the planter. Time is on his side. 10 seconds, boys.
How's Hunter going to smoke the bomb, maybe? No, there. Important from Natus. What a frag. With a second to spare, the bomb goes down in the 2-on-2. They're ready to fight. Double push. Looking tough. Too much to handle. Hunter closes. Massive impact. G2 finally get themselves a T round.
Yeah, hard clear there from Natus. That was integral. Without that, Apex is going to feast.
Yeah, bar the pistol, I should say.
So, okay, Natus. Very important work from him, and that's going to keep the conversation open for G2. Well, MOUZ will be down to a Mac 10. Galil in for the likes of Heavy God and Natus. There's going to be AKs for Hunter and Sampayas to wield. On the other side, Zawu brings out the AWP. Stack was in the right place. They were so jarring, annoying with the util. Found a good timing. Not enough.
Undeterred by the previous nade damage, Sampayas goes straight back to containing a main.
And they don't want anything to do with the hole. They're not, peeking. They're not trying to take the fight. They're not pushing anybody out. They're just playing it as if it's the old Anubis, essentially.
Mid util to enable this Hunter and MOUZ duo working mid.
That's a camera smoke inside his temple.
Yeah, the AWP trained on middle. This exact fight catches one, removes MOUZ in immediate reposition. Could be going for a repeat. Flash implies he is, but he's going to hold out for the camera cross.
Smoked off now, needs to rotate the long way around to join this A defense, but it all could be a ruse. So 3 on the A site again. Apex blocking E-box and Mezzy floating to deal with Temple just in case. There are gaps, but it is the correct assumption once more. 40 seconds.
Not going to be easy. Zawu peeking in. Perfect moment, but hasn't hit the shot onto Hunter. He is stubborn for this one. He's actually going to try and bring that fire. They hear the impact, but he's still walking through it. What? So audacious. They just double swing. Flamesy spotted out. Nice find from Heavy God. Yeah, that's messy. Maybe Robs could do something better. Too easy for Heavy God.
1 by 1 right now.
Makes it a 2-on-2. Floating smoothly. Maybe Mezzy catches Sampayas on the jump up. Messy from Mezzy, unable to provide the headshot required. Does so on the second time. Heavy got in this corner, hoping to be overlooked. Oh, they're even going to flash for him. The double swing, how's the spacing? It's good enough. Apex delivers round 11.
Still cumbersome though, wasn't it, right there? Those kills coming at one at a time. Flamesy goes down, and Rop swings out. He's disconnected from his teammates, not waiting for that rotation to come through.
I love the stubborn mid fight.
Oh, yeah, well, he knows Mezzy's coming through. So he's not leaving his boy hanging.
Yeah. I mean, but with the AWP, it's such an easy excuse.
Yeah. No, sorry, mate.
I've got an AWP.
No chance.
So I was still a team player.
Well, that plant actually helps them out. It was only 1,900 coming into this next one. Plus what they had left, plus the 600. So, look, it's not pretty, but it's better than it could have been. Just 2 rounds down for Vitality. It was 19 into this one. It's only 2,400 into the next. So it'll be even less than what you're seeing right now for G2 if they cannot battle back into this one. Pathing through the smoky middle, taking a massive risk. Let's be on the other side.
Look at this space. Okay, Flamesy, what's your reaction to that smoke? It's flash and go. He gets the fight. Now trade. MOUZ doesn't get it. Flamesy dips away. They steal the opening kill once more.
But B-main. Mezzy has a lot to worry about. Perfectly timed block.
Just as they were setting up to go.
Does Sampayas break this?
I think so, yeah. Looks like Natus is going to flash and go as well. Running in. Mezzy's got his attention drawn elsewhere. Natus spotted on the pillar. Apex in support as well. Multiple bodies need a big one. Mezzy there. Solid hold. Gets his 2. And Apex putting the cherry on top. Just Sampayas. He's gone too. Lovely stuff from the Vitality defense. Nimble. roaming, constantly taking these fights on their own terms.
But you can see exactly what they've discussed in the theory there, because as soon as mid presence is given over and Flames is like, yeah, they're coming, the flash comes from A immediately,
Instantly.
right? It's just immediate. There's not even a second. Right? If you think you're G2 and you get, okay, the smoke just dropped, it's going to take them a moment to piece this together, let's be ahead on the timing. No, you're out the doors, in the open, that's exactly what they want. So Vitality looking to bounce back from the Inferno loss, showing they can play new Anubis without any new flavor.
Without acting like it's new Anubis.
Wow, Flames is finally taking a look.
Here we go. The mid-walk, this absence of the window enables plays like this.
Hello.
MOUZ on the back.
You're not ready for this.
Flash comes in, and an instant headshot. That precision from Flamesy.
And that was the bomb.
Yeah, back-to-back openers. Mezzy at the back of the site, making it look all too casual.
Oh, not even DC'd.
Oh, no.
Well,
I can tell you damage was done and the round was won,
yes.
but definitely not going to be a good feeling.
No, I don't think we can put this genie back in the bottle.
I can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Also Pius with the Tech 9 in the 1v5 to keep them alive. I think we will call this one done like a dog's dinner.
Very convincing in that second half of play. Vitality keeping it up, keeping the pursuit of a clean 3-0 run through the Swiss.
Yeah, we can do a bit of a recap of the series so far. It was 13-11 on Mirage. What could have been for G2? Probably going to go back to the hotel tonight feeling that that one slipped through the fingers. Inferno was the turf of Vitality. Wasn't it the harshest punish the Des thought it could have been of Overpass, and they end up losing 13-8. But here on Anubis, they've styled on him.
Yeah,
over to Richard and the boys.
Yes, once again, Chad, you have scooped the thoughts out of my gooey brain. This is one that G2 are going to be kicking themselves about. On every map, they were in this. Could have had a 2-0. No biggie. We win their map pick. We beat Vitality on Inferno. We go to Anubis. Had their chances on this as well. It's what a nightmare series in that regard.
I think you definitely see the two faces of G2, right? Like when they play a mostly clean game like they did on Inferno, it can look pretty good, but when it's messy, when they make some basic mistakes, when they fumble some of these anti-eco rounds or rounds against low buys, I mean, then it can get pretty grim pretty fast.
Yeah, that's the notion as well, and I think you're right. You know, it's kind of like a missed opportunity. I think Anubis, yes, as per the scoreboard and you know, the beginning of second half as well, you'd argue that it was a game, but you could see a Vitality take control of the game. You could see them walk away with a rather comfortable win here in the third deciding map. If anything, I think G2 is sad about what happened on Mirage. You know, there was a couple of moments in that game where they probably should have clinched it out. They should have won that map. They should have gone for the 2-0, and I think that's something Vitality realizes as well, that we got away with a bit of a murder on that one, and then they got exactly what they wanted on Anubis. You know, they played a good map of Counter-Strike.
What's going on? Where are the handshakes? Where are the high five? Are they like on different sides of the building?
I think they're waiting for it. And I mean, they're as confused as we are. So where's all the love coming? But I mean, look, on this point, while we've got them on camera, I mean, this is the mark of a champion, you know, with Vitality. They've turned up today, not played particularly well. I would argue not vetoed in an optimal fashion.
Is the game not over?
Yeah, yeah. I was like, are they replaying around? Like everyone's still sort of half locked in. No, but I think. I might even message Apex about it just to ask him, like, did you try like to practice maps? I wouldn't say it's not optimal. Like they obviously did it for a reason, the way they did, and also, I mean, you need to be honest that Vitality, off of the back of 2 tournaments and a tournament win, you know, they're not going to be at 100% focus for the opening game of the Swiss stage, even though it's against G2, right? So for them to get the win is definitely a great sign, right? Also, one more time. Getting it done on Anubis.
Yeah, and look, I think as well, my problem I just have with G2 is I've seen them do this a lot now, where they're in series and people pop off. Like MOUZ, he should be on the winning team today, realistically. You know what I mean? He should be saying, right, we got it done. Shaking hands, perhaps, who knows? But that's not happening. And I've seen this happen time and time again with G2. They get close and then one or two mistakes in key rounds and it's just all over.
It may sound harsh, you know, but when I look at the lineup and when I look at the material they have to work with, you know, I kind of feel like they're in the spot where I would expect them to be at. You know, I don't think G2 is a team that I have, you know, in my top 5, you know, considerations in terms of what they got to work with. Yeah, there's some talented players in there, but you have Hunter being a relatively new in-game leader. You have a guy like MOUZ who has been struggling as of late. You know, great game today as well. Mattis, how good is he? He really, you know, is he the real deal? Or is he good enough to be part of a stable top 5 team? I still have a lot of question marks in regards to G2. So
I've got an update for you.
Yeah. Okay.
They're actually looking at something. They think there might have been a game crash in that last round. So
yeah,
they're
right,
talking to the admins.
Yeah, they're trying to
That's
figure
why
it out.
no one canned yet. So for everyone at home,
because everyone's all smiles, you know, like
Yeah.
there's no reason they wouldn't shake hands. There
Yeah,
wasn't
of course.
anything fishy happening in the game. But yeah, okay, we'll wait and see. I wouldn't be.
Just surrender G2,
Apex
you
is
know?
screaming something over there like, oh, there's no hope. Let's replay it. We'll beat you again. He's just such a character.
Yeah, exactly. He's not sweating.
But yeah, I think for G2, it's important that we have the facts.
What's he saying?
If we replay the round, you do the same people. I don't give a fuck.
He's box office, isn't he? You gotta love him.
But I was going to say about G2, right? That we remember G2 is a team that lost almost exclusively to top 5 teams, right? Like to teams that are above them, to contender status teams. And now, obviously, eventually, if you want to get into that conversation, you're going to have to start beating those teams. That's why I think Krakow was a step in the right direction for them. It's clear that at this moment, they don't necessarily have...
They try to fuck us normally.
It's always a good idea to stop talking.
Yeah, I know.
If Dan's, hear what Apex
if Dan's
has
about
to
to
say.
go, yeah, he's gonna go. Yeah, see, he doesn't want to miss his gym. Look at the games. He probably doesn't even know he's on camera. Or probably does, or maybe he doesn't care. But look, obviously this is a situation where if there was a crash and it's within the rules, I wouldn't blame G2 for taking a run back. Yeah, like, why not?
Surrender.
Yeah, of course. I mean, why would you? Oh, just it's vitality. We lost, even though a guy crashed like at the start of the round. No, of course you should replay it.
Yeah,
of course you should push for it. No doubt about it.
Even if Big Danny Apex is gonna come over there with his guns. So, but anyway, sorry, Yanko.
No, I mean that was just the point. Like G2, their next step is to figure out a way. How do we? Let's not even put vitality in the conversation. Let's put MOUZ, Falcons. FURIA, right? Like some of these other teams, Spirit, which they played a couple of them in Krakow and couldn't get the wins. So that's like the next step for them. Beating some of those teams, getting to playoffs consistently. I think it would be a huge disappointment if they don't make the playoffs here in Cluj. I think that's a minimum for them. I'm fairly certain they would agree with that sentiment. And then you get a bigger sample size. All right, now in that setting, where are we at? Are some players missing? What's lacking, and do we need to upgrade more?
Here's a question for both of you then. You can jump on it, whoever wants it. At what point does Hunter need to be the finished article? So in the sense that we say, oh, he's done now. Every game, every series, we say, oh, he's a new IGL, he's learning something. When does that end?
I mean, I'd say by summer, you know, I think he's had enough time to like sort of create his identity, but I think he's doing a good job, you know, already. I think he's not necessarily a finished product, and I think in terms of being an in-game leader, I don't think anyone really is a finished product. Yeah, you can say Apex and Kerrigan obviously have their ways of doing it, but it's a game that is over time constantly changing. So in that regard, technically never. I will say though that I think Hunter's doing a good job. I don't think he's the issue. I don't think you can put much of the blame on him. Is there certain things he can get better at, you know? Is there certain experiences that he would benefit from, you know, going into the playoff more often? Sure. I think when you look at the player material he has to work with, he's also limited in how much he can get out of it.
I think after this season, Hunter himself and G2 will know enough about, is this the solution long term for us, right? Or should we maybe do a 180 like Twist did with Liquid, like Device did with Astralis, and Yakinder with Liquid, and some of these other players that went back to their sort of just playing secondary caller sort of a role, and it was better off. I believe that he has the chops to be a good IGL, just also his temperament, his personality, right, the sort of a guy he is. And we'll see about the on-server performance in a way.
I'd even say his stock value as well. You know, if you're a great in-game leader nowadays, like you can join some of the best teams in the world. You can be relevant at the highest degree. No offense against Hunter, but as an individual player, he was starting to drop off a little bit from his peak. So
wasn't that because he was doing more and more though? Because I felt like every time I clicked on HLTV, there was like an interview. Hunter starts calling CT sides. Hunter starts calling mid-round. Hunter starts calling everything. Why do we not have him as the IGL? Yeah. Hunter is IGL, and it's like as that's happening, yeah, his stats went down.
Yeah, that's true. That could be part of the reason. That could be part of the case as well. I also do think Hunter, as a player, obviously has been around for such a long time and has family commitments. You name it. You see a kind of decrease in individual output from time to time. So in terms of, I guess, managing your own career, if you can make it work as an in-game leader, that would be great.
So hang on, we're getting an audio. No, listen, we're getting an audio update here. Dan's our man on the ground. I've been told they're still looking at it. They're still reviewing this moment. Yes! There it is. They won victory.
Must be leg day or something.
Yeah, no, it can't be. No one looks forward to leg day.
That guy does. He's probably that psycho that does.
We won it. We won it. Come on, even Hunter's laughing on this one. Come on, boys. All smiles.
Go shake some hands.
Yeah, let's shake some hands and let's start wrapping this up. It looks like it's about.
It's up to the winners to go over. You know, that's why I was like, why is Vitality? I can get G2. You know, like the winners come to you. But
maybe they're expecting them to go over to them now. You know, a bit contentious.
Yeah, to finish a little bit on the whole G2 conversation, Hunter. I think that the one slightly, I mean, not concerning, but something that you can, you know, bring up is the fact that Hunter is he likes to go for plays. He likes to be a playmaker, and the team needs it. You just also are thinking long term. You know, usually the in-game leaders are a bit more sacrificial in that department. And another thing is what I'm seeing with still a bit too much of their game is set, you know, to my liking. I feel like if you're going to be a contender team and vie for that top spot, really, now they're looking into it as well.
He's showing him that it's just, look, I'm not making it up. I'm not bullshitting you. We're not trying to F you.
Yeah, I just feel like you have to play a lot of default, because for you to be right from freeze time with these reads, often enough to win at tournaments on a consistent basis, it's really hard. That's why, like, even ENCE wasn't able to do it. It's not a fair comparison because G2 has better players, but still, and obviously these are some topics for a bit more in the future for them, but we'll have to wait and see.
And now, after all of that, we can talk about Anubis, right? Probably not as much as we had planned, but how did we feel about how it went for both of these teams, given it is a relatively new edition?
I mean, it was a competitive game, as you can see by the scoreline as well, but I think Vitality took matters into their own hands on the CT side, won a couple of key rounds and then ran away with it. Again, a couple of rounds going the way of G2, maybe the conversation would have been differently, but you could also see, I feel like, from the body language of especially Apex, when they won the first buy round on the CT side, he was celebrating that as if they won the game almost. So he knew that was the moment in the game where they had to check in. As Yanko, you said it during map 1 on Mirage, that's the beautiful thing about Vitality. They can win in every possible fashion that you can present them in Counter-Strike, whether it's a close game, whether it's a long game, whether it's a dragged out game because of tech delays. They have it in their inventory to get the job done.
Even with Apex leading the way in terms of fragging 11 years after his win here in Cluj-Napoca.
I mean, there's going to be...
Is that true, Robs? 17 ADR over the course of Anubis? Where were you at?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? But maybe. I didn't feel he was not doing anything. But if Apex is ripping off heads, you don't have much to do you? I was just going to say, I mean, there's probably some younger viewers that don't remember Apex the player. They only really know Apex the IGL. But, I mean, he was a phenom in his particular role. A pioneering entry fragger. I mean, just unplayable on his day. And his longevity is amazing, because I am going to say it right now. As an IGL, still one of the better fraggers out there, for real.
I've said it once and I'll heavily say it again. I think Apex is the greatest transition there's ever been in Counter-Strike. To go from being what I back then described as a potato of a player, running around, never thinking about anything.
Come on.
Always. No, but
entry fragger's the hardest role. You call it the potatoes? What role did you play?
In all honesty, I think you would even agree to some extent. You know, he was He was a player that would always overextend. He was a hardcore.
Yeah, why don't you go
entry
tell him that now while he's all pumped up?
We had
ready
the
to go,
conversation before, and that's where you want to compliment him. You know, for him to make that transition, for him to mature as a player over all these years. I grew up with him. You know, I played with him. I played against him. I played on team with him even. You know, back with Overdrive in the days, and he was always overextending. He was making a lot of mistakes, and he's just every year matured, gotten better, thought about how he could be more impactful, and then transitioned into becoming, as you said, maybe the greatest in-game leader that we have to offer right now. To make that transition, I can't think of any player who's done more in terms of making a wild transition from one role to another where it wasn't really written in the stars, to be honest.
Just a quick question on that then. Obviously, we know the pantheon of great IGLs, right? We talk about Glaive, we talk about Carrigan, we talk about Fallen, Pronax as well. I always think he is forgotten about, sadly. Listen, I love that Fnatic team, whatever. But where is Apex now?
I mean, he's making a great case to be up there, you know, with all the success you're having in Vitality.
The greatest potato of all time.
Yeah, well, not anymore, you know, so they'll probably be clipped out. I think, in all honesty, I think he's entering that conversation now. You know, you can put him next to Glaive, you can put him next to Carrigan, and you can make the case now for Apex to be at least in the conversation.
I think once he retires, he will be the greatest at that point in time. I don't think it will be a debate or a discussion at that point in time. I think we'll see, you know, down the line what's going on is the good old, like, well, yeah, but he's had Zaivu for the entirety of his IGLing career. But all the greats one have something, you know. Tom Brady had Bill Belichick.
Guardiola, that's
all of that stuff. So we'll see, but it's hard to see him stopping anytime soon with a team like this.
He seems hungry, you know, that's the thing. He seems like he's the most hungry player with Vitality.
That's the thing. He has enough motivation for all of the, like, Zaivu is so dejected, as a, you know, like he just shows up in games. But Dan is like instilling in him all the chips on his shoulder from back in the day, right? So he's making him care by proxy, and that's really important when a team is so successful to find ways to stay motivated and stay hungry.
Yeah. Do you want to take a look at that round?
I do, just because it's we're talking about the Anubis and different ways these teams could get creative, how G2 could be one of these teams, and they've showcased this multiple gun rounds, right? Like Hunter jumping through the window, flashes coming from behind. Look where he's finding Robs. I mean, if Robs did indeed have that miserable game, Hunter is a good reason for it. And in this case, you know, after that, G2 still re-aggresses mid. They sort of bump head into Vitality in that area of the map, and in the end are able to mop up. So this is like a set round from G2. Hunter's going down the window. The B players are both in connector, like they're aggressing through that side of the map, and they're completely sort of trying to shut that down. There was even a player down around T stairs that got blinded, that jumped into the smoke. Hunter sees him and he just books it to find Robs. Like, he doesn't even care about him. And that's the second time he kills Robs from that aggressive play. He wasn't having a good day today.
A final thought from you, Jacob?
Good game of Counter-Strike, you know, in the sense that, yeah, well, it started a bit rough, you know, and Mirage was ugly. I think Inferno was quality from G2, played at a high level. I think Anubis was quality for Vitality, so they made up for it. And overall, you know, kind of as we expected. A Vitality that is not in the full strength in group stage as we usually see on a G2, that can punch above their weight from time to time. But as Janko described it, you know, having a tough time beating the best of the world.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. A quick break. When we come back, how can this series even top that one? We'll see. But it is going to be FURIA versus BATE. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I'm going crazy. I gotta break on myself. I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Yes, welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca. Last series of the day. As I said before break, it's going to have to work very hard to beat the one we just watched, but anything is possible. FURIA versus BATE. Let's start by talking about FURIA. For me, they were the other guys of 2025. Had a great time of it down the back nine, so to speak, of the year. And for me, it did something that hadn't happened for a while. It made me start thinking about where Fallen is in the all-time great rankings again, because probably been a little bit quiet, but his longevity is insane. And to be winning trophies in 2025 after everything he's accomplished, just what a cool story that he's been able to activate this group of players.
I mean, speaking of transitions, not only is he doing it as an in-game leader, but he transitioned from an AWP player into a rifler. I think to me that was the biggest surprise.
Yep.
Obviously, you know him better than I do, Janko, in terms of his leadership qualities and what he offers on the server, how calm, how composed he is. His work ethic seems to be great as well. But for me, from an outside perspective, going from being an AWP player for 12, 15 years, transitioning into a rifler in arguably the most competitive era of CS2 rifling, and still remain somewhat relevant, having a decent output on the server. I did not see that coming. I think that's very impressive.
It's hard, just ask Cadian. Right?
Well, there's a lot of failed ones in that one.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing. He's still doing work on the rifle, Fallen is.
Absolutely.
But I think it just shows what he's capable of as a leader when he has the right pieces around him, and that his philosophy for Counter-Strike, wasn't wrong at any point in time. And if anything, he maybe has conceded too much to other people in the past when it comes to that, because he is that sort of a guy that just wants to sort of make everyone happy.
But here's the key, Janko. He saw something that none of us saw. I remember the announcement of when MongolZ was joining the team, and it was Fallen to give up the AWP to young Kazakhstani, rookie, and I just went, they've given up. They've given up. I was not a believer.
And honestly,
like a lot of people.
The thing that made you believe less is that they got Yekindar in addition to that. Yes. They got him when his stock was at its lowest, and it really has been rejuvenating for Yekindar's career. MongolZ obviously being a revelation rookie of the year, last year, and he's just box office whenever he's on the server, has that pop-off potential and just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were there in Astana where, it must have been like, Christmas Day for him, local crowd chanting your name, had a decent run, big performances. It's tough up there on the stage, especially for young players, and he struggled a little bit with that. But I think now we're starting to see him emerge, starting to get carved out of wood a little bit, toughen up for those big tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And he gets to go back to Astana, hopefully, and relive that whole experience, as one of the favorites as well late on in the season. For now, though, they have to get past BATE. And I think in that regard, we're looking at a matchup that is very unfairly matched. We're talking about FURIA, who I think to many is currently the next best to Vitality, and BATE, while they have been making waves, at certain points in the season, while they've been doing a good job at qualifying for the majors, etc., I think they've lost 5 out of the last 6 games they played. They lose to teams that you'd think on paper that they should be able to beat if they want to continue to progress. So I got to be careful with what I say about BATE, not to be labeled as the worst I can possibly be at my job, but I've kind of lost faith in them progressing.
Double down, Jacob. Yeah, the good old esports double down.
Never let it go.
I kind of have to, because I think they've shown they can be a competitive team, but beating FURIA,
hold back.
let alone getting into the playoff
Say
of this
what
tournament.
you think, Jacob. Be honest.
they suck.
No, they listen. The thing that's most puzzling about it is this whole head trick situation at the start.
Yeah, right.
It's like we're not benched, but we are trying out other people. It's like basically, if we can find anyone who we think is
I remember trying this with a girlfriend one time.
who is whatsoever,
No, you're not benched. No,
who
it's
is
fine.
whatsoever
See other people.
competent at the role, will bench you. But if not, just in case, you'll get to stick around. And they got Sego Kava for Krakow. He was abhorrent. Now they're getting CZ in right from Spirit Academy. We'll see how that goes. I mean, it's another talk about rookie, right? A completely unproven player. And as we see the maps rolling, this is where it gets even worse from Bait if you didn't paint enough of a picture by now, because Ancient is their best and most played map. That's Furia's permaban. They'll have to take it somewhere else.
Yeah.
And a Mirage pick, I would say, wow, this is great if it were like 2 weeks ago at the start of Krakow, because it was a glaring weakness for Furia, but it turned into a strength throughout the tournament where they, won their last 3 or 4. They picked against Vitality in the final, managed to win that in a nail-biter. Also beat Navi, a very good Mirage team.
That's the thing. Credit where credit is due. Bait and Furia have played a couple of times. Both times Furia won 2-1, and both times the only map that Bait were able to win was Mirage. So they kind of have to go there. But as Janko said, I feel like the landscape have changed, not only for Bait and the structure of the lineup, but also for Furia. So in terms of winning the Veto or going anywhere, surprising, not really going to happen here. Inferno coming in for Furia, not too big of a surprise. No risking Anubis, no gambling whatsoever in that regard. No Nuke. We get a pretty decent map pool, and I guess if you get to finish off on Dust 2 and your Furia, you're going to be just happy about that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, look, I think it was always going to be hard for Bait. We've seen them have trouble on multiple maps.
Is that footage from before, or is Vitality still in their seats? They didn't get the memo yet.
Yeah, but we've seen Bait struggle on like multiple maps, really, and we've seen them pick maps and like really have a bad time on it as well. And it kind of felt that the team was still evolving, still trying to find out what its strengths actually were.
But that's the puzzling thing for me, because I don't think Bait is a bad team or were a bad team before. No. As we discussed, the whole thing with Hetrick and them making changes. I think they were doing okay considering what they had to work with. So I'm not sure if it was necessary for them to get into this mess. It's sort of like a self-created situation that kind of have made me fall in the category that I don't really care about the lineup as of right now.
It tells you where Bait is at the moment in this matchup, that the fact that they didn't even ban their permaban in the first. Their permaban is Nuke, and they let it go through. Sort of felt like they had to get Overpass out of the picture. Furia probably thinking like, whatever, we can still pick Inferno. We don't need to go for this punish. They let it through. I don't necessarily mind that. I guess they probably didn't see it whatsoever in prep. And then when you haven't thought about it, like 0%, maybe you feel like you're just so far ahead of Bait where you don't need to go into that unknown territory, and you'd prefer Inferno where you've done your prep and you know the positions that they play and how they like to approach the map. But that was like a big gamble from Bait when it comes to the Veto.
So I got some good news. You probably picked up on it. We got a bit of extra time. It's not. That's why Furia are doing some keepy ups here. I'm expecting big things. The problem is, of course, they're not all Brazilian. So there it is. There we go. Let's see.
Keep it alive.
Yeah,
let's see.
MongolZ isn't even trying.
Going to get a touch.
He's just on aimbot.
Yeah, true. But anyway, so while they're doing that, we've definitely got some time to talk about. I mean, talking about Yakinda, I think actually Fallen's biggest achievement in the Team Furia, it's not necessarily discovering, in air quotes, MongolZ and activating him and giving him the AWP. That's all spectacular stuff. It was resurrecting Yakinda's career.
But here's the thing also, like, it really feels like a match made in heaven to some extent. Right. Because if there's something that Fallen necessarily isn't, like, he isn't mega assertive, and he definitely doesn't have an ego. Like, he will listen to a good idea, and sometimes if he doesn't have the flow in terms of calling, and let's say Yakinda steps in and he'll just let him call. Right? Like, there's been halves or games where like Yakinda has done more calling than Fallen has done.
Heard it on the comms?
Even at freeze time, right? So, and Yakinda, I also feel, to be at his best, sort of needs that. He needs, when he's feeling it, to be able to have that space and that control, and when he's in the zone, for someone to just let him roll with it, right? Like, he obviously tried being primary IGL, didn't work, it's too much to do it all the time, but to do it like at certain times and be able to ride that momentum, is definitely helpful.
We had that clip, it was Krakow, and it was against Vitality, and he literally said, like, guys, I am in their head. They play exactly like this. You don't need to do anything except what I say. And, like, you didn't hear Fallen in the background going, hang on a minute.
Shut up, old guy.
Come on, who do you think you are? You know, he didn't do that. He listened and acquiesced. And it's like sometimes the key to being a good leader is, doing it a little bit by committee, you know, because you don't necessarily have to be authoritarian all of the time.
No, 100%. You know, and also think of how much it is that you're applying of pressure on yourself. If you're Kinder in that situation, you're basically telling the entire team that, listen to me, I got you, you know, in this sense. And if it doesn't work out, well, then you can also blame me. It's then, quotation, my fault that we're not winning out. You know, for a single player that is not in the designated role as an in-game leader to say that, there's very few players out there who would have the balls to do it. I can think of Nico maybe in the G2 days who would take over from Snacks, you know, and say the same thing.
I can think of another player who used to
Put my boy's name out.
No, but didn't you used to be a little shit when you used to play with MSL? Apparently you were a nightmare for like just taking over calling.
Well, I saved us, you know, in that regard. I was trying to make us win. Trying to help the team, Richard. But I think as an individual to have the confidence to do that, and also as you described, you know, to have the allowance to do that from the teammates, it was a great, you know, I guess, picture of where Yakinda is in within FURIA. He's fully integrated, he's fully trusted within the team, and maybe he was overstepping, I don't know, you know, and maybe sometimes you do overstep, but in order to find those lines, you gotta test it out, and for Yakinda to have the balls to do it, I applaud a lot.
That's another thing I like about FURIA, though, because as we've become a bit more, I guess, emotionally mature as a sport, a lot of the time teams have these, like, what do they call it, like emptying the backpack or whatever, these sessions.
You love those, don't you?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, tell us, as a former coach, tell us about that, because I think FURIA seem to have a really well-grounded team in the sense that they're always just aligned, chill, no dramas.
I think it's also team building in terms of, or for team formation, and how do you assemble the lineup and what personalities do you have on the roster, right? Like, it's important that you have people that can mesh well with each other. And I think, you know, if you look at FURIA as a whole, there's no one there who, you know, gets super crazy, loud or anything that's mega vocal, that's toxic in any way whatsoever. They mostly seem like laid back people who are able to be calm. You know, obviously MongolZ as the rookie and bit of a fiery persona, gets excited, especially when he's doing well. But outside of that, you can tell they're all laid back and they communicate in a calm manner in game, which is also a prerequisite, it feels like, for the style that they play, right? So I think they're a team that's fine with sort of just being honest about stuff, giving and receiving feedback and criticism, and that's not something you see very often in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
So, Jacob, is there a key to victory here for BATE on Mirage? Obviously, we've got the map in front of us. We're looking at where everyone's playing. Is there a duel or a battle they can isolate, something like that?
I mean, it's tough, you know, and the easy answer would be, go test Fallen, you know, on the B-bomb side, but I think a lot of teams have tried that. It doesn't really work out. I think FURIA is very good at being flexible with the CT side setup as well. I love the constant aggression that we see from Yuri from time to time as well. FURIA, from what I've sensed when they play the CT side of Mirage, likes to take away a certain portion of the map so the other team can go into a default, you know, do an A execute all the time or do a B execute all the time. They constantly do something in order to disturb that. And in terms of for BATE, what can you do? You're a new team, you're integrating a new player. It'll be disingenuous of me to say that I know exactly how they're going to approach this, because I think the truth is that BATE doesn't really know what they're going to do either. So in that regard, you're playing Mirage, maybe pick up the pace a little bit, see if you can rattle out FURIA. One thing I will say for FURIA, though, that we've seen so far this season, in all their games, even in Krakow, at Blast as well, they allow their opponents to be competitive. You know, they lose maps to teams they shouldn't be losing to. You saw it during Krakow in the lower bracket run. They lost a map to Astralis. They lost a map to other teams where you think you shouldn't be losing here. At Blast as well, they lost a map to Heroic, playing with a stand-in. So it's not impossible for BATE to make a surprise, you know, and come out with brute force in Counter-Strike and catch FURIA off guard a little bit. But there's a long way from winning one map in a series to let alone winning the entire series. And that's where I think the biggest problem for BATE is.
Yeah, but I think FURIA was getting better with each game, especially in Krakow, right?
Do that
like
quite
if you put the bounty game against Heroic and the semifinal against Spirit, you wouldn't think it's the same team.
Two different teams,
playing those games. So that's why I think the problem is for BATE coming into this particular one, they will need to, the way Ian is having a really strong CT side, like FURIA has struggled a little bit on T side recently. although that's not fair seeing as how they went up against Vitality in their last game, but all right. And seeing as how they start on the CT side, Bait, if you can get rolling early, get some momentum, perhaps that's a way to steal a map.
Yeah, can we talk about the new player on Bait quick before we get into the game? We've got time. Look, I'm sorry to put you on the spot because I had to research who he was.
Sure.
So, you know what I mean? I had to look him up. But what can you guys, the experts, tell us about him?
Well, not too much to be completely honest. Relatively unknown for me as well. Also had to look up, some of his games and his position, his weaponry, etc. I'm not going to be disingenuous as well. In all honesty, don't have time to watch every Counter-Strike game out there, especially not in the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. Coming from Spirit Academy, senses that someone has spotted him, and felt like he must have been a great talent or had some prospect to it as well. But to be honest, there's also a lot of Academy teams out there who's not that exciting. So it's too early to tell whether or not he's going to be the real deal or not. I didn't see much, of Bait overall as a team. I don't really see them having an identity where I'm comfortable saying that that's going to be an easy team to slot into either. So I think in that regard, it's up to himself to showcase and put himself on the map for us to take an interest in him.
Glad to hear someone trusts Overdrive's scouting abilities in Pimp. But I think we'll wait to see. It does feel like we're in an age where, you need an AWPer, just pick up some random CIS kids, 16-year-old, you'll have a good chance of, striking gold, really. But obviously it's not that simple, and Bait, a team that, just as they were sort of on the way up, started hitting a wall, really. And they need to get some results, and quickly, because of the VRS implications for the major.
All right, guys, it is time. We can start the last series of the day, so I'll throw you back to Chad and Alex.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, we are ready to get this one started, and a little extension. We get to hear their lovely voices over on the desk, setting the scene. But yeah, Sizzy is going to be the name we're going to be saying an awful lot of, I hope. We get to see a new guy.
Tower didn't work out. Let's see if Sizzy's the truth here. He's going to be going toe-to-toe with MongolZ on the other side of the server, but gets Mirage. It's a Pugger's playground, and it's a map. He made his account in 2020.
Come on now.
And that's on the Pug Realms, and he's played an average of 1,000 Pugs a year. So, getting the reps in.
1,000 Pugs a year, 365 days in a year.
Someone will do the maths.
Thank you.
What was a weakness for FURIA to start the year? 4 straight losses.
Like 3 Pugs a day?
That's a lot. And it's now 5 straight wins.
Bang. Ooh, nice jump. Evade the MongolZ tap. They've got some support. The flashes connect and delays Sizzy's smoke push. MongolZ doesn't track great. That's going to be a nice opening kill. Sizzy, the first kill of Mirage. NPL with a double entry. Alex has done enough, and it's just Yuri arriving a bit late to the party, and NPL's got a chance to pop his balloon. Nice from Yuri. Takes the first in the clutch, and he's going to advance very confident into this corner from Essential. Ooh, that hurts. Yep, that'll leave a mark. Job done. Round 1.
Okay.
T-side off to a start.
Yeah, good stuff from Sizzy to get that opening kill, right? It's just like the Pugs at home. All right, well, we'll see. It may be a bad omen. He played one today with MPL and they lost.
Oh.
So, I don't... or
No,
maybe they've got the losing out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And now it's just going to be dubs.
Yeah, you heard Yanko talking about the VRS implications. That's not waters I like to stride into, but...
Important for Bait.
Important for Bait
Not
is
so
the summary.
important for FURIA.
Okay.
But I think to go from the high of the grand final, well, maybe the low of the grand final loss, into a tournament and then getting upset by Bait, it's not a team that you feel that you should be giving one over to. So we'll see what level of resistance Bait are able to put up today. But I think this conversation about getting rid of Head Trick and trying someone new, it tells me they're looking for something maybe a little bit more explosive. We know what Kenzizor can do in MPL. Those 2 little pocket rockets once they get going.
Yeah, Kenzizor's been very entertaining, especially on maps like Mirage.
Likes to make a bit of noise as well, doesn't he? Alex obviously taking over the in-game leadership from MPL last year. And Bait with a major run that everyone had to pay attention to. You want to see them get going again. Spills out short. Kenzizor, we say his name, he activates for 2 and looking a little bit laboured against the pistols, but nothing to worry about. MPL is here to save the day. Boys, come on now. You're not feeling much with confidence in the aim department early. That's all right, that's the Eeks. Now we're into the guns.
All right.
MongolZ, AWP, no. And this is the type of player who, if they can afford it, they'll get it. See some crazy moves from them. He loves the glass cannon. He's got no issues without the armor. That's the first call to be made into the guns.
I think what really impressed me about MongolZ is how quickly he found, you know, his stage legs. Maybe saw a couple of wobbles when he first took to the bigger stages.
By Fallen in a couple of moments, yeah.
Yeah, but he's very quickly been able to find his game in those high-pressure moments.
They're springing to life quickly, Alex.
Yeah, look at this go. Look, Alex flashed into car. Easy pickup for KSarata. Yakinda, they're not looking at him. Swings in and trades MongolZ's death. Ooh, costs him everything. A nice headshot from Sizzy.
Yeah, a lot of talk. Well, maybe not a lot of talk, but enough. Info play pushed, Fallen.
Easy. Oh,
for Fallen.
You're mad.
Yeah, Senthiel knows he should have got that one dead to rights. Kenzo trying to track this down.
He just gets out. It's going to need KSarato's cover, and oh, it's perfect. Fallen's still alive. And KSarato solves that mystery.
Okay, well, Senthiel, that's his bad. I think you'd say. That's a kill that he should be having every day of the week, and then they should be able to start to piece that round back together. So they do fumble early, 2-1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you already highlighted that it didn't look necessarily the cleanest in that second round, and it seems to have followed them into the guns there. It's Senthiel versus Fallen here. I mean, great pre-aims for Fallen, quick reactions.
That's the conversation about the modern game with everything moving all the time. Okay, you're holding an angle, but he's also the one ready for the fight.
Yeah.
Whereas you're holding...
half asleep.
Yeah, you're doing a job, but do you really believe somebody's coming?
Yeah.
It's the opposite of a lazy clear. It's a... I'll come up with a term.
Yeah. In development right now. MongolZ is ready for this fight. Oh, he's been hurt. What a shot! Finds Kensizor's head. And even jump spotting the Palace player. Gonna have to respect that as a Senthiel.
They could back off through underpass if they want to mix this up. Looks like two of them will. That's going to leave Sizzy, who has to park the bus middle. But the pieces continue to move. Yuri taking ramp control. Middle being investigated. You've got Fallen short. You've got connector player, at least in this instance, where MongolZ can, and KSarata floating window. So nothing being fired back. Now rerouting. KSarata will be joining Fallen over towards B, and, well, hey, I don't like the look of that. So they're worried about an awful lot right now.
Yeah, and that time is going to feel quite thin.
B just blocked. You feel like the hand is forced now into this A finish, but it is just Yuri here. Canary in the coal mine. How many can he take?
It's a powerful angle. I'm not sure how Sizzy's going to clear this. Just walking. Yeah, exactly what Yuri was hoping for. Gets it.
It's the bomb.
The bomb's on its way as well. Commitment to the spray. Important from NPL. Alex hoping to catch Fallen and a headshot. Oh my god. Okay, a headshot provided it cost him his life though. NPL planting. No cover. Absolutely no cover. Round over.
All right, well, aim definitely not looking on point for a young Buck team. They're on with a couple of mares.
Yeah, maybe it's just a little bit of jitters getting into this over. Up against a team that was just in a final.
Yeah, there's another taking care of business. Sid knows he needs to be a man to manage the intensity, right?
Yes.
You can't come in, and especially with how these last couple of rounds are going, yeah, okay, there's going to be walls in the pipe. You want to make sure that that focus stays.
Usually, I mean, this is just the trend I've felt is that a team that does have a a deep run at the tournament, that first game can look a little hard to get get out of bed for it. Be in your best behavior.
Especially when it's a week apart, right? That reset, it comes damn quick. Okay, Fallen's on his own right now. Rotation will be for sure of Yakinda. He's currently on the top row. Ooh, if he lobbed that in, a sound cue, and then the rotation would be on the way. Nothing given, okay. No licks of the flame. Alex has a flash, Senthiel with the saved AK.
Yakinda's full belt of util arrives just in time, waiting for a sound cue to be given away.
Well, when you had full mid control, and now you don't have to worry about it, so you're more worried on the sides. You have a retake set up right now with Yuri over to Ticket. So this is why you bolster down this B bomb side.
Just letting all those nades get thrown on out.
Such quick pathing in these last 2 gun rounds from them in middle. They're playing ahead of the smoke, looking for the fights on connector timings, and now it's very late with this one weapon in play.
And then you smoke on top of it, and you're either running through it or running the clog.
Have to play ahead
smoke. Yeah. Oh, jumping up. Oh, needed that. Yakinda's done well. That's the rifle gone. Fallen. Fed lead. And he finishes off the job, and yeah, that's going to be it.
Okay, well, Sizzy cannot bring out the AWP. So we're not going to see the weapon of choice in the kid's hands just yet.
That's a Mirage from FURIA. That's how times have
doing
changed.
it in 3 languages.
Yeah, he's
doing it all.
Lovely chap is Sid.
Yeah, very nice guy. It was good to have a conversation with. And the chat about this one is the gun round, but Samuel will only be bringing in the Deagle because of no loss bonus. The util light on, no HGs to soften up. It will not be an easy round by any stretch of the imagination for Bait. But at least they don't have the Molotov AWP to get past just yet. Missed Incendiary. Lovely little rally. Everything there perfect. Molly mid-box, smoke to break, flash in. Looking for the fights to catch them on the timings, but it's very slow as a nade on the door of underpass. Hello.
And that's a perfect goodbye. Yakinda puts his head in the crosshair.
We boosted window. Well, got a double short setup. That's Yakinda going down the short player. So wanting to flash out vent.
Fallen actually just leaving to re-smoke Palace.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm heading towards B with the bomb.
And Molotov is the only person within earshot.
Okay, well, he is playing for the site right now.
Okay. A Molotov multi on the menu.
Rotation miles away.
Short is arriving. Molodov's position noted. He presents his back. He started to adapt and adjust into Alex, but their sight has fallen.
They give this a look. I think it's probably better just to go for the save with how far the rotation is. There's a lot that you're going to have to get through, and it's the number disadvantage, and it's still early stages of this first half. So it looks like FURIA will concede. Gamble away, costing them. Molotov being surrounded, but on the bright side, we can see the AWP invested into the next. Sure, it's bottom of the barrel loss bonus, but he's going to have 5k. So I think that's where you see the glass cannon scenario come into the mix. Sometimes it comes easy. Yakinda overextends, he goes down. They group up, Fallen rotates away, they execute into Molotov. Well, they didn't even execute into Molotov. Ascencio jumps out, says, I'll find him. You just have to trade him. And that's exactly how that functions. So, handy work there from Bait. Good they got the coach with them. I think that he's had a couple of issues getting to some of these events.
Yes, right. As Dinko called him, Madaned. It's good to see Madaned back.
Madaned.
But yeah, no, I think that round, seeing Bait win a gun round in a convincing fashion, just the one casualty, certainly does demonstrate we could have a proper back and forth here on Mirage.
No Molotov. He went against it.
Okay.
Normally just see him pull it out whenever he can, so he's just going to operate with the rifle.
Whoa, lots of nades spotted out mid. Quesorata doesn't really take too much damage from that. Saved by the lip, as they want to try and sell that they're occupying heavy mid and quickly pivot.
Well, again, right, we'll talk about this a lot. The teams on the CT side keeping these pieces moving. And because of nameplate Counter-Strike, you've got Yakinda playing over towards A right now. And they're aggressive.
Ooh.
2 players grouped up, Palace, Yuri and Yakinda.
So timing, I'm not sure it favors them, you know. Essential could probably have one here. Just perfect timing. No one ready. Yuri and Yakinda fall. Quesorata hoping they respect his incendiary, and they will.
Yeah, good moment to reset and take poise right now.
Quesorata's ready to fight. Made a little deep, and the headshot's brilliant. Essential brings him down. Just falling on the CT, hoping he can catch the tail end of the assault, and he doesn't hit the shot. Alex does.
Okay, Molotov over towards B already saving.
Well, they've just convincingly taken both the B and the A side in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, so pistol, and then the win against the Eco, and then 2 rifle rounds. So good stuff as, oh, there you go. AK removed, MPL will find Molotov. And this one feels good. Right after those 2 kills come in with Palace and then the Molly lands, you could have been disconnected. I think it was Senthiel who was first, could have just run out. It's good that they wait in that moment. All right, we're blocked. We have the U2. We have the advantage. Let's just chill, make sure we get the nades in, and then we'll have this second wave push through. So good poise there from Bait to give them a slight lead. Does 1 round gap become 2? And that FURIA's finances not looking too great right here, right now. Now, Quesarado holding on to a little bit more. Surely the AWP comes out to the next.
That's what he even refunded his deagle.
Yeah, has to come out into the next.
Refunded his deagle for a P250 just so he can make sure MongolZ gets the sniper rifle.
Just walking through motions right now, the default.
Clearing out any of those potential forward positions. Well, that's another way to get good AWP money.
It is, yeah.
The chances of NPL jumping out that window are 0.
And also, how long does MongolZ stay here for? Right, that's the question I want the answer to.
Well, Yakinda's death hasn't changed anything. He is still frozen in place.
Come on.
Anyone?
Come on.
Anyone?
Get the knife kill, pick up the AK. Second guy comes flying through.
Oh, yeah.
Kill him midair. Ah. Come on. I know you're susceptible to short, but do it anyway.
Oh, he does jump out the window. MongolZ just left his post.
Hey, guys, could you have just held on to short so I could knife a guy, please?
He ruined his plan.
All 5 staying alive would be nice. His bomb goes down.
What a distinct lack of kills for FURIA in these last 3 rounds. It's what, 1 kill in 3 rounds? So great for the T finances.
Yeah, this is Bait, who are going to be sitting pretty with a couple of gunnies. And 5 rounds already. This is nice. This is Bait working into things. I think it's interesting, right? This Mirage pick, they're on a 3-map losing streak on it themselves. Lost to Na'Vi back at the Major, then to NRG and Pain in Krakow during the opening stage. But again, Hedrick out, Segikawa in, now Sizzy in, so a lot of moving and shaking in the Bait camp as far as the AWP is concerned. I don't want to say it's an easy piece. It's not an easy piece to find a good AWPer. It's hard to find a good AWPer in the modern game, but it's a piece whose role is very distinct. You know exactly what they're going to do within these rounds. Now, is he more of an aggressive AWPer? Does he want to get stuck in? Is he going to take some crazy moments, crazy risks? That's something that we're going to find out. Because there's a difference between playing in all those pugs I'm talking about, difference between playing Academy Counter-Strike and then playing against the big boys. You're going up against FURIA, considered by most probably the world number 2 right now.
Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Still every time that's going to get you.
It's off to work we go.
Okay, so MongolZ does bring out the AWP.
Oh, he's got the new one.
A red number.
It's at the PGL Singapore Major theme. Oh! Easy opener. Lovely find. Alex going down to a Yakinda short swing.
So 2 in through the underpass. Sizzy will take the space of top mid. It's really right now on MPL and Kenzazor either forcing them back and finding some space or getting a kill.
Doesn't look like any kills are coming their way. So TopCon smoke. Where's that going? Oh, it's geeky. Lovely for the setup to set up Yuri. Gives him some freedom to reposition. And then a smoke break doesn't expose the connector player. The bomb is still in T-spawn. I think that's going to be, yeah, Sizzy's responsibility.
He's going back to grab that now, but Consmoke's faded. They're committed.
And Palace Smoke will be fading shortly. No, it won't. Replenished immediately. Freeze him up. Try and find a different, deeper line into connector, hoping for a little something out of Kenzazor and MPL, but they remain tucked. They've got all their pieces in the place they need them for the finish. Who moves first? Oh, it was a Senthiel caught on the fade. MongolZ perfectly positioned. Reveals his AWP's presence. Slinking out is Kenzazor. MongolZ anticipating something from the stairs position. Does get brought down by a combination of bullets and flame.
No, Yuri's here.
Yeah, you know he's here somewhere. And swinging on out. Sizzy adjusts.
Tough to plant.
Very tough. Yakinda at range removes one of the 2. And Sizzy looking the wrong way. Yakinda punishes. Impactful frags from Yakinda.
Yeah, once I see an AWP get across the default, it's such a strong line to hold connector.
For real.
You're going to have such a difficult time being able to breach through there. And the problem is they did have nades, but they were mainly on players who weren't in a position to throw them. Sizzy was the guy coming back. He just had the Molotov at ramp, but he actually used that to great success. Burnt out the default player after the fact. There was just no flashes to help Ascenthio go for a swing. And even if he did, he had that heads-up duel with Yuri. So, tough one. But remember, the cash was flowing for bait off of the 3-round stretch. So they can buy again, and Sizzy will bring out the AWP. Similar looking setup right now for the CTs. Kinder aggressive short. K-Srota connector. MongolZ starting over towards Ticket. Yuri forward position on A. And then Fallen anchoring down that B site.
Here comes a fight Sizzy was setting up for. T-Flash, however, backs him away.
He's searching.
He is searching and jiggling. K-Srota goes down. Beautiful opening. Not so beautiful smoke.
Well, we'll give him that one.
I think so, especially with an opening kill against FURIA. Rare to see K-Srota caught like that.
Is this going to be a finish back to B again?
They've proven they're capable.
Rerouting the bomb on Kenzizor. Aware of the ramp push. Yeah, we've seen this work for Yuri. He's been great in these forward positions on A so far.
I'm curious if they've kind of learned their lesson, if they've relayed how he was approaching this forward ramp hold.
They're using elevation. Does Alex play up?
Right, that's not looking to be the case. Okay, how are your clears? Kenzizor walks in, the shadow. Oh, it betrays them. Yuri too. Not enough bullets.
Polidor's here.
Should be good to collect now. One Palace, NPL late mid. Oh, Fallen, did he make a step? Oh, neither of them aware of one another. It looks like NPL should have him here. Dead to right, yeah, back turn.
20 seconds, have to go A.
Gotta go A. You got MongolZ posted CT, an opportunity for greatness on the cross. Oh. Nice shots! Everyone connecting. Sizzy opens and closes. Triple kill from the new young gun.
Yeah, steady on the AWP. Through underpass, finding that connector pick. Sure, missing a window smoke, but that's impact.
That's huge.
6 rounds now on the board for bait, and you're happy with that.
And especially just, it warms your heart to see the kind of smug pride of wash over his face as he realizes what he's done. Gets his boys, they're sick.
This is the important trade of the round. Sure, he gets the opener and the close, but without this one right here, bombs down ramp and Yuri's won it. That's an important fight for Sizzy under a lot of pressure in that scenario. So well done from the 16-year-old.
First port of call was underpass. Now, on the anti-eco, just goes Palace to hold for any pushes.
And this is for 7.
Not even hold, sorry. He is peeking, he's pushing. And we are going to be seeing Ascenthiel's AK rip off Yuri's head. Look at Ascenthiel, he wants all of them. He's going to take them all if you're not careful. 4 of the 5. Alex just pushes it over the line.
Okay, so that's 7 out of, 8 available. 1 round coming up. Can FURIA hold on to something? Second tactical timeout to be called by Sid, so he really wants this 5th. FURIA feeling it right now. As brought up by the desk, this was a bit of a weakness to start the year for FURIA. This is their most played map of 2026 so far. And this is because teams were picking it against them, right? They lost 4 straight, Heroic, PARIVISION, FUT, and MongolZ. And then with all those reps in, knowing that it was getting exploited, they're putting a lot of time into it. Now they've won 5 straight. Na'Vi, Astralis, Aurora, Spirit, Vitality.
Oh, and they're no slouches either. I mean, taking down a lot of the top dogs.
Yeah, it was the map that they won in that final in Krakow. So, them being under pressure on this map, that's not new territory. Not in 2026. So, been here before. Will they be able to dig themselves out of it? Their map choice of Inferno coming up next, and Dust 2, if we need to take it there.
Looks like Sizzy's got his instas down. MongolZ receives Ascenthiel. Looks like Kenzizor wants to make a playthrough con. Yuri, easy pickup for MPL. Goes pushing Palace, held by the Kalash. Looks like Fallen said, I'm cool on B. Gonna free up Yakinda to try and piece together FURIA's 5th.
Oh, I
thought about it.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, then probably for better. Kenzizor under window, Sizzy over towards Delpan, and MPL coming to join this. So Alex will be late through Palace. They need this connector space if they want to finish A. Fallen taking space. They know it has to be the A play or up short.
Ooh, Serato didn't spot him over the edge of the smoke on that jump. Kenzizor gives them that advantage. MongolZ quickly returns the favor. Sizzy's AWP. Oh, not easy. MPL still hits the shot. Sizzy's AWP now noted. It's a 2-on-2, high stakes and plenty of time. Ooh, what? He was fully flashed, just pulls the trigger perfectly. Now Sizzy in the clutch. What have you got? Peeking in, knows what's up, but MongolZ does too. Quad kill to close, looking good on that AWP.
And that's the first time it's felt like MongolZ's been able to force himself into the game, right? So AWP comes out, gets the opening pick. I think that's his first opening within that half of play. And then he's just locking them down from that point. So well done to salvage the 5th. They had a patch of 3 and then Spotty on the tail end of the half. A minute break, and then we get things back underway immediately. So this one's on.
It's definitely on.
There's no reason that Bait can't make this a competitive affair unless they completely capitulate now on their CT side.
I think there's grounds for that being a possibility.
Well, the aim in the first couple of rounds, even when they were winning, right? They won the pistol, then they won against the eco, and it looked like some shaky aim moments there. And then going into the first gun round, that lingered, but being able to break through with the patch of 3, right? Within that, you highlighted it, they just lost 1 casualty. So they did start to dominate FURIA in that sense. Can they make it 2 from 2 pistols? That will sit them up pretty. And apply even more pressure to FURIA, who you can see are feeling it to some degree. Yuri had a couple of nice moments over towards A. MongolZ there at the tail end.
It's a selfless Kenzizor, facilitates 2 armored dual Berettas. So Fallen throws a bit of an A fake and Yakinda tries to sell it.
How skittish are they?
Oh, not ideal when you miss the Molotov. Yakinda has an opportunity. Does Alex.
Actually, they rotated. They did rotate.
They pulled the bodies. Kenzizor will try and get back to the fight, but MongolZ has already removed MPL. Oh! Headshot hit and finished off. MongolZ double kill entry into the B site. Oh, caught in the open. Lucky to get away with his life there. It's through the smoke. Held by Serato. Play on the fade, this elevated position could catch him off guard. Look at the pre-aim, look at the pre-aim! Still doesn't find it! Big from Sizzy. MongolZ's got that perfect flank, and it's up to Sizzy in the 1v1. Can you deny MongolZ the 4K? Oh! Yes, you can! Stunning from Sizzy!
He's going to Sizzler, baby! That is beautiful work. Diffused to come through, and they've just snatched that away. The pistol for FURIA worked. It drew the rotation. The side was susceptible. But this kid... Beautiful little 3-piece right there. That puts the smile on the face.
Yeah, man. I mean, of course it does. You want to talk about impact? You highlighted that one onto ramp, which would have, otherwise been a lost round. This, however, is a save. What an incredible save.
Well, the fact it draws the rotation, right? It felt pretty limp. Missed utility, stalled out immediately, but on the fade, that's the beauty.
Serato was pre-aiming his head as that smoke faded. He still wins out.
Oh, look at that. All right, well, bomb going down. We know what that means. A pretty strong force buy for FURIA.
Pat yourself on the back.
Get himself an AWP. Now, how can that go wrong? Lose the round, MongolZ takes it and starts giving it to you. Well, let's see. Up, can they trundle?
Oh, that's a nasty death for NPL.
Does Ken still let him past?
Yes. It's going to hope to be overlooked and get the craziest of backstabs. Oh, nothing.
Save.
Absolutely nothing.
The walls feel like they're closing in that moment if you're a Senthio. Yeah, I've let them up short. Yep, they're coming B-apps, and you just tucked Van. That is a tough one. But that happened rapidly from
FURIA. What an audacious call. Like, Chad, you've never called, all right, boys, we're all just going to walk up Cat instantaneously with a window smoke.
Well, there's some keys here that FURIA are trying to exploit against Bait. So one of them being on the pistol, it's like, all right, these are young kids. They're in their first official of this event. Let's fake them out a bit, right? That's the pistol. This one's like, all right, well, let's just go direct, because your level of respect, if you're FURIA, everyone at the top level, they can shoot, right? But you need to act with that bravado and that confidence. Well, highlighting Mr. J-Raz, showing the simple sticker on the AWP.
He's an inspiration to many of the top snipers of today.
Okay, so didn't reveal the AWP?
Didn't reveal the AWP, you're right, yeah.
So, look, if he is able to find an opening incision right now, they're is that surprise factor. Does Fallen call something direct again?
I feel like you kind of got away with murder pulling that one off.
And now you got a bit more to work with, so could just run a standard round. Probe, get that info.
Yeah, meet the CT's expectations of what a standard round could feel like. A little one shot from the Deagle, doesn't even pull the trigger as Senthiel was playing that headshot. Look at the cheek at this all push.
Well, he's done this. I've been watching him the whole time. He hasn't scoped in. He's done it completely silently.
Just ready to react.
Okay, well, has given them a roost now over towards Palace, and Alex is actually going to keep on pushing the issue.
Interesting. They've got the bomb in spawn, so this actually could be exploitable if Alex was to get that info, but hasn't rounded that corner.
Well, if Sizzy gets back to ticket, obviously Con is a concern, but just can focus fire ramp. So like it's getting pieced together for an A split. Now the bomb heading back and 2 lingering around window / middle.
Oh, Sizzy quick onto Yuri, spots the advance, but Fallen punishes. So with the AWP now gone, the question is, where is MPL? Where is that hidden Alex on Palace? Still can go wrong for FURIA. 35 seconds, starting to commit. Senthiel's rotated over. Serato tasked with the plant.
Can Alex
MPL,
deny?
can he deny? Knocked off by the MP9. MongolZ will catch Alex though. Oh, it's collapsing. An opportunity certainly was there, but looks to have fallen by the wayside. Chance for Kensizal goes awry as well.
Yeah, a couple of moments there. Well handled from FURIA. Aware of all the nuances of that situation. And they will get MongolZ his AWP. Didn't have to buy that one, did he?
You know, it's the best. It's like food, you know, an AWP that's free feels even better. Yeah, I'm going to once again take a little tactical, I think.
Yeah, this is Bait calling it, which they're in eco territory right now. So curious to see what this one is about. Maybe there's a bit of a disagreement going on within the team speak, but either way, with the money that everyone's seeing on screen right now, you wouldn't have been buying. So notes are out. Coach is reading off the page. Players are taking a look as well. $2,400 into the next round. You can see what type of buy. They get a couple of kills on the CT side, give himself a smattering of $50 here, there, and everywhere. So you're still hoping to extract some value out of this one before things are tied up 8-8. So spotless, nothing invested.
What could you possibly hope to achieve? Kinder's going to have a whole squad rounding that corner. Fallen might even be able to swing out and finish the job. Yukinda, how? He'll leave with 2.
Almost felt like he was on safari there.
Yeah, it did, like he is just watching.
The wild ecoing CTs walk up to the catwalk to their demise.
Dancing to their demise. MPL got an MP7 out of that.
Yeah, he did.
Well, he had one.
Temporarily. All right, well, hey.
I enjoyed it.
That took a timeout, walked up catwalk.
I don't think that was what Madden was talking about.
Now listen, guys, we're going to take this 30 seconds and no, together. All right, so yeah, with spacing here. I want 2 to line up. Yeah, perfect.
He couldn't believe his eyes.
Yeah, the too much choice. The problem of modern society. All right, well, guns to be re-equipped, and says he did have enough to bring out another AWP with the loss bonus siphoning through. So we get to see him and MongolZ locking horns. But this was both pistols for Bait. And then a force bite loss that I'm sure they would like to forget. That happened awfully quickly. Oh, okay. That ain't how she meant to go.
No window. Ooh, no AWPer. Serato's just slapped the AWP out of the round.
Now, how long does it take Bait to find a response? Right? Do they group up? Do we have a move?
Ooh, you get a frag. How about that? And a missed shot from MongolZ AWP as well. Zor back away, can seize the space. It's Serato just on the warpath. Cynthia
might go overlooked here.
Yeah, it could have, didn't. Cynthio's been caught. K-Serato finds number 2. PGL, good work. Pivots into Yuri. No trade available. MongolZ tries and succeeds. Oh, Jiggle. Tries to reveal it. Gets this all massive multi. Puts it into the 1v1. Gets weird for Fallen in this 1v1. Kind of gets weird for Alex as well, unless he finds the bomb. She is starting to maneuver forward.
Yeah, when does Fallen hit the shift key? Now.
Yeah, early enough.
Okay, so...
But now bomb.
Alex is going to find
What's
this.
your reaction to this? Get up on the elevation. Going to be really hard for Fallen to... Oh, Alex.
That's Counter-Strike timing right there, isn't it?
Yeah, just in time. Gets his boots on the ground.
Yeah, Fallen's a step further. That ain't going to go Alex's way any day of the week. Okay. Well, they battle back into that. That is with the death of Sizzy immediately.
Yeah,
he got deleted. Top stairs gone.
K-Serato hit a couple of very important kills on the A side.
So here it is again.
Oh, damn.
Just going to get a chance right there. Shot goes off and popping that all around the server.
Well, it has affected them. They weren't able to retrieve it.
Right now, on the rough end of the buy, Sizzy with a Famous, Essential MP7. They're all ready to fight middle right now. They can clamp down on this as a unit.
Not blind. MongolZ pulls the trigger. NPL looking for the trade, but covered by Yakinda. Looking good for FURIA. 3 in the feed. The round already just grinds to a halt for Bait.
We see the idea, don't you? It's grouped up. It's team-based. They know what util they need to throw and just not blind. A key position. Feels like you're gifting it to FURIA, but for Bait, you'd be kicking yourself. They were for a mid-control. We had the setup. We're ready to clamp down.
Will Fallen take that fight. Catches Sizzy on retreat.
Alex, I think they might know where you are.
I think so as well. Yuri wasn't acting like he did. I think didn't quite catch the call.
All right, well, back down to what should be just another eco.
Nice than you, nice than you.
It is 3 languages, isn't it? All the time.
All right, well, do you wonder if this is where it gets away from Bay? I understand the scoreline still reads close, but this is double digits. Feeling like a certainty right now. That first 2 kills just got way too easy, right? Trade. Okay. Maybe you can come out in the chaos.
But just like Yakinda's positioning, if MongolZ does, as he did, hit that shot, it's just perfect to punish anyone trying to chase down an AWPer.
This is one of the things in CS2, though, with the way that the smokes work and they oscillate, playing around the smoke and even playing in the smoke when you're expecting a push through, that's a skill within itself.
Yeah.
More development of the game.
When you go back and watch CSGO stuff now, there's the smokes that stand out. It's crazy what we were playing with.
Yeah.
Like a grey smudge on your screen.
It looks wild in comparison.
What you got? An uncrouch instant headshot was what Alex was hoping for, but they will get the info safely. And they're in no hurry.
Yeah, these are the types of rounds that you don't need to rush. You definitely can, right? You could just do one of those executes onto A where the smokes and mollies are in the air as you come running out, but this would be too much. That's 2 AKs.
Yeah, it's 2 AKs.
If they can get to it.
Nice shot.
Okay.
Now they can. We saw Vitality win an eco from that short side.
Well, K-Serrato's the insurance policy. He's so deep.
Yeah, he's going to spot him on the rotate, but that AK gets brought down, brought to his knees, clean from the bench position. Oh, and he even gets the luxury of information on NPL. So K-Serrato's bailed him out there.
Oh, if Alex can get his hands on that gun, he can get out and save, but while he lands at the doorstep, right as he was trying to pry that one off the corpse.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get his fingertips on it.
Still take the risk. It's
held by K-Serrato.
Hang around, wait for the bomb to go off, see if it pushes it further in your direction. Does he throw his away and pick up the Lucy? Just going to go on it with his body, K-Serrato, and there you have it, Alex. That's not for you.
Smart.
MPL backs off. So, key for MPL, he's got 3.1. He can now safely drop this AWP, have a gun, and get the Kevlar to go with it. So, oh, okay. One's just called A-Execute by the sound of things. Actually, attack timeout called. So Sid can interject and things can change. It's tough when you are certain coaches and you're playing with legendary in-game leaders, right? Because you're going to contribute, you're going to have a lot to say in these scenarios, but you're dealing with a guy like Fallen who's been doing this for 20 plus years, right? So what sage advice can you offer?
I mean, sometimes I imagine it's more of like kind of just you are like the extra external hard drive for Fallen's brain. You know, like if you need any
things that you might be overlooking, things that you might not have considered so far. Oh, they did this, they could have this.
Don't forget this was a reaction we've discussed and blah, 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 blah. Just helps kind of, you know, give you more space to focus on the crosshair while calling the shots.
Okay, well, it isn't an A execute, it's out top mid.
It is. K-Serato's already across. It's been really powerful position from FURIA. We've seen lots of players occupy this Delperm position and find success.
All right, so they get him out mid. He can lurk actively now. MongolZ started over towards B to see if he could find something, but they will rotate back to join the rest of the team, and turns out it was an A execute after all. Just not out the gate, just not.
Well, it's that fakery you were highlighting, especially against a team integrating new players and younger players.
You just want them to, in this moment, think it's a default.
Right.
You want them to think you're just going through the map control, but now they know.
It's going to be a test. Behind the smokes, Kenzazor going to try and swing through. Alex has got balcony. Forced away, they heard that. But maybe looking the wrong way. Still, Yakinda gets one in the cover. Provided by Fallen. Should be an easy find for K-Serrato. Knife out for Sizzy and his AWP, getting nothing done. Oh, clean with it.
K-Serrato looking hot-handed right now. 15 kills for him. MongolZ at the tippy top with 17. And that's going to be some of the issues for a player like Sizzy, is the awareness in these situations of what's going on. Always being ready for the lurk. So getting caught there. He's hearing A execute. He sees the trades go down. He knows they've lost the sight, and he's just not ready for a player pushed out early to Delpan. So that'd be another one to add to the tally. 11-9. And again, you just reflect on the pistol. It's the Sizzy clutch. You need to be able to convert off the back of that. Those are the type of rounds that are going to elevate you in a so much stronger position within this half. You win that one, FURIA down to an eco. You're the ones on 11. To save that, you have to, well, you don't have to, but you likely partial.
Right.
And then you...
Yeah, well, you've already got 3 rounds.
You could scrap for it, sure. But then you... Oh, okay. Never mind. AWPs come out. They want to fight for this. Don't want to try and battle for overtime. They want to try and contest this in regulation. So this is an all-in shove.
Does this not indicate to FURIA it's a likely shove when you hear it, when you see the timeout?
Well, it's also, you know, maybe they wanted to buy and the coach is saying no.
Right,
I think you go in expecting a buy, right? So you're going to be on high alert right now if you're FURIA regardless, because you know there was a saved gun. You're going to expect some type of a trick. And then as soon as you see the block util start to come in, you go, okay, well, seeming a bit more like a gun round.
Just like that. Incendio towards the ramp side. Boost for MongolZ, making or hoping to catch Sizzy on the cross. Oh, he had an opportunity. It was a cheeky approach. The jump away from Yuri gets him unscathed.
You definitely know what's brought in now, don't you?
Most definitely.
Not given away in the early exchanges.
Dangerous
spotted
game
on the jump spot.
So pressure's immediately, like you've already felt pressure, B apps and ramp.
I wonder in this situation if you just go for a crazy gamble as bait, right? You just hunker down on one of these sites and go, okay, well, they're hunkering down on both. They have sold the middle completely.
Yeah.
No short info, no con info, could boost window. There's so many different concerns right now, so they're hedging their bets. Kenzazor and MPO to defend B.
I mean, Sizzy's ramp smoke is going to enable him to kind of spot con, but that's only for another 15 seconds.
And it's not even the concern, is it? Right, we can see right now it's all going to be coming in through Ramp and Palace.
10 points for the smoke from Yakinda. This is one of those shots you really want to see Europa hit, especially now you've lost Alex, forced into the fight by the Flame. Oh, the flashes were good enough. Get them out of that first fight. Still hits it on the follow-up. No one looking. Essential. Oh, that one was essential. He's flubbed it. Could cost him the game. Oh, MPL though, kicking up a fuss. Massive double.
Kenzo hearing this, he's heard this. This is a free kill.
Oh my
this
God.
is a free kill.
And it's going to come down to... Oh, MPL will punish. MongolZ in the clutch though. Knows where one of them is. MPL CT and Kenzo's... Oh, perfect headshot. What a turnaround. Saving the day. Wow.
Okay, MPL.
3 kills.
Kenzo is probably screaming, I've got him. And MPL's like, no, 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 I've got him. Don't you worry about that. Then Kenzo erupts coming through jungle, gives away the sound cue. MongolZ knows where both are in that moment.
Kenzo had to hit that first bullet. MongolZ is making that a 1v1. Swapping to his pistol goes awkward.
Okay, so flushed forward by the flames as he gets one.
You think that kill there is
Yeah.
MPL with his clawback just finds 2 of them.
Yeah, it's scrappy for the second, but that's the one that counts. That's the one that really throws around into disrepute.
Yori's going to be feeling pretty hard done by. 6 HP, just 1 bullet short.
Okay, a lifeline, a way back in.
Hell yeah. Positive signs from Bait. MongolZ flashed in, but Sizzy's there. Opening kill provided.
Looking comfy, 17 kills.
Yeah,
he's taking it to FURIA right now,
he's
right?
thriving.
Having clutches, getting openings, looking comfy, not backing down for a fight. Sure, there's been moments where he's been caught off by rotations, but this is the big boy table. They're going to happen.
Yeah, such is life.
Even with this, still going to be tough to break through the FURIA finances. MongolZ has enough to buy into the next, even with the 1900 loss. Queserato can drop a gun. So they're still going to be sitting pretty regardless of the result on this one. Senthil had another mare. Remember the first half, Fallen coming through that smoke. So 2 of them. It's hasn't cost them in the long run, at least not yet. Move, see if anybody oversteps.
You might get that head-to-head with Fallen, and now you're peeking back into it.
Whoa!
Whoa, that's quick! Stunning from Sizzy! He is really introducing himself to the world. Here on Mirage, he's quick with it. Stunning headshot onto Fallen. He's taken down MongolZ and Fallen.
Yeah.
With a
2
sniper.
different generations.
Wow.
All right, well, that might just be the save right now. 15 seconds left. Sure, they've got the bomb, but it's the Fangs who are going to park themselves over in Palace. All tied up 11-11.
DJ, Mr. Replay, I would love to see those shots again.
The second one is wild, isn't it?
Yeah, right? Like, it's the quickest of quickscopes. Fallen just sat on his ass by 16, you said?
Yeah.
16 years of age, Sizzy. Young talents introducing themselves to the world.
Well, this is the playground of Mirage. This is where the puggers really get going. We have Inferno up next. If he's able to look anywhere near as comfortable, look at this one.
Headshot. Overkill.
If he can look anywhere near as comfortable, right, maybe show a bit of proficiency on the rifle and Inferno, having a couple, okay, now we're starting to have a conversation. Early days, but why not hype him up?
Absolutely. There's been plenty of first-time players that haven't had a first map like this.
And he's staying active. Look at this, boosted up. Apartments. Looking for a deep line pick and might be obliged just yet. Queserato doesn't look like he's going to return. It's top mid control that they have garnered. With that deep angle, it gives them a lot of information for Bait to be able to have a bit more of an educated guess. Connor window. Queserato can play. Good restraint on utility from Bait so far.
Yeah.
Oh, catch that.
That's a brilliant grenade. Look at Queserato walking at 30. Eats the flashbang as well. They're slowing him down. A nade smoke break that doesn't reveal Alex. And now Queserato's going to try and punish MPL sidelining. Finds a little safe haven.
Fading.
It's going to fade. Queserato looks just in time. Adjusts and finds the headshot. Looking for 12. Looking damn good for 12.
MPL losing his mind there on that player cam.
Oh, Essential's got to be really careful. Just running into the AWP line. He actually hits a headshot. Dink onto MongolZ. Nice precision.
All right, do they give it a go?
Might have to. Ooh, might not. Might not. And another one caught on the rotation for Sizzy.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's overtime at a minimum for FURIA.
Yeah, secured it safely.
A saved gun or two could have gone a long way. Look, they can still buy it. It's just going to be lacking a little bit of utility. And again, they have the read. I can understand why MPL's kind of losing it a little bit right there. They know what the play is going to be. They have all the info on B. The biggest problem potentially just that crawl up cat. But even still, the setup, it looked good. The fight's just not going their way. So here we go. Can they push us into OT?
Kiota? Did I see a double AWP for a second? Okay, Serato had one as well. Okay. Sizzy this time going to be trying to lend a hand in middle already. A bullet's found Yakinda's head.
He's already so low. Round's just started.
There is a second AWP. Maybe Yakinda on the low HP might find that appealing.
Sizzy gets to be a bit more influential this time. Not just stuck in B apartments, so hanging around middle.
They're starting to make their move. Will Sizzy once again go looking? Confirmation that box is occupied. Just hoping to catch the cross of K Serato. Excuse me, it's Yakinda.
Yeah, and he's still playing quite aggressively, right? He can be naded in this position. This is why he's only taken it late, but also still spamming. Not catching anything. Grouped up towards B. So that will be the finish.
He's trying to act bigger than he is. Top con smoke, window smoke. And now panic stations. Sizzy's going to have to lend a hand. Flashes are great. Books him out. Already lots of space. Down goes the Senthiel. Sizzy next victim. K Serato with 2. He's had a great little resuscitation of form. Oof, and a precise headshot from Yakinda as well.
All right, well, sign, seal, and deliver this one.
Yeah,
it was close.
Very close.
They pushed him.
He really did put up a fight. Was this the best bet, though? Is Inferno a different story? We're going to find out when we get there. For now, just going to put the cherry on top. 13-11.
Yeah, okay, that's 6 straight Mirage wins for FURIA now, but that one got tense. Let's throw this over to Richard and the boys.
Yeah, nice hot toss there. We love that because that ended in the right way. A brilliant entry from K Serato to finish things off. We thought we might be going to OT, but FURIA showed just enough glimpses of their old selves. Got to say, though, very impressed with what BTarena were able to do on that map, and certainly, you know, a real close one.
Yeah, they made it competitive. They made it competitive to a point where you were thinking and feeling that maybe FURIA would lose, that maybe FURIA wouldn't get it over the finish line. So in that essence, that's nice. That's better than expected from BTarena. But at the end of the day, got nothing to show for it. They still ended up losing, and there's positives you can take away. I'm sure we'll get to some of them, Sizzy being one of them, obviously, and BTarena playing a decent game of Counter-Strike. But then again, if you look at the scope of the matchup, every single time BTarena have played FURIA so far in the history of this matchup, they won Mirage, and that's the only way into the matchup. So in terms of staying competitive in this series, I feel like that was the one chance they had, and they blew it.
Yep.
They had, yeah, absolutely opportunities that they couldn't capitalize on. Some of it was, you know, misplays on a team level. Some of it was just individually not being sharp enough in some key moments. I think Essential will look back and sort of some of the rounds. You know, you remember that first gun round in the first half where Fallen is walking through a smoke, clearing him in B-apps, and he can't get that kill. I mean, that was the round defining kill. Really, and there were a couple of those moments for him, unfortunately. Close but no cigar for BTarena.
Yeah, as Alex said at one moment, it's essential. That was essential. Great call. We heard you, Alex. Great call. But no, I mean, look, obviously, this is who we have to talk about, K Serato. I think such a tenured career. I also want to go on the record and say, okay, you were right. You shouldn't have joined Team Liquid. Well done.
They brought Team Liquid to him, really, in a way. They made themselves international, right?
Fair enough. But no, like, such a fantastic player, obviously right up there at the end of year lists. And some people felt he could have been a lot higher. And I just love watching him play. He's a really well-rounded player, has so many different abilities as a rifler. You know?
I think the cool thing about K Serato is that we often speak about players with longevity, you know, that they remain good or they remain close to the top level. I think there's a case to be made that he's still, you know, exploring whether or not we can hit a peak K Serato once more, you know, that this may be the best version that we get here in 2026 together with FURIA, obviously, and relying on them finding more success. But he's off to a strong start. He's been very consistent as we know him to be, and he's playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. And I feel like he's a big part of the reason as to why FURIA as well. Like, I know we speak about MongolZ, we speak about Ikinda, we speak about Fallen, but let's not forget that Quesarado also came back to being a world-class rifler, which he's been for many years.
Let's not forget about the best Brazilian player, really.
Yeah.
And I think it's also important, he's had a phase where other players have too, where the team isn't doing well and he just has to do more, right? Like he has to do more things that he would like. He has to maybe go outside of the scope of his role, but not anymore, right? With this FURIA roster, he can just focus on what he does best, which is, you know, being that sort of a lurky player working off of the space created by some of the other members of the team, and that's where he does his best work.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the rounds. Obviously, in a close and fractious game like that, it's really what happens towards the end on those rounds when people's money is starting to get broken and what have you. So I think we'll take a look at round 13.
Yeah, the pistol round, because I feel like...
right.
Yeah, Chad and Alex said it as well during the cast. Like, you got to convert if you do that. Look at the scoreline right here for Bait, getting off to a good start in the first half. You then end up winning the pistol as well. Spoiler right here, but it gets into a scenario where we see Sissy for the first time come in and find real hardcore impact. FURIA actually outplayed Bait in this one. They made a B execute. They kind of lured them out. They have a 3v2. They have a 2v1. Unfortunately for them, not able to convert. Sissy coming in with 3 kills, winning a 1v2, and you think to yourself, 8-5, you convert the next round, you have 9 rounds. Chad said it, maybe you're the first team to be at 11. So that was the moment in the game where I thought, all right, Bait, you have a chance of winning this matchup now.
I mean, a great clutch from him as well. I mean, you know, for a youngster really kind of announcing himself, you know, to Tier 1 CS, he did have a great map even though he lost, and shows that he's cool as well, calm. You know, he's only 16, just clutching against.
You have to remember,
seasoned pros.
For a player like that, everything is new to him, right? Like traveling, going to a different country, media days, right? Plugging your gear, having the overhead headphones, noise canceling ones, having to play with in-ears probably. So there's definitely a process for him to get used to all these things, and it's what you would expect from that sort of a player. You got some really good individual mechanical moments, right? Like sharp aim, some good flicks. Obviously, this clutch was great, and moments where he was getting caught off guard, you know, by lurkers, sort of just running around with his knife out when really he should be a little bit more careful, and that's to be expected. As I said, there's definitely going to be this whole season most likely is just going to be a learning experience for some of those things, and how does Tier 1/Tier 2 Counter-Strike really work.
If anything, he showed that mechanically he's very sound. You know, I think his reactions and how fast he was killing people with the AWP, that was impressive. I very much agree with Janko in the sense that he maybe fell short in terms of his positioning, in terms of understanding what was going on, but you're also playing against one of the best teams in the world, and you are Bait, so had it not been him, it would have been someone else to be caught off guard. So if anything, he put himself on the map right now, and from a mechanical standpoint, being 16 years of age and playing that well already, I know, small sample size, but make no mistake, when you can fire off the up that fast and be somewhat precise, then you're going to have a great career in front of you.
And, you know, again, Jacob referencing how Bait sucks. I think we have a nice round to reference that as well, because they did have missteps, you know, on a macro level as well in some key moments, right? So this is a reset round where they want to fight for mid. This is a CT smoke, too deep, Molotov, misses, MongolZ, thanks to that, gets the first kill. Ikinda, he was initially blinded by the flash, but he has that CT smoke for cover, and by the time a player actually comes to clear him and try to do something, he's already, you know, can see everything. You can see in a mid-fight, which actually wasn't a bad call. Really, at the moment when Bait is clearing mid, it's only MongolZ and Ikinda there. And MongolZ in that corner where he should have been mollied out and forced, then and blinded, and Ikinda hiding behind the CT smoke. Fallen comes in later from top mid and manages to help and find the kill. So if you're able to execute that properly, if you're Bait, you probably get at least a good trade, probably just 2 entries, and, you know, are maybe able to close out the game in that second half. But that looked, you know, you saw it wasn't even close. Like that mid clear, they just got massacred, right? And that's due to some of these small details where you just have to be on point against a team like FURIA.
So Inferno coming up next. Obviously, we said there were some wobbles on Mirage at the previous tournament that FURIA corrected. Bait not able to exploit them. What are the odds for them on Inferno?
Not great, to be completely honest. I think the odds of them winning Mirage were the best chances they had in this matchup in order to get much done. I think FURIA have shown time and time again that they can play Inferno obviously at a high level, but also at a consistent level. It's not a map where they have too many upset losses, or a map where you feel like, oh, that wasn't your day. Whereas Mirage has been a little bit up and down, as Chad also said. You lose 4 in a row, you win 5 in a row. I see a bit more consistency coming out of FURIA. Also, speaking to Bait, integrating a new player, integrating an AWP player as well, that's young, 16 years of age. Mirage is probably one of the easier maps in terms of making your rotations, not being caught off guard. There's going to be a lot of scenarios right here where he's going to be stuck behind a smoke, stuck behind a Molotov, maybe stuck out of position unless he's on the front foot, so to speak. And I think that's a significantly harder job for Sissy. So in terms of the map layout right here, not really a positive.
Interested to see how he does, because obviously the step up in utility usage when you go from like tier 2 to tier 1 is like, a big shock for a lot of
I was sure about that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Spirit on an organizational level just permabans Inferno. So I'm not sure about his academy team, whether he got to play it much or not. But yeah, here it's going to be a challenge, definitely. And FURIA, the last time they played Inferno was against Vitality, where Zai will talk about a hard carry performance, and they ended up losing the map. So I think here they'll be able to showcase a bit more what they're capable of on the map.
Yeah, we got just a little bit of time before break. A key to victory for FURIA, who are we expecting to look at and watch?
Well, to be completely honest, the key to victory for me is just don't overdo it. Just play boring, play your own set of game. I think one of the stronger part about FURIA is that, especially on the CT side, I see no weakness. The way they control Banana, with Yakinda obviously being aggressive and being at home in that area is fantastic. I think Yuri does some of his best job on his CT side towards Pit as well. So I see no weakness in the CT side defense from FURIA. So don't overdo it. Don't push down middle too much. Don't play a game that you don't have to. Just do the bare minimum and get the job done.
All right. Well, thanks for that. We'll see if they follow Jacob's instructions after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Bait are going through multiple changes to start off 2026, and I've got Alex666 to talk through all of this. First of all, for you, you are still a new IGL, you're going through this whole process. How have you dealt with, there's no Hedrick into Segukawa, and now you've got Sizzy in there, so how do you handle that as IGL and trying to just get a player into the team again?
I think it's at the first time when we're trying new players, it's hard. But when you're giving him everything we know, our strategy and everything, so after some time it's gonna be easier for me. Maybe not now, maybe a bit later. So yeah, but I think when we was playing with Hedrick, NPL was second caller. Hedrick was not talking that much that I was like I was more like working with Nipple. So
okay. So it's not too bad for you in terms of changing the voice.
Yeah. So yeah, Nipple is still like helping me. So yeah, he also like have good like calls when we play. So yeah.
And what is the goal here now for Bait? Because we've seen you guys, you can have some good performance at the majors, you can come to these bigger tier 1 events, but it's trying to break through now. So is the goal to elevate yourselves to be a top 10 team in the world, something like that?
I think yes, like, but overall we don't have like any goals. We just play game by game. Yeah, we just need to feel this, to feel at least one win, because on previous tournaments we didn't have any wins. So yeah, we just need to feel the win, like to feel that we can compete against tier 1 teams in best of 3s.
Yeah.
Individually, like we can compete with these all players, but we just need everything also to be stable, like our mental, just communication and that stuff, yeah.
And obviously we know what we can get from the players on Bait, right? MPL's been playing so well, even now not IGLing at the same time. But Kenzazor is continuing to grow and develop and improve. How much better can this guy get? Like, how much more potential do you see in him?
He just needs to have like a streak of kills. Yeah. And maybe he'll just keep doing these streaks in the end of the game. So
he's momentum based.
Yeah, he just needs this blood.
Did you have sometimes though that you need to like hold him back?
Yeah.
you need to tell him to chill.
Yeah, sometimes it's bad when he's doing that. Like he can go and die and we can like lose an easy round, but he can go and kill and we can win this round. So yeah, it's like gamble, but we're still like trying to make it more structurized.
Yeah.
Like, so if he dies, it's like not because of like his problem or because he's doing that. Yeah.
So he needs to know when he can push, when he can come back. He needs to learn from a bit of experience with it. So tell me now, coming into Cluj, what do you want from this? Is this just a learning experience? Do you expect to get some wins? Like, people might look at your Krakow performance and then look at you changed again, that Bait could be a 0-3 candidate, you know? You don't want to feel like that. So tell me what you think.
Yeah, what I want is to win a game.
Your expectation is one game.
Yeah, because how I say it, like if we win one game, so everyone like from us will feel this like and we'll maybe win other games. We just need this one piece. So yeah.
All right. Well, I'm very excited to see what the new young player can do. It seems like you have a good understanding of how you want to play it all out there. So get one win, and then the rest could be easy.
Yes.
Yeah?
We'll hope.
We hope.
Let's hope, yeah.
Alex, thank you very much, man, and good luck going into the tournament.
Thank you.
Hill, but recovering bit by bit. Had nearly 40-degree fever at home for multiple days. There was a chance of it.
Okay, so what Alex was saying, that's Alex666 there with a charming interview. We're just talking about how getting one map, getting a win, it would have put them in a good stead to run with some momentum. Fallen is yawning.
Was that a yawn from Fallen?
Yeah, I think, man, it's past his bedtime. You know,
13:11.
He's an elder statesman. 9:30 p.m. That's kind of when he usually wants to be tucking in.
Yeah, but in Central Europe, it's only 8:30.
Good point, well made.
He's only been here for 2 days.
No excuses.
What, has he adjusted that quickly? Wow. Okay.
Good point.
Bit of a yawn. Okay, well...
But they got close, is what I was trying to say.
They did get close, and I can understand why he wants to win. In the last 6 series for Bait, they've only won 1.
Oh.
A couple of best of ones in there, but there's still a contained series, I suppose, just not of multiple maps. Anyway, they've selected the CT side on their opponent's map choice, so having to dictate the tone of this is FURIA.
Essential's in a prime position to poke his head up and get one here. He's just given it up. And they were holding for that re-aggressive. Spot the bomb! At what cost?
Still 2 here.
Wait, the Amp's flank could be interesting. Kenzazor is stalking his prey, and quick tap to the face puts MongolZ in the dirt.
You might not expect MPL here already as well.
Yeah, that could come as a surprise. Kenzazor's looking for more. Bloody hell, K-Serato's quick to it.
Oh, you expect him now.
Yeah.
He's tucked behind that long smoke. So unfortunately, Alex and MPL. Oh, okay, hold up. Chase him down.
Yeah, running at him. K-Serato's going to have to take this fight. Yeah, finishes him off. It's a 2-on-2.
2-3 apps of a retake with the bomb already half gone.
Yeah, you're going to go for it. Fair play. he gave it a go. I mean, like
that's a Geronimo situation. Wow. Okay.
No, but I mean, like, they were just like we were, you know, like, actually, with
Are we
those two
doing it? Are we
kills-
not doing it?
I don't know, man.
I don't think we're doing it. Oh, wait, we're doing it.
I think they came to two different conclusions.
We're not doing it anymore.
I think Alex had Kev as well, poor guy. And PL just brings through a couple of extra nades.
No Hiroshima device right there. What? Okay. Nothing out of Sid in that one. First pistol round for FURIA. Full spike. I don't know why I found that so
It's just
funny.
wait, where's your Kinder's health gone? Am I
He
tripping?
got knifed?
Wow, he got fully backstabbed.
Guys. Look, Yuri knifed him. I can confirm it was Yuri who knifed him.
Nice one, Yuri. Now you got to get some impact. Make up for your Kinder having to hobble through this one.
I'm going to stay on Sizzy Cam on my CSTV. Kid had a decent debut, to say the least. Clutches, opening kills, all highlights.
Yeah, the pistol clutch and the AWP highlight standing out in my mind, definitely.
We got the first kill of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
So we just have to wait and see on Inferno. It's going to be a whole lot tougher, just discussing that as well. But never say never, especially if FURIA are going to keep knifing each other. 2 on B still. And they have, again, decent restraint on the util.
Fallen showing no fear, stampeding around the short side, and you see Sizzy deliberately trying to bait them in, trying to have them looking his way, hoping to set up the 5-7 from Essential.
They're smoking CT again. There's 28 seconds.
The bomb is going.
Is it A or B?
Yeah, Fallen's trying to convince them. Okay, you've killed 2 of the 3. There is another man there.
The bomb needs to pick us up.
Oh, you're not clearing him. Okay, what a hell of a
But there's still 2 here. And the bomb's coming B.
The bomb's going B. He's in the smoke. He could actually still win this round. The Alex 1v4. 10 seconds as the bomb comes in. He gets it down. Now it's loose. He can't handle Serato. Squeaky bum time. Jesus.
Oh, wait, we're saving our upgrades. No, they're coming to us.
Wait,
they're coming to us. Well, Fallen's killing everybody. Okay.
Bomb's going A, bomb's going B.
All right. That's like the pistol round. More fun than the pistol
Tell you
round.
what's fun. Could you had his Face It profile. Could you see the comparison of how many Mirages he's played on Face It and how many the Pug Realms? Like,
maybe not easily.
Is there not a map stat thingy, Jiggy? I don't know.
I'm not an expert at that.
No, nor I. I was just curious because I mean, we know he's going to have played a lot more Mirage. But
You're
how
right.
little?
You're bang on. 1,501.
Mirages.
Compared to 16 Infernos.
16? 16?
They're killing each other again.
What's going on? Okay, this is it. Alex is going to be
dead.
Dead.
But traded.
But traded by Essential. Hold your horses.
That's a gun.
Hold your horses.
Hey. MPL with the Deagle on B. He's got me excited. Mulder's going around the world. Like, well, Sizzy, no.
Yes.
Ooh,
Actually.
Yeah, but he's hurt 2 players. He's hurt 2.
Oh, Molodor's just absolutely booked him, hasn't he?
We'll take the site for free. Thank you very much.
A's clear, boys. And I'm
now
going-
you're boxed in B. We've got CT and we have Banana.
Oh. You don't take that fight. Oh. No, Essential did turn around on the jump, but I don't think he's registered that.
I don't think you're keeping these guns.
Quick burst to the face. Look at that.
Ah, okay.
Instantaneous deletion.
They know exactly what's up. Confirmed it. Okay, well, they can upgrade those into rifles. There's a Glil and an AK available.
Over 1,000 Mirages and 16 Infernos.
Yes.
No one...
His next most played is Anubis.
Okay, that makes sense, because that is kind of
yeah.
yellow Mirage.
And then after that, it's Ancient, so...
Oh, okay, green
Not
map.
a huge Dust 2 player.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Boomer map, isn't it?
No, come on now.
Yeah, I mean...
Come on now. But I guess Mirage has never left the pool either, so there's also that playing in for it.
Touché, en français.
Big Sizz. He's got his all.
Oh, ooh, love that opening move. NPL exploits it. Jumps up on his teammate's head for a quick opening on the long position. K-Serato removed, and now you can see that NPL is going to be throwing out this half-wall smoke that Yakinda will be ahead of if he threw it. He's actually changed his mind. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups.
You need to think you're not a fish because you can't cast with hiccups. I'll have to take over.
Oh, Yakinda's just won the round.
Yes, that one is done. They will plant the bomb, and that'll be 4 straight rounds for FURIA now.
Could say that was a bit of a hiccup from the defense.
Hey. Good for the opener, right? Half-wall boost, killing B. Looking good. The Scuttle nade's not bad. That's why Fallen is softened up to 69. Yakinda, yeah, manifests. They're going to try and hunt these away. They're already combing out for this. Defend their honor on this A site. They need to get a bit of a wiggle on if they do want to try and rumble them right now. So tucked in. Side 2 of them. Essential probably doesn't get caught again. Had a nade in his hand a moment ago. They're coming. Oh, they're accelerating, and Essential can't hold on to it. Yakinda. Oh, forward in the round. I think Sizzy, he's going to be tucked in safe and sound. No!
Nice.
After time, the hunt from Yakinda. The one-man army is doing it all.
Outrageous. Oh, I mean, that is just salt in the wound. You've lost the round convincingly, but then you get hunted down. Ooh.
It looked like they weren't going to get there in time.
No,
He just
it didn't.
erupts. He just starts running.
What's going on? It feels like that was just an eternity after the bomb. Blue.
And that was their first opening kill as well. You think, okay, that's sitting pretty... And then they just lose absolutely everything. Okay. Can't save. Can't convert the opener. Here it is again. This is just so ready for it.
Dude, he is just locked. TF in.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, that's rough.
Okay.
Did you hear about that restaurant on the moon?
No.
Great food, no atmosphere.
Oof.
Oof, indeed. That's Yuri walking around the smoke and punished for it. Shouldn't be much more.
How many more is Yakinda going to get?
He is in that flow state right now, isn't he?
The last 6 kills for the T side.
Yeah, and now he's going to jump up, catch you with your back turn. Doesn't control the spray, loses out on that opportunity. A gamble of sorts. Why not hedge your bets?
Yeah, well, they will be buying next round regardless, right? They've got the max loss bonus. Sizzy will have the AWP again. And maybe they walk into the den. 52 seconds. Some of these rounds have been a bit late from FURIA.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, the stack's in the right place, but do they send in a probe, right? Because they could execute, send in K-Serato, he could have a bit of a look.
Oh. So if you want them to commit to B, do you want to smoke it?
Fallen is getting them a safe way out, isn't he? Bomb starting to cheat back over. K-Serato about to confirm.
That's very cheeky. That is outrageously cheeky from K-Serato.
Well, you could have just spammed a player through coffins, I'm pretty sure. And now you're pinned on B.
Oh, it's just gone from bad to worse for the boys.
He's hearing this.
Yeah. K-Serato confirms there are multiple here.
And the bomb just getting planted now.
And you're not...
Oh, come on, man. Just kill him.
Put him out of misery.
I didn't even know.
That's a scary one.
Okay, well...
So they used... Was that 2 of their own smokes? The CT and like the pathing from K-Serato where it was completely covered?
Yeah, which, you know, I understand. You're going in and you're looking for info, but the fact, like, Fallen already has the info on the other side of the map.
Oh, the jig is up for Alex. Yeah.
Oh, he's letting other people get some kills. As he'll get back on the board.
Just a casual 11-1 start.
Yeah, so...
5 rounds in.
Yeah, that's 8 of the kills of the last 10 available. So that's not too bad, not too shabby. But they're running away with this one quite quickly. T-side, slight bias on Inferno. Modern game, but... yeah, this is 5 straight with limited resistance. And even a little bit of misery in there for good measure.
Feels like kind of a now or never for Bait. You've got everything you need. Now you need to demonstrate that you can compete on Inferno.
Well, it's 2 rounds in a row they got the opening kill. Now one of them with guns and one of them was a partial. If you get it on this rifle round, you're bang on. You need to be converting. If you can salvage yourself 5 rounds before the halftime break, there's still a conversation to be had. But one of the issues that was noted, okay, missed smoke. Says he has the line. It didn't really feel like there was a rhythm to Bait on Mirage. And I think that's because the rounds when they needed to convert, they dropped the ball. Feel a little bit more disconnected, but still a very threatening first map of play. 3 players still planted on this site to defend, and then execute. Should be moments away.
Alex and MPL trying to hold a crossfire here. Ooh, smoked off. Nice find. Alex draws first blood. Then Kenzazor will activate. 2 bodies gone. Flashbang connects, and just doing the dance was Alex. Yuri does punish. He's on that low HP. Oh, good flash. They bring the fight back. Lovely work from MPL. Job surely done. MongolZ will be brought down by the Sizzy AWP.
So there you go. They get the opening kill. Yakinda trying to play ahead right there. So he's already parved in because nobody's spotting the line. So as the smokes and flashes are in the air, he's already parving, which catches them off guard because Bait were hoping to play smoke molly defense. Right? Once you see the smoke, the mollies, the flashes come in, that's when you drop your own because you know that's their timing to enter. Yakinda trying to play ahead of that. Felt like it could have caught them off guard. But the 3-man B hold does reign supreme and get Bait there first. Now MongolZ in with the AWP.
Quick boost. Over to catch MPL on the swing. Flash is good. Some diligence there on display. Gonna throw on early block smoke and ooh, narrow miss. Quick pivot through mid.
Does he go back in after the molly?
Post on the line. Smoke's going to obscure his vision, but the flash ahead of the play. They're out. They're out. Back to turn though, and they feast. Crossfire crunches. Essential bringing the fight. Yuri will punish. Oh, missed shot from Sizzy. Second as well. Suboptimal.
But look at this. All the meanwhile, you've lost 3 players top middle. Yakinda's in the banana mouth smoke. Alex is on his own.
He's going to be here as well. Like his partner in crime has arrived.
They have a smoke for CT. They can isolate side.
He's just going to have to kick up a real fuss here, Alex. They won't smoke? No, they'll keep it contact. Oh, he missed it. Now he knows. Yakinda's on the path. Does manage to isolate Yuri there. No trade. Needs to find it sooner rather than later. Warband connects. 1 versus 1 for Yuri.
Delay is long enough. MPL's already quick to this. You know he's going to be stuck side. Maybe the slip to coffins.
Oh, he's creeping into it. MPL's head in a vice. Yuri converts. A real opportunity for Bait to find 2 back-to-back rounds. It's Yuri just prevailing with 4 kills in the round and the 1v1.
Yeah, Sizzy there, real hungry for that frag, right? You can see this kid wants to be aggressive. They clamp down on middle. It looks perfect for the start. 2 frags in their favor. MongolZ gets one back. Essential thirsting, and then Sizzy thinks, well, I'm doing the same. So instead of hitting the brakes, he misses the shot, wants to make up for it, but not enough. Alex knows he's pinned in this situation. He's delaying the clock for the rotation as long as possible. MPL has a very good idea that has to be side. There's a potential for that slip to coffins, but Yuri ready on the fight. And the round timeline, I think, tells the picture of this one. 5 straight. Now another added to that tally. 6-1 to FURIA. And another timeout for Bait under a lot of pressure.
I mean, you've been rumbled.
And they're going again. So Kenzazor could bring in an M4 if they want to operate with a little bit more firepower. He will do. So Benalp, 2 M4s, 2 MP9s up against a fully fledged FURIA on these AKs. To the one round, they stayed stubborn on a passive 3-man B hold and the 1. You can't hope that happens every time.
How about aggression? Look at Alex, way ahead of the curve. You're not ready for him. Yakinda down. Kesaratu doesn't go swinging. Ooh, he's going to be a quick one back. Surely a dead man. How has he gotten a second onto MPL there? He does very well given the pressure applied to his position. Nice fight for the MP9 at range. That one not so much, but an AK, that will work wonderfully.
Okay. Fighting fire with fire right now. Auto looking like he may have a little bit of a timing. Sizzy is not open to the initial line, but also not considering this. This is a freebie in the back. Who's going to knife him? Okay.
Free one, isn't it?
Yeah, you knew you had an open runway. Now, Senthiel tracking in with this. Won't be able to deny the plan.
No, but he should have the kill. Oh. Oh dear. MongolZ's got a chance with this one. He takes the head-to-head duel, removes another head. Essential's gone. Kensizor saves him. Oh, that nearly was a real red face. That would have been a horrible round to lose. And yeah, we are seeing the contrast in Sizzy's comfort on a map he's played an awfully lot less.
I think it's positionally is going to be the biggest issue for him, right? Because he's going to be making assumptions that aren't just going to work with the top tier of Counter-Strike. And that's just not, even with a map he hasn't played a lot of in the Pug realms, it's still going to be a problem. We saw him on Mirage getting caught with a knife out, rotating, not ready for lurks. So it's positionally where you're going to have the concern for the kid. But if he's a quick learner, we've already seen the output of firepower available.
Oh yeah, Mirage, a different story.
So they do just hold on to that, but it isn't without casualties. Down to the 1v1 does mean compromised by again.
Quite quick for the mid-fire, I guess. Essential's here. Anti-flash, ready to react. They've got 3 players ready to receive this. He's doing it dry, just peeks in and removes the head. Oh, maybe Essential to punish when you're lining up nades. Yep, you've got nades in your hands. Essential profits, does get himself a double kill. Lovely defense from Essential. He does fall a little short of the mark on number 3. Yuri gets away with it, now keeps them with a man advantage. And MPL just, oh, he's just...
So the smoke comes down to get the bomb across safely, and then he's trying to get something back to draw it into level field, but right now it's just Alex. He has the kit.
What's blowing my mind is you can do it like, it was a silenced M4. There's no traces. He's just maybe echo-located him.
Well, the puffs through the smoke, right?
Yeah.
You're going to see the holes getting punctured through.
Makes it look easy, does Yukinda.
It's not the weapon you want to save. What can you get your hands on?
Yeah.
Well, it's slightly better. It depends on who you ask, but at least this one's in the rifle category.
Well, you know, in the debate of MP9 or FAMAS, Alex has made his opinion clear. It costs more. It has to be better.
Yeah. Well, 7-2. And not possible with the plan. Even though he's got the smoke in the kit, he's not going to be able to get in and